Chapter 1. I want you to help me cultivate. Practice with me, and let me get pregnant in a forbidden area of the Tianxian continent known as the Tianmu. A woman in white stood in the air. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her appearance cold and stunning, her white clothes as pure as snow. Her slender waist could be grasped with one hand, yet her bosom was full and ample. However, at this moment, the cold fairy had a flushed face, exuding charm, staring intently at the young man before her, wishing to devour him. Pushed to the edge of a cliff by the woman, Qin Xuan hurriedly shook his head. No way, I'm already betrothed. How can I cultivate with you? Qin Xuan had a betrothal, so he would certainly not agree. He knew the woman's name was Huan Hao, and she actually viewed him merely as a furnace to absorb energy. Don't want to cultivate together? Then you want to use me as a furnace for 300 years. The woman's eyes were fiery, her red lips glistening, staring hard at Qin Xuan. Being used for 300 years. Thinking of what he would face next, Qin Xuan shivered. Not to mention 300 years, he couldn't withstand even 3 years. A fragrant breeze blew, and the woman had already pounced on Qin Xuan, pinning him down to Before Qin Xuan could say anything, his lips were sealed by her red lips. The woman was originally the emperor of the upper realm, Xuanji, with unparalleled cultivation. After obtaining the legendary Taiwan divine artifact, the Lian Shinding, she was attacked by enemies and, heavily injured, fled to the lower realm. Although she escaped with her life, she was poisoned and would soon perish if she couldn't mate with a man who had not lost his yang essence. Qin Xuan was her target. Several hours later, exhausted, Qin Xuan opened his eyes to see that beautiful face staring at him. After taking Qin Xuan's yang essence, the expression of the Xuanji Empress seemed to improve somewhat. You, shameless! Qin Xuan angrily rebuked the Empress. He had clearly rejected her, yet this woman had used force against him. Just as Qin Xuan wanted to get up, the Empress giggled. Where do you think you're going? A fair hand pressed down, pinning Qin Xuan to the ground again. After several more hours, Qin Xuan woke up. I really have nothing left. If this continues, you might as well kill me. Qin Xuan looked up at the Xuanji Empress with some despair. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Moreover, I can heal your Dantian injury. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan looked at the Xuanji Empress in shock and joy. He was originally the young patriarch of the Qin family in Huafeng City of the Daqian dynasty. To cure his fiancée, Lu Yi, he had risked searching for spiritual herbs near the Tianmu, but accidentally entered the Tianmu and was nearly torn apart by the spiritual beasts. Inside, almost dying in their hands, if it weren't for the Xuanji Empress tearing open a spatial passage to save him, he would have likely died in the Tianmu, but his Dantian was already shattered and could not be restored if she could heal his Dantian. Qin Xuan looked hopefully at the Xuanji Empress, but seeing the greed in her eyes, he felt a chill and swallowed back his words. After several hours of turmoil, he had nothing left. The poison is too deep. I still need you to help me. Heal. No. Qin Xuan shook his head repeatedly. If this continued, he would really be drained dry. Rest assured, I know my limits, the Xuanji Empress said, smiling as she pulled Qin Xuan up. Qin Xuan's vision blurred, and he was immediately pulled into a mysterious space. This was an infinite starry sky. In the center of the space was a massive bronze cauldron. The bronze cauldron had 3 legs and 2 ears, surrounded by 9 carved azure dragons. The azure dragons coiled around it, as if protecting the cauldron. Qin Xuan stared hard at the center of the cauldron. There were 2 blood-red characters written there. Lian Shun. This is the Taiwan divine artifact, the Lian Shunding, which I risked my life to obtain in the upper realm. This is the Taiwan space where the artifact resides. The Taiwan space is different from the lower realm. 1 day in the outside world is equivalent to 100 days in this space. Immediately, the Xuanji Empress waved her hand, and countless precious herbs flew out. My Lian Shunding confused the sun, moon, and stars, and refined gods and spirits. All things can be melted. I will use the power of the stars to reassemble your bones and reshape your Dantian with chaotic energy, transforming your physique. But this process is incredibly painful. Your body will be continuously burned, and the feeling of nearing death is unbearable for ordinary people. Are you afraid? The Xuanji Empress stared at Qin Xuan, her gaze intense. Not afraid. As long as he could recover his cultivation, he could endure any pain. Then let's begin. Qin Xuan leaped and jumped into the Lian Shun Ding. In an instant, countless flames surged from the cauldron, surrounding him. Crackle! In that moment, every inch of Qin Xuan's skin and muscles felt excruciating pain. As the pain hit, Qin Xuan gritted his teeth, and due to the force, his teeth cracked. The raging flames completely engulfed him. It hurt too much. His body seemed to be burning continuously, as if some force wanted to turn him to ashes. During this process, it wasn't just his skin and bones being burned, even the impurities in his body were being eliminated. Soon, his shattered dantian was refined. Rise! Those precious herbs were immediately surrounded by flames, and countless medicinal liquids began to quickly separate, wrapping Qin Xuan in a thick layer of precious liquid. Come here, the Empress beckoned, and the Lian Shun Ding trembled. In this boundless starry sky, countless stars rushed toward Qin Xuan at the same time. Streams of chaotic energy poured into Qin Xuan's body from all directions. Stars for bones, chaos for flesh. The Lian Shun Ding shook continuously. The original body was being melted, new bones and flesh were forming, and light kept flashing from his dantian, breaking and then standing. The Xuanji Empress had been waiting for this moment. A golden seed flew out from the infinite starry sky. The seed was enveloped in chaotic energy, with various mysterious runes flowing over it. Just the movement of these runes caused the surrounding space to slightly distort. Next is the most critical step. Kid, you must hold on, the Xuanji Empress murmured. Then the flames surrounding this golden seed fell into Qin Xuan's body. The moment the seed landed, it quickly merged with Qin Xuan. Moments later, the seed began to take root and sprout like a tree. Boom! Flames suddenly surged from the Lian Shun Ding, completely surrounding Qin Xuan in flames. Watching Qin Xuan in the cauldron, the Xuanji Empress lightly bit her red lips, a bit worried. Little guy, this seed is something I found after countless years. Today, consider it a benefit to you. You must hold on. Outside the Lian Shun Ding, the Xuanji Empress couldn't help but silently pray for Qin Xuan. An hour later, the flames surrounding Qin Xuan finally dissipated completely. Inside the Lian Shun Ding, a huge blood cocoon had formed. It worked. The Xuanji Empress was extremely delighted, staring intently at the blood cocoon. Crack! The blood cocoon shattered, and a hand tore through it as Qin Xuan emerged. Taking a deep breath, seeing himself safe and sound, Qin Xuan finally relaxed. Although he had the Empress's reminder, he did not expect to still underestimate the power of the Lian Shun Ding. Leaping out from the Lian Shun Ding, Qin Xuan looked down at his palm and couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, his palm was as white as jade. Seemingly without impurities, he could feel that his tendons, bones, skin, and flesh had undergone a qualitative leap compared to before. His physical body was now much stronger. That's right, the dantian. The dantian was the key. Qin Xuan immediately focused on his meridians and dantian. Qin Xuan stared in shock at his dantian. At this moment, his dantian had become a golden sea of spiritual energy. Not only that, but even his meridians had been widened by more than 10 times, becoming as vast as rivers. My dantian, Qin Xuan said excitedly, and the Sunj Empress chuckled softly. Dantian? No, it should be called a dantai now. Dantai? Hearing this, Qin Xuan was momentarily stunned. He had never heard the term dantai before. The level of martial artists from the lower realms is truly too low. They don't even know about dantai. Let me explain it this way. Under the same cultivation level, the spiritual energy stored in a dantai is more than 10 times that of a dantian. And even if they are of the same size, the spiritual energy in a golden dantai far surpasses that of ordinary dantais. In other words, the spiritual energy stored in your dantai is equivalent to that of more than a dozen cultivators of the same realm. Isn't this invincible in the same realm? Qin Xuan excitedly clenched his fists. However, when he saw the Empress gazing at him with a flirtatious look, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Oh no, the flames from earlier were too intense and had burned his clothes to ashes. Before he could speak, the Sunj Empress knocked him back to the ground. I've already refined your body next. It's time for you and me. 3 years later, at the edge of the heavenly tomb, the Sunj Empress looked at Qin Xuan with some reluctance. Don't you want to stay and accompany me? Once my injuries are healed, I can take you to the upper realm. I don't want to. Qin Xuan quickly shook his head. 3 years? 300 years. How had he spent these 300 years? He had been completely refined for 300 years. If he stayed any longer, even with various supplements, he would be drained. All right, then I'll send you away. Take this first. The Empress sighed lightly, waved her jade hand, and a jade pendant flew to Qin Xuan's side. Your cultivation is currently 0. I will give you the spirit refining cauldron. The jade pendant also contains some martial arts, enough for you to use in this realm. Taking the jade pendant, Qin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. He could finally go back. He didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. Qin Xuan, I will leave the heavenly tomb to find you in a year. You must reach the jade clear realm. Only then can we resolve the poison within me completely. If you can't do it, just wait to be drained dry by me. Coming again? Qin Xuan was so frightened that his legs went weak. Just as he was about to speak, the Empress waved her hand, giving him no chance to refute, and sent him away from the heavenly tomb. Chapter 2. Refined for 300 years. Eastern region, Huofeng City. A figure on the street attracted the attention of everyone nearby. It's Qin Xuan. He didn't die. 3 years ago, he entered the heavenly tomb to save his fiancée. The heavenly tomb is said to be a place where gods are buried, the spiritual energy is isolated, and it's 10 deaths with no life. Over the years, countless people have entered the heavenly tomb looking for opportunities, but none have returned. But now Qin Xuan has actually come out alive, however. Why has his cultivation completely vanished? He was known as the #1 genius of Huofeng City. If he has lost his cultivation, isn't he just a waste? That's normal. It's said that cultivators in the heavenly tomb cannot cultivate. Perhaps his cultivation was absorbed by something. Looking at this figure, the crowd immediately surrounded him, watching from a distance. Hearing the discussions around him, Qin Xuan let out a sigh of relief. After 3 years of painful yet joyful torture, he had finally returned. Thinking back to the days he spent over those 3 years, Qin Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. The Sun's Empress was deeply poisoned and needed many rounds of dual cultivation to detoxify. How many rounds exactly? Qin Xuan couldn't even remember clearly. He only remembered that after every dual cultivation session, the Empress would throw him into the Taiwan space to recover. Once his body was healed, she would bring him out and continue the dual cultivation. He had been refined for a full 300 years before the Empress's poison was finally suppressed. There's only a hard-working ox, not a ruined field. That was a whole 300 years. If it weren't for the Empress teaching him alchemy and using various heavenly materials to supplement him, he would have been drained dry long ago. But even so, those 300 years had been extremely miserable for him. The heavenly tomb isolated spiritual energy, making it impossible to cultivate. Thus, he had no cultivation during those 300 years. However, thanks to the Empress's guidance, he had made significant progress in alchemy, formations, talismans, and beast taming. But thinking about the Empress's words when he left, Qin Xuan staggered, nearly collapsing. If I can't elevate my cultivation to the Jade Clear realm within a year, I'm afraid I'll be thrown back into the Taiwan space. To this thought, Qin Xuan shook his head vigorously. No, he must elevate his cultivation to the Jade Clear realm within a year. He didn't want to be tortured like that again. On the Tianxian continent, cultivators are ranked as follows: Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Dan Xian, Earth Xian, Heaven Xian, Jade Clear, Upper Clear, Tai Clear, Heaven. Origin, Life Origin, Death Origin, Yin Yang, Reincarnation. 13 major realms. Each major realm is further divided into 9 levels. Normally, it would be impossible for him to elevate to the Jade Clear realm within a year. However, looking down at the jade pendant on his chest, Qin Xuan smiled slightly. With a spirit refining cauldron, he could completely elevate his cultivation to the Jade Clear realm within a year. First, I should go home and take a look. After 3 years, Grandpa and the elders must have missed me. At that moment, a girl in pink appeared before him. The girl had a graceful figure and beautiful features, with a similarly impressive bosom. Looking at this girl, Qin Xuan's heart skipped a beat, and he strode towards her. Who would have thought? After 3 years, the first thing Qin Xuan does upon returning is look for Lu Yi. He truly is infatuated. But that if he weren't infatuated, he wouldn't have risked his life to enter the heavenly tomb. However, this infatuation may not yield good results. I heard the Lu family and Zhao family. The crowd watching around suddenly became restless, chattering away. Ignoring the discussions around him, Qin Xuan directly approached Lu Yi. Qin Xuan, didn't you die in the heavenly tomb? How are you back alive? Seeing Qin Xuan alive in front of her, Lu Yi was so nervous that she stumbled over her words. "Yi, has your illness been cured?" Looking at the lively Lu Yi, Qin Xuan frowned slightly. Back then, it was because Lu Yi was seriously ill that he had been searching for various precious herbs. In the end, he risked venturing near the heavenly tomb to find spirit herbs, which led him to accidentally enter the heavenly tomb. But now, Lu Yi's illness had actually been cured? What was going on? Wasn't it said that without those few herbs, Lu Yi wouldn't get better? Looking at Qin Xuan, Lu Yi was a bit flustered, but seeing that he had lost all his cultivation, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, I took the pills and spirit herbs you prepared for me before you entered the heavenly tomb, and my illness has been cured. Who would have thought you could come out alive from the heavenly tomb? Now that you're back, just stay put and don't cause trouble like before." In fact, Lu Yi's illness had already been mostly cured, but in order to obtain more precious pills and herbs, she had been pretending to be sick. Once Qin Xuan disappeared into the heavenly tomb, and she couldn't get more pills and rare herbs, her illness miraculously healed itself. Lu Yi said indifferently, sizing up Qin Xuan. Confirming that this former genius was now useless, she smiled contemptuously. "You're now without cultivation and no longer worthy of me. From now on, there will be no ties between us." Hearing Lu Yi's words, a chill flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes. 3 years ago, when her cultivation was still intact, Lu Yi would call him Brother Qin Xuan. He had risked his life entering the heavenly tomb for her, only to end up in such a situation. Why? Qin Xuan clenched his fists and coldly questioned her. "Why? I am now a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator, about to enter the foundation establishment stage, while you, Qin Xuan, are just a useless person. A useless person actually wants to marry me." Lu Yi looked down on him, her gaze no longer one of disdain, but of pity. "From now on, just hide your name and find a place to live out your life. You will no longer have the right to appear in front of me." In her eyes, a useless person was an eyesore, even to look at. "Lu Yi, I risked my life entering the heavenly tomb to cure your illness, and this is how you treat me." A wave of anger surged in Qin Xuan's heart. He never expected to encounter such a situation right after leaving the heavenly tomb. "It's just a few pills. Do you think you can win back the young lady with those?" Lu Yi's mate approached, speaking arrogantly to Qin Xuan. "I'll tell you, that kind of pill is something young Master Zhao Longting can get by the handful. He can have as many as he wants." "Zhao Longting? Who is that?" Seeing Qin Xuan's confusion, Lu Yi placed her hands on her hips, looking pleased with herself. "I'll tell you the truth. Young Master Zhao Longting from the Zhao family, one of the 4 great families of Qianlong City, has set his sights on my lady. He will soon come to Huafeng City to propose. Why don't you take a look at yourself, you toad? You're dreaming of eating swan meat. The great Qian dynasty is divided into 9 paths, and Huafeng City belongs to the Qianlong path. Qianlong City is the largest city in the entire Qianlong path, much bigger than a small city like Huafeng City." Upon hearing the maid's words, Lu Yi nodded in agreement. "Qin Xuan, in a few days, I will go to your house to annul the marriage. Don't come looking for me. I'm afraid young Master Longting will misunderstand." Hearing this, the crowd of onlookers gasped in astonishment. Today really is an eye-opener to see such a heartless and ungrateful person. Exactly, if I remember correctly, Qin Xuan entered the heavenly tomb to cure her illness, right? But who would have thought that 3 years later, the cured Lu Yi would choose to betray Qin Xuan? Not to mention, over the years, the Lu family has relied on sucking the blood of the Qin family, growing from an insignificant family to a second-rate family in Huafeng City. Moreover, young Master Qin Xuan has given Lu Yi quite a few pills and spirit stones. Now that the illness is cured, she turns to climb a higher branch and kicks her former fiancé aside. What a clever move. What's the saying? The first sword of foundation establishment, first slay the beloved. And she started before even reaching foundation establishment. The murmurs of the crowd reached Lu Yi's ears, but she remained indifferent, only sneering. They were just a bunch of losers who couldn't eat grapes and said they were sour. In this world, strength is everything. When she soars to the heavens, these people will come crawling back to her. Good, very good. Qin Xuan's clenched fists relaxed. Hearing her cruel words, he instead calmed down. "Fine, since you want to annul the marriage, I will fulfill your wish. In 3 days, I will go to your Lu family to annul the marriage." At this moment, Qin Xian's heart turned completely cold. Since this woman wanted to end things with him, then let it be a clean break. Umph, at least you know your place. Lu Yi's maid let out a pleased snort, thinking Qin Xian was intimidated by young Master Zhao Longting and had given in. What nonsense about being the top genius of Huofeng City. In front of young Master Longting, you're nothing. Qin Xian ignored Lu Yi's maid and just looked at Lu Yi. However, since we were to annul the marriage, don't you think you should return the treasures, weapons, and spirit stones I have given you over the years? These items were given to you as your fiancé. Now that we are to dissolve the engagement, you naturally have no right to keep them. As Qin Xian's words fell, Lu Yi looked at him in disbelief. Qin Xian actually wanted to take back everything he had given her over the years. How could that be acceptable? Looking down at the ice soul sword and the dust avoiding pearl in her hands, she felt a wave of reluctance. These treasures were worth a lot, and relying on the Lu family, she could never hope to obtain them in her lifetime. Now she was being asked to hand them over. How could she bear it? Thinking of this, she bit her lip tightly, unable to stop her hands from moving the ice soul sword and the dust avoiding pearl behind her. Before she could speak further, Qin Xian stared coldly at her. Not just those. 3 years ago, when we were engaged, our Qin family gave a considerable betrothal gift to your Lu family. Your Lu family hasn't spent it all, have you? In 3 days, I will come to annul the marriage. Not a single cent of the betrothal gift can be missing. Chapter 3. Annulment. Having said what needed to be said, Qin Xian turned to leave. Qin, stop right there. Lu Yi clenched her weapon tightly, and due to her anger, her chest rose and fell dramatically, a spectacular sight. Qin Xian, are you even a man? How can you take back something you gave away? Lu Yi shouted angrily at Qin Xian, trying to use her rage to mask her anxiety. She was genuinely afraid that Qin Xian would reclaim what he had given her. In the past, when Lu Yi got angry, Qin Xian would reflect on whether he had done something wrong. Over time, he became completely obedient to her. Now, Lu Yi was employing the same tactic, hoping to make Qin Xian back down. However, after 300 years of special training, Qin Xian was already numb to this. Exactly. You want to take back something you gave away? In my opinion, that's worse than a pig or a dog. Lu Yi's maid seized the opportunity to fan the flames, mocking Qin Xian. Say that again. Qin Xian stopped in his tracks, his gaze fierce as he looked at Lu Yi. Under his fierce glare, Lu Yi and her maid immediately fell silent, not daring to speak. But soon, Lu Yi regained her composure. Just a useless person. Why do you have to talk to me? With this thought, her courage swelled again. Do you still have no shame? Back then, when you pledged to me, you personally gave me these things. Now that you want to annul the engagement, you actually want them back. You said in front of everyone that this was a voluntary gift to me. Since it was given voluntarily, what right do you have to take it back? Men are truly unreliable. As Lu Yi spoke, her eyes even glistened with tears. Seeing this scene, the onlookers immediately began to stir. Oh my God, she is actually feeling wronged. What a shameless person, truly invincible in the world. Ha, that's right. Even the top courtesan in the southern city has to serve well after receiving money. You want to take money without doing anything? I'm afraid even the people of Xianlong City can hear the sound of your abacus beads. The crowd jeered, but at this moment, Lu Yi was still tightly holding onto the weapon Qin Xian had given her. In a month, the preliminary selection for the Cangqing sect in Huofeng City would take place. As the top sect of the Xianlong Dao, if she could join the Cangqing sect, the Lu family would become a first-class family in Huofeng City. Therefore, no matter what, she was unwilling to return the things in her hand to Qin Xian. So, your Lu family doesn't want to return them? Qin Xian's eyes filled with anger. Does your Lu family think our Qin family is easy to bully? Since you want to annul the engagement, what qualification do you have to keep our Qin family's things? He continued, or do you want to go to war with our Qin family? Va? Hearing Qin Xian's threat, Lu Yi turned pale, trembling slightly, nearly falling to the ground. Miss, you don't have to be afraid. At that moment, the maid beside Lu Yi jumped out. Miss, you made a marriage pact with him back then, and you've waited for him for 3 years. If we annul the engagement, he has to give half of his family property to our Lu family. Thinking of this, the maid immediately put her hands on her hips and stepped forward. Qin, we've accepted the betrothal gifts, and we will never give them back to you. Considering the marriage pact back then, As long as you voluntarily hand over half of the Qin family's assets to our Lu family, we can reluctantly forgive your rudeness. Slap. Before the maid could finish her sentence, Qin Xuan slapped her hard across the face. You think you deserve respect? What you to dare talk such nonsense in front of me? Although Qin Xuan had no cultivation, he had reached the foundation establishment stage before entering the heavenly tomb 3 years ago. This slap was not something an ordinary maid could withstand. The maid cried out in pain, falling to the ground, covering her swollen face, looking at Qin Xuan in disbelief. You waste of space. How dare you hit me? Miss, you must stand up for me. The maid rolled on the ground, throwing a fit. Seeing this, Lu Yi's expression darkened. One must look at the master when hitting a dog. Qin Xuan hitting my maid in front of me is equivalent to slapping my face. A useless person without any cultivation actually dares to act in front of me. Qin Xuan, you have some nerve to hit my maid. I was going to give you some face, but since you were so arrogant, I must teach you a lesson today. Hearing this, Qin Xuan gave a cold smile and shook his head slightly. In the heavenly tomb, every time he was tortured by that woman in white, he would hammer his body into Taiwan's space. Therefore, although he had no cultivation, his physique had become extraordinarily strong. And Lu Yi's cultivation was only at the 9th level of Qi refinement, so he naturally did not fear her. A servant bullying the master. I'm just punishing her. Qin Xuan said disdainfully as he glanced at the maid rolling on the ground. What does your Lu family's return of the betrothal gifts have to do with you? A mere servant? A servant who doesn't think about redeeming herself but cares for her rich master. I've seen lowly, but I've never seen anyone this lowly. Seeing Qin Xuan so calm, Lu Yi hesitated a bit. 3 years ago, Qin Xuan was the #1 genius of Huafeng City, a figure admired by many. Although he had lost his cultivation, the accumulated prestige made her unwilling to act. Lu Yi, I'm not bargaining with you. Qin Xuan took a step forward, frightening Lu Yi to retreat 2 steps. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm informing you. What you took from me, give it back. If the Lu family is smart, just hand over the things and we can part ways amicably. Otherwise, your Lu family will regret it. Otherwise, how? As soon as Qin Xuan's words fell, a cold voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to look, and a middle-aged man in white stepped out, coldly staring at Qin Xuan. What #1 genius of Huafeng City? What young patriarch of the Qin family? Turns out you're just a faithless coward who bullies women. Uncle Wu. Seeing the middle-aged man come out, Lu Yi exclaimed excitedly, as if she had found a strong backup. Uncle Wu, Qin Xuan is bullying me. She didn't dare to act against Qin Xuan, but her Uncle Wu had a higher cultivation level, and dealing with a powerless Qin Xuan would be very easy. Uncle Wu, Qin Xuan is bullying me. Lu Yi clung to the middle-aged man, constantly acting cute towards him. All right, Uncle Wu will help you vent your anger. As he spoke, the middle-aged man walked up to Qin Xuan. His name was Lu Tao, the 5th elder of the Lu family, who doted on Lu Yi greatly. It's been 3 years. Qin Xuan, you've grown some skills, daring to yell at Yi. You think you could take back what you gave away? You, the young patriarch of the Qin family, can't speak without sounding like a fart? You should apologize to Yi. Lu Tao not only refused to return the betrothal gifts, but even turned the tables, demanding that Qin Xuan apologize. Yes, Uncle Wu, Qin Xuan not only scolded me, but also wants to take my ice soul sword. Hearing that Uncle Wu was going to support her, Lu Yi regarded the ice soul sword as her own, defiantly looking at Qin Xuan. Don't worry, with Uncle Wu here. The Qin family can't touch your things. Lu Tao sneered at Qin Xuan, and when he saw that Qin Xuan had no cultivation, he looked even more disdainful. Damn it, a useless person without cultivation dares to yell in front of our Lu family? Apologize to Yi immediately, or I will break your dog legs. Qin Xuan sized up his opponent, smiled slightly, and remained calm. Lu Tao, you weren't like this when you saw me before. Back then, you wished you could kneel and bow to me. Back when a Lu family was weak, and Qin Xuan was the #1 genius of Huafeng City, Lu Tao had been extremely flattering to Qin Xuan when he came to propose marriage. Now that the Lu family had become a second-rate family in Huafeng City, Lu Yi had climbed up to Zhao Longteng, and Qin Xuan had lost his cultivation. Lu Tao naturally looked down on him. Little bastard. Dare to talk to me like that. I'll ruin you right now. Listening to Qin Xuan's sarcasm, Lu Tao couldn't hold back any longer. He raised his hand and slapped down at Qin Xuan, wanting to kill him. Today, I'll take care of you, useless piece of trash. With Longting's young master here, let's see if the Qin family dares to say no. But as he raised his hand, a voice filled with killing intent came from behind. If our Qin family's young patriarch loses even a hair today, I will make your entire Lu family pay with their lives. Chapter 4 Qin family, who is it? Hearing this threat, Lu Tao hurriedly stopped and coldly turned around, staring fiercely at the newcomer. When he saw who it was, his expression changed drastically. Qin Xuan turned around, glanced at the person, and smiled. Third elder, it's been 3 years. I hope you've been well. The newcomer was indeed Qin family's third elder, Qin Yan. Young master, you're really okay. Upon seeing Qin Xuan, Qin Yan's eyes turned red and tears streamed down his face. 3 years ago, Qin Xuan went missing, and the entire Qin family searched for him, desperate to find him. If it weren't for the patriarch's intervention, Qin Yan would have gone in the sky tomb 3 years ago to look for Qin Xuan. Now, seeing Qin Xuan return, he was already in tears. I'm fine. I'm here safe and sound. Looking at Qin Yan, Qin Xuan was equally excited. After 3 years, he finally saw his family again. Without time for pleasantries, Qin Yan wiped away his tears and fixed his gaze on Lu Tao. Lu Tao, you old dog, what were you barking about just now? Daring to threaten the young patriarch of the Qin family. Are you tired of living? Seeing Qin Yan and his people approaching, Lu Tao felt awkward and froze in place, unsure of what to do. After all, he was no match for Qin Yan. Now that Qin Yan was humiliating him like this, he could only grit his teeth and speak up. Qin Yan, your Qin family is too arrogant. Lu Tao glared at Qin Yan. Hearing this, Qin Yan moved his neck and walked towards Lu Tao. Arrogant? What do you call arrogant? Next, I will let you know what arrogance really is. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yan instantly threw a punch. No. Lu Tao, scared, turned to run, but before he could take 2 steps, he was punched to the ground by Qin Yan, unable to get up. Bah, I thought you old dog had gained some ability, but you're still that useless piece of trash. Qin Yan spat at Lu Tao's face, walked to Qin Xuan's side, and glared at Lu Yi. Young master, do you want me to kill this bitch? Hearing Qin Yan's words, Lu Yi trembled in fear. Beasts, all of you from the Qin family are beasts. Lu Yi's maid got up, angrily staring at Qin Xuan and Qin Yan. Not only do you want to rob our Lu family's things, but now you also hit people. You're nothing but 2 pigs and dogs. Swish. Before Lu Yi's maid could finish her words, Qin Xuan's expression darkened, and he instantly drew the sword from Qin Yan's waist, thrusting it towards Lu Yi's maid's mouth. Crack! A bloody tongue fell out, and Lu Yi's maid screamed in terror while covering her face. But with her tongue cut off, she couldn't say a word. Then, Qin Xuan struck again, decapitating Lu Yi's maid. Those who slander the master lose their tongue. Those who deceive the master die. Qin Xuan coldly held the sword, staring indifferently at Lu Yi. Seeing Qin Xuan's eyes filled with killing intent, Lu Yi trembled all over. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. Lu Yi looked at Qin Xuan with tear-filled eyes, sobbing. No, you don't think you're wrong at all. You're just afraid of dying. Qin Xuan sneered, the blood still dripping from the sword in his hand. Qin Xuan, do you really have no sentiment left, and must you kill me? There is still a chance for us. Lu Yi's tears increased, constantly pleading with Qin Xuan. This woman, seeing that toughness doesn't work, wants to soften up. Qin Xuan proudly shook his head. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want my things back. Looking at the crying Lu Yi, Qin Xuan's mouth curled up. How about this? If you really are a beggar, then kneel down and kowtow to me, and maybe I'll reward you with a few items. You. Hearing Qin Xuan's humiliation, Lu Yi trembled with anger, tears swirling in her eyes. Qin, if you keep saying that, there will be no possibility between us. At this point, the woman still thought of using such means against him. This kind of tactic of feigned submission had worked every time Lu Yi used it before, but this time, he wouldn't fall for it again. That would be wonderful. Qin Xuan sincerely thanked Lu Yi. All right, Qin Xuan, you said it. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. Saying this, Lu Yi threw the weapon and the Qinquan ring in her hand directly at Qin Xuan. All the spirit stones and weapons you gave me are inside. Now we're even. As she spoke, Lu Yi's tears finally flowed uncontrollably, as if she had suffered some great injustice. I took back my things. Why are you crying? Holding the Qin Xuan ring, Qin Xuan sneered. He was only taking back what belonged to him. Yet Lu Yi was the one feeling wronged. As for what you just said about being even, Qin Xuan shook his head. Don't forget, when we were engaged, our Qin family gave your Lu family a huge betrothal gift. Can you say we're even without returning that gift? Qin Xuan sneered. I give you 3 days to gather that betrothal gift. After 3 days, I will come to annul the engagement. If you can't provide the spirit stones, then you will pay with your heads, the things of our Qin family. Even if your Lu family swallows them, you must spit them out. As Qin Xuan's words fell, the crowd of onlookers erupted in an uproar. Qin Xuan was serious. Without the support of the Qin family, the Lu family would surely be exposed. After all, they were just a second-rate family. Thinking they had become a phoenix by flying up the branches? Exactly. Qin Xuan was previously troubled by love, allowing her to act recklessly, but now Qin Xuan had awakened. They of the Lu family could no longer expect to suck the blood of the Qin family. Listening to the discussions around, Lu Yi's face turned crimson, wishing she could find a hole to burrow into. Third elder, let's go. Qin Xuan smiled at Qin Yan. What is Lu Yi to him? He still had much to talk about with his family. Let's go home. Surrounded by Qin family members, Qin Xuan and Qin Yan left without looking back. Watching Qin Xuan leave, Lu Yi's face lost all color. She still remembered how Qin Xuan used to grovel to her. But now, Qin Xuan had changed. Not only was he no longer obedient, but he also wanted to take everything back. Qin Xuan, don't be sad. This Qin Xuan is now just a useless person. Not worthy of you at all. Seeing Qin Yan leave, Lu Tao, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, got up. Besides, young Master Zhao Longting is the young master of the Zhao family in Qianlong City. With him around, what is this useless person? The Qin family has some status in Huofeng City, but in Qianlong City, they are nothing to speak of. When the time comes, we will spread the word. And I don't believe the Qin family dares to cause trouble at our Lu family. Lu Tao, who had just been beaten by Qin Yan and had no temper left, was now full of bravado after Qin Yan left. If he could climb the high branch of the Zhao Longting Zhao family, what would the Qin family be? Hearing this, Lu Yi nodded. Half a month ago, Lu Yi was noticed by Zhao Longting, the young master of the Zhao family passing through Huofeng City. For the past half-month, Zhao Longting had pursued Lu Yi fiercely. Weren't we originally planning to go to the Qin family to annul the engagement during this time? Since Qin Xuan wants to annul the engagement, that's even better. Let us cut ties completely. Lu Yi clenched her fists. Even if Qin Xuan comes begging for my forgiveness on his knees, I won't agree to him. At this time, the Qin family was decorated with lights and festoons, bustling with activity. The entire Qin family was filled with joy. Why? Because the young patriarch, who had disappeared for 3 whole years in the Sky Tomb, had returned. In the conference hall, the Qin family members were all looking at Qin Xuan with excitement. Xuaner, you finally returned. These 3 years have nearly driven me crazy. Qin Yuan stepped forward, excitedly embracing Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan had lost his parents at a young age, and it was Qin Yuan who raised him, creating an extraordinary bond between the grandfather and grandson. Grandfather, it's my fault for being foolish, but don't worry. I won't let you worry anymore this time. Qin Xuan was also filled with emotion. During the 3 years in the heavenly tomb, he had constantly thought about returning home and reuniting with his family. Now he was finally back. Xuania, did you really enter the heavenly tomb just to gather medicine for that woman? Qin Yuan looked at Qin Xuan with some concern, fearing that his grandson still had feelings for that woman. Patriarch, don't worry. The young clan leader has completely severed ties with that woman and will be returning the betrothal gifts in 3 days. Qin Yan quickly came forward to vouch for Qin Xuan. Hearing that Qin Xuan no longer had feelings for Lu Yi, Qin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and patted Qin Xuan's shoulder. One cannot grow without experiencing hardships. Surviving great tribulations will surely bring future blessings. Yes, the young clan leader has become much more mature and stable than before. Qin Yan chimed in with a smile. By the way, what's this about returning the betrothal gifts in 3 days? Qin Yuan frowned and asked Qin Yan, as he thought the Lu family might be causing trouble again. Upon hearing this, Qin Yin seriously recounted all the things the Liu family had done to Qin Xuan. When they heard that the Liu family had allied with the Zhao family of the Qianlong sect, the Qin family members were filled with indignation. If it weren't for our Qin family, the Liu family would still be a second-rate family. A second-rate family dares to challenge us. Refusing to return the betrothal gifts is truly outrageous. I've seen shamelessness, but never such shamelessness. Absolutely unacceptable. In an instant, the members of the Qin family united against a common enemy. However, when they heard that Qin Xuan had killed Liu Yi's maid on the spot, Qin Yuan and the elders couldn't help but laugh. Such people should be dealt with this way. They must know their place. Our Qin family has always been like this. If we can use our fists, we won't waste our breath. They all agreed that as long as the young clan leader gave the order, they would follow him. Good. Very good. Qin Yuan looked at Qin Xuan with satisfaction. Before entering the heavenly tomb, Qin Xuan had been like a love-struck fool for Liu Yi, almost without dignity. But now, after 3 years of trials, Qin Xuan had finally matured. The elders of the Qin family were continuously cursing the Liu family. It was evident that the elders had long been dissatisfied with the Liu family's various exploitations. If it weren't for the young clan leader, they would have torn their relationship with the Liu family apart long ago. Now that the Liu family was courting disaster themselves, they were naturally pleased. Qin Yuan had no objections to this outcome. However, when he saw that Qin Xuan had lost all his cultivation, he felt a wave of concern. Without cultivation, he would be a useless person, and he feared that Qin Xuan might be heartbroken. Back in the day, Qin Xuan was the most promising genius of the younger generation in Firewind City's Qin family. Now, with no cultivation, Qin Xuan might not be able to cope. Thinking of this, Qin Yuan comforted Qin Xuan. "Xiner, don't worry. No matter what happens in the future, as long as I am here, I will protect you and ensure you suffer no grievances. As for your cultivation, you don't need to worry. I still have some connections, and I will definitely find a way for you to regain your strength." Though Qin Yuan felt great pain for Qin Xuan's situation, he still tried to comfort his grandson. Grandfather, don't worry, I'm fine." Qin Xuan smiled. The 3 years in the heavenly tomb had tempered his character considerably. Now, he could remain calm in the face of both honor and disgrace. "Good. I'm relieved to hear you say that." Qin Yuan nodded. "Rest assured, the young clan leader is exceptionally gifted and will surely recover his cultivation." The other elders also chimed in, expressing their confidence in Qin Xuan. Seeing so many elders speaking to him, Qin Xuan felt a warmth in his heart. Even though he had become useless, these elders still supported him. By the way, Xiner, what was it like inside the heavenly tomb? It is said that the depths of the heavenly tomb are unfathomable. Is that true? The other elders also gathered around, eager to hear what the heavenly tomb was like. Hearing this, Qin Xuan let out a bitter smile. "After I entered the heavenly tomb, I lost consciousness and woke up at the bottom. However, strangely, the cultivation of cultivators inside the heavenly tomb is completely suppressed, and no spiritual energy can be mobilized. One can only rely on their physical body to move." As he spoke, Qin Xuan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. When he awakened in the heavenly tomb, he encountered quite a bit of trouble, and if it hadn't been for the Empress Qin Yuan, he might have died there. For some reason, just after leaving the heavenly tomb, he found himself missing the Empress Qin Yuan a bit. Shaking off that thought, he briefly described the situation in the heavenly tomb, omitting his encounter with the Empress Qin Yuan. The Empress was too mysterious, and it was best not to let this secret leak out. However, even a small portion of the information left the elders of the Qin family wide-eyed. Half an hour later, feeling that they hadn't quite had enough, everyone nodded, deep in thought about the clues Qin Xuan had mentioned. "All right, Xiner, it's not easy for you to come back, so you should rest more." Looking at Qin Xuan, Qin Yuan said with some concern. The other elders nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the young clan leader should go back and rest well. We will take care of the other matters." Hearing this, Qin Xuan also nodded, stood up, and followed the maid back to his room. At this moment, his room was tidy and still maintained the appearance it had when he left. It was clear that the Qin family had been organizing his room all these years. He owed so much to the Qin family. After all these years, the family had never abandoned him. Thinking of this, he felt that he had been foolish back then, forgetting who he was for the sake of a Liu Yi. After dismissing the maid, Qin Xuan carefully locked the door and took out the jade pendant. This was the jade pendant given to him by the Empress. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan focused his spiritual energy into it. His consciousness immediately became chaotic, and soon he found himself in that vast and desolate space. Looking at the towering medicinal cauldron in the desolate space, Qin Xuan clenched his fists in excitement. Although his dantian had turned into a dantian sea, his cultivation had completely disappeared. To regain his strength, he needed to utilize this divine, refining cauldron. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan began to study the jade pendant that the Empress had given him. The jade pendant contained the usage methods for the divine refining cauldron and some martial arts. Following the information provided by the Empress, Qin Xuan took out the Qin Xuan ring and threw all his treasures and spirit stones into the divine refining cauldron. Not only were there various resources provided by the Qin family, but there were also spirit stones worth several 100,000 that he had reclaimed from Lu Yi. The divine refining cauldron quickly began to refine the contents, and after a few breaths, those weapons, spirit stones, and treasures were ritualized. Moments later, a drop of pure, white liquid flew up from the divine refining cauldron and slowly landed before Qin Xuan. From this droplet, he could sense an extremely strong spiritual energy and liquid fluctuations, making him feel a sense of anticipation. This was the original spiritual liquid formed after the divine refining cauldron had refined those rare materials. In the heavenly tomb, the rare materials taken out by the Empress were of much higher quality than what Qin Xuan had, and the original spiritual liquid produced was of a different color. The items he had thrown into the divine refining cauldron this time were only spirit stones and low-level items, so he could only refine this white-level original spiritual liquid. According to the Empress, if he could find higher-level rare materials and spirit stones, he could refine higher-level original spiritual liquids. Qin Xuan directly absorbed this drop of spiritual liquid. As the source spiritual liquid was absorbed by Qin Xuan, it instantly dispersed throughout his body, continuously nourishing him. Boom! In an instant, Qin Xuan could feel his cultivation level skyrocketing. In just a few breaths, Qin Xuan broke through from the 9th level of Qi refinement to the Foundation Establishment realm. At this point, the increase in his realm did not stop. Foundation Establishment, 1st layer. Foundation Establishment, 2nd layer. Foundation Establishment, 9th layer. Qin Xuan pushed straight to the Foundation Establishment 9th layer before finally stopping. After a while, Qin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and it seemed as if starlight flickered in his gaze. Not only had his cultivation been restored, but it had also directly ascended to the Foundation Establishment 9th layer. Qin Xuan excitedly clenched his fists and then fixed his gaze on the refining god cauldron in front of him. According to the information given to him by the Empress, whether it was the blood essence of spirit beasts, rare materials, or precious elixirs, all these things could be refined by the refining god cauldron and integrated into his body. Even cultivators with special physiques could use the refining god cauldron to incorporate these physiques into Qin Xuan's body. Moreover, even corpses could have their cultivation purified into essence by the refining god cauldron, allowing Qin Xuan to absorb it, extracting the essence while discarding the dross, and then using this essence to enhance himself. This was Qin Xuan's greatest reliance on raising his cultivation to the Yuqing realm within a year. Otherwise, it would indeed be very difficult to reach the Yuqing realm in just 1 year. Since his cultivation had already increased, it was time to choose a technique. The Qin family did have techniques, and they were 7th grade techniques, which could be considered the strongest techniques in Huofeng City. In the Tianxian continent, techniques in martial arts are categorized from weak to strong, ranging from 1st grade to 9th grade, with 9th grade techniques and martial arts being the most top tier in the Daqian dynasty. As the top family in Huofeng City, having a 7th grade technique was already quite impressive. However, at this moment, Qin Xuan would certainly not choose the family technique. The information given to him by the Empress mentioned that 9th grade was merely an entry-level technique. Above 9th grade are the King grade, Emperor grade, Imperial grade, Saint grade, and Divine grade techniques, each of which is divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. It seems that the 7th grade techniques of the Qin family are not even worth mentioning in comparison. However, it makes sense to think about it. The Qin family is located in Huofeng City, which is just a small city, and having a 7th grade technique here is already considered powerful. There is a technique in the refining God cauldron, but as for its grade, even I don't know. However, based on my deductions, it might surpass the divine grade. I will tentatively classify it as a mortal grade. Unfortunately, I have been practicing my current technique for tens of thousands of years, making it difficult to change to a new technique. So I guess it's a bargain for you, kid. The Empress at that time also seemed quite regretful. After all, this was a technique that surpassed the divine grade. Since she couldn't cultivate it, it was just right to pass it on to Qin Xuan. If he could learn this technique thinking of this. A wave of excitement flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes. A technique that even the Qin Yuan Empress valued so much must be a good thing. Chapter 6. The Liu family's plan thinking of this. Qin Xuan hurriedly focused his mental energy into the refining God cauldron. At this moment, the refining God cauldron was pitch black, and he could see nothing. After looking for a while and finding nothing, Qin Xuan couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. However, he quickly dispelled this thought and continued searching the refining God cauldron. After a moment, a light suddenly illuminated the darkness. There's hope. Qin Xuan excitedly clenched his fists, and his mental energy immediately surged forward. Soon after, countless inscriptions lit up on the walls of the cauldron, and seeing these characters, Qin Xuan's heart trembled. These are ancient divine scripts. Such divine scripts only existed in the ancient era, and with the end of that era, they became lost. Qin Xuan had only seen these ancient divine scripts in certain texts, and now, these ancient divine scripts appear before his eyes. Immediately, these ancient divine scripts seemed to come to life, flying out from the walls of the cauldron and pouring into Qin Xuan's mind. Qin Xuan felt an overwhelmingly massive amount of information flooding into his brain, causing him a splitting headache. After a moment, he finally calmed down. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan finally had time to examine the content of this information. With the influx of this information, these ancient divine scripts posed no difficulty for him. After skimming through the information, Qin Xuan was shocked to awaken from it. Devouring God technique. The 5 ancient divine characters were floating in front of him, and a powerful aura of primal chaos was emanating. After reading the technique, Qin Xuan was immensely shocked. According to this technique, if cultivated to the end, it could even refine the heavens and swallow the earth, with nothing that could not be refined and nothing that could not be swallowed. Overbearing, truly overbearing, Qin Xuan pondered, feeling the overbearing nature of the Taiwan refining God technique, and took a deep breath. To neglect such an overbearing technique would be a waste. Immediately, Qin Xuan began to learn the Taiwan refining God technique. As the technique began to operate, the refining God cauldron trembled slightly and then started to slowly rotate. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the entire room immediately became restless and then surged wildly toward Qin Xuan. The Taiwan refining God technique could communicate with the refining God cauldron. After Qin Xuan practiced the Taiwan refining God technique, the refining God cauldron began to automatically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and then transformed this spiritual energy into Qin Xuan's body. Soon, part of this spiritual energy surged into Qin Xuan's dantian, while another part flowed into the refining God cauldron. After entering the refining God cauldron, this spiritual energy transformed into droplets of liquid. These droplets were different from the source spiritual liquid, but they contained extremely powerful spiritual energy. Qin Xuan unhesitatingly began to refine and absorb these spiritual liquids. There were only a few droplets in the refining God cauldron, but even just a few droplets contained an immense amount of spiritual energy. Boom! A majestic aura rose from Qin Xuan. Dantian realm. Qin Xuan opened his eyes in surprise. He never expected that the Taiwan refining God technique would be so overbearing. It could actually push his cultivation further. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan continued to study the Taiwan refining God technique. At the Liu family residence, a tall, middle-aged man sat uncomfortably in the main seat of the hall. Behind him stood Liu Tao and Liu Yi. At this moment, Liu Yi was covering her face, tears streaming down. Crying. All you know is to cry. Now rumors are spreading that Qin Xuan will come to our Liu family to annul the engagement in 3 days, and it's all your fault. This man was Lu Yi's father, the head of the Lu family, Lu Sheng. Dad, it's clearly Qin Xuan who wants to annul the engagement. Why are you hitting me? Lu Yi complained while wiping her tears. After telling her father about this matter, she originally thought her father would support her. Unexpectedly, Lu Sheng flew into a rage, not only scolding her, but even slapping her. This made her feel very wronged. Lu Sheng glanced back at her unhappily, and when he saw his daughter's pitiful appearance, the reprimand that was about to come out of his mouth immediately stopped. What do you know? The reason our Lu family has been able to rise in the past 2 years is all thanks to the support of the Qin family. On one hand, it's the resources provided by the Qin family, and on the other, it's the connections of the Qin family. Lu Sheng said with a tone of disappointment. Because of our engagement with the Qin family, in Huofeng City and several nearby cities, others view us as having formed an alliance with the Qin family, which is why our family's business has made rapid progress. But you, on the other hand, went and unilaterally agreed to annul the engagement with Qin Xuan. Isn't that going against the Qin family? Seeing Lu Sheng's fear of Qin Xuan and the Qin family, Lu Yi looked at her father with grievance. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't Qin Xuan just a third-generation descendant relying on his family? Now he is just a useless person with no cultivation. Lu Yi said, clearly disdainful of Qin Xuan. Just a useless person. What is there to worry about? Hearing this, Lu Tao added fuel to the fire beside her. Yes, head of the family. Qin Xuan is just a useless person now. There is no value in marrying into such a family. Isn't the young master, Zhao Longting, interested in the young lady? If we could marry into the Zhao family, the Qin family would be nothing. Hearing this, Lu Sheng angrily slammed the table. What kind of status does the Zhao family have? How could they come to our Lu family? Not to mention marrying Yi. If the Zhao family doesn't come, then the Qin family is right next to us. Who can bear the wrath of the Qin family? At this point, Lu Sheng grew even angrier, and his gaze towards Lu Yi became even more unpleasant. The head of the family is overthinking. Just then, Lu Tao stepped forward and spoke to Lu Sheng. Last time I saw it with my own eyes, young Master Zhao Longting was extremely enthusiastic toward Miss Yi. This doesn't seem fake at all. In my opinion, head of the family, you can rest assured. Young Master Zhao Longting might come to propose soon. Hearing Lu Tao say this, Lu Sheng's expression softened. If we can establish a relationship with the Zhao family, the Qin family really doesn't matter at all. But until now, young Master Zhao Longting hasn't come to propose to our Lu family. Before Lu Sheng's words could finish, a loud voice came from outside the Lu family's door. Young Master Zhao Longting of the Zhao family from Xianlong City greets the head of the Lu family. Hearing this, everyone in the Lu family stood up at once. Lu Sheng quickly walked outside to welcome the guest. As for the topic just now, if we can get close to the Zhao family, the Qin family is nothing. In the Lu family hall, all the members of the Lu family were now flattering a young man sitting in the center. This young man had starry brows and sharp eyes, exuding an imposing aura without any anger. Behind him stood an old man, whose eyes were slightly closed but appeared formidable. Not at all. It is our Lu family's honor that the young master is willing to come. Yi quickly served tea to the young master. Lu Sheng hurriedly signaled to Lu Yi behind him. Lu Yi understood and quickly brought out the tea, respectfully offering it to the young man. Young Master Zhao Longting, please enjoy the tea. Looking at Lu Yi coming over, Zhao Longting's initially dull interest immediately soared. What a white teacup! To welcome Zhao Longting. Lu Yi naturally dressed up carefully. As a result, when Zhao Longting tried to take the cup, Lu Yi smiled and dodged. Young master, please drink slowly. Don't be anxious, be careful, it's hot. Watching Lu Yi throw him a flirtatious glance, Zhao Longting felt as if his bones were melting. However, he was also a person of the world and quickly regained his composure. Good tea, good person, good tea. Hearing Zhao Longting's words, Lu Sheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this young master is indeed interested in his daughter. This makes things much easier. The next few people took their seats, and amidst the clinking of cups, Lu Sheng slowly informed Zhao Longting about Lu Yi and Qin Xuan. Of course, this process was naturally embellished and distorted, with many bad things said about Qin Xuan. That Qin family's young clan leader is really hateful. Zhao Longting frowned and said angrily, "Don't worry, Uncle Lu, since I know about this, I will definitely take care of it. Just spread the word. I will protect the Lu family. I don't believe a mere young clan leader from the Qin family dares to go against my wishes. If he dares to cause trouble, I will ruin his Qin family." Chapter 7. Young Master Zhao Longting hearing this. Lu Sheng was overjoyed and had Lu Yi come forward to toast. Zhao Longting reached out to take Lu Yi's hand. Lu Yi shyly took a step back, her face showing a flirtatious smile of wanting to refuse, yet welcoming. Seeing this, Zhao Longting was already itching with impatience. This feeling of being so close yet out of reach was truly unbearable. "Young master, my Yi is still an unmarried girl and a bit shy. You might as well get closer during your stay in Huofeng City." Lu Sheng smiled as he watched this scene, very satisfied with his daughter's performance. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Lu Yi's face flushed, and she immediately covered her face and turned to hide behind. "Haha, my daughter is shy." Lu Sheng pretended to apologize, but he didn't think so in his heart. What cannot be obtained is the best. It's just to tease young Master Zhao, so that this young master can do things for our Lu family. "No worries, I still need to stay in Huofeng City for a while. Just right to get close to Miss Yi," Zhao Longting said as he stood up. "Uncle Lu, I still need to visit the city lord's mansion, so I'll take my leave first." Zhao Longting stood up to bid farewell and left, followed silently by the old man behind him. The Lu family and other families in Huofeng City all stood up to see him off. At the door, Lu Yi's third uncle approached with flattery. "Young master." About Yi before he could finish, Zhao Longting disdainfully looked at the people from various families in Huofeng City. "The affairs of the Lu family are my Zhao Longting's affairs. I want to see who dares to cause trouble." The Lu family members immediately felt relieved. With the status of this young Master Zhao, his word alone was enough to suppress everyone. "Thank you, young master. I also want to see if that young man from the Qin family dares to come to our Lu family." Seeing someone backing them up, Lu Sheng also spoke with arrogance. "Young Lao, how is the investigation going?" After leaving the Lu family, Zhao Longting immediately inquired of the old man behind him. "Young master, it has been clarified. The Lu family's daughter has a bad reputation in Huofeng City." "Oh, tell me more." "Young master may not know. She is engaged to Qin Xuan, the young clan leader of the Qin family, and has been teasing the Qin family, not to mention having unclear relationships with several young masters in the city. The Lu family is also greedy." Upon hearing this, Zhao Longting sneered. "I said it. This woman pretends to be pure, but she is almost indistinguishable from those courtesans I've seen in Qianlong City. It's all about money for favors. Why pretend to be a white lotus?" Zhao Longting spat disdainfully. "Then, young master, should we still manage the Lu family?" "Manage? Of course we must manage." Zhao Longting snorted coldly. "It's just a matter of one sentence. How can the Qin family have any objections? Although this trip to Huofeng City is mainly to win over the city lord, it wouldn't hurt to play with a couple of good-looking ones. This woman may be a bit scandalous, but I see her vitality is still there. A brief romantic encounter wouldn't be bad. After this matter, if the Lu family offends other families, they will have to completely bind themselves to our Zhao family. By then, I will make them send people to my door. Do they dare not send them? They still want to play hard to get with me? Ridiculous." After leaving the Lu family, everyone in the Lu family was extremely excited. "Head of the family, what's next?" An elder of the Lu family inquired of Lu Sheng. "You all quickly spread this news throughout the city. I want everyone to know that our Lu family has established a relationship with the Zhao family of Qianlong. I want to see if the Qin family dares to come knocking." In the Taiwan space, Qin Xuan let out a sigh. After a full 100 days, he finally mastered the Taiwan refining God technique. No wonder it is a mysterious technique passed down since the Taiwan era is truly powerful. In 100 days in the Taiwan space, he can be said to have studied day and night and only then barely grasped this technique. 100 days in the Taiwan space, only one day passed in the outside world, and there is still time. Next, it's time to study martial arts. With the technique, there must also be martial arts. The Empress taught him various levels of martial arts, any of which would shock the world if placed in the outside world. However, his current strength is too weak, and he cannot cultivate yet. After searching for a long time, Qin Xuan finally found a martial art that he could barely learn at the moment. The Canglong 9 slashes. After a while, Qin Xuan opened his eyes. This was a sword technique known as the Canglong 9 slashes, classified as a lower-grade imperial skill. However, at this moment, he could only learn the first 3 slashes, as he lacked the cultivation to practice the latter 6 slashes. Although it was just a last-minute effort, as long as he had this vast barren space, he had enough time. The weapon was still too weak. After a while, looking at the ordinary sword in his hand, Qin Xuan furrowed his brows slightly. In the Tianqian continent, weapons are classified into levels. Common weapons, magical weapons, spirit weapons, dharma treasures, spirit treasures, true treasures, and Xiantian supreme treasures. Each level is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The weapon Qin Xuan currently held was merely an upper-grade common weapon, so its power was naturally much weaker. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan left the vast barren space and took 9 upper-grade common weapons from the family's treasury, throwing them into the divine refining cauldron. The divine refining cauldron could not only melt weapons, but also be used for alchemy and artifact refining. 3 weapons of the same level could be melted into a higher-grade weapon. After tossing these weapons into the divine refining cauldron, the 9 weapons were quickly melted into a middle-grade magical weapon. Reaching into the divine refining cauldron, Qin Xuan wanted to retrieve the weapon inside. Qin Xuan let out a soft gasp. The weapon in the divine refining cauldron was much heavier than he had imagined. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan exerted strength in his legs and finally pulled out the weapon. This was a black broadsword, extremely heavy. Even Qin Xuan had to exert considerable effort to wield the long sword. This sword fused the essence of 9 upper-grade common weapons, and after being refined in the divine refining cauldron, its weight was extraordinary. Moreover, this heavy sword had no sharp edge. This was also intentional on Qin Xuan's part. The so-called great skill is unadorned, and a heavy sword with no edge. This sword had been forged through the divine refining cauldron, although it was only a middle-grade magical weapon. It was much stronger than an ordinary middle-grade magical weapon. Qin Xuan intended to use this method to train his physique, so he specially crafted this extremely heavy, edgeless sword. According to the moves of the Canglong 9 slashes, Qin Xuan began to practice rapidly. After a while, he let out a long breath while holding the long sword. This heavy sword was indeed exhausting. Swinging it was extremely laborious. However, thinking about the upcoming marriage annulment with the Liu family in 2 days, Qin Xuan snorted coldly and continued to swing the sword madly. A day later, Qin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. In the outside world, only 2 days had passed. Qin Xuan could now skillfully wield this heavy sword, and he had also mastered the first 3 slashes incredibly well. Great skill is unadorned. The heavy sword has no edge. Since this sword had no sharpness, he decided to call it the edgeless sword. Qin Xuan played with the heavy sword in his hand, nodding with satisfaction. The Canglong 9 slashes were indeed domineering. Even his enhanced body felt somewhat overwhelmed, and paired with this heavy sword, it was even more strenuous. However, with the time in the divine refining cauldron, he had become even more proficient in the Canglong 9 slashes. He had stayed in this space long enough. It was time to go out and get some fresh air. The day to annul the marriage with the Liu family had arrived. By the way, he might even kill a few people to test the effects of the divine refining cauldron. Chapter 8. Provocation of the Qin family leaving the mysterious space. Qin Xuan walked out of his room and headed straight for the family assembly hall. The atmosphere in the Qin family assembly hall was somewhat oppressive. You all know about the Liu family situation, right? Qin Yuan asked. The many elders of the Qin family nodded. I didn't expect the Zhao family from Xianshan to get involved in this matter. Now we really have trouble, an elder said with concern. What's there to worry about? What can the Zhao family do? Since it's an annulment, we should do it cleanly. The betrothal gifts must be returned. It's not that simple. How could the young master of the Zhao family let us easily annul the marriage? That should we not go? Our Qin family can't afford to lose face. Other elders immediately retorted. Just as these elders were debating, Qin Xuan strode into the hall. Of course we have to go, since it belongs to our Qin family. We won't give them a single cent. Upon seeing Qin Xuan walk in, all the elders immediately stood up and bowed. Xiner, have you recovered your cultivation? After entering, Qin Xuan did not hide his cultivation level and directly revealed his Danxian realm cultivation. Therefore, Qin Yuan immediately noticed that Qin Xuan's cultivation had already recovered. Not only recovered, but the young master's cultivation is even stronger than before. The young master has reached the Danxian realm, and even stronger than an ordinary Danxian realm. Qin Yin said from aside. Hearing this, other elders looked at Qin Xuan excitedly. This was the best news so far. Qin Xuan was once the #1 genius of Huafeng City. He was the future pillar of the Qin family. Now that his cultivation had recovered, it was a tremendous joy. Thanks to all the elders and the family's resources, my cultivation has recovered in these past few days. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's affirmative response, Qin Yuan excitedly clenched his fists. Good, good. Now let's see what the Liu family can say. Qin Yuan said, and Qin Xuan snorted coldly. Since it's an annulment, this time when we go to their door, we must make the Liu family return all the betrothal gifts cleanly. Hearing this, everyone echoed in agreement. But a few elders looked worried. Of course, our Qin family's things, they certainly can't touch, but the Liu family has brought in strong reinforcements. After all, it's the Zhao family from Xinshan City. If it were just the Liu family, these elders would naturally be confident in easily suppressing them. But with the Zhao family's backing, they are somewhat worried. The Zhao family is one of the 4 great families of Xinshan Dao, and our Qin family is just one of the hundreds of cities under Xinshan Dao. We can't contend with such a big family. If the other party turns hostile and threatens the young master, if we injure him, and the Zhao family sends experts to our Qin family, then it would be terrible. The few elders expressed their concerns. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Their worries were indeed reasonable. For the Qin family, offending the Zhao family could lead to trouble. Are we going to bow our heads and back down just because we are afraid of the Zhao family? Qin Yin snorted coldly and walked to Qin Xuan's side. If you are afraid of death, you can choose not to go. I will follow the young master. If you're worried about the Zhao family, you don't have to. At this moment, Qin Yuan suddenly spoke with a confident demeanor. It's just the Zhao family from Xinshan City. If they come to seek trouble, I naturally have my ways. Upon hearing this, the other elders exchanged glances. Although they did not know the reason for Qin Yuan's confidence, they were well aware of his character. Qin Yuan would never speak nonsense. Since he said so, there must be a reason behind it. All right, since the patriarch says so, then we need not worry about this matter. The few elders felt relieved and stood up as well. When it came to uniting against external threats, the Qin family had always been unyielding. Hearing this, Qin Xuan looked at his grandfather with some surprise. He had heard of the Zhao family's reputation in Xinshan City. Although he was not afraid, his grandfather's words still made him ponder. It seemed that the Qin family had quite a few secrets, and these secrets made Qin Yuan not worried about the threat from the Zhao family. Could it be that his family was indeed some hidden super family? Qin Xuan pondered in confusion. However, after looking around, he shook his head and dismissed this thought. It didn't seem likely at all. While Qin Xuan was deep in thought, Qin Yuan spoke directly. Third brother, you and Xin are go take a trip. I want to see if they dare to touch a single hair on you. The Qin family had always had a character of never backing down. If the Liu family had quietly bowed their heads and conceded, the Qin family might have given them face and resolved the matter discreetly. However, the Liu family is so high-profile, clearly thinking that Qin Xuan and the others wouldn't dare to turn against them, which is why they are so reckless. Since they are so arrogant, the Qin family won't indulge them. If they want to confront the Qin family, then let us confront them to the end. In matters like this, the Qin family is not afraid at all. Listening to Qin Yuan's orders, Qin Yin clasped his hands and unhesitatingly followed behind Qin Xuan. At the same time, other elders of the Qin family were also rolling up their sleeves, ready to act. Now that they had the family head's assurance, these elders of the Qin family naturally no longer feared the Zhao family. Good grandfather, just wait for my good news. After saying this, Qin Xuan strode out of the Qin family's conference hall. Qin Xuan also wanted to see what kind of tricks the Liu family could come up with. Once Qin Xuan left, an elder of the Qin family frowned slightly and stood up. Patriarch, since the Liu family dared to say they have the Zhao family backing them, the young master's visit this time, the Liu family is unlikely to let it go easily. Hearing this, many elders nodded in agreement. There is no other reason. This matter is indeed very likely. If the Lu family is cornered and truly makes a move against Qin Xuan, no matter how powerful Qin Xuan is, he might not be a match. Hearing this, Qin Yuan also nodded. Inform all Qin family disciples to be on standby. If the Lu family is sensible, it will be fine. If not, today they will know what it means to have the sky high and the earth thick. It's better to strike first than to wait for 100 strikes to come. Since the Lu family wants to use the Qin family to establish their authority, then the Qin family will also use the Lu family to establish authority. Let the other families in Huafeng City understand the consequences of offending the Qin family. Qin Yuan said coldly, his eyes filled with an intense killing intent. This is a battle for Qin Xuan's return. He wants to use this to establish authority. Whoever dares to harm Qin Xuan will pay with their life. Dad, do you think Qin Xuan will come? In the Lu family, Lu Yi nervously tugged at her father's sleeve and asked. Although she has the Zhao family's young master backing her, she still felt anxious when the day arrived. He dares. Lu Sheng sneered. The Qin family may be considered a local overlord in Huafeng City, but compared to the Zhao family, a major family of the Xianlong Dao, that's like heaven and earth apart. Daughter, don't worry. Even if he comes, it's to apologize to you and our Lu family. Our Lu family is no longer the Lu family of the past. How can the Qin family compare to a behemoth like the Zhao family? Lu Yi felt reassured and nodded proudly. That's right. This matter from start to finish is Qin Xuan's fault. If he dares to come, then he must have his legs broken. Then I'll see what the Zhao young master can say when he comes to seek justice. What else can Qin Xuan say? With Zhao Longting as their backing, the Lu family members naturally felt confident. Many believed that the Qin family wouldn't dare to come after learning this news. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan and the third elder Qin Yin appeared at the Lu family's door. Seeing Qin Xuan approaching, a Lu family disciple in charge of guarding the gate immediately sneered. Oh, isn't this the young master of the Qin family? What wind blew you here today? You want to see Miss Yi, right? Sorry, Miss Yi has ordered that aside from Zhao Longtung, the young master of the Zhao family, other irrelevant people are not allowed to see her. Normally, these Lu family guards wouldn't dare to be so disrespectful to the young master of the Qin family. However, firstly, Qin Xuan had previously fawned over Lu Yi, and these guards had seen Qin Xuan's humble demeanor, so they didn't take him seriously. Secondly, it was because of Zhao Longting. With the Zhao family young master backing them, these Lu family disciples naturally became even more arrogant. Seeing Qin Xuan standing at the door with a cold face, several Lu family disciples shook their heads disdainfully. In this day and age, what kind of stray dogs think they can enter our Lu family? Before the Lu family disciple finished speaking, Qin Xuan moved instantly. With a forceful stomp on the ground, Qin Xuan shot forward like a released arrow, instantly reaching the Lu family disciple's face and delivering a heavy slap. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed. This Lu family disciple was sent flying by Qin Xuan's slap, crashing heavily against the gate and breaking it open. Were you to dare block me? Qin Xuan snorted coldly, kicked the door open, and walked straight in. Hearing the loud noise from the entrance, the Lu family members immediately turned their attention to the door. At this point, who would still dare to cause trouble at the Lu family? When they saw that the person walking in was Qin Xuan, they all wore strange expressions. Lu Sheng and Lu Yi also saw Qin Xuan coming uninvited and injuring my Lu family guard. Qin Xuan, you are courting death, Lu Yi said angrily, her face turning extremely ugly upon seeing Qin Xuan barging in. Hearing this, Qin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Then a cold smile appeared on his lips. Having a backing makes a difference. Your tone is much tougher now. Nephew, you come uninvited and injure our Lu family guard. I wonder what your intentions are. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, shooting a dangerous look at Qin Xuan. With Zhao Longting's promise, he felt secure. Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow, not wanting to waste words, directly grabbed a chair and sat down, then looked at Lu Sheng with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. What am I doing here? Does the head of the Lu family not know in his heart? Hearing this, Lu Sheng's expression grew increasingly ugly. This was a provocation, a blatant provocation. First, he came uninvited, injured a guard, and now acted like a host. No matter how one looked at it, this was a provocation. I think my nephew is here to apologize to Yi. After all, my daughter values her reputation the most. That day, you humiliated Yi in front of so many people. So you naturally should apologize to her. How about this, if you kneel down and apologize to Yi now, and give her 100 spirit stones, she might forgive you. Lu Sheng said casually, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. If it were before, he might have been fearful. But now it's different. He didn't believe Qin Xuan would have the guts to challenge the Zhao family behind the Lu family. Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow. The Lu family's arrogance was indeed unexpected. However, Qin Xuan quickly shook his head coldly. I came here to break off the engagement. As for the apology after a slight pause, before Lu Sheng could speak, Qin Xuan mockingly looked at him. What qualifications does your Lu family have to make me apologize? As soon as these words fell, the entire place fell silent. You, too arrogant. Lu Sheng stood up, coldly staring at Qin Xuan, his eyes filled with killing intent. The Lu family had already allied with the Zhao family, but he never expected that Qin Xuan would dare to speak to them like this. Arrogant. After taking a deep breath, Lu Sheng spoke again. Breaking off the engagement is fine, but you must compensate Yi. You and Yi already have a marriage contract. Breaking it will affect Yi's reputation slap. Before Lu Sheng could finish speaking, Qin Xuan coldly slammed the table. Reputation? The reputation of a whore wanting to set up a signboard. Qin Xuan mocked. Becoming my fiancé, Yi, and still being unclear with other inappropriate people. Breaking off the engagement, but not returning the betrothal gift. Is this the reputation you cherish? Is this the family education reputation of your Lu family? What kind of dogshit reputation do you have? As Qin Xuan's words fell, Lu Yi's face turned crimson, and Lu Sheng's face also became ashen. How dare Junior be rude? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the patriarch of the Qin family. Before he finished speaking, Lu Sheng lunged toward Qin Xuan. Lu Sheng's cultivation was at the peak of Dan Xian, about to enter the Di Xian realm. In his view, dealing with a pampered young master like Qin Xuan was a piece of cake. Moreover, with the Zhao family backing him, he felt even more reckless. When did our Qin family's young patriarch need your Lu family to give pointers? Lu Sheng, what are you even worth to dare act so arrogantly in front of me? At this moment, Qin Yin stepped in front of Qin Xuan, releasing the aura of the Earth Profound Realm, which subdued Lu Sheng. All right, very good. Here is the marriage contract. We're even now. Lu Sheng tossed a marriage contract and coldly waved his hand. Someone, see them out. A few members of the Lu family approached with unfriendly expressions, clearly ready to act if Qin Xuan did not leave. Lu family head, have you forgotten something? Qin Xuan said mockingly as he looked at the other party. Forgotten what? Lu Sheng glared at Qin Xuan, his killing intent growing stronger. Of course, the betrothal gifts. That is a full 100,000 spirit stones, plus 1,000 bottles of elixirs. When are you planning to return them? Chapter 10. Zhao Longting's threat hearing Qin Xuan's words. The Lu family members present fell silent. Over the past few years, ever since Qin Xuan took a liking to Lu Yi, the Lu family status had risen significantly, and their resources had naturally become more high-end. Thus, after the engagement, they had essentially used up the betrothal gifts. Now, gathering such resources again in a short time would be impossible for the Lu family. Here, this is the dowry you gave at that time. 2 beds of silk blankets from Shiliang City. I'll return them to you now. After the engagement, the Lu family had given Qin family 2 beds of silk blankets claimed to ward off the cold and nourish the body. Such low-quality items were piled high in the Qin family storeroom. To exchange so many valuable treasures for just 2 blankets was simply laughable. Since we're breaking off the engagement, let us do it cleanly. I'm returning the Lu family's silk blankets to you. When will you return our betrothal gifts? Qin Xuan said, his mocking gaze fixed on the Lu family members. Did they really think he would be satisfied just by receiving the marriage contract? What a joke. Did they really believe they could act recklessly just because they found a backer? You want to make the Lu family understand that Qin family's possessions were not so easily taken. Looking around and seeing nothing he wanted, Qin Xuan frowned in dissatisfaction. What? You Lu family R&T trying to greedily key my resources, are you? Qin Xuan looked at the Lu family, finally fixing his gaze on Lu Sheng. Lu family head. Your Lu family is a respectable family. surely you wouldn't stoop to coveting such small things? Hearing Qin Xuan's words, Lu Sheng's already grim face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to sever ties with the Qin family, especially since Lu Yi was about to climb the Zhao family's tree. With the Zhao family backing them, the Qin family wouldn't dare mention the betrothal gifts. But this kid not only wanted to break off the engagement, but also wanted the betrothal gifts back. The Lu family had already consumed all of those gifts. If they were to return these resources, it would truly cripple the Lu family. Patriarch, we can't give it to him. A Lu family disciple shouted. Young Master Zhao Longting has already vowed to protect our Lu family. If this small Qin family patriarch dares to talk nonsense, just break his legs. Hearing this, Lu Yi jumped out as well. Qin Xuan, are you even a man? Don't you have any sense of responsibility? Once something is given, how can it be taken back? If you were a man, you would take the marriage contract and leave quickly, without making a fuss here. Be careful, or I'll look down on you. Beside her, Lu Tao nodded in agreement. He had also used quite a bit of those resources, and now having the Lu family return them was harder than taking his life. Qin Xuan, the marriage contract has been given to you. You and Yi are even now. All past matters can be erased. Yi has been with you for a few years. This betrothal gift is what she deserves. With that, Lu Tao lifted his head and sneered. These betrothal gifts are considered voluntary gifts from you. Since they are voluntary, they cannot be taken back. In a divorce, property should be divided fairly. Hearing Lu Tao's words, Qin Xuan almost laughed out loud. So, you're saying that since Lu Yi couldn't claim half of our Qin family's assets, I should be grateful to her, right? Qin Xuan said coldly, then slowly stood up. I'll say this one last time. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm informing you. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan coldly looked at Lu Sheng. Lu family head, I ask you one last time. Will your Lu family return the betrothal gifts or not? Hearing Qin Xuan's threatening words, Lu Sheng shook his head coldly. Return? This was sent over by your Qin family with thick skin. Since you've already given it to our Lu family, what right do you have to demand it back? Want to take these things back? Give up on that idea. Considering you and Yi once had a relationship, if you apologize and leave now, I can let it go. Otherwise, when young Master Zhao Longting arrives, it won't be so easy to talk. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Qin Xuan nodded and coldly laughed at the two of them. You Lu family are truly shameless. Even courtesans and brothels keep their promises after being paid. Does your Lu family refuse to refund the payment for services not rendered? How dare you? Hearing this, Lu Sheng could no longer hold back and charged at Qin Xuan. You little beast, how dare you insult my Lu family? Today, I'll cripple you and make you ask Qin Yuan how he raised you. As Lu Sheng lunged at Qin Xuan, the third elder Qin Yan also moved. He snorted coldly and rushed towards Lu Sheng with even greater speed. Lu Sheng instinctively sensed something was wrong, but by this time, it was too late. Qin Yan kicked Lu Sheng down and then stepped on him. What does your Lu family think they are, daring to lay hands on our Qin family's young patriarch? Today, I'll let you know what it means to know your place. Saying this, Qin Yan brutally crushed Lu Sheng's ribs and kicked him away. Lu Sheng screamed, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Earth Profound Realm. I'm no match for him. Today, the Lu family would either return the betrothal gifts or be destroyed. Qin Xuan said coldly, this is a notification, not a negotiation. If the Lu family doesn't give it back, we from the Qin family will come to take it ourselves. Qin Xuan's icy words spread out, and the many Lu family disciples around immediately jumped out. Qin Xuan, I warn you, young Master Zhao Longting has already decided to protect our Lu family. If you dare to lay a hand on us, you will be opposing young Master Zhao Longting. Now, kneel and admit your mistake, and our Lu family can spare you. Otherwise, we'll wipe out your entire Qin family. A Lu family disciple shouted at Qin Xuan. Thud! The man's words were cut off abruptly. Qin Xuan charged forward, punching and breaking his neck, sending a round head flying, blood spraying out. You worthless piece of trash dare to threaten me, Qin Xuan said, then looked fiercely at the surrounding Lu family members. Today, anyone who dares to defy me will be killed without mercy. Just as Qin Xuan's words fell, a cold snort came from outside the door. Kill without mercy? What a big tone. Today, I, Zhao Longting, will make sure you remember this. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Longting, dressed in a blue long robe, walked in. Looking at Qin Xuan, he said, "You are Qin Xuan? Kneel down now and swear loyalty to me. I might spare your life, or the entire Qin family will be exterminated." Chapter 11. Are you barking like a dog? You are Qin Xuan coldly turned his head, looking towards the entrance of the Lu family. He saw Zhao Longting in blue, striding over. Behind him followed two people, one of whom was an old man, presumably his servant. The other middle-aged man was Yuan Hao, the city lord of Huofeng City. This city lord had been suppressed by the Qin family for a long time, so his relationship with the Qin family was not good. Now, coming in with this Zhao family young master, it was clear he had already established a connection with the Zhao family. Seeing that Qin Xuan dared to ignore him, Zhao Longting let out a cold laugh in dissatisfaction. He then swaggered over and directly sat in the main seat, looking at Qin Xuan with an arrogant expression. How audacious, daring to be disrespectful to the young master. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's questioning, the old man immediately became furious, but Zhao Longting waved his hand. "I am Zhao Longting, the young master of the Zhao family. Considering it is your first offense, I can give you another chance." Zhao Longting looked at Qin Xuan mockingly. "Kneel down now, submit to me, and from now on, become my Zhao Longting's servant, and I can grant you a way to live. Otherwise, death." These words were just a way to toy with Qin Xuan. He had no intention of giving him a way out. Beside him, Lu Yi helped Lu Sheng up, glaring fiercely at Qin Xuan. "Young Master Longting, this Qin Xuan actually dared to hurt my father. Please be sure to uphold justice for our Lu family." Saying this, Lu Yi looked at Zhao Longting with a pitiful expression. This tearful appearance indeed stirred Zhao Longting's heart. "Rest assured, Miss Yi, I will definitely seek justice for your Lu family." Before his words fell, Qin Xuan let out a cold snort. "Where did this dog come from? Whose pants are not tucked in, exposing you?" Qin Xuan said dismissively. Hearing this, Zhao Longting's face immediately changed dramatically. For so many years, as the young master of one of the 9 branches of the Zhao family, he could say that those who followed him thrived while those who opposed him perished. No one had ever dared to defy him, but a mere young lord of the Qin family from Huofeng City actually dared to provoke him like this. "You have some nerve to insult this young master." Zhao Longting stood up, angrily pointing at Qin Xuan. "Why are you so agitated, barking like a dog? It seems you know very well. Otherwise, how would you know I was talking about you?" Qin Xuan said coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Longting's face turned ashen. "Good. Very good." Zhao Longting spoke one word at a time, his eyes looking extremely fierce. "You have indeed succeeded in provoking me. Rest assured, I won't let you die so easily." His face twisted with anger. "I will first cut off your limbs and turn you into a human pig. Then in front of you, I will wipe out your entire family and then continuously torture you, making you wish you were dead." Hearing Zhao Longting's threat, the many disciples of the Lu family present also changed their expressions in unison. Even they hadn't expected this young Master Longting to be so vicious. "Let me see which is harder, your mouth or your bones." As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous aura rose from his body. Dantian realm. Feeling this aura, the many disciples of the Lu family turned pale in unison. In Huofeng City, those geniuses of the same age as this young master were only at the Qi refining realm. But this young master before them had already stepped into the Dantian realm. Although he had just entered the Dantian realm, this difference in talent left everyone speechless. Those so-called geniuses of Huofeng City were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Looking at Zhao Longting at this moment, Lu Yi's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. This is what a genius from a big family looks like. In comparison, Qin Xuan, the young lord of the Qin family, was simply not worth mentioning. Thinking of this, Lu Yi looked at Qin Xuan with disgust. Such a person deserves to be toyed with. As for the betrothal gifts, with this young Master Zhao around, the Qin family would probably not even be able to protect their family, let alone dare to ask for betrothal gifts. The remaining assets of your Qin family will be completely consumed. Seeing you so lacking in family upbringing, today I will discipline you on behalf of your parents. A small family from Huofeng City really thinks too highly of itself. Hearing this, Qin Xuan's expression turned extremely gloomy. He had lost his parents at a young age and valued family the most. Zhao Longting actually dared to mention his parents. This person is already seeking death. Discipline me? What are you? Qin Xuan's gaze turned extremely cold, with killing intent unabashedly apparent. The Xuanzhong road of the Zhao family has a total of 9 branches. You are merely one of the young masters of those branches. You're not going to recruit talents in Xuanzhong City, but instead come to Huofeng City to socialize. ISNT that just proving that your so-called position as young master in the Zhao family is merely at the bottom? If you were really someone of stature, would you come here? This statement seemed to hit Zhao Longting's sore spot. His face turned extremely ugly, and he clenched his fists, trembling constantly. I will kill you. With a roar, Zhao Longting charged toward Qin Xuan with the aura of the Danshan realm. The Lu family members cheered in unison. This was the moment they had been waiting for. As long as Zhao Longting killed Qin Xuan, they would no longer have to worry about anyone coming to demand betrothal gifts. Moreover, with the protection of the Zhao family, they could easily unite with other families to completely consume the Qin family. Many members of the Lu family were already imagining how to divide the Qin family's assets after killing Qin Xuan. As for Qin Xuan, how could a useless person without cultivation possibly be a match for a practitioner of the Danshan realm? Even if Zhao Longting was only at the first level of Danshan, he was not someone in the Qi refining realm could even touch. Watching Zhao Longting pounce, they seemed to already see Qin Xuan dying here. Roar! Zhao Longting rushed to Qin Xuan's side at an incredible speed, raising his palm to slap down at Qin Xuan. The spiritual energy that could be mobilized in the Danshan realm far surpassed that of the Qi refining realm. And when Zhao Longting struck, the fierce wind from his palm blew Qin Xuan's long hair between his temples. Good death! I'll teach you to be arrogant. Lu Tao, Lu Yi, and the others hiding nearby all laughed out loud. They had kept Qin Xuan's humiliation in mind. Now, seeing Qin Xuan about to die here, they were naturally triumphant. Seeing this scene, Qin Yan's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to stop it. But at that moment, the old man who had been following Zhao Longting moved as well. Let the juniors handle their own matters. You, an old man, should not interfere. The old man said lightly, simply raising his hand. An invisible pressure firmly suppressed Qin Yan, making it difficult for him to move. Heaven, perfect Tianxian realm. Qin Yan gritted his teeth, looking at the other side, clearly furious. But at this moment, under the opponent's oppression, he was completely powerless to act. Hey, I want you to watch your so-called young lord die in front of you. The old man said coldly, then cruelly looked to the side. At this moment, Zhao Longting had already transformed his palm into a claw and was grabbing down at Qin Xuan's crown. Young lord, quickly dodge. Qin Yan shouted loudly at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan stood still, and upon hearing this shout, he slightly turned his head and smiled at Qin Yan. Don't worry. Chapter 12. A bunch of useless dogs seeking death. Seeing that Qin Xuan was still like this when death was imminent, Zhao Longting roared, his 5 fingers exerting even more force as they clawed down at Qin Xuan's head. Just as his 5 fingers were about to land, amidst everyone's exclamations, Qin Xuan forcefully shook, and the sword wrapped in white cloth instantly shattered the cloth and flew out. Losing the suppression of the Wufeng sword, Qin Xuan instantly retreated at an astonishing speed, dodging Zhao Longting's claw. At the same time, he raised his palm and forcefully slapped down at the opponent's 5 fingers. This fool, daring to challenge young Master Longting. This time, he will probably be caught and killed. Even if he doesn't die, this arm will be completely ruined. The Lu family members were all secretly delighted. In their view, Qin Xuan, this fool, didn't he know how to curry favor with the Lu family and even dared to come and demand betrothal gifts. Now it was good. He didn't get the betrothal gifts and instead lost his life. How foolish. But just then, the murmurs of the crowd came to an abrupt halt. I didn't see wrong, did I? This kid actually blocked young Master Longting's attack. Zhao Longting's claw was actually blocked by Qin Xuan's raised palm. Hiss! Blocked by Qin Xuan's palm, Zhao Longting shook his right hand, which was in severe pain. He didn't expect that Qin Xuan could withstand his attack. Before Zhao Longting could react, Qin Xuan advanced instead of retreating. blocking the opponent's attack while using his other hand to grab the woofing sword and struck down at Zhao Longting's head. Whoosh! The sound of the heavy sword slicing through the air was heard. Zhao Longting's expression changed slightly, and with a flash of light from his fingertips, a luxurious sword flew out from his Qin Xuan ring. He swung the sword forcefully towards the woofing sword, intending to block Qin Xuan's fierce strike. In his view, this should be no problem. After all, the sword in his hand was a medium-grade magical weapon. Clang! The moment the sword collided with the woofing sword, Zhao Longting's expression drastically changed. The sword in his hand couldn't withstand the woofing sword at all, which was coming directly down toward his head. No! At this moment, Zhao Longting realized how urgent the situation was. If this sword truly fell, he would be ruined. At this point, he desperately took out a pile of defensive treasures from his Qin Xuan ring. He couldn't give him a chance to use those treasures. The man must have plenty of treasures on him. Dragging it out would not benefit Qin Xuan at all. Qin Xuan continued to press down, and the edge of the woofing sword was getting closer and closer to Zhao Longting's head. At this moment, Zhao Longting naturally focused all his attention on his head. This was the moment Qin Xuan had been waiting for. In a flash, Qin Xuan reached out and tore directly at Zhao Longting's chest. Zhao Longting, preoccupied with defending his head, naturally neglected his chest defense. By the time Qin Xuan's claws came down, it was already too late. No, don't kill me. At this moment, the threat of death descended upon him, filling him with terror. He never expected things would turn out this way. After being pushed out by other young masters in the Zhao family, he had no choice but to leave Dao City, waving the banner of seeking talent while showing off in various places, relying on his title as the young master and the Zhao family's reputation. People from other families would give him some face. The feeling of being flattered was truly wonderful. But now, faced with a life-and-death crisis, he instantly fell from heaven to hell. "Spare my life! Spare my life!" Zhao Longting cried out. The will to survive overcame the humiliation in his heart, and he shouted madly at Qin Xuan. This was a delaying tactic. As long as he could drag it out, he had a chance to survive. What is going on? How could young Master Longting bow his head and admit defeat to such a person? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The Lu family members stared over, watching Qin Xuan and Zhao Longting in disbelief. In their view, this was supposed to be a one-sided contest. Zhao Longting, as the Zhao family's young master, would instantly kill Qin Xuan. But now it seemed to have reversed. Zhao Longting was actually begging for mercy from Qin Xuan. "Weren't you very arrogant before?" Qin Xuan grinned sinisterly, his movements quickening as he reached for Zhao Longting's heart, clearly not delayed by Zhao Longting's delaying tactic. "You little beast, stop!" Seeing Qin Xuan reaching for Zhao Longting's heart, the old man could no longer hold back and immediately moved to attack Qin Xuan. Qin Yin was waiting for this opportunity. As the old man moved to attack Qin Xuan, Qin Yin also struck at the old man. "You old thing! I, Qin Yin, am here, you an old man, are attacking a junior. Aren't you ashamed?" Forced by Qin Yin, the old man had no choice but to withdraw and turn a deal with Qin Yin. This way, Qin Xuan had no more worries and directly reached for Zhao Longting's chest. Just as Qin Xuan was about to tear open Zhao Longting's chest, a sigh came from his side. "Spare him this time. Qin young master, please do not strike with lethal force." Yuan Hao, the lord of Huafeng City, finally spoke, clearly siding with Zhao Longting. But Qin Xuan had no intention of stopping. Energy surged from his fingertips, instantly tearing open Zhao Longting's chest flesh and reaching directly for his heart. "No, don't kill me. I'm willing to be your servant. Just please don't kill me." Zhao Longting screamed in terror. Seeing this, Lord Yuan Hao hurriedly stepped forward. "Stop! Qin Xuan, this is the young master of the Zhao family. If you kill him, you will be making an enemy of the Zhao family." Not only Lord Yuan Hao, but the old man who followed Zhao Longting also threatened Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan's heart stirred. He did not rush to strike a lethal blow, but took advantage of Zhao Longting's panic, allowing the woofing sword to break through his defenses and rest against Zhao Longting's neck, pointing at Zhao Longting's heart while aiming at his neck. As long as the opponent made any rash movement, Qin Xuan could end his life. "Elder Yang, save me, save me!" Zhao Longting cried out in a pig-like scream. At this moment, faced with the threat of death, Zhao Longting had been utterly frightened, knowing only to call for help. He had never been threatened like this in his life. Qin Xuan, let go of young Master Zhao. If anything happens to him, your Qin family won't be able to bear the consequences. Lord Yuan Hao spoke coolly, staring at Qin Xuan with shifting eyes, clearly looking for an opportunity to save Zhao Longting. I warn you, if anything happens to the young master today, your entire Qin family will pay the price. The men will be enslaved for generations, and the women will be forced into prostitution for eternity. Elder Yang said coldly, clearly trying to force Qin Xuan to back down in this way. You Zhao family really have a big mouth, thinking you can wipe out our entire Qin family. Just as Lord Yuan Hao and Elder Yang were threatening Qin Xuan, a cold voice came over. Qin Yuan. Hearing this familiar voice, Yuan Hao's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Qin Xuan quickly looked towards the entrance and saw Qin Yuan striding in with other elders of the Qin family. Chapter 13, the Grand Ancestors' Decree. Upon seeing Qin Yuan enter, Yuan Hao hurriedly spoke. Qin Yuan, you came at the right time. Quickly tell Qin Xuan to let go. This Zhao family young master's identity is extraordinary. If anything happens to him, the Qin family will surely face great trouble. Hearing Yuan Hao's words, Qin Yuan looked at Qin Xuan, and, seeing that Qin Xuan was uninjured, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xuan, are you okay? Qin Xuan smiled and nodded. Grandpa, don't worry, I'm fine, just. Qin Xuan's gaze shifted to Zhao Longting, clearly consulting Qin Yuan's opinion. Although he could kill the opponent at any moment, he naturally had concerns about the opponent's threats. He couldn't disregard the Qin family's survival. Qin Xuan, hurry and let him go. Otherwise, your entire Qin family will have to accompany the young master of the Zhao family to the grave. Lu Sheng shouted from aside. Although Qin Xuan's unexpected defeat of Zhao Longting surprised him, he also understood that if Zhao Longting died in the Lu family, even if they did not kill him, they would still be implicated. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yuan shot a cold glance at Lu Sheng. Shut up. You have no place to speak here. At this moment, Lu Sheng, emboldened by Zhao Longting's earlier words, looked down on the Qin family. In his view, Qin Xuan and the Qin family simply wouldn't dare to truly harm Zhao Longting. I advise your Qin family to be sensible and let him go quickly. If young Master Longting has any mishaps, you won't have enough to bury your entire Qin family. Slap. Before Lu Sheng could finish speaking, Qin Yuan signaled to an elder behind him. The elder understood and immediately slapped Lu Sheng away. Speak again, and I'll cut out your tongue. Qin Yuan looked at Qin Xuan. Grandpa, how should we deal with this person? He is the young master of the Zhao family of Xinyuan Road. Qin Xuan frowned and asked. Hearing this, Zhao Longting also breathed a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that the other party was a reckless youth. Since the other party had concerns about his identity, it would be easier to handle. Now that you know my identity, why aren't you letting go quickly? Otherwise, by then, your Qin family will be left with nothing. Before he finished speaking, Qin Xuan's face turned cold, and the woofing sword immediately chopped down onto one of Zhao Longting's arms. Crack! With a sound of shattering bones. One of Zhao Longting's arms was broken and forcibly torn off by Qin Xuan. You stop. Yang Lao's face instantly turned ashen. He didn't expect that at this moment. Qin Xuan would still dare to attack Zhao Longting. Xin'er, go ahead and do it. Don't worry about us. Qin Yuan said coldly. Do it without worry? Qin Xuan was somewhat concerned, but looking at his grandfather's determined eyes, he took a deep breath and nodded heavily. What do you want to do? I warn you. I am the young master of the Zhao family. A scream came, and Qin Xuan forcefully broke Zhao Longting's other arm, tearing it off as well. You wanted to turn me into a human stick, so let me let you experience what a human stick is like. Qin Xuan said coldly, swinging the woofing sword heavily towards Zhao Longting's legs. You're looking for death. Yang Lao could no longer hold back, and his aura of the 9th level of the heavenly profound realm became apparent as he rushed directly towards Qin Xuan. You give me your life. At that moment, Qin Yuan also snorted coldly and stepped forward, demonstrating his own strength at the 9th level of the heavenly profound realm, with Qin Yuan blocking the way. Even if Yang Lao was furious, he could not attack Qin Xuan. Head of the Qin family, sorry, I cannot let this Zhao family young master die here. At that moment, Yuan Hao moved again, this time targeting Qin Xuan directly. You dare! Qin Yuan was furious upon seeing this. And other elders of the Qin family rushed forward to try to block Yuan Hao. However, these elders were only at the Earth Profound Realm, while Yuan Hao had already reached the 5th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm, easily pushing them back. Junior, stand down now, and I can leave you with a whole corpse. Otherwise, I will definitely grind you to dust, Yuan Hao said in a low voice. At this moment, the people from the Liu family, standing aside, were all extremely excited. As long as Yuan Hao made a move, the Zhao family young master would surely be safe. And at the same time, this Qin Xuan would have no place to bury him. The pressure of the heavenly profound realm surged towards Qin Xuan, clearly intending to overwhelm him with this pressure. Looking for death, a golden light flew out from Qin Yuan's hand towards Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao, who was originally pouncing towards Qin Xuan, changed his expression drastically and hurriedly retreated. The golden light flew into the air and rapidly expanded. After a moment, it transformed into a brilliant golden decree. This is the decree of the great ancestor. Seeing the golden decree flying in the air, a strange light flashed across Yuan Hao's face. Qin Yuan, where did you get this decree of the great ancestor? Who exactly are you? Looking at the golden decree, Yuan Hao's expression changed drastically as he retreated to the side. Since you recognize this as the decree of the great ancestor, why don't you quickly retreat? Considering you are of royal blood, I will spare your life this time, Qin Yuan said coldly while entangled with Yang Lao. Seeing Yuan Hao, who was fearful and unwilling to leave, Qin Xuan heavily swung his sword and broke Zhao Longting's leg in front of him. Since you dare not make a move, hurry and get lost. Hearing Qin Xuan's reprimand, Yuan Hao's face flickered between green and white. He clenched his fists, but looking at the decree of the great ancestor in the sky, he gritted his teeth and could only leave with a dark expression. Yuan Hao, you can't leave. If you dare to leave, our Zhao family will not let you go, Zhao Longting shouted. He immediately fell silent. Qin Xuan had shattered his jaw and tongue with a single sword strike, rendering him unable to speak. You wanted to kill me, right? With your ability, you even want to support the Liu family? Qin Xuan sneered, raising his right hand and directly stabbing towards Zhao Longting's heart. Rip! A still beating heart was pulled out from his chest by Qin Xuan, and then he squeezed it hard, directly crushing it. No! Seeing this, Yang Lao cried out and immediately retreated, wanting to run. Want to escape? Qin Yuan smiled disdainfully and then raised his hand to point at the decree. The decree quickly flew upwards, and then a huge character for Qin flew out from above the decree, rapidly descending onto Yang Lao. The decree of the Qin family's great ancestor? What is your relationship with the Qin family in the capital? Before he could finish speaking, the giant character for Qin instantly descended and annihilated Yang Lao completely. If you're going to kill thoroughly. If you let him escape, it will be much more troublesome. Shaking his head, Qin Yuan gently beckoned and retrieved the decree. Grandpa, what is this thing? Its power is so strong. Qin Xuan looked excitedly at the decree in Qin Yuan's hand. I will explain this to you when we get back. First, let us resolve the situation here. Qin Yuan waved his hand. Hearing this, Qin Xuan nodded and then looked coldly at the Liu family members who were already in shock and disbelief. Is this the helper you found? It's nothing special, Qin Xuan said disdainfully. Hearing this, Lu Sheng shook his head bitterly and then trembled as he took out a marriage certificate. I beg you, young Master Qin Xuan, for the sake of past relations, spare our Liu family. Hearing this, Qin Xuan sneered. I said from the beginning that I came to annul the marriage today. You insisted on doing these things. It's really boring. After taking the marriage certificate, he crushed it into powder, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Liu family head, are you returning the betrothal gifts or not? If you don't want to return them, then I will have to ask our Qin family's elders to take action. Chapter 14. Digging up the Liu family's ancestral grave. Next came the key point of today, returning the betrothal gifts. The betrothal gifts Qin Xuan gave to the Liu family were a considerable sum of money, and he would not give such a large amount of money to the Liu family. Hearing Qin Xuan mention the betrothal gifts again, Lu Sheng's mouth twisted bitterly. He originally thought that by aligning with the Zhao family, he would no longer have to worry about the betrothal gifts. But he never expected that Qin Xuan would really come to annul the marriage. Even more unexpectedly, Qin Xuan's strength had skyrocketed, suppressing Zhao Longting throughout. Not only that, but Qin Xuan didn't even wrinkle his brows as he dealt with Zhao Longting. Arrogant and powerful, such a Qin family was not something they could provoke. On the other side, Lu Yi looked at Qin Xuan in disbelief. She never thought that this once timid waste would possess such immense strength. Was this still the Qin Xuan who had once been so respectful towards her? Lu Yi could hardly believe her eyes. But the corpse of Zhao Longting on the ground unmistakably showed that everything was real. The waste she once summoned at will was not a waste at all, but a true genius. Thinking of this, an inexplicable regret flashed through Lu Yi's heart. Qin Xuan seems to be quite good. Just as she was lost in thought, Qin Xuan's icy voice pulled her back to reality. You Lu family really do not want to return these betrothal gifts? Qin Xuan said coldly. At this moment, he was looking down at Lu Sheng. Young Master Qin, we were wrong. Lu Sheng swallowed his saliva and hurriedly spoke. In the past, it was Yi who was wrong. Rest assured, I will discipline her well now. In the future, she will definitely listen to you, young master. At this point, Lu Sheng still fantasized that Qin Xuan might still have an interest in Lu Yi and wanted to use Lu Yi to win Qin Xuan over. Lu Yi was taken aback, and then she unconsciously puffed out her chest, seemingly dreaming of something unrealistic. However, the current Qin Xuan had no good feelings towards this woman in front of him. Are you both deaf? Qin Xuan scolded coldly and immediately raised his heavy sword to slash at the nearby sandalwood table. The woofing sword smashed the sandalwood table to pieces. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you will end up like this table. Lu Sheng was startled and hurriedly gave orders. Everyone, immediately take out all the spirit stones from the family and the betrothal gifts given by young Master Qin. No matter how much is left, take out the betrothal gifts. The Lu family members immediately sprang into action, and it wasn't long before several Qin Xuan rings were delivered. After receiving the rings, Qin Xuan inspected them and frowned slightly in displeasure. Lu family head, these items are not enough, are they? Qin Xuan said, shaking the storage ring in his hand. The items in these Qin Xuan rings amount to at most 50% of what I gave you back then. What? Do you really intend to return only half of the betrothal gifts? Hearing this, several elders of the Lu family wanted to argue. But given Qin Xuan's displayed combat power and the watchful eyes of the Qin family elders, they dared not refute him. Young Master Qin, our Lu family is just a small household. Please give us some more time, and we will definitely make up for everything. Lu Sheng trembled as he spoke. The betrothal gifts given by the Qin family had already been mostly spent, and this 50% was their limit. Now, gathering these items directly was naturally a significant difficulty for the Lu family. A few more days? Qin Xuan sneered, his gaze flashing coldly. Stop talking nonsense. If you can't provide it today, then your Lu family can all go to hell. Qin Xuan said coldly. Hearing Qin Xuan's threat, cold sweat broke out on Lu Sheng's back. He wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly explained. He didn't really want to delay. It was just that the Lu family couldn't come up with the items at this moment. All right, since your Lu family can't come up with it, then our Qin family will take it ourselves. Qin Xuan said, then turned to the Qin family elders behind him. Young master, this Lu family is a small household. There probably isn't anything of value left, one elder frowned. Who said the Lu family has nothing of value left? Qin Xuan snorted coldly, looking towards the back of the Lu family's courtyard. If I'm not mistaken, your Lu family's ancestral tomb is right behind, isn't it? You descendants are so incompetent that the Lu family has fallen to a second-rate family. But your ancestors were once wealthy. There must be good things buried in that ancestral tomb. Qin Xuan spoke coldly. Although the Lu family was now a small family hundreds of years ago, they were a prominent family in Huofeng City. They had just fallen from grace. Qin Xuan's true goal was those corpses buried inside. He had already taken Zhao Longting's storage ring. As for the corpses, that person's strength was only at the Danshan realm, which had little value. However, the corpses in the Lu family's ancestral tomb had much higher cultivation and realms. Since the spirit refining cauldron is said to refine everything and extract its essence while discarding the dross, he certainly wanted to give it a try. Qin Xuan, you're going too far. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, Lu Sheng was instantly furious, but seeing the many Qin family elders glaring at him, he hurriedly lowered his head. Going too far? Qin Xuan sneered. If anyone is going too far, it's me coming here to break off the engagement. Yet your Lu family wants to use the Zhao family to force me to kneel and apologize. Isn't that going too far? Qin Xuan shouted angrily. He then stepped forward. You Lu family are only allowed to act on the first day of the month, while I, Qin Xuan, cannot act on the 15th. Since your Lu family wants to insult me, I will let you taste that feeling today. After saying that, Qin Xuan turned and shouted, Qin family elders, obey my orders. Dig up the Lu family's ancestral tomb until we have gathered enough betrothal gifts. The things of our Qin family, even if you consume them, you must spit them out. Chapter 15. The Secret of the Qin Family. Yes. The Qin family elders responded with a roar. The Qin family did not seek trouble, but were not afraid of it either. Since the Lu family could not return the betrothal gifts, they would take other things from their family to repay the debt. Since there were good things in the Lu family's ancestral tomb, using them to repay was naturally reasonable. By the order of the young master, dig up the Lu family's tomb until the betrothal gifts are gathered. All the elders shouted in unison and immediately went into action. Taking advantage of the distraction of those present, Qin Xuan secretly tossed the corpse of old Yang on the ground into the Qin Xuan ring. He then hurried with the elders towards the Lu family's ancestral tomb. The Lu family wanted to stop them, but seeing the aggressive Qin family, no one dared to move. Lu Sheng clenched his fists in humiliation. He wanted to stand up and angrily scold Qin Xuan, but he truly couldn't come up with that many spirit stones for compensation. So he could only watch helplessly as the Qin family approached the Lu family's ancestral tomb. The Lu family's ancestral tomb was located beside the back mountain of the Lu family. When the Lu family was prosperous, they had set up several strong defensive formations around the ancestral tomb. At this moment, the defensive formation of the Lu family's ancestral tomb had already been activated. Who dares to trespass on the Lu family's ancestral tomb? The person in charge of guarding rushed out. Slap! Bang! The leading Qin elder slapped the group of people to the ground. From now on, this place is under the control of our Qin family. Several Qin family elders looked at the defensive formation ahead. This turtle shell is quite interesting, but it doesn't count for much. After a glance, the Qin family elders began to attack the defensive formation. The defensive formation of the Lu family's ancestral tomb was indeed good, but after so many years, its power had long weakened. Therefore, facing the attacks of so many Xian realm experts, it was breached in no time. With the formation destroyed, the entire appearance of the ancestral tomb was completely exposed to Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan's gaze swept over the various graves in the ancestral tomb, finally settling on the largest grave in the center of the entire tomb. This was the grave of the first-generation head of the Lu family. The first head of the Lu family was a Yuqing realm expert, and the treasures in this grave were not only the accompanying burial goods. Even his corpse was inside. Digging this grave should be enough, Qin Xuan commanded, and the Qin family members immediately took action. Before long, the sealed earth was cleared away, and the underground palace was opened. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy in the underground palace, Qin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, there are good things here. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan waved his hand and immediately ordered everyone to rush in. Take out everything inside. All the Qin family members immediately acted. The burial goods of this first head of the Lu family were certainly numerous. Qin Xuan did not pay much attention to the spirit stones and other precious burial goods. He quietly opened the coffin inside, stealthily stuffing the corpse into the Qin Xuan ring, then sealing the coffin. At this moment, everyone was focused on other items, so they naturally did not notice this. Soon, the items were taken out. Report to the young master, all the betrothal gifts have been gathered, and there are some extras. Hearing this, Qin Xuan nodded. Return the extras to the Lu family. Just take back the betrothal gifts. Yes. The Qin family elders responded with a roar, then took the items and left, exchanging the extras for the Lu family. Lu Yi, the marriage contract has been destroyed. The betrothal gifts have been cleared. Between you and me, we are now even. Qin Xuan said coldly, looking at Lu Yi. At this moment, Lu Yi's face was ashen. Looking at Qin Xuan, who looked down on her, Lu Yi felt dazed. Was this still the Qin Xuan who used to be so submissive to her? He used to seem so humble, so much so that she only felt pity and annoyance. But now, seeing Qin Xuan look at her with such disdain, she unexpectedly felt a strange emotion rise in her heart. Women admire the strong. The more you treat them like goddesses, the less you can get them. Only by looking down from above can you earn their respect and admiration. Let's go. Qin Xuan turned and ordered, and all the Qin family elders followed him out of there. Xin'er, you're different from before. Qin Yuan looked at Qin Xuan with some relief. The previous Qin Xuan was gentle and elegant, always treating others kindly, never causing conflicts with anyone. Qin Xuan was very obedient to Lu Yi, which made him constantly worried. But now, Qin Xuan was completely different. He had already developed a sharp edge. Grandpa, people can change. Qin Xuan smiled. After 3 years in the heavenly tomb, he had understood many things. Soon, the group returned to the Qin family. Qin Xuan initially wanted to return these items to the family. However, the other elders of the family shook their heads. Young clan leader, you are the best among the younger generation of our Qin family. In the future, the Qin family will rely on you to support it. So these resources are naturally most suitable for you. Thus, these resources were ultimately handed over to Qin Xuan. After the other elders took their leave, Qin Xuan looked at Qin Yuan. Grandpa, are you hiding something from me? Previously, he had thought that the Qin family was just a prominent family in Huofeng City, hardly worth mentioning in the Qin dynasty. But just now, during the battle, his grandfather had taken out the decree from the founding ancestor to subdue Yuan Hao, who had initially shown signs of unrest. This was the first time Qin Xuan had learned about this, and he was naturally very curious. Seeing Qin Xuan so curious, Qin Yuan took a deep breath and nodded slightly. All right, you're not a child anymore. It's time for you to know. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yuan began to explain to Qin Xuan. This decree from the founding ancestor is not an ordinary item. It was granted thousands of years ago by the founding ancestor of the Qin dynasty to several families that followed him in establishing the kingdom. Our Qin family was one of them, and among those families honored by the founding ancestor, the Jiang, Qin Zhou, and sure families are known as the 4 great families of the Qin. These 4 families are the strongest besides the royal Yuan family. The 4 great families of the Qin. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan was stunned. He never expected that the Qin family had such a significant background, even to the extent of being one of the 4 great families of the Qin. If our Qin family is so powerful, why are we in Huofeng City? Qin Xuan was confused. Such a powerful family should at least be in the capital city. Even if not in the capital, it should be in the Dao city of Xianlong. But now, they were only in Huofeng City. This didn't make sense. The main branch of the Qin family is in the capital city. Huofeng City is merely one of the dozens of branches of the Qin family into Qin. At this point, a hint of loneliness flashed across Qin Yuan's face. A branch family? Qin Xuan frowned and then shook his head. No way. The decree from the founding ancestor is such a precious item. The entire Qin family probably has only 1 copy. If this is a branch family, how can we have this item? Hearing Qin Xuan's question, Qin Yuan hesitated, but after a moment, he seemed to make a decision and looked up. Because we were the original main branch, but a branch family from Zhuge, Dao, took the main family position from us 100 years ago. Out of necessity, the head of the main family at that time could only bring the decree from the founding ancestor here to establish a foothold. A branch family took the main branch position? Qin Xuan was dumbfounded, not expecting such a situation. Chapter 16. The 3rd layer of Dan Xian. Our family was originally the main branch of the Qin family? That's right, 100 years ago, our Qin family was indeed the main branch for thousands of years. Qin Yuan did not finish his sentence, but from his eyes, Qin Xuan could see his unwillingness. Something must have happened 100 years ago that caused them, as the main branch, to lose the position that rightfully belonged to them. Did our family not try to take back the main family position and return to the capital? Qin Xuan hurriedly asked. No need to think, the resources in the capital must be much more than in Huofeng City. Of course, Qin Yuan sighed. But once lost, it's not easy to reclaim. Over the past 100 years, many have gone to the capital to participate in challenges, but all have failed. More than 10 years ago, shortly after you were born, your father also went to the capital, hoping to reclaim the main branch position through the family competition held every 5 years. But he also failed. As Qin Yuan spoke, he shook his head and sighed. Not only that, but when your father returned, he was severely injured, his dantian was destroyed, and he became a useless person. To heal your father, your mother took him away from the Qin family, and just like that, they never returned. Just then, an angry voice came in. Qin Yuan and Qin Xian turned to look at the door, and they saw the third elder, Qin Yin, walking in, suppressing his anger. Dantian destroyed, severely injured. Qin Xian looked at third elder Qin Yin in shock. Wasn't it said that my father and mother were traveling? Also, wasn't he participating in the family competition? How could he be severely injured and have his dantian destroyed? This was completely different from what he had heard before. Third, I had already forgotten about these matters. How could you tell Xiner? Qin Yuan complained, looking at Qin Yin. Eldest brother, I remember clearly what they did. If they hadn't destroyed Tianyang, even if we couldn't reclaim the main branch position, we would at least have returned to the capital. As for the young clan leader, Qin Yin looked at Qin Xian, a determined look flashing in his eyes. The young clan leader has grown up. He has the right to know these matters, and we can't keep hiding them from him. Hearing Qin Yan's words, Qin Yuan was momentarily speechless, then sighed helplessly. Third grandpa, what exactly happened? At this moment, Qin Xian could not care about anything else. He just wanted to understand what had happened back then. All right, I will tell you everything that happened back then. Then, Qin Yin recounted everything that had happened back then to Qin Xian. Qin Xian's father, Qin Tianyang, was the first genius of the Qin family in Huofeng City, having entered the Earth's profound realm before the age of 25. Therefore, everyone in the Qin family placed their hopes of reclaiming the main branch on him. More than 10 years ago, the Qin family held a clan meeting for the family competition, and Qin Tianyang participated in this clan meeting. At first, Qin Tianyang indeed swept through the competition, defeating more than a dozen branch families and successfully entering the top 4. But just when everyone thought Qin Tianyang would strongly seize the crown as a dark horse, that person emerged. The one who was called the first genius of the main branch of the Qin family, Qin Ziyu, became Qin Tianyang's opponent. He established his foundation at 12, entered the Danxian realm at 14, became an Earth Profound Master at 18, and at the age of 24, he even entered the Heaven Profound realm. 3 moves. Qin Tianyang used all his strength, but could only withstand 3 moves from his opponent before being severely injured and having his dantian destroyed. What further humiliated the Qin family of Huofeng City was that throughout the entire fight, this person only used one hand. You incompetent fools. Do you really think you can reclaim the main branch position? I will destroy this so-called genius of the branch family today, so you can wake up and give up on this thought. And from now on, behave yourself. After having his dantian and all his cultivation destroyed, Qin Xian's mother resolutely took Qin Tianyang away from Huofeng City. I will definitely be able to heal him. Before leaving, his mother entrusted Qin Xian to Qin Yuan, and then resolutely left with Qin Tianyang. Qin Ziyu. Qin Xian repeated the name word by word, as if he wanted to chew on it and swallow it down. Xiner. They have been the main branch for 100 years, and this century has been enough for them to use resources to strengthen themselves. If you don't have full confidence, you must not act recklessly, Qin Yuan said with some concern. Hearing this, Qin Xian nodded heavily. Grandpa, you can rest assured. I'm not a fool, of course. I won't act rashly, Qin Xian said, then calmly left the great hall and walked toward his room. However, along the way, he had already clenched his fists. Qin Ziyu. This name he had noted down. Back in his room, after closing the door, Qin Xian worked hard to calm himself down. More than 10 years ago, that person had already reached the Heaven Profound realm, and his current cultivation would only be even more terrifying. Although he carried hatred, he would not let it cloud his judgment. Strength. He needed strength. Only by possessing powerful strength could he take revenge and reclaim the main branch position. Exhaling, Qin Xian immediately entered that world. Thud. He threw a few corpses into the divine refining cauldron and calmly waited. These corpses had the cultivation level of the Jade Purity realm when they were alive. Refining them should yield good results. Right, there are also spirit stones. Qin Xian patted his head and took out several Qin Xuan rings, pouring all the spirit stones inside into the divine refining cauldron. Unfortunately, there were too few spirit stones. It would have been better if there were more. Qin Xuan felt a bit helpless. The spirit stones he had on hand were indeed limited, and he could only do this much. After a while, a drop of white primordial spirit liquid and several drops of spirit liquid containing spiritual energy appeared before Qin Xuan. Without any hesitation, Qin Xuan directly absorbed all the primordial spirit liquid and spirit liquid. The primordial spirit liquid quickly transformed and enhanced Qin Xuan's body. Qin Xuan's cultivation level broke through again. After a brief moment, he clenched his fists. Third level of Dan Xian. Chapter 17. The incident at the pill workshop. In addition to the increase in realm, Qin Xuan's physical quality also saw significant improvement. Although it couldn't be compared to the first refining with the divine refining cauldron, the enhancement was still substantial. Qin Xuan glanced at his hands, which were as white as jade, and nodded slightly. The primordial spirit liquid had indeed helped him a lot. It's a pity that the essence of the corpses from the jade purity realm had already diminished quite a bit. Otherwise, it would have definitely taken my physical body to the next level. But this is enough, Qin Xuan pondered. Next, he could refine some pills to enhance his strength. He needed more pills in addition to these spirit liquids. During the 300 years he was tormented by the Empress, she had taught him how to refine pills to help him recover his body more quickly. Moreover, the divine refining cauldron was the top-tier alchemy cauldron. When he learned that the divine refining cauldron could refine pills, Qin Xuan was incredibly shocked. The divine refining cauldron can also refine pills? Qin Xuan had thought it was only for disposing of corpses. Kid, what kind of look is that? You don't think I only know how to kill and set fires, do you? The Empress of the Starry Sky was quite displeased about this. The divine refining cauldron could refine people, refine spirits, and of course, refine pills and weapons. The divine refining cauldron was far more powerful than you could imagine. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan immediately began to search for suitable pill formulas. The information left to him by the Empress naturally contained quite a few pill formulas. Soon, Qin Xuan found an appropriate pill formula, but he didn't have the necessary herbs on hand. After some contemplation, Qin Xuan's eyes brightened. Yes, he could go to the market in the city tomorrow to check the Qin family's shops. The next day, Qin Xuan left the Qin family and headed for the city market. As the first family of Huofeng City, the Qin family, aside from their martial prowess, also had quite a few businesses. Among these businesses, the largest was the pill shop. Throughout Huofeng City, the Qin family had a total of 6 pill shops, 5 of which were just for selling ready-made pills. Only one, located in the best part of the city, had hired a master alchemist to refine pills. 90% of the Qin family's pills came from this master alchemist. Therefore, Qin Xuan headed straight for the largest pill shop of the Qin family. After a little over half an hour, Qin Xuan arrived at the family's pill shop. A few guards from the Qin family saw Qin Xuan approaching and hurriedly welcomed him. Greetings, young patriarch. Is there anything you would like us to do? Hearing this, Qin Xuan pondered for a moment and then took out a list of herbs. Could you help me prepare these herbs? Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment, and one of them finally mustered the courage to speak. Young patriarch, it's not that we are unwilling to help you prepare the herbs, but Master Qi has rules. All the herbs in this pill shop are under his control, and we can't take them without his permission. Master Qi? Qin Xuan was taken aback. In the past, he hadn't paid attention to the market, so he was not familiar with this. Seeing Qin Xuan's confusion, a clever guard quickly explained, he is the alchemist we invited from another city. Hearing this, Qin Xuan finally understood. So this so-called Master Qi was the family alchemist of the Qin family, not allowing the use of herbs? Qin Xuan could understand this. After all, alchemists had significant demands for herbs, and if others could casually use them, it would indeed be troublesome. It's fine. I'll go in and take a look myself. Qin Xuan nodded and then walked into the pill shop. At this time, the pill shop was bustling with activity, with a steady stream of people coming and going. Watching this scene, Qin Xuan felt a stir in his heart. This Master Qi really had some skill. The pills he refined seemed to be quite popular. As he walked through the crowd, Qin Xuan's gaze scanned the surroundings. Although the Qin family could refine a variety of pills, not all pills were popular. Some ordinary pills were affordable and very well received. In contrast, some high-priced pills seemed rather ordinary. This surprised Qin Xuan a bit. Just as Qin Xuan was looking around, a few sharp-eyed stewards noticed him approaching and hurriedly came forward. "Young patriarch, what brings you here? Is there anything you need? I can have someone bring it over." Looking at Qin Xuan, the stewards appeared quite nervous. News about Qin Xuan's recent actions had spread, and they certainly understood that this young patriarch was completely different from before. So they all approached him with courtesy. "Is there any pill you need, young patriarch?" After a moment, one of the stewards cautiously asked, "Oh, I need some herbs. So I came here to take a look." Qin Xuan handed them the list of herbs. Looking at the list handed over by Qin Xuan, the stewards only glanced at it briefly, then awkwardly held onto the list. "What's wrong? Are there no such herbs?" Qin Xuan was startled. The Qin family's pill shop was already the largest in Huafeng City. If even the Qin family shop didn't have them, then other families probably wouldn't either. "Not exactly." One steward hesitated, and under Qin Xuan's questioning gaze, he gritted his teeth and spoke. "It's just that, currently in the pill shop, all herb usage must get Master Qi's permission." Again with this Master Qi, Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow. I've heard about that. But I'm the young patriarch of the Qin family. It shouldn't be a problem to take some herbs, right?" Before Qin Xuan could finish his sentence, several stewards shook their heads with strange expressions. "Young patriarch, I'm afraid that won't work. Master Qi has instructed that these herbs absolutely cannot be touched. If they are, he'll get angry. Thus, no one dared to touch these herbs anymore." As they spoke, the stewards kept a close eye on Qin Xuan. What if they do? Just what right did he have to act? Qin Xuan's expression darkened. This was the Qin family's pill shop. When did it come to be controlled by an alchemist? Master Qi certainly wouldn't take action. After all, he was just an alchemist, but if he were angered, he would refuse to refine pills. Our pill shop makes money relying on Master Qi's pills. If he refuses to refine pills, that would be a disaster. The stewards explained with urgency. The pill shop was the highest revenue-generating business among all the Qin family shops. If this master truly refused to refine pills, the Qin family's income would sharply decrease. Therefore, he was acting so arrogantly, to the point that an alchemist could dictate the Qin family's pill shop. Qin Xuan snorted coldly. This was the Qin family's pill shop. How could he let an alchemist easily manipulate it? "Where is Master Qi now?" Qin Xuan asked the stewards with an unhappy expression. "Master Qi has taken his apprentice out. He said he was going to buy herbs outside." Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan nodded and was about to step toward the backyard when suddenly, a commotion from outside the pill shop entered his ears. "Hey everyone, come look. The Qin family's elixirs have killed someone." Qin Xuan looked towards the entrance and saw over a dozen people wearing mourning clothes, carrying a coffin, and shouting outside the elixir shop. Passers-by couldn't help but point and whisper. Qin Xuan's gaze swept over the group, and his brows slightly furrowed. 3 were at the first level of the Danxian realm. 5 were at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and several others seemed to be at the 5th or 6th level of foundation establishment. It was evident that these individuals were not to be underestimated. They were currently blocking the entrance of the elixir shop, loudly demanding, "Get the manager of the elixir shop out here. The Qin family must give us an explanation today. Your elixirs have killed someone." Chapter 18. Humiliation under the belt. The group continued to shout outside. The managers inside were drenched in cold sweat. A death caused by elixirs was a serious matter, and it would have an irreversible impact on the reputation of the elixir shop. If word got out, how could the Qin family's elixir shop continue to stand in Huafeng City? "Quick, someone go out and give them some money to send them away," one manager said, wiping his cold sweat as he looked at Qin Xuan. "Young clan leader, this situation is too sudden. It would be best if you return for now. We'll handle things here and then call you back." Before the manager could finish, the mourning group outside shouted again, "A life for a life. Your Qin family's elixirs have killed someone, so someone from your elixir shop must come out and pay with their life. Not only that, but everyone from your elixir shop must kneel and apologize to us." Hearing such outrageous demands, the faces of the managers turned extremely ugly. However, when they looked at Qin Xuan, they all lowered their heads. They didn't want to provoke the young clan leader's resentment over such matters. "Go back." Qin Xuan's brows furrowed tightly. "These people are threatening our elixir shop outside. If I turn a blind eye, how can I be the young clan leader of the Qin family?" Besides, didn't they say something about paying with a life? I want to see how they plan to do that, and whether they want me, the young clan leader, to pay with my life. Saying this, Qin Xuan strode out of the elixir shop. Outside, the group was still shouting. Many customers who initially wanted to enter and buy elixirs began to have doubts. It was clear that this group's purpose had already been achieved. Where's the manager? Why aren't they out yet? If you don't come out soon, watch out, or I'll smash your elixir shop. The leader, a burly man, was shouting incessantly. Stop shouting. Qin Xuan stepped in front of the burly man, his killing intent nearly palpable as he coldly stared at him. Who do you think you are? Get lost. I won't waste time with a kid like you. Hurry and get your manager out here. How dare you? Several managers who had followed Qin Xuan immediately scolded the man. Don't be rude. This is our young clan leader. Young clan leader. Upon hearing this title, the burly man was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Qin Xuan to be here. Facing Qin Xuan's palpable killing intent, he suddenly felt a sense of unease. The news of Qin Xuan killing the Zhao family's young master and digging up the Lu family's ancestral grave had already spread throughout Huofeng City. Facing such a ruthless character, he felt a bit intimidated. I am Qin Xuan, the young clan leader of the Qin family. Who are you to dare make trouble in front of our Qin family's elixir shop? What do you want me to pay with my life? Qin Xuan pressed, questioning the man aggressively. Hearing this, the man grew increasingly flustered, but he quickly calmed himself and swallowed hard. I am the leader of the wolf gang, known as Killing Wolf. My brother died suddenly after consuming your elixirs. Even if your Qin family is powerful, you can't bully us like this. Killing Wolf said, then turned and dramatically wailed at the coffin. Old Four, you died so tragically. Not only did these Qin family members kill you, but now they want to force me as well. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Selling fake elixirs that kill people, and they still have the audacity to act righteous. Hearing his exaggerated cries, the crowd around began to murmur and point. Young clan leader, perhaps we should leave for now. Several managers advised Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan waved his hand, sneering as he walked closer. Are you sure he died from consuming our Qin family's elixirs? Qin Xuan questioned. The Qin family's elixirs have been sold countless times. If they were so easily deadly, our family would have been finished long ago. Of course. Everyone look, this is the only elixir that the Qin family has, the transformation elixir. I still have several of the elixirs bought at that time. Killing Wolf hurriedly took out a vial of elixirs and shook it in front of everyone. The porcelain bottle indeed bore the Qin family's emblem, and the several blue elixirs inside looked just like the transformation elixir. He then took one out and fed it to the small dog he was holding. The dog consumed the elixir and, within a few breaths, began to foam at the mouth, collapsing and dying. I can't believe the esteemed Qin family is actually selling fake elixirs. This is truly inhumane. I will never buy anything from the Qin family again. Seeing the dog die on the spot, the crowd was thrown into a state of panic. Earlier, they were still skeptical, but now the situation spoke for itself. The Qin family was indeed selling fake elixirs. Young clan leader Qin, what else do you have to say? Killing Wolf mocked with a smile. The young clan leader is precious and valuable. Of course, I wouldn't dare ask for a life in return. How about this? If the young clan leader crawls under my legs and apologizes for my brother, I can let this matter go. Killing Wolf said smugly, clearly determined to humiliate Qin Xuan. Hearing this, several managers were furious and were about to take action, but Qin Xuan merely raised his hand to signal them to stop. Are you sure this elixir is from our Qin family? Of course. The emblem on this vial and the color of the elixir, besides your Qin family's transformation elixir. Could there be anything else? Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan coldly shook his head and laughed. Bring out the transformation elixir. Today, let everyone present be a witness. Chapter 19. Clearing the suspicion with Qin Xuan's command, someone quickly brought over the transformation elixir from the shelves of the elixir shop in front of everyone. Everyone, please look. This is the transformation elixir refined by our Qin family. Qin Xuan said as he opened the porcelain vial, revealing several blue elixirs. Look, isn't this your Qin family's elixir? What? Does the young clan leader still want to deny it? Killing Wolf shouted, growing increasingly smug. Other people also looked puzzled. Originally, the blame had already been placed on the Qin family, and instead of diffusing the situation, Qin Xuan was openly showing the elixirs. Wasn't this just escalating the matter? Killing Wolf's shouts attracted a chorus of agreement from the nearby crowd. Everyone, what is the most important thing when it comes to elixirs? Qin Xuan looked around, interrupting Killing Wolf. He couldn't let the other side lead the conversation. He had to take the initiative. Of course, it's the quality of the medicinal materials. The quality of the materials determines the lower limit of the elixir. Elixirs made with high-quality materials naturally far surpass those made with inferior materials. Although the transformation elixir is not the most precious elixir of our Qin family, the materials used for this elixir are extremely solid, including a rare sky blue flower. When refined with the earth vein fire, it results in a completely blue elixir. Qin Xuan explained to the crowd. The transformation elixir was not a high-level elixir, and many alchemists knew the formula. There were also many who understood some knowledge about elixirs in the vicinity, and they all nodded in agreement. Young clan leader, stop talking nonsense. After all this, do you really want to deny it? How could your Qin family, such a large clan, possibly not take responsibility? Killing Wolf instinctively sensed something was off and hurriedly tried to interrupt Qin Xuan's words. Denying it? Today, I'll make you completely give up. Qin Xuan snorted coldly and picked up a spirit transformation pill. The reason our Qin family's spirit transformation pill is different from others is precisely because it is made with the unique fire from the earth vein of Huofeng City, producing a completely blue pill. But if the flames change, the color of the sky blue flower in the pill will also change. Bring the fire up, Qin Xuan ordered coldly. Several servants hurried to fetch the fire source from the back. Seeing that Qin Xuan was so knowledgeable, Killing Wolf and his dozen companions became somewhat flustered. Damn it, I'll just take this as a loss. I didn't expect your Qin family to be so overbearing. We, the Wild Wolf Gang, acknowledge it. Brothers, let's go. Killing Wolf waved his hand anxiously, signaling the others to leave with him. At this point, how could Qin Xuan let them leave? Stop right there. Qin Xuan coldly reprimanded. Anyone who dares to leave today, I will kill him. Don't think I won't dare. I've even dug up the ancestral grave of the Liu family, let alone you. Saying this, he waved his hand, and more than a dozen Qin family guards rushed forward, surrounding these people. Everyone look, the Qin family is truly overbearing. Not only did they let their medicine kill someone, but now they also want to kill to silence them. Seeing this, Killing Wolf wanted to incite the crowd, but as soon as he locked eyes with Qin Xuan's icy gaze, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. This person would really kill him. What are you afraid of? With so many people here as witnesses today, if this is truly our Qin family's pill, then it's not impossible to use our lives to repay this debt. But if it's not, then it must also be paid with lives. Qin Xuan reprimanded, and then a medicinal cauldron with fire source was pushed out. Everyone, please look. Qin Xuan raised the Qin family's spirit transformation pill in his hand and then placed it into the cauldron. As the flames surged, the pill began to melt under the high temperature. However, because the flames did not change, even as it melted into liquid medicine, the pills remained a deep blue. Everyone, please see, this is our Qin family's spirit transformation pill, without any problems from start to finish. Then Qin Xuan walked towards Killing Wolf. Take it out. Seeing this, Killing Wolf raised his hand to smash the porcelain bottle. But Qin Xuan's strength had also reached the Danshin realm. He grabbed Killing Wolf's wrist, twisted it hard, and took the pill away. You say this thing was made by our Qin family. Then today we will have a good look at whether this thing is truly from the Qin family. After cleaning out the previous liquid medicine, Qin Xuan immediately poured these pills in. What does this smell? As soon as the pills were poured into the cauldron, a strange odor wafted out. The crowd quickly covered their mouths and noses upon smelling this odor. Then, under the influence of the flames, the pill began to melt. However, as the flames burned, the color of the pill underwent all sorts of bizarre changes, and soon the blue color actually separated from the pill. Damn, this isn't the liquid of the sky blue flower. This is actually the color of blue copper stone. These people are truly heartless. Several knowledgeable people in the crowd immediately began to curse. It was clear that the pills these people brought were completely wrong. Grinding blue copper stone into powder, using this method to color the pills, and then pretending they are spirit transformation pills? You really are skilled. Qin Xuan coldly questioned. The Qin family's stewards also looked angrily at these people. This was a matter concerning the reputation of the Qin family. If this were to spread, the Qin family's reputation would truly be ruined. Who would dare to come to the Qin family to buy pills in the future? But this pill was bought from you, and we don't understand these things. We believed you Qin family because it looked blue. Seeing Qin Xuan expose these fake pills. Killing Wolf wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trying to explain. Seeing the crowd's doubtful gazes, he hurriedly began to explain. Don't believe it? Look at my brother. He is already dead. In this world, who would joke about the life of their own brother? Brother? Qin Xuan sneered. Are you biological brothers? Hearing this, Killing Wolf's expression changed. Although we are not biological brothers, we are closer than biological brothers. So he died, and you're not thinking of giving him a grand burial, but instead bringing the coffin here to cause trouble with fake pills? Qin Xuan coldly questioned him. At this point, even if Killing Wolf wanted to argue, he couldn't explain himself. Put the coffin down. I also want to see how he died. No way. Killing Wolf shouted desperately. The dead deserve respect. How could you open a coffin? This Huofeng city does not belong to your Qin family. How can you be so overbearing? Killing Wolf said, while Qin Xuan sneered. Dead? Just as his words fell, Qin Xuan raised his foot and heavily kicked the corpse in the coffin. Crack! A sound of bones breaking echoed, followed by a scream. With one kick, he sent the person inside tumbling out, and Qin Xuan turned to look around. Is this the dead person you spoke of? The person in the coffin crawled out and looked around in panic. This person is not dead at all. Yes, this wild wolf gang is truly despicable. Actually using such means to frame the Qin family, it's really laughable. Indeed, the Qin family has been very reliable all these years. The crowd began to murmur. At this point, the stewards of the Qin family all breathed a sigh of relief. This way, the Qin family's reputation would not be affected. Killing Wolf, are you tired of living, daring to use fake pills to frame our Qin family? A steward angrily shouted at Killing Wolf. Seeing this, Killing Wolf quickly took a few steps back. This matter has nothing to do with us. We didn't know the pills we bought were fake. As for my brother, we just made a mistake. He was only unconscious. Seeing the situation had reversed, Killing Wolf realized they had failed, and at this moment, he naturally began to retreat while speaking, wanting to leave this place. Qin Xuan sneered, waved his hand, and more than a dozen Qin family guards immediately rushed forward, surrounding all these people. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Qin Xuan strode over, snatched the pill from Killing Wolf's hand, and looking at the blue pill, Qin Xuan sneered. You'd better quickly reveal the mastermind behind this. Otherwise, I have 1,000 ways to force it out of you. Chapter 20. Killing to establish authority. Hearing Qin Xuan's cold questioning, Killing Wolf stammered, wanting to say something, but he quickly reacted and shook his head anxiously. No, this is just a mistake made by us brothers. There is no one directing me here. Saying this, Killing Wolf wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Don't want to talk, huh? Qin Xuan smiled and nodded, and before Killing Wolf could react, he delivered a kick that knocked Killing Wolf to the ground, preventing others from coming to support him. Qin Xuan then heavily stepped on Killing Wolf's chest, pressing down hard. The sound of bones cracking continued to echo, and hearing these popping sounds, the members of the Wild Wolf gang all changed their expressions, hesitating for a moment. Even if you don't say it, I can guess that there are only a few families in Firewind City that dare to act against our Qin family. Moreover, to replicate pills to such a realistic degree, there's only that one family. Among the 4 major families of Firewind City, the Qin family is undoubtedly the best in both weapon forging and alchemy, especially with the presence of Qin Xuan, a powerful figure in the celestial realm. Besides the Qin family, the other major families have their own specialties. The Sima family excels in alchemy, and their alchemists are quite skilled. If it weren't for the Qin family's unique fire vein, they would hardly be able to compete in alchemy. The Li family specializes in beast taming, and they dominate the spirit beast trade in Firewind City and its surrounding areas. The Du family is the best in formations, being the foremost family in array techniques in the entire Firewind City. Among these families, only the alchemists of the Sima family could replicate pills to this extent. Although I can guess, I still hope you will reveal the mastermind behind this. After all, that family wouldn't dare to act against us, the Qin family. Saying this, Qin Xuan stepped forward and crushed the opponent's fingers with his foot. Are you going to say it or not? Qin Xuan pressed calmly. No one is instructing me. Seeing that Sha Palang still refused to speak, Qin Xuan sneered, took out a sword from his Qin Xuan ring, and struck fiercely at the man's leg. Ah! With the sword strike, Sha Palang screamed in pain. Not going to speak, huh? Good. Today, in front of so many people, I will execute you slowly and see how long you can endure, Qin Xuan said coldly, immediately slicing off a piece of flesh with his sword. Swish! If the other party doesn't speak, Qin Xuan's knife won't stop. In just a few breaths, Sha Palang had endured over a dozen sword strikes, his body covered in blood. Speak, I will tell you everything. Just spare my life. Sha Palang hurriedly opened his mouth. Who instructed you? Qin Xuan retracted his sword and pressed him. It was the city. Sha Palang's words were not finished before his eyes turned white and he collapsed. A fine needle stuck in his throat. Who was it? Several stewards shouted. And Qin Xuan coldly snorted, rushing towards the crowd. Although the person's action was concealed, he still caught it in his sight. Don't escape. Qin Xuan rushed over and grabbed the person. Run. At this moment, the other members of the wolf pack saw the situation and immediately began to flee in all directions. However, the Qin family's guards had long been stationed on both sides, and upon seeing these people trying to escape, they immediately attacked and began to surround and kill them. Before long, all of them were killed cleanly. You Qin family are so overbearing. Killing the wolf pack is one thing, but you dare to capture me. The man grabbed by Qin Xuan shouted. Qin Xuan raised his hand and slapped him. Shut up. I saw everything you did earlier. Saying this, he dragged the man out. What action? What action? Hearing that his little trick was discovered, the man began to shout. Listening to this, Qin Xuan sneered. Sha Palang was killed by the hidden weapon you used just now. You didn't think I wouldn't notice, did you? Come, search him, check which family he belongs to. Upon hearing this, the man immediately panicked, wanting to fight Qin Xuan. As a result, Qin Xuan directly twisted his arm and threw him aside. Young master, he indeed has hidden weapons on him, all laced with poison. A few guards quickly found the fine needle hidden on the man. Check his identity, Qin Xuan said expressionlessly. Having just dealt with the Liu family and Zhao family, there were still those who came to seek death. Today, he would have a good chat with these people. This is Sima Ming from the Sima family, a small family, but he uses hidden weapons very well. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes. Good, very good. You all quickly gather the guards and take them with me to the Sima family. I want to see how the head of the Sima family will explain this matter. With Qin Xuan's order, the Qin family's guards quickly assembled. Move! With a command from Qin Xuan, dozens of Qin family guards immediately took Sima Ming and headed towards the Sima family. When he brought people to the Sima family, having already heard the news, had tightly shut their doors. Everyone from the Sima family, get out here! Qin Xuan shouted at the entrance of the Sima family. The Sima family members inside looked at each other, no one daring to come out. Not coming out and acting like a turtle. Huh. Qin Xuan nodded coldly. Good. I want to see how hard your turtle shell really is. Turning to the many guards. Come, lift this turtle shell for me. I don't believe they still dare to hide inside. Yes. The Qin family guards responded in unison and immediately gathered together, charging towards the main door. Creak. Just then, the door of the Sima family opened, and the head of the Sima family, Sima Rue, walked out from inside. Besides him, there was also the city lord, Yuan Hao, Qin Xuan, as the young master of the Qin family. You rely on your cultivation to come and cause trouble at our Sima family. This is truly unreasonable. Sima Rue coldly reprimanded Qin Xuan. Yuan Hao nodded in agreement. Young Master Qin, your Qin family is really too overbearing, actually bringing guards to the Sima family to show off. This would not be good for the Qin family if it spreads. How about this, for my sake, you apologize to the head of the Sima family, and this matter will be considered over. Apologize to the head of the Sima family? Qin Xuan shook his head and then recounted the entire incident. City Lord, this Sima Ming actually used hidden weapons to ambush Sha Palang, which shows that this matter cannot be separated from the Sima family. In the end, Qin Xuan coldly looked at Sima Rue. If the Sima family does not give me an explanation today, this matter cannot just be let go. As soon as his voice fell, the guards of the Qin family immediately shouted loudly. The roar of so many guards startled Sima Rue. He looked down with a grim expression, and after a while, he raised his head. Sima Ming has long been expelled from our Sima family. His actions have nothing to do with us. It was clear that they were trying to abandon a pawn to protect the king. Qin Xuan did not expect the Sima family to act this way, and after a while, he coldly nodded. The head of the Sima family really has good means. Well, since this matter is solely Sima Ming's doing, then I certainly will not implicate the Sima family. As soon as his voice fell, Qin Xuan turned and struck fiercely at Sima Ming's arm with his sword. Ah! Sima Ming screamed in agony. You dare to come to the Qin family to cause trouble without even having a backing? Truly seeking death. Qin Xuan sneered, and then struck Sima Ming's other arm with a sword. Speak. Was there anyone instructing you to do this? Qin Xuan asked while attacking. No. I have long been expelled from the Sima family. My actions have nothing to do with the Sima family. Looking at Sima Rue, Sima Ming gritted his teeth as he spoke. Rip. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xuan struck him again, slicing off a leg. After repeatedly questioning him, Qin Xuan turned Sima Ming into a human stick. Next, do you want to be executed slowly? Listening to Qin Xuan's threat, Sima Ming could no longer hold back and shouted anxiously. I will say everything. It was the Sima family head and city lord Yuan Hao who instructed the wolf pack to create trouble, and once the matter was exposed, it would be up to me to resolve it. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan dropped Sima Ming and coldly looked at Sima Rue and Yuan Hao. Nonsense. Young Master Qin will not believe his provocation. This person is obviously resentful after being expelled and is talking nonsense. Sima Rue said nervously, while Yuan Hao nodded beside him. Young Master Qin, this matter is undoubtedly just this childish nonsense. The head of the Sima family, and I would never do such a thing. As soon as his voice fell, Yuan Hao leaped up and rushed over, directly killing Sima Ming. Young clan leader, how about we just let this matter rest and consider it as me, Yuan Hao, owing you a favor? Yuan Hao said, cupping his hands towards Qin Xuan. As a powerful being in the Tianxian realm and someone appointed by the court, Qin Xuan didn't want to directly confront him and nodded. All right, since the city lord has said so, then this matter will be put to rest. However, Qin Xuan looked towards Sima Rue. I just hope that in the future, the head of the Sima family can keep his family members in check. If one day we accidentally harm someone from the Qin family, it wouldn't be good. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xuan beheaded Sima Ming and hung his head at the entrance of the Sima family. This serves as a warning to those with ulterior motives. After doing all this, Qin Xuan strode away. The Qin family's guards followed him closely the entire time. Arrogant, overbearing. Watching Qin Xuan leave, Sima Rue could no longer contain himself and punched the door, deforming it. City Lord, are you just going to watch someone like this be so arrogant? Sima Rue urged Yuan Hao from the side. Watching Qin Xuan's retreating figure, a glint flashed in Yuan Hao's eyes. Don't worry, the day to deal with the Qin family is not far off. Chapter 21. Alchemy after encouraging the guards. Qin Xuan returned to the alchemy workshop amidst everyone's respectful gazes. Young clan leader. At this moment, the way the stewards looked at him had changed again. Although the previous Qin Xuan was known as the #1 genius of Huafeng City, he only followed Lu Yi around and showed no interest in the family's businesses. Therefore, these stewards only respected him superficially. But this time it was completely different. Qin Xuan acted decisively and skillfully, and the entire process could be described as perfect. More importantly, there was no mercy throughout the process, which greatly pleased these stewards. They knew that the former Qin Xuan would only run around behind women. Such growth astonished them greatly. So when they saw Qin Xuan come in, they immediately approached him. If anyone causes trouble in the future, you can tell me, and I'll handle it. Qin Xuan said confidently. With the refining god Cauldron, he didn't take those people seriously at all. If they dared to act against the Qin family, he would make them pay the price. Yes. Hearing Qin Xuan's orders, everyone in the outer hall shouted in unison and nodded. They had naturally witnessed Qin Xuan's performance just now, so they were now fully obedient to him. After giving his orders, Qin Xuan handed them the list of medicinal materials. Prepare these medicinal materials for me. I need them for the alchemy room. Hearing that Qin Xuan wanted to use the alchemy room, the stewards were puzzled but still complied. They certainly didn't believe that Qin Xuan would refine pills, but since he had already established his authority, they would fully support him. Well, what about Master Qi? One steward hesitantly asked. After all, Master Qi had built up his reputation for a long time, and they couldn't directly ignore him. So even though they believed in Qin Xuan, they couldn't help but ask. Qin Xuan frowned slightly. This Master Qi was indeed persistent and annoying. It's fine. If Master Qi has any issues, let him come find me. I will have my arrangements, Qin Xuan said. He was the young clan leader of the Qin family. How could he be oppressed by a mere family alchemist? Therefore, this time, he must give this so-called Master Qi a heavy lesson to let him understand what true strength is. After a short while, all the medicinal materials Qin Xuan needed were delivered, and he entered the alchemy room with them. After closing the doors and windows of the alchemy room, Qin Xuan began preparing to refine pills. Since he hadn't publicly revealed his identity as an alchemist yet, it was better not to expose it for now. In the Qin family's alchemy room, besides a few medicinal cauldrons, there was also a cluster of earth fire. The flames were constantly churning and looked quite intense. Watching the flames in the refining god cauldron and the earth fire in the alchemy room, Qin Xuan stroked his chin slightly. That woman had told me when refining pills that while the refining god cauldron was remarkable, the flames inside were not the most powerful. In this world, there are even more powerful heavenly fires. There are countless types of fires in the world. Although each has its own characteristics, their strengths vary. Among them, the fire used by ordinary people is the mundane fire, and 99% of the world's fires are mundane fire. A level higher than mundane fire is the earth fire. The earth fire of the Qin family is quite good among earth fires, but it is only just okay. Above earth fire is spiritual fire. But heavenly fire is an even more powerful existence. Heavenly fire, as the name suggests, is fire that descends from heaven and earth. It either contains the laws of heaven and earth or is formed from the remains of certain beings that contain the laws of heaven and earth after their demise. As Qin Xuan continued to ponder, a series of ancient divine scripts appeared above the refining god cauldron. The heavenly yellow heavenly fire ranking. This was the information left on the refining god cauldron by the Empress in her time. Back then, he was subjected to various torments and naturally didn't pay much attention to it. Qin Xuan swept his gaze over it, and after a while understood. This is a list recording the most powerful fires in this world. Those that can be listed are all the strongest fires, at least at the level of heavenly fire. Qin Xuan's gaze moved to the bottom of the list. There are a total of 46 types of heavenly fire, of which 36 are ordinary heavenly fire. And there are 10 with titles. Qin Xuan looked at this list in surprise, his eyes filled with astonishment. He didn't expect even flames to have titles. Although they are all heavenly fires, there are still differences in strength. The flames ranked higher on the heavenly fire ranking are more powerful. Qin Xuan's gaze directly focused on the top few titled heavenly fires. After some thought, Qin Xuan still withdrew his gaze. Heavenly fire is still too distant for him. Let's start refining pills first, Qin Xuan said as he took out the medicinal materials. Although the quality is average, the pills I can currently use are only low-level pills, and these will be sufficient. Pills are one of the fastest ways to enhance strength. As long as I have enough pills, I can quickly increase my power. Moreover, the status of an alchemist can be said to be very respected. Just looking at the attitude of the Qin family's stewards towards that Master Qi shows how noble the status of an alchemist is. In the Tianxian continent, alchemists are ranked from weak to strong from 1st grade to 9th grade. Similarly, pills are also divided into 1st grade to 9th grade. Once an alchemist reaches 5th grade or above, they will have corresponding titles. 5th grade Dan Wang, 6th grade Dan Huang, 7th grade Dan Zong, 8th grade Dan Zun, and 9th grade are called Dan Sheng. As for 10th grade pills and 10th grade Dan Emperor, those are legendary figures. That so-called Master Qi is just a 1st grade alchemist. Yet even such a small 1st grade alchemist is treated as a guest of honor by the Qin family. This made Qin Xuan quite expectant. If he could become an alchemist, it would definitely be a great help to him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan began preparing to refine pills. Taking a deep breath, scenes from years ago when the Xianzhu Empress guided him in pill refining automatically surfaced in Qin Xuan's mind. According to his memories, Qin Xuan placed those medicinal materials into the refining god cauldron and began refining pills. The five-element flames burst forth from all around, enveloping the medicinal materials in flames. Every step in pill refining is crucial. Controlling the flames, managing the temperature, paying attention to the time for the medicinal liquid to precipitate. Every step is extremely important. When he first learned to refine pills, Qin Xuan made sure to remember all this information. He could say he was very familiar with each step of pill refining. In the refining god cauldron, after just a few breaths, the medicinal materials began to continuously release medicinal liquid under the scorching flames. The process of extracting medicinal materials is very important, and it requires precise control of the flame temperature. If the temperature is too high, the essence and residues in the medicinal materials will be burned to ashes. If the temperature is too low, the essence and impurities will mix together, affecting the quality of the elixir. In short, this process is extremely important. Soon, the medicinal liquid began to separate, and under Qin Xuan's control, the elixirs continued to take shape. After a while, several elixirs appeared in the spirit refining cauldron. Gently tapping the cauldron, Qin Xuan took out a few elixirs and nodded in satisfaction. Someone, Master Qi has returned. Prepare the main room quickly. At the elixir workshop, Master Qi entered with his apprentice, and several guards immediately gave orders inside. No need, I'm going to the back courtyard now. Saying this, Master Qi headed straight for the back courtyard. Master Qi, please wait. Seeing Master Qi walk in, a steward hurriedly stopped him. What is it? Master Qi frowned in displeasure. Master, the young clan leader has arrived. Young clan leader? Master Qi frowned, then shook his head. Let him come if he wants. Tell him I'm busy and don't have time to deal with him. With that, Master Qi continued to walk toward the back courtyard. Master, the young clan leader didn't say he wanted to see you. It's just that the young clan leader is using the elixir room in the back courtyard. Upon hearing this, Master Qi immediately stopped, looking at the steward with an ugly expression. What did you say? He's using my elixir room. Didn't I tell you that this elixir room is only for me? No one else is allowed to use it, no matter who they are. But that's the young clan leader. Don't say he's the young clan leader. Even if he is the king of heaven, he is not allowed to use the elixir room. Chapter 22. The master should be punished. The expressions of several stewards changed instantly. Although these stewards usually respected Master Qi, this was the Qin family's elixir workshop, and even the only earth vein fire in Huofeng City belonged to the Qin family. However, Master Qi's words were simply too dismissive of the Qin family. Master, please be cautious with your words. The young clan leader is the future head of the Qin family, the one who will speak for the Qin family in the future. Your words are a bit excessive. Shut up. Before Master Qi could speak, an apprentice following him immediately shouted angrily. Does Master Qi need you to teach him how to do things? Hurry up and get Qin Xuan out of the elixir room. Otherwise, if you disturb Master Qi's mood for refining elixirs, you'll be in trouble. Hearing this, a steward could no longer hold back, pointing angrily at the apprentice before him. Gao Hong, you are so bold to disrespect the young clan leader. Back when you were homeless and about to freeze to death, it was the young clan leader who took pity on you and brought you into the Qin family, providing you with food, clothing, and education. You are living off the Qin family, using the Qin family's resources, and now you dare to bite back. The apprentice named Gao Hong's face turned pale and flushed, unsure of what to say. Gao Hong has already been taken as my closed-door disciple. He is no longer your Qin family's apprentice. You should watch your words. Master Qi suddenly spoke up. Hearing Master Qi supporting him, Gao Hong immediately became arrogant. It's because Master has been too kind to you that you are so presumptuous. What if Qin Xuan is in the elixir room? Master has recently researched a new elixir formula and needs the elixir room for refining. This is not a place for him to make trouble. Gao Hong strode towards the door of the elixir room, just as he was about to open the door when it suddenly swung open. Who was making noise outside? Qin Xuan walked out with a cold face, holding several elixirs in his hands. In addition to using the spirit refining cauldron, he had also refined some elixirs with the earth vein fire. He was not very familiar with the earth vein fire and had made several mistakes at first. However, after several attempts, Qin Xuan finally refined some elixirs, although their appearance was not very good. Just as Qin Xuan was about to continue refining, the noise from outside drew him out. Young clan leader. Although Gao Hong usually acted arrogantly, When he really saw Qin Xuan, he felt a wave of panic and could hardly speak. Oh, this must be the young clan leader of the Qin family. I am Qin Xuan. I greet you, young clan leader. Qin Xuan casually nodded at Qin Xuan, showing no regard for him at all. Seeing this, Qin Xuan frowned slightly. This person is really too rude. Oh, it turns out to be Master Qi. May I ask what business you have? Qin Xuan asked, and upon hearing this, Gao Hong, who had just regained his composure, immediately came over. It's like this. Young clan leader, Master Qi wants to refine new elixirs and needs the elixir room. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan simply snorted coldly. Sorry, but I still need this elixir room for a while. After I finish using it, I will vacate it from Master Qi. Qin Xuan said, and immediately Master Qi's face turned very ugly. He had regarded the earth-fire elixir room as his exclusive domain, not allowing anyone else to touch it. Now that Qin Xuan wanted to use it for a while longer, he naturally could not accept it. Gao Hong was very good at reading the room. Seeing Qi Yuanshan's expression like this, he knew exactly what to do. Young clan leader, this earth-fire elixir room is not a place for random play. The medicinal materials and cauldrons inside are extremely precious. If you need any elixirs, you can tell us, but you should not come here. Saying this, Gao Hong gestured for him to leave. This Gao Hong is really too presumptuous. Qin Xuan snorted coldly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. However, he also knew the importance of Qin Yuanshan to the Qin family, so he did not want to offend this person. Master Qi need not worry. I will be careful, and I won't damage the cauldron. As for the medicinal materials, Qin Xuan smiled. Count it as my responsibility. I will compensate for all the medicinal materials I use here. Before Qin Xuan could finish his sentence, Qi Yuanshan's gaze turned toward the inside of the elixir room, looking at the several kinds of medicinal materials that had already been used, and he immediately flew into a rage. You wasteful brat. The elixir room is not a place for you to play house. Hurry up and get out of here. This is not where you should be. Saying this, Qi Yuanshan was about to step forward to chase him away. Master Qi, I will say this one last time. I am not playing. I really need to use the elixir room. At this point, Gao Hong sneered. My young clan leader, what can you do in the elixir room? This is a place for refining elixirs, not for you to mess around. Master Qi's importance to our elixir workshop, I believe you are very clear about. You should just leave obediently to avoid wasting time. Moreover, Master Qi has already said that these medicinal materials should not be touched. Yet, young clan leader, you have actually dared to touch them. Are you completely disregarding Master Qi? The elixir workshop is the backbone of the Qin family, and this elixir workshop is supported by Master Qi. Therefore, he dared to be so reckless. He was certain that Qin Xuan would not dare to confront Master Qi. Get out of here, Gao Hong provoked, and Master Qi could no longer contain his anger, exploding in fury. Hearing this, Qin Xuan, who originally wanted to avoid conflict, stopped and coldly glared at the other party, his killing intent extremely strong. What did you say? Qin Xuan coldly questioned the other party. Qin Xuan, are you deaf? Master Qi told you to roll out now. As Gao Hong's words fell, everyone present changed their expressions in unison. This Gao Hong actually dared to speak to Qin Xuan like this, and only Qi Yuanshan nodded in satisfaction. You're seeking death. A steward angrily reprimanded Gao Hong. Qin Xuan's eyes narrowed, the killing intent becoming extremely intense. Seeking death? It is clearly Qin Xuan who is being reckless. Master Qi's things are not something he can touch. This earth-fire elixir room belongs to Master Qi, and no one else is allowed to mess with it. Qin Xuan barged in and made trouble. In my opinion, he should kneel down and apologize to Master Qi. Before he could finish speaking, a silver light shone from the side. Qin Xuan casually drew his sword, the blade's light flickering, instantly piercing through Gao Hong's cheek. Then with a flick of the sword, he sliced off a bloody piece of tongue. Gao Hong, who had his tongue cut off, rolled on the ground in pain. According to the Qin family rules, defaming the young master warrants tongue-cutting. Qin Xuan coldly stared at him, and before Qi Yuanshan could shout, he struck again, beheading Gao Hong. Whoosh! A spray of hot blood erupted from the severed neck, splattering Qi Yuanshan all over. Thud! A round head fell at Qi Yuanshan's feet. Qi Yuanshan looked on in disbelief, frozen like a wooden chicken, unable to move. Chapter 23. Teaching a house slave. Qin Xuan kicked Gao Hong aside with a cold laugh, shook off the blood from his sword, and looked at Qin Xuan. A mere house slave dared to climb over his master? If it weren't for me back then, he would have frozen to death on the streets long ago. If it were a good parting, it wouldn't be a problem. But a treacherous slave bullying his master is absolutely unforgivable. Someone, clean this place up. With a command from Qin Xuan. Someone immediately stepped forward to carry away the corpse and tidy up the area. Only then did Qin Xuan react. Why you actually dared to kill? I had already decided to take him as my disciple. How could you kill him? Hearing this, Qin Xuan gripped his sword and took a step toward Master Qi, instantly scaring him into retreating repeatedly. He is your disciple, Master Qi, but he is also a slave of our Qin family. A little house slave actually dared to ride on his master's head. This matter cannot be tolerated. Today, I am not teaching you, Master Qi's disciple, but teaching a house slave of the Qin family who bullies his master. Master Qi, this is a family matter of the Qin family. So I ask Master Qi not to interfere. Killing intent flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes. Master Qi was not a fool and could naturally hear the meaning behind Qin Xuan's words. Since this matter is a family affair of the Qin family, it is not up to him, Qin Xuan, to stop it. You scoundrel! Qin Xuan could no longer endure it and pointed at Qin Xuan, cursing loudly. Without my orders, you dare to enter my alchemy room and even destroyed my medicinal materials. Clearly, you were in the wrong. Yet you killed my disciple and now dare to speak so confidently. This matter cannot be settled like this. I will inform the clan leader. In Qin Xuan's view, Qin Xuan was opposing him, and he certainly could not tolerate it. Wait, your alchemy room? Hearing this, Qin Xuan's lips curved into a cold smile. Are you sure this alchemy room is yours? Qin Xuan mocked. Master Qi, don't get it wrong. This is the Qin family's alchemy room. This underground fire vein was brought in by our Qin family, and even your alchemist robe was obtained after joining the Qin family. Qin Xuan spoke word by word. If it weren't for our Qin family's support over the years, do you think you could have become a first-grade alchemist? Using our Qin family's resources and enjoying our Qin family's extra care for you. Have we been too good to you? To the point where you take these things for granted? Now, you even think this alchemy room belongs to you personally? Don't get it wrong. This is our Qin family's alchemy room. These medicinal materials were purchased by our Qin family, and you, Master Qi, didn't contribute a single penny. Master Qi, remember, we invited you to refine pills, not to act like an ancestor. Listening to Qin Xuan's words, Qin Xuan trembled with anger. Yet he had no way to refute it, and could only tremble with rage. I still need this alchemy room for a few hours. Wait until I'm done. Then it's your turn. After saying this, Qin Xuan signaled to several stewards and returned to the alchemy room to continue refining pills. Qin Xuan wanted to explode, but found no reason to do so. When he first came to the Qin family, he was still cautious, but over the years, the Qin family had increasingly valued and favored him, leading him to forget himself. He even regarded the alchemy room as a forbidden area. It wasn't until now, after being severely reprimanded by Qin Xuan, that he became awakened. Master Qi, you should wait a bit. Once the young master is done using it, it will naturally be your turn, one steward said. Another nodded in agreement. Yes, as long as you, Master Qi, refine pills well. Our Qin family will definitely not treat you poorly. Hearing this, Master Qi's face turned pale and flushed, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. 2 hours later, Qin Xuan left with the refined pills, and Master Qi could finally enter the alchemy room obediently. Young master, this time we really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have really been in trouble. One steward said earnestly. If Qin Xuan hadn't appeared at the critical moment to deal with the troublemakers, the Qin family would have really faced issues this time. No worries, you just need to focus on your work. If anything comes up in the future, you can come to me. After leaving the alchemy workshop and returning home, looking at the pills in his hand, Qin Xuan smiled slightly. During his time in the alchemy room, he had become incredibly proficient in using the underground fire to refine pills. However, there were still some issues throughout the process. Qin Xuan's mental strength was somewhat lacking. The path of alchemy requires not only the techniques for refining, but also strong mental power. His mental strength was decent, but to become a more powerful alchemist, he needed even stronger mental power. Mental strength is different from cultivation and physical strength. For most cultivators, the strength of their mental power is determined at birth, and there are not many ways to enhance it later. It seems I need to find a way to improve my mental strength, Qin Xuan thought. To become a higher-level alchemist, mental strength must be improved as soon as possible. If he could truly become a high-level alchemist, it would greatly benefit his future cultivation path. After pondering for a long time, Qin Xuan began searching through the techniques and secret arts given to him by the Empress. After a while, Qin Xuan was satisfied to find a secret art for enhancing mental strength. The transformation of spirit secret art. This is a secret art specifically for cultivating mental strength. As long as it is practiced daily, one can continuously improve their mental power. However, the increase is not significant each time. It can only be described as a slow but steady progress. The key to this transformation of spirit secret art lies in the transformation. Once this secret art is mastered, one can absorb the mental power of others. Most cultivators have quite ordinary mental power, but by practicing this secret art, they can enhance their own mental strength through the absorption and devouring of others' mental power. As long as there is enough mental power, his mental strength can continuously improve, and this improvement rate is much faster than self-cultivation. Immediately, Qin Xuan hurriedly began learning the transformation of spirit secret art. In the following days, Qin Xuan studied both the ancient refining spirit technique and the transformation of spirit secret art, while also refining pills. During this time, he also prepared for the arrival of the Zhao family. However, contrary to his expectations, several days passed without any sign of the Zhao family. On one hand, this was because Zhao Longting was not outstanding among the many young masters of the Zhao family. The other young masters were actually glad to eliminate him. On the other hand, it might also be related to his grandfather's actions that day. Once the ancestral decree was issued, others would have to retreat 3 steps. Not to mention that his grandfather might have used certain means as well. Since no one disturbed him, Qin Xuan naturally took this opportunity to grow well. Days passed swiftly. After achieving minor success in the transformation of spirit secret art, Qin Xuan prepared to continue enhancing his physical body. Since the last time he used the spirit refining cauldron to refine his body, his physical quality had not improved further. It was time to find some spiritual beast blood to enhance his physical quality. According to the Empress, the spirit refining cauldron can melt various spiritual beast blood into his body to enhance his physical quality. Qin Xuan pondered for a moment. Near Huofeng City, there is a continuous mountain range of spiritual beasts, and there are quite a few spiritual beasts in the mountains. In the central area of the spiritual beast mountain range, there are even 5th grade or higher spiritual beasts roaming about. It seems I need to go into the mountains to find some spirit beasts. Just as Qin Xuan was saying this, he suddenly slapped his forehead. How could I be so foolish? Isn't the Li family in the spirit beast business? With the Li family's strength, they must have a considerable number of spirit beasts. There must be some high-level spirit beasts here. With this thought in mind, Qin Xuan headed to the Li family's beast-raising grounds with his Qin Xuan ring. Chapter 24. The Spirit Horse with a special bloodline in the past few days. As news of Qin Xuan killing Zhao Longting and raiding the Lu family's ancestral grave spread, many people found it hard to believe. On one hand, the strength demonstrated by the Qin family, the top family in Huofeng City, during this conflict was truly terrifying. On the other hand, people were astonished by the changes in Qin Xuan. A status-obsessed sycophant who disappeared for 3 years suddenly turned the tables, not only stopping being a sycophant, but even raiding the ancestral grave of his opponents. This was hard to believe. Therefore, when Qin Xuan arrived at the Li family's beast-raising grounds, many young members from other families turned their attention to him. The incident at the Lu family was a taboo for them, and they didn't mention it at all. As for the Qin family, no one brought it up either. So many details were unknown to the other families. However, the fact that Qin Xuan killed Zhao Longting was still widely known. It was Qin Xuan. How could he dare to wander around after killing Zhao Longting? Several members from other families looked at Qin Xuan with puzzled expressions. They couldn't understand how he could be so arrogant after killing the Zhao family's young master. He won't be able to act so arrogantly for long. Just then, Li Miao, the second son of the Li family, approached a few young masters and coldly spoke up. What does young Masterly know? The young masters hurriedly gathered around, wanting Li Miao to reveal some secrets. Hey, I heard it too. Li Miao glanced at Qin Xuan in the distance and then sneered. Since he killed Zhao Longting, how could a Zhao family let it go so easily? Not only the Zhao family, but even the city lord thinks the Qin family is too arrogant. In short, just wait and see. Qin Xuan and the Qin family won't last long. While Li Miao was whispering, Qin Xuan had already started selecting spirit beasts in the beast-raising grounds. The spirit beasts sold by the Li family were mainly those capable of long-distance travel and combat. After all, in this place, spirit beasts primarily serve these two purposes. Therefore, the spirit beasts here were mainly of the mount type. Qin Xuan examined these spirit beasts, continuously making selections. After a while, he couldn't help but shake his head. The levels of the spirit beasts here were too low, only level 1 or 2, with no higher levels available. Qin Xuan smiled wryly. After all, Huofeng City wasn't that big, and how formidable could the beast-raising families here be? Having a level 2 spirit beast was already quite good. As his gaze swept over, Qin Xuan's eyes passed over a sickly spirit horse. Just as he was about to look at the next spirit beast, the divine refining cauldron within him suddenly shook. Wait! Qin Xuan was stunned and hurriedly looked at the spirit horse. The spirit horse in front of him was only a level 1 spirit beast, and it was evident that it was still immature, looking weak enough to die at any moment. Looking at this spirit beast, Qin Xuan couldn't help but frown. This spirit horse seemed to be on the verge of collapse, but for some reason, relying on the divine refining cauldron. He sensed an inexplicable heart-pounding feeling from this spirit beast. Could this spirit beast's essence blood be special? Qin Xuan stared at the spirit horse for a while. Although he didn't know what the essence blood inside the spirit horse was, he was certain that the essence blood within it was not simple. After pondering for a long time, Qin Xuan's gaze became intense as he looked at the spirit beast. In any case, I must buy this spirit beast first. After returning, I will extract the essence blood from the spirit beast and see what kind of bloodline it has. Having made up his mind, Qin Xuan walked up to the Li family disciple in charge of sales and pointed at the spirit horse. How many spirit stones for this spirit horse? This Li family disciple naturally recognized Qin Xuan, since it was the young master of the Qin family wanting this spirit horse. He didn't dare to ask for an exorbitant price. Normally, it would be 50 low-grade spirit stones, but since it's young master Qin, 20 low-grade spirit stones would suffice. Qin Xuan nodded, took out 20 spirit stones, and was about to hand them to the Li family disciple when a faint voice came from the side. Sorry, young Master Qin, but we are not selling this spirit horse. Hearing this, both the Li family disciple and Qin Xuan turned to look at the source of the voice. When they saw who it was, the Li family disciple hurriedly bowed. I have met the second young master. You step aside. I will take over this business. Li Miao, holding a folding fan, walked up to Qin Xuan and looked at him with a cold smile. Seeing him, Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes. Did this person discover something about the spirit horse? No. If he had discovered the spirit horse's anomaly, he would have taken it away long ago, rather than standing here like this. Oh, not selling? Why is that? Since you're not selling, why keep the spirit beast here? Qin Xuan frowned. Naturally, it's here to sell, but our Li family spirit beasts wouldn't be given to you even for free. This is outright provocation. Qin Xuan's anger flared up, but he maintained his composure on the surface, merely smiling slightly. Not selling to me? Why is that? Hearing this, Li Miao put away his folding fan. No reason. I just find you displeasing to the eye. Qin Xuan's expression darkened immediately. You must understand what this means. Opposing me is equivalent to opposing the Qin family. Are you sure you want to go against me, young Masterly? As he spoke, Qin Xuan took a step forward, and killing intent surged out instantly. Seeing the murderous intent in Qin Xuan's eyes, Li Miao's expression changed dramatically. Qin Xuan's strength far exceeded his, and he didn't dare to confront him head-on. Now that Qin Xuan looked ready to take real action, he felt a bit flustered. However, he was also unwilling to back down at this moment. After a moment of hesitation, he forced a smile at Qin Xuan. It's not that I can't sell it to you. It's just that I have a condition. Without waiting for Qin Xuan to ask, Li Miao continued, let's have a match. If you win, the spirit beast is yours. But if you lose, you can never set foot in the Li family again. Hearing this condition, Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes and smirked coldly. All right, I also want to see how strong young Master Li is. Let's start now. As he spoke, Qin Xuan was about to step onto the field. I want to have a match with our respective spirit beasts. At this moment, Li Miao finally revealed all his conditions. He had no chance of winning against Qin Xuan directly, but he was quite confident in battling with spirit beasts. What? Are you afraid? Li Miao provocatively said. Hearing this, Qin Xuan smiled. Before leaving, the Empress gave him information on how to communicate with spirit beasts. His skills in controlling spirit beasts were far superior to those of the Li family, so he certainly wasn't worried. Fine, let's have a spirit beast match. I also want to see the Li family's beast handling skills. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's agreement, Li Miao's smile deepened. How about we add some stakes? Chapter 25. Malicious intent, add some stakes? Looking at the killing intent in Li Miao's eyes, Qin Xuan's own killing intent flared up as well. It was clear that Li Miao was setting a trap here. After all, the Li family was best at handling spirit beasts. And if Qin Xuan chose to battle with spirit beasts, he would most likely lose. What Li Miao wanted was to use Qin Xuan to establish his own authority, just as Qin Xuan used Zhao Longting and the Lu family to establish his. Seeing Li Miao's confident demeanor, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Qin Xuan's mouth. Oh, so it seems you're very confident that you can win against me? What's wrong? The esteemed young master of the Qin family doesn't dare? Li Miao don'ta. Such a lowly provocation was of no use against Qin Xuan, but Qin Xuan wanted to teach him a lesson. All right, since you, young Master Li, are so proactive, I certainly have no objections. But what kind of stakes do you want to add? Upon hearing that Qin Xuan agreed to add stakes, Li Miao immediately waved his fist excitedly. He was most worried that Qin Xuan wouldn't dare to compete with him, but now that Qin Xuan had come to him, he certainly wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to assert his dominance. As for offending Qin Xuan and the Qin family, this is the Li family's territory. Even if Qin Xuan is unconvinced, what can he do? As for the Qin family, from what he knows, the Qin family won't last much longer. Offending the Zhao family, how could they have a good outcome? Even if he offends the Qin family, so what? Today, he wants to crush Qin Xuan under his feet and let everyone understand that the true first genius of Huafeng City is him. Li Miao. What kind of stake should I add? Li Miao stroked his chin as if pondering something. After a while, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Spirit stones are too mundane, and treasures are also uninteresting. How about this? If someone loses, they have to crawl under the opponent's legs. What do you think? Li Miao proposed this request because he wanted to humiliate Qin Xuan from the start. Hearing the request, Qin Xuan was taken aback. He did not expect the other party to propose such a condition. However, Qin Xuan soon sneered and nodded. All right, since you said so, let us do it this way. With that, Qin Xuan began to walk toward the Li family's beast arena. You really agreed to compete in beast taming with me? Do you know how to tame beasts? Seeing Qin Xuan agree so readily, Li Miao hesitated a bit. This was too straightforward. He began to doubt if he had fallen into the other party's trap. What? As the dignified second son of the Li family, are you afraid of your own conditions? Hearing Qin Xuan's sarcastic words, Li Miao was furious. Fine. Let me see how capable you are to dare challenge me like this. With that, Li Miao and Qin Xuan headed straight toward the Li family's beast arena. In addition to selling spirit beasts, the Li family occasionally prepares beast taming competitions or contests between beasts to attract spectators. For this reason, the Li family specifically built a huge beast arena to thoroughly humiliate Qin Xuan. After he agreed to the duel, the Li family quickly spread the news. Once the news that Qin Xuan and Li Miao would compete in beast taming at this location was spread, the entire beast arena was instantly filled with crowds. On one side was the currently popular Qin Xuan, and on the other side was the young master of the Li family. The conflict between these two will be very interesting, especially with that bet. The loser has to crawl onto the winner's legs? Is this for real? Many prominent figures couldn't believe it, but when Qin Xuan and Li Miao appeared in the beast arena, the crowd around the stands erupted into huge cheers. Even the boxes at the very top were filled with shouts. Clearly, everyone wanted to see who the ultimate winner of this dragon and tiger fight would be. Has the young patriarch of the Qin family gone mad to dare compete in beast taming with the Li family? This is the Li family's specialty. It seems this young patriarch is really going to suffer humiliation. Hey, this is getting interesting. Whoever loses, it seems, will have a bitter end after this competition. Amid the crowd's discussions, two figures hiding in the shadows also looked toward the arena. Don't worry, Qin Xuan will undoubtedly lose this time. Looking at the veiled Lu Tao spoke with resentment. Ever since the Lu family was humiliated by Qin Xuan, Lu had been wearing a veil, afraid to show her true face. This is best. I want to watch Qin Xuan kneel on the ground like a dog and suffer this humiliation. Liu Yi sighed fiercely. She currently hated Qin Xuan to the bone, so when she heard about the bet between Qin Xuan and Li Miao, she rushed over here immediately. I will double the humiliation you gave me that day, Qin Xuan. Lu Yi glared at Qin Xuan, wishing she could rush up and tear him to pieces. At this moment, Qin Xuan and Li Miao had both entered the enormous beast arena. Young Master Qin, it seems you're going to lose today. Li Miao sneered. In his opinion, victory was already in his hands. To demonstrate his strength, after establishing the bet with Qin Xuan, he immediately had people spread the news. This was to publicly suppress Qin Xuan and make this so-called young patriarch of the Qin family suffer humiliation. Is that so? Just afraid that your skills in beast taming are not as good as your skills in boasting. Don't end up wanting to show off, but instead make a fool of yourself. Qin Xuan smiled lightly, scanning the surroundings. Li Miao had prepared quite well. At this moment, the beast arena was filled with people from various families in Huofeng City, but not a single person from the Qin family had appeared. It seems they are sure of themselves. However, Qin Xuan merely sneered. While others might fear the Li family in beast taming, Qin Xuan, was not afraid. During his 300 years in the Taiwan space, he had also learned about beast taming. Moreover, these control techniques came from the upper realm, far surpassing the ordinary methods of the lower realm. Therefore, Li Miao's arrogance seemed ridiculous to Qin Xuan. All right, let us choose the spirit beast we need to fight. With that, Li Miao waved his hand, and immediately a guard brought over a brocade box filled with numbers. Inside are all the spirit beasts that our Li family currently has in the beast arena. You and I can each choose one, and then we'll have a fair competition, allowing everyone present to witness. Fair? Qin Xuan sneered. The Li family was really good at putting on airs. When it comes to beast taming, there are so many tricks that the Li family can pull. Now they dare to speak of fairness. No need to say more. Let us start the competition. I also want to see the abilities of young Master Li. Chapter 26. Human-faced demon spider Qin Xuan said sarcastically. Then stepped forward to draw a number. Li Miao snorted coldly, also drawing a number, looking confident of victory. Spirit tiger against spirit spider. Interesting. Li Miao smiled and cupped his hands. Then let us begin. With that, Li Miao, guided by the guards, walked towards the beast cage underground of the arena. Lead the way, Qin Xuan commanded, and a nearby guard hurriedly took him to the underground beast cage as well. Roar! Upon arriving in front of the spirit beast cage he selected, the spirit beast immediately let out a roar. It was a spirit tiger, a very ordinary first-level spirit beast. In the mountains, this spirit tiger's combat power was nothing to see. Looking around, Qin Xuan's expression became somewhat unsightly. The Li family was truly cunning. All the spirit beasts here were ordinary ones. Li Miao wouldn't to use such a spirit beast. He must have prepared another special spirit beast for him, ensuring victory. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan snorted coldly. However, the key to beast taming is not just the strength of the spirit beast. It also heavily depends on the skill of the beast tamer. Although Qin Xuan is not a professional beast tamer, what he learned about beast taming far surpassed that of the Li family. This one will do, even if the spirit beast is inferior. Qin Xuan is confident he can win. Qin Xuan used his mental power to control the spirit tiger to walk out of the beast cage, through the long passage, and all the way to the arena. At this moment, on the other side of the arena, Li Miao appeared. What is this? Looking at what was behind the other party, Qin Xuan's expression changed slightly. Behind Li Miao stood a giant demon spider several meters tall. The demon spider was black and white, with only one area of its back being red. This red area looked like a human face. Human-faced demon spider. A peak second-level spirit beast, truly remarkable. Those knowledgeable in the stands surrounding the arena naturally recognized the identity of this spirit beast at a glance. How are we supposed to fight this? The spirit tiger is just a first-level spirit beast, while the human-phase demon spider is a peak second-level spirit beast. Moreover, the human-phase demon spider is different from other spirit beasts. Its mental power is extremely strong, and many spirit beasts of the same level have been killed when fighting it. This spirit tiger is simply no match. Now, the young patriarch of the Qin family is undoubtedly doomed to lose. It's truly reckless. Many people shook their heads and sighed. In their view, Qin Xuan is indeed too reckless. The Li family is a powerful beast-taming family. How could they fight in an area where the opponent excels? The stakes would be different, but to go under the opponent's legs is clearly a tactic from the Li family to deal with Qin Xuan. Yet Qin Xuan fell right into this trap. Foolish. Such a person deserves to be humiliated. Previously, when he dealt with the Zhao family's young master, I thought he was somewhat impressive, but now it seems he is merely a reckless fool. How can such a person achieve anything? Just a clown, suppressing the Liu family and thinking the Qin family is invincible. Various mocking voices came from around. Obviously, nearly everyone present thought that Qin Xuan was merely bringing humiliation upon himself. Liu Yi, seeing this, clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with hatred. Yes, she wanted to see this scene, Qin Xuan being severely humiliated. Hey, since we've made our appearance, let's get started. Li Miao, filled with confidence, stared at Qin Xuan and laughed wildly at the spirit tiger behind him. How could he draw lots honestly? From the very beginning, he had played tricks. He had trained this human-faced demon spider long ago, and to ensure success, he specifically brought it out this time. As for Qin Xuan's side, all the spirit beasts in that brocade box were like the spirit tiger, lacking any combat power. Let's get started, Qin Xuan said indifferently. As soon as his voice fell, Li Miao immediately raised his hand. Go, my treasure. Hiss. A hissing sound came, and then the human-faced demon spider immediately accelerated towards Qin Xuan. Seeing the approaching spider, the spirit tiger clearly began to fear, almost indicating it wanted to flee without fighting. However, under the pressure of Qin Xuan's mental power, the spirit tiger still charged towards the spider. Roar! The spirit tiger roared, raising its giant paw towards the spider. The tiger's roar was astonishing, and its sharp claws looked even more powerful. For a moment, many thought the spirit tiger might be able to battle the spider. But at the moment the spider and the tiger crossed paths, the spider's sharp claws suddenly lunged towards the spirit tiger. Roar! The spirit tiger roared in anger, trying to block the spider's claws, but the spider's claws were like steel blades, instantly cutting down the spirit tiger's giant paw. Puffed. Blood gushed out, and the spirit tiger's roar instantly turned into a wail. In just a few breaths, one of the spirit tiger's giant paws was severed by the spider's claws. Blood sprayed out, dyeing the beast-fighting arena a deep red. Good, Li Miao shouted excitedly, waving his fists. This strike had already secured victory. As long as there are a few more blows, this spirit tiger will collapse on the spot, and he can force Qin Xuan to suffer this humiliation. What first genius of Huofeng City? Nonsense before me. Isn't he just kneeling obediently? Hiss. After landing a successful strike, the spider was invigorated by the blood, and its black and white body instantly turned completely blood red. It turned out to be a mutated human-faced demon spider. Qin Xuan frowned slightly. Li Miao is truly despicable. Not only is he using a second-level beast against a first-level one, but he is also using a mutated second-level spirit beast. If he didn't use some tricks, he would definitely lose. However, Qin Xuan must ensure his victory. This kind of gamble must be won, and he must slap the opponent's face hard. Of course, if he loses, Qin Xuan will not suffer the humiliation of kneeling. At worst, he would just kill Li Miao too. Qin Xuan pondered and turned his gaze to Li Miao. Looking at the human-faced demon spider and sensing the huge mental power fluctuations below, Qin Xuan's heart stirred slightly. This might be a good opportunity to enhance his mental power. In these past few days, he had been cultivating the soul transformation secret art. Although he hadn't reached perfection yet, he could absorb mental power now. If he could absorb the spider's mental power, his mental power could at least double. Although the human-faced demon spider is ferocious, absorbing its mental power would be a great help to Qin Xuan right now. After all, he is currently refining pills and needs even stronger mental power. Enhancing mental power is crucial. With this in mind, Qin Xuan became even more eager. But he did not rush to act. Instead, he calmly watched, a faint smile appearing on his lips. It wasn't time yet. Let Li Miao bask in his triumph for a moment. Chapter 27. Victory. Just as the two were discussing, the spider moved again. This time its several steel-like claws aimed directly at the spirit tiger. "Kill this arrogant fool for me," Li Miao shouted excitedly, clearly believing victory was assured. The spider's claws were about to pierce the spirit tiger. At this moment, the spirit tiger could only weakly raise its remaining giant paw and strike at the spider with all its might. "Kill it," Lu Yi also shouted excitedly. She wanted to see Qin Xuan kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. The spider's claws were about to land on the spirit tiger, and everyone present believed Qin Xuan had already lost. "Qin Xuan, kneel before me," Li Miao shouted excitedly, staring fixedly at Qin Xuan. At this moment, in his eyes, there were no two spirit beasts, only a firm focus on Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan is his only enemy. Is that so? But I see that the one who should kneel is you. As soon as Qin Xuan's words fell, the human-faced demon spider's claws, originally aimed at the spirit tiger, suddenly stopped. Not only that, but the human-faced demon spider now appeared to be frozen, with no movement at all. Roar! The spirit tiger, disregarding everything, slapped towards the spider's leg. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and then, in everyone's view, the spirit tiger broke the spider's claws with one strike. Boom! The spider crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that enveloped the surroundings. Good opportunity. The moment the dust concealed the spider's figure, Qin Xuan rushed in, raising his hand to press down on the spider's head. Hiss! The spider instinctively sensed danger, but it was already too late. As the soul transformation secret art was unleashed, Qin Xuan quickly absorbed the spider's mental power. The human-faced demon spider indeed had a considerable amount of mental power. During the process of absorption, the spider's mental power even attempted to resist. However, with Qin Xuan's means, it was impossible for it to break free. He used his powerful mental power to suppress the spider while frantically absorbing its mental power. Qin Xuan did not pause at all, quickly absorbing all of the spider's mental power. Just as the dust was about to dissipate, Qin Xuan quickly retreated, simultaneously commanding the spirit tiger to bite down on the spider. Hiss! The spider let out a cry, and in front of everyone's eyes, it was bitten to death by the spirit tiger. The previously noisy crowd suddenly fell silent, but just a few breaths later, everyone present erupted into a chorus of exclamations. No one expected that this spirit tiger, which seemed on the verge of death, would actually kill the spider. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Watching this scene, Li Miao was dumbfounded. In just a few breaths, everything had turned upside down before his eyes. The spirit tiger not only was not killed by the spider, but instead, it had killed the spider. Although it had lost one giant paw, the spirit tiger was still alive and well, while the spider had lost its life. It seems that the one who needs to kneel is not me, Qin Xuan mocked as he looked at Li Miao. At this moment, Li Miao's face was filled with disbelief. Hearing this, Li Miao raised his head and glared fiercely at Qin Xuan. "You cheated." Listening to this, Qin Xuan just raised his eyebrows. "Trickery? The spirit beast belongs to your Li family. The venue belongs to your Li family. And I'm the one using trickery? Even if your Li family is using trickery, it's impossible for me to be the one doing it." Qin Xuan shook his head and looked at the other party with sarcasm. "Or are you, Li Miao, afraid to admit you lost and want to shirk responsibility?" As soon as Qin Xuan finished speaking, someone in the stands, eager for excitement, shouted out loud, "Young Master Li, you should know the rules of betting, since you've lost. Accept this humiliation." Qin Xuan spoke calmly, with an expression of indifference, as if he had no conflict with the world. But everyone understood the implication behind his words. Qin Xuan was forcing another young master from a prominent family to kneel down in front of him. "Qin Xuan, don't go too far." Li Miao's eyes turned red, staring fiercely at Qin Xuan. At this moment, he was already desperate. He was the second young master of the Li family. If he knelt, he would carry this humiliation for life. Going too far? Qin Xuan shook his head. I'm just following the agreed rules. You said that the loser must kneel before the winner and accept this humiliation. This was proposed by you. What is wrong? You proposed the conditions, and now that they're unfavorable to you, you don't want to mention them? Qin Xuan's words were incredibly cold, devoid of any emotion. Li Miao was momentarily speechless. His face flushed red. It was absolutely impossible for him to bow to Qin Xuan. But he had invited many prominent families from Huafeng City to witness this competition to embarrass Qin Xuan. Now that he had lost, he was the one who would be humiliated. Thinking of this, Li Miao found himself in a dilemma. Young man, show some mercy. You might as well do a favor and let him off the hook. Just then, an elderly voice came from the stands of the beast arena. Qin Xuan turned to look in that direction. An old man was stroking his beard and nodding at Qin Xuan. That's right, young man. In this day and age, showing mercy is wise. It's better not to act rashly. Another old man beside him spoke, but his gaze at Qin Xuan was not very pleasant. Oomph. Qin Xuan snorted softly, disdainfully turning his gaze away. If you two old fools are so kind-hearted, why don't you come up and kneel for him? I wouldn't mind letting him off the hook. You. Hearing Qin Xuan's taunts, the faces of the two old men suddenly became a bit awkward. Youngster, we old folks are kindly advising you, yet you not only don't appreciate it, but dare to speak like this. These two old men were good at words, but it was absolutely impossible for them to kneel for Li Miao. If I lose today, will you two old men step in to defend me? Qin Xuan sneered and then looked at Li Miao. Hurry up and kneel. I still need to leave with the spirit beast, and I don't have much time to waste on you. Qin Xuan spoke to Li Miao calmly, his eyes filled with a chilling intent. You. Li Miao's face, initially flushed red, gradually turned pale. Qin Xuan was clearly determined to make him kneel. But if he really knelt, everything would be over. If you don't kneel, then I'll help you kneel, Qin Xuan said, then walked toward Li Miao. Watching Qin Xuan approach with killing intent, Li Miao trembled all over. At this moment, he finally woke up. The person in front of him was someone who dared to kill the young master of the Xianlong Dao Zhao family. Of course, he dared to kill him. Fear surged in his heart, and Li Miao's legs began to wobble, wanting to kneel to end this. Just when he was on the verge of breaking down, Qin Xuan stopped, his expression cold as he looked toward the entrance of the beast arena. There, a tall middle-aged man was staring intently at him. Youngster, you've gone too far. The moment their eyes met, the middle-aged man spoke. Gone too far? Qin Xuan's gaze was equally cold. If I lost here today, I wonder if you would still say such a thing. Chapter 28. Slapping the Li family's face, seeing the middle-aged man as close. He should also be from the Li family. Third uncle, save me. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Li Miao seemed to have found a savior and shouted urgently. Don't worry, as long as I'm here today, he won't make you kneel, the middle-aged man said, coldly staring at Qin Xuan. This is the Li family's beast arena. He absolutely won't allow a Li family member to kneel to Qin Xuan. Moreover, he would force Qin Xuan to kneel here. Anyone who dares to humiliate a Li family member will not be forgiven. Hearing this, Qin Xuan smiled sarcastically. So you Li family are planning to go back on your word? The conditions you proposed, and you can't even fulfill them? Listening to Qin Xuan's mocking words, the crowd around them immediately erupted in a chorus of boos. Everyone was eager for excitement and, of course, wanted the situation to escalate. Hearing the boos around him, Li Miao's third uncle, Li Yin, turned extremely grim. If this got out, it would have a significant impact on the Li family's reputation. But it was out of the question to let Li Miao kneel to Qin Xuan. The second young master of the Li family kneeling to the young master of the Qin family would surely cause an even greater impact on the Li family's reputation. He could only force this youngster to bow his head. Thinking of this, Li Yin clenched his fists. Youngster, if you kneel and bow your head now, I can let you leave the Li family. Otherwise, even if you were the young master of the Qin family, it won't be easy for you to leave today. As soon as Li Yin finished speaking, several figures immediately appeared around the beast arena. They were all at the Danshin realm. Moreover, since the Li family excelled in beast control, several second-tier spirit beasts had already appeared at the entrance. It seemed that as long as Qin Xuan didn't bow his head and admit defeat, the Li family was ready to use force. The situation was urgent. Qin Xian's gaze swept around, his eyes filled with disdain. I thought your Li family was a great household, but now it seems you're just a despicable and shameless person. Saying this, Qin Xian stepped forward, coldly staring at the opponent. If you're going to break your word and even bite back, wanted me to kneel, fine, I'll oblige. As Qin Xian spoke, he lightly stepped and immediately dashed toward Li Miao. You dare! Li Yin and the other Li family members reacted, but Qin Xian had already reached Li Miao's side. No! Li Miao screamed in terror, but soon, Qin Xian lifted his foot and kicked Li Miao's knee. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and Li Miao screamed, collapsing to the ground. Since you can't kneel, then I'll help you. Qin Xian said calmly as he stepped on Li Miao's back, surveying the surrounding Li family members. You're seeking death, Li Yin shouted angrily. Boom! A third-tier spirit beast charged toward Qin Xian from the beast arena. At the same time, several others were controlling their spirit beasts to attack Qin Xian. The young man is still too impulsive. If he bows his head now, he can take revenge however he wants after getting out. Now he must be dumbfounded, right? In the stands, the crowd shook their heads, puzzled by Qin Xian's actions. After all, with the Qin family's power, if Qin Xian bowed his head now, he would have various ways to regain his dignity afterward. But Qin Xian was so reckless. And with so many people from the Li family attacking at once, he was left with no choice but to be captured by the Li family. Realizing this, some in the crowd sighed, while others sneered. This time in the beast arena, the beast fights, clearly Qin Xian had won, but the Li family was using their numbers to bully him on their own turf. Watching the spirit beasts rushing toward him, Qin Xian simply kept his foot firmly on Li Miao's back, showing no intention of moving. Kid, die for me. Several spirit beasts soon reached Qin Xian, and seeing them about to attack, a cruel glint flashed in Li Yan's eyes. He seemed to already envision Qin Xian's tragic death on the spot. At that moment, the smile on his face suddenly froze, and he began to roar in a fit of anger. What happened? Why have I lost contact with my beast? The third-level spirit bear seemed dazed, staring blankly at Qin Xian. Looking at the other second-level spirit beasts rushing over, Qin Xian snorted coldly and pointed at them. Go! Kill them! The spirit bear seemed to understand, nodded at Qin Xian, then let out a roar and charged towards a group of second-level spirit beasts. Stop now! Li Yin shouted, his eyes bloodshot. There was no other reason, years ago, to tame this third-level spirit bear. He had searched the nearby mountains for a long time and expended a lot of effort to capture it. But now, this trump card of his had fallen into someone else's hands. Li Yin certainly could not tolerate this. He clenched his fists tightly and rushed over. However, by this time, the situation in the beast fighting arena had almost spiraled out of control. Those few second-level spirit beasts were no match for the spirit bear and were quickly injured. The spirit bear was also suffering from the siege, sustaining several fatal injuries. If Li Yin were controlling the bear, he could unleash its maximum combat power. But now, it was Qin Xian controlling the bear, and things weren't so easy. I will kill you. Seeing the already heavily injured spirit bear, Li Yin, accompanied by his group, was about to rush over to confront Qin Xian. Roar! At that moment, Qin Xian commanded the spirit bear to block their way, preventing Li Yin and the others from getting through. Kneel down, crawl under my legs, and I can spare your life. Qin Xian raised his sword and pointed at Li Miao. Don't kill me. I will do whatever you say. At this moment, Li Miao was terrified, and hearing Qin Xian's threat, he disregarded everything else and directly knelt before Qin Xian, enduring the humiliation of crawling under his legs. Good, since you are so obedient. I will spare your life. Kicking Li Miao aside, Qin Xian coldly looked at Li Yin and the others who were rushing over. I will kill you. Seeing that Li Miao had truly endured such humiliation, Li Yin was almost on the brink of collapse. The reputation of the Li family was truly ruined this time. All members of the Li family, obey my command. Seal off the beast fighting arena. Today, he must not be allowed to leave alive. We must wash away the shame of our Li family with his blood. Li Yin shouted, and all the disciples of the Li family rushed out, surrounding the beast fighting arena and preventing anyone from entering or leaving. It was clear that they were determined to encircle and kill Qin Xian. Is this the way your Li family operates? Qin Xian mocked, daring to act without bearing the consequences. wanting to kill and silence him. Hearing Qin Xuan's sarcasm, Li Yin clenched his fists, wishing he could immediately smash Qin Xuan to death. Humph, today I will kill you. Who would dare say otherwise? Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from the entrance of the arena. Oh, who exactly wants to lay hands on our Qin family's young clan leader? Boom! The closed door of the beast fighting arena was smashed open with a punch, and several figures walked in. It was several elders from the Qin family. Chapter 29. Killing Li Yin. Seeing these Qin family elders, the crowd was immediately in an uproar. The elders of the Qin family had actually come. As the Qin family elders stepped out one by one, the faces of the Li family members who originally wanted to surround Qin Xuan turned pale. They never expected that just as they were about to act, the Qin family members would arrive. Swallowing hard, Li Yin looked at the many Qin family elders with a fierce expression. Do you Qin family want to go to war with our Li family? How dare you break into the Li family's beast fighting arena without any regard for the law? I will report you to the city lord, Li Yin shouted, glancing around anxiously, fearing that these Qin family elders would suddenly make a move. The law? Hearing this, Qin Yin stepped out from the Qin family elders and coldly looked at Li Yin. You Li family are also qualified to say such things? Since you wanted to compete with our young clan leader, it should have been a fair match. You couldn't defeat our young clan leader. So you resorted to such despicable means. It's truly disgraceful. Qin Yin mocked. When the Li family announced they wanted to challenge Qin Xuan, Qin Yin immediately brought people here upon hearing the news. At first, he didn't intend to take action. After all, at that time, Qin Xuan had already defeated Li Miao. But when the Li family intended to target Qin Xuan, Qin Yin naturally rushed out with his men. Seeing so many Qin family members, Li Yin felt a chill down his back. Fine, I admit defeat, you can leave. Let us consider it that our Li family is magnanimous. Hearing this, Qin Yin sneered, striding through the crowd to stand in front of Qin Xuan, respectfully bowing to him. Young clan leader, these people are so disrespectful. How should they be dealt with? Please instruct, young clan leader. Hearing this, Qin Xuan nodded, taking a deep breath as he looked at the now collapsed Li Miao, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Although Li Miao was dishonest and quite annoying, in the end, he was honest at the last moment, so he could be spared once. However, Qin Xuan's gaze turned to Li Yin, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. These Li family disciples are under the command of others. I don't wish to pursue it. But this first evil must be severely punished. Qin Xuan said coldly, slightly raising his hand and forcefully waving it down. Yes. Seeing the killing intent in Qin Xuan's eyes, Qin Yin understood and immediately stepped forward, walking towards Li Yin. At this point, as long as Li Yin wasn't a fool, he would understand that Qin Xuan was about to make a move against him, and he turned to run. Now you want to escape? It's too late, Qin Yin shouted, immediately speeding up to chase. You can't kill me. I am an elder of the Li family. If you kill me, it will provoke hatred between the two families and surely lead to war. Li Yin shouted. Try to use this tactic to stop the other's actions. But Qin Yin was deaf to his pleas and showed no signs of stopping. A war between the two families? With you, do you even deserve it? Qin Yin mocked. You are nothing but a mere peak Dan Xian ordinary elder. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Just as his words fell, a faint voice came from the entrance. I wonder what price the Li family is willing to pay for the young friend to stop. Then, an old man with a sinister face walked to the entrance of the beast fighting arena. Earth Realm Cultivation. Qin Yin raised an eyebrow, but showed no intention of stopping. This person was none other than Li Shan, the head of the Li family. Seeing that Qin Yin remained unmoved, Li Shan took a deep breath and looked at Qin Xuan, understanding that Qin Xuan was the one in charge here. Young Master Qin, this matter was initiated by our Li family. We are willing to compensate. Please spare our clan elder. Any conditions you propose, we will do our utmost to fulfill. Hearing this, Qin Xuan sneered coldly, looking at the other party with disdain. Headley, you shouldn't have just arrived here, right? From the beginning, you've been hiding and watching the show. If it weren't for our Qin family elders arriving, you probably wouldn't have shown up at all, right? This old man had been lurking in the shadows from the start, using these juniors to test the Qin family. If the Qin family elders had arrived a little later, Qin Xuan might have already been dealt with by these people. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan directed his icy gaze at the other. Upon hearing Qin Xuan reveal his true colors, Li Shan merely smiled indifferently. Young Master Qin is joking. I just arrived. If I had been here from the start, I would have stopped him long ago. Rest assured, after this matter, I will definitely prepare a heavy gift for you and severely punish him. However, I ask that you allow our clan elder to stop for now. Qin Yin is a strong Earth Realm expert. If it comes to a head-on confrontation, he may not necessarily be able to suppress Qin Yin. Moreover, there are quite a few Qin family elders present here. Is that so? Qin Xuan sneered. Then his expression darkened. This person falsely accused me before and later sought to harm me. How can such a person be spared? Qin Xuan said firmly. This person must be executed without mercy. Hearing Qin Xuan's words, the crowd immediately stirred. Although Li Yin wanted to harm Qin Xuan, he was ultimately an elder of the Li family. The Li family was not like the small Lu family. After all, they were a prominent family in Huofeng City. However, Qin Xuan had completely disregarded his status as an elder of the Li family. Is the young clan leader not afraid of making enemies with our Li family? Li Shan's gaze turned icy. Does the Li family dare to oppose our Qin family? Qin Xuan coldly looked back at him. If the head of the Li family wants to oppose the Qin family, then he can certainly give it a try. Saying this, Qin Xuan looked at Qin Yin. At this moment, Qin Yin had already rushed to Li Yan's side and had taken him down. Head, save me! Li Yin cried out in terror as Qin Yin raised his hand and slapped him across the face several times. Shut up, it's not your turn to speak yet. Then he stepped on Li Yan's foot. Young clan leader, the person has been captured. Please make a decision. Qin Yin ignored Li Shan and directly looked at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan nodded and raised his hand. Nephew, as someone who has been through this, I still want to advise you. Li Shan took a deep breath and said, young people are bound to be reckless, but if they go too far, they will suffer great losses. Today, if you let elder Li Yin go, our Li family will remember this favor and will certainly repay you handsomely in the future. Otherwise, even if your Qin family is powerful, the young clan leader wouldn't think that the Qin family can remain strong forever, would he? Li Shan was still unwilling to give up, hoping to let Qin Xuan spare Li Yan. Just kill him. No need to waste time. Qin Xuan waved his hand and looked coldly at Li Shan. Good, very good. Seeing that Qin Xuan was unmoved, Li Shan snorted coldly and stared at Qin Xuan with icy eyes. Yes, without any hesitation. Qin Yin raised his hand and slapped down at Li Yan. Bang! Li Yan's head was smashed to pieces like a watermelon by Qin Yin. Is the young clan leader satisfied now? Li Shan said coldly. Almost. Qin Xuan said lightly, then looked at the spirit horse. That is the wager for my match with the noble second young master. I want to take it away. Li Shan turned around and saw that it was just a weak spirit horse, so he didn't take it seriously. They have plenty of level 1 spirit beasts in the Li family. Since it was won by the young clan leader, it naturally belongs to the Qin family. Li Shan said. Qin Xuan smiled and approached, forcibly suppressing the spirit horse with his mental energy. After absorbing the mental energy from the demon spider, Qin Xuan's mental energy had significantly improved, allowing him to easily suppress this level 1 spirit beast. Now that the main business is done, let's leave to avoid being a nuisance to the head of the Li family. The bloodline of the spirit horse was what Qin Xuan cared about the most. Since the spirit horse was already in hand, Qin Xuan certainly did not want to waste any more time here. Take care, no need to see us off. Li Shan snorted coldly and waved his hand. When the people from the Qin family reached the entrance of the beast fighting arena, Li Shan spoke faintly. The young clan leader acts so domineeringly. Be careful that excessive pride leads to downfall, and you might end up dying young. Bold, arrogant. Hearing Li Shan's words, the elders of the Qin family were furious and turned back. Hearing the curse implied in Li Shan's words, Qin Xuan sneered. Rest assured, head of the Li family. Even if I die young, I will definitely take someone down with me. After saying this, Qin Xuan led the group away. Li Shan coldly waved his sleeve. Head, are we just going to let them leave like this? This could greatly affect our Li family's reputation, an elder of the Li family said in a low voice. Don't worry, let him be pleased for a few days. In a few days, I will make the Qin family understand who the true master of Huofeng City is. Chapter 30. Refining the blood of the yellow dragon after leaving the Li family, surrounded by Qin Yin and others. The group quickly returned to the Qin family. Seeing that Qin Xuan was unharmed, Qin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After learning about the bet between Qin Xuan and Li Miao, Qin Yuan wanted to rush over with people directly. It was Qin Yin who stopped him. Now seeing his grandson return safely, Qin Yuan finally relaxed. It's good to be back. If those old fools from the Li family dared to lay a hand on you, I would definitely flatten the Li family. Saying this, Qin Yuan clenched his fists, wishing he could destroy the Li family immediately. Grandpa, didn't Ti come back without any issues? Look, I even brought back a spirit beast. Qin Xuan said with a smile, pointing to the spirit beast behind him. Looking at the weak spirit horse brought by Qin Xuan, Qin Yuan also smiled. After chatting for a while, Qin Xuan took the spirit horse back to the small courtyard, entering the jade pendant and looking at the refining god cauldron. A gleam of excitement flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes. This is the blood of a spirit beast. If I can refine this spirit beast blood, it will definitely enhance me significantly. He also wanted to see how strong the bloodline of this spirit horse could be. With this in mind, Qin Xuan threw the spirit horse into the refining god cauldron. Soon, the 5 elements fire burned the spirit horse to ashes, leaving only a trace of golden blood in the refining god cauldron. Qin Xuan paused for a moment, looking in shock at what was before him. This is the blood of the ancient yellow dragon. The ancient yellow dragon. This was a being second only to the 9 great ferocious beasts in the ancient times. If I could absorb all of this blood, it would be of tremendous help to me. With this thought, Qin Xuan's breathing became a bit rapid. Even if it's just a trace, it would still greatly help me. Soon, the joy on Qin Xuan's face faded, turning into solemnity. Although this blood of the ancient yellow dragon is not as terrifying as the existence of the 9 fiends, it is still a top ferocious beast. Normally, even a trace of blood from such a ferocious beast would be unbearable for someone like him, a mere mortal. Even though his body had been refined by the refining god cauldron, it would still be a slow process to withstand it. Fortunately, this spirit horse only contained a trace of the ancient yellow dragon's blood, so his body could barely endure it. After pondering for a moment, Qin Xuan took a deep breath. He wanted to refine this trace of ancient yellow dragon's blood into his body. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Xuan gritted his teeth and leaped in, entering the refining god cauldron. Since practicing the ancient refining god technique, he could skillfully control the refining god cauldron. The 5 elements fire surged from all around, and then the flames brought that trace of ancient yellow dragon's blood into Qin Xuan's body. Hiss! The moment the yellow dragon's blood entered his body, Qin Xuan felt a burning pain all over. It was as if his body had been cut by a sharp blade, causing immense pain. Immediately, this burning pain surged from a point in his body to all parts of his body. Lowering his head slightly, Qin Xuan saw that under the refining of the 5 elements fire, this trace of yellow dragon's blood was continuously entering his body. When a yellow dragon's blood completely entered Qin Xuan's body, he couldn't help but cry out in pain. The moment the yellow dragon's blood entered his body, it began to go berserk, crazily tearing apart Qin Xuan's muscles and meridians. The yellow dragon's blood was like a sharp blade, rampaging through his body, constantly slicing through his muscles. This kind of pain was truly unbearable, but he knew that the more it hurt, the more he had to endure. This was the critical moment. Otherwise, everything he had done before would be in vain, and the meridians and dantian in his body would be completely torn apart by this yellow dragon's blood. The 5 elements fire immediately burned from all directions. Inside the refining god cauldron, the flames continuously roasted his body, and he felt as if his body was about to be burned to ashes. As the temperature around him continued to rise, the yellow dragon's blood became increasingly restless. As a result, the damage he was suffering became more and more severe. With the internal and external pressures, Qin Xuan was about to give up, but then he shook his head. No way, how can I just give up? Qin Xuan roared, using all his strength to suppress the restless blood of the yellow dragon. As an ancient spiritual beast, even a trace of its essence blood is not easy to subdue. Therefore, at the beginning, this essence blood was rampaging everywhere, completely impossible to tame. But Qin Xuan kept lowly roaring and gritting his teeth, insisting on, no matter what, he must subdue this essence blood today. As time passed, under Qin Xuan's roar, The originally unruly blood of the yellow dragon gradually began to merge with his body. Chapter 31. Master Qi's betrayal. After a while, Qin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. As the yellow dragon blood gradually integrated into his body, the pain began to alleviate, and at this moment, Qin Xuan finally relaxed completely. Since he had passed the most difficult part, the next part became much easier. That trace of yellow dragon blood continuously dispersed to various parts of his body, constantly enhancing his physique. With the continuous nourishment of a yellow dragon blood, the meridians, muscles, and bones in his body experienced significant enhancements. His physical quality could still improve. Qin Xuan was a bit shocked. He did not expect that after refining with the divine refining cauldron, his physical quality could have a new enhancement. However, he soon recalled what the Empress Su New Jersey had said before he left. At that time, he had only refined his body with the divine refining cauldron. But now he had melted a trace of the ancient yellow dragon blood into his body. Even if it was only a trace of the ancient yellow dragon blood, it had a tremendous impact on the enhancement of his current physical quality. If he could obtain the blood of the 9 fiends of Taiwan in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. The 9 fiends of Taiwan were the 9 most powerful ferocious beasts that once lived in Taiwan. Their essence blood would be even more terrifying. If he could obtain the bloodline of the 9 fiends of Taiwan, even if it was just a trace, it would be enough to bring a qualitative change to his physical quality. If he could obtain the complete bloodline of the 9 fiends of Taiwan, it would be even more terrifying. Soon, the last bit of yellow dragon blood was refined by Qin Xuan, and he leaped out of the divine refining cauldron, clenching his fists. The enhancement brought by this refining was significant. Qin Xuan's physical quality had improved noticeably. Just as Qin Xuan was about to test the strength of this new body, a maid hurriedly knocked on the door. "Young master, something bad has happened. There is an incident at the Dan Pharmacy, and the clan leader and the elders are looking for you to discuss it." Dan Pharmacy? Qin Xuan frowned and hurriedly put away his things and walked out. "Let us go." The maid led Qin Xuan to the conference hall, where all the elders of the Qin family were present. Not only these elders, but several managers from the Dan Pharmacy had also rushed over. What happened? After taking a seat, Qin Xuan asked the managers. "Young master, something bad has happened. That Master Qin Xuan. This beast actually added poison to the batch of pills refined by our Qin family. This batch of pills is completely ruined. The loss is just too great. Without this batch of pills, our Qin family's pill business will be very difficult to manage." Hearing this, Qin Xuan frowned. "Where is Qin Xuan now? This person dares to poison. He must have found a strong backing, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to act like this." He went to the Sima family, saying that the Sima family gave him a large sum of money. When our people went to the Sima family to get him back, Qin Xuan firmly insisted that the problem was with our Qin family's materials and that his refining was fine. He actually dared to bite back. A few elders immediately expressed their anger upon hearing this. "All right, the matter has already happened. What do you think we should do?" Qin Yuan asked, and the elders stood up one after another. "Clan leader, don't worry. Since the Sima family dares to harbor such a beast, we will go and destroy the Sima family." Qin Yuan shook his head. "No, since the Sima family dares to do this, they must have their own backing. If we act rashly, it will only make us seem guilty. Others will think we are afraid and want to silence them. Moreover, although our Qin family is powerful, we cannot casually wipe out a whole family. If we continue like this, we will eventually be surrounded by too many enemies." Just as Qin Yuan and the elders were discussing, Qin Xuan stood up. "Since this matter arose because of me, it should naturally be resolved by me." Qin Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. "Qin Xuan is arrogant. I have long wanted to deal with him. This matter has nothing to do with you." Qin Xuan shook his head. "Everyone rest assured, since I dare to take on this matter, I will be able to resolve it. Within 3 days, I will definitely resolve this matter completely." After saying this, Qin Xuan stood up and cupped his hands. "Clan leader, since the young master has said so, you must have a way to solve it." Qin Yin said from the side. "All right, since you say you will resolve this matter within 3 days, then you can handle it. During this time, you can mobilize all personnel and resources of the family." Seeing that everyone agreed with Qin Xuan, Qin Yuan also nodded in agreement. Leaving the family conference hall, Qin Xuan headed straight to the Dan pharmacy. At this time, in the Dan pharmacy, several managers were anxiously looking at the newly produced pills. Hundreds of nearly 1,000 pills had already been refined, but now that poison had been mixed in, they were all ruined. Umph, I said not to offend Master Qi, but you didn't listen. Now look what has happened. An apprentice said smugly. This person was another apprentice of Master Qi, and he was provocatively looking at the people from the Qin family. Ming, you eat from the Qin family and use the Qin family's resources, and now you actually speak for a traitor. A manager from the Qin family accused this apprentice. Umph. Master Qi was about to take me as a disciple. If it weren't for that fool Qin Xuan offending Master Qi, I would have become a pill master long ago. All of this is his fault. Ming was saying this when Qin Xuan led people in from outside. Enough. Hearing this, a manager hurriedly shouted at the apprentice. So what if I do? Do you have an opinion? Qin Xuan walked up to Ming and coldly looked at him. Seeing it was Qin Xuan, Ming felt a bit flustered, but soon he confidently raised his head. That's right. If it weren't for you, young master, being so arrogant, would Master Qi have gone to the Sima family? Before he finished speaking, Qin Xuan slapped him across the face. What do you think you are, daring to speak so wildly here? You. Ming covered his face and shouted at Qin Xuan. Qin, without Master Qi here, we apprentices are the ones holding this place up. Without us, I wonder how your Qin family's Dan pharmacy will hold on. Hearing these words, Qin Xuan sneered, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Yes, now that Master Qi is gone, the Qin family's Dan pharmacy will have to rely on us to hold on. Without us, I wonder what you will do. Several other apprentices who usually followed Qin Xuan also came out arrogantly. They were determined. Since Qin Xuan had already left, the Qin family would have to rely on them to refine pills. Today, if you don't kneel down and apologize to me, we will never refine any pills here. Ming stared at Qin Xuan with a smug look, clearly thinking he had Qin Xuan under control. Very well, Qin Xuan sneered. Not waiting for this person to continue speaking, he quickly drew his sword and beheaded the apprentice. Puffed. Blood sprayed out, instantly shocking everyone around. Qin Xuan, are you crazy? With Qin Xuan gone, without us, this Dan pharmacy will be finished. Another apprentice shouted in desperation. His biggest reliance was that with Qin Xuan gone, the Qin family had to rely on them to refine pills. But now, Qin Xuan's methods were so ruthless. Swish! Before this person's words were finished, Qin Xuan struck again with his sword. Thud! The head fell to the ground, still wearing an expression of disbelief. We were wrong. We will definitely refine pills properly from now on, the other apprentices hurriedly said, but Qin Xuan ignored them and killed them all. Without you, does our Qin family's Dan pharmacy have to close down? Qin Xuan snorted coldly, shaking off the bloodstains from the sword. Young master, although these people are hateful, we have to rely on them to refine pills since Qin Xuan is not around, several managers cautiously said, afraid of offending Qin Xuan. It's fine. Just send all the toxic pills to the pill room and prepare some medicinal materials to send there as well. I'll handle this, Qin Xuan instructed before walking towards the pill room. It's just a bit of poison. With my spirit refining cauldron, I can refine it immediately. Chapter 32. First-rank alchemists, these poisons might be powerful, but they are nothing to Qin Xuan. For the spirit refining cauldron, refining the toxicity from the pills is indeed a piece of cake. Picking up the pills, Qin Xuan tossed them into the spirit refining cauldron, and soon, wisps of black smoke began to rise. This was the toxicity in the pills. Qin Xuan controlled the flames, carefully refining out all the toxins and impurities from the pills. Before long, all the toxicity from these pills had been refined out. Qin Xuan took a deep breath and retrieved the pills. Next, it was time to refine some new pills. For Qin Xuan at this moment, the only thing affecting his pill refining was his mental strength. As long as his mental strength was strong enough, he could refine stronger pills. Having absorbed the mental strength of the human-faced demon spider, he could now refine even more pills. Moreover, to stabilize the Qin family's pill workshop, a new type of pill was needed. After Qin Xuan defected from the Qin family, they indeed needed an alchemist to stabilize the situation. The fastest way to do this now was for Qin Xuan to refine a new type of pill. As long as the Qin family could produce new, higher quality pills, the people outside would restore their confidence in the Qin family. Furthermore, it would also deal a heavy blow to the arrogance of the Sima family, making them understand what true power is. Qin Xuan diligently searched for a suitable pill formula in his mind, and after a while, his eyes lit up. Blood fusion pill. Looking at the formula in his mind, Qin Xuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although this pill formula was just an ordinary first-rank pill, it was evidently not simple. At the very least, it was much stronger than most first-rank pills. This pill will do. With these pills, he could ensure that the pill workshop would not be affected by Qin Xuan's departure. It could even suppress the Sima family's pill business. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan hurriedly began to study the pill formula. The blood fusion pill formula was not complicated. After studying it for a moment, Qin Xuan understood it. Once everything was under his control, he began refining the pills. Soon, a pill was refined by Qin Xuan. Picking up the pill, he nodded in satisfaction and then swallowed it. As the pill entered, a surge of medicinal power radiated out. No problem. Qin Xuan clenched his fist tightly. Next, he began to refine the blood fusion pill. A few hours later, Qin Xuan brought the newly refined pills to the many managers in the pill workshop. With these pills, he was confident he could take down the Sima family. Young master, how is it? Although the managers had little hope in their hearts, they still placed their hopes on Qin Xuan. You have not let me down. Qin Xuan smiled as he handed several Qin Xuan rings containing the pills to them. Well, what can we do? The managers had initially not expected Qin Xuan to succeed, and they had already prepared to find ways to remedy the situation after his failure. But now, Qin Xuan had actually resolved the toxicity in the pills. The managers opened the Qin Xuan rings and looked at the pills inside, stunned. The toxicity had long since seeped into the pills. It had all been resolved by Qin Xuan. Not only that, but the quality of these pills seemed to have improved as well. This is the power of the spirit refining cauldron. It not only refined the toxicity from the pills, but also eliminated the impurities in them. Naturally, the quality of the pills improved. Great, this is fantastic. With these pills, the pill workshop can turn around in a short time. This way, we can also find qualified alchemists from nearby cities in time. One manager said, and at this moment, Qin Xuan smiled. Besides these pills, I also have some other pills. Please take a look. More pills? The managers quickly surrounded him, taking the pills from Qin Xuan's hands. After receiving the pills, the managers glanced at them and couldn't help but each take a small portion of a pill. This is too amazing. The managers looked at Qin Xuan in shock. They never expected Qin Xuan could produce such pills. This is incredible. Young master, where did you get this pill? We must invite this alchemist to our Qin family. One manager said excitedly. Exactly. If we have this alchemist, our pill workshop can not only completely suppress the Sima family, but can even monopolize the pill business in several nearby cities. The other managers thought even further. Wait, one of the managers suddenly remembered that Qin Xuan had asked for several types of medicinal materials before. These pills can't be the ones you refined, can they, young master? The other managers were shocked and turned their gazes toward Qin Xuan. Hearing this, Qin Xuan smiled and nodded. That's right, these pills are indeed refined by me. Rest assured, as long as I am here, our Qin family's pill workshop will have no problems. Not only that, our Qin family's pill workshop will completely surpass the Sima family's, making that traitor see what the cost of his defection from the Qin family is. Hearing Qin Xuan's cold words, all the managers excitedly nodded. With these pills, they were fully confident in defeating the Sima family. All right, I will frequently come to our pill workshop these days. You all work hard to build momentum. We must completely suppress the Sima family's influence. Qin Xuan snorted coldly. The Sima family thinks that digging up one alchemist can take down the Qin family. They really underestimate me. Qin Xuan. Chapter 33. A visit to say thanks when the toxin-free pills were placed on the shelves of the pill workshop. The Qin family's pill business quickly stabilized. After all, the pills in the workshop had been detoxified by the spirit refining cauldron, and their quality was even better than the pills refined by Qin Xuan. As a result, even though the Sima family also displayed the pills refined by Qin Xuan, a large number of customers still flocked to the Qin family. This was just the beginning. In the following days, with the emergence of the blood fusion pill, The Sima family's business was almost completely at a standstill. The effects of the blood fusion pill were simply too good, directly causing the Sima family to collapse under pressure. Crash! Inside the Sima family, Sima Rue, the head of the family, slammed his teacup heavily onto the ground. Find out who the alchemist is that is refining pills for the Qin family. As he spoke, Sima Rue's eyes turned red, and he clenched his fists. In the past few days, the Qin family's business had completely suppressed the Sima family, leaving them gasping for air. Previously, because of Qin Xuan, the Qin family barely held an advantage. But now that they had even dug up Qin Xuan, why was the situation still like this? This Qin Xuan is truly useless. Master Qi has arrived. At that moment, a maid came to report. Let him in, Sima Rue said. Soon Qin Xuan walked in. Master Qi, is there something you need? Sima Rue tried to suppress the anger within him. Well, this month I have completed my pill refining tasks. And I was wondering when you would give me the 1,000 spirit stones you promised. In order to bring Qin Xuan over, the Sima family has gone to great lengths, even promising him an additional cut for every certain quantity of pills refined. Now that the pills have been finished, Qin Xuan has come to demand his share. Sima Rue's face twitched. The Sima family's pill sales have been abysmally poor during this time. Qin Xuan clearly knows this, yet still comes to ask for a share. And Sima Rue would love nothing more than to slap him to death. However, he also understands that this person is still useful and cannot afford to fall out with him just yet. Master, please wait a few more days, and I will give you everything at once, Sima Rue said, while Qin Xuan snorted coldly and stood up. Fine, but I hope the head of the Sima family prepares things quickly. After saying that, Qin Xuan turned and left. A traitor, acting so arrogant. Once our Sima family's alchemist grows stronger, you'll see. Sima Rue's face darkened. At this moment, in the pill workshop, Qin Xuan moved his shoulders and let out a sigh as he looked at the hundreds of blood-melting pills before him. For the past few days, he had been refining these pills to prepare more for the family. In total, he had refined a significant number of them. These are the blood-melting pills. You all take good care of them. With these pills, we can definitely crush the Sima family's pill business, Qin Xuan said with a smile as he handed the pills to the steward. The young clan leader has such skill in alchemy. The Qin family is truly blessed, several stewards said excitedly as they hurriedly took the pills away. What shall we do next, young clan leader? The stewards asked Qin Xuan. Next, of course, we deal with that traitor. Qin Xuan clenched his fists and sneered. Even if he brought down the Sima family, Qin Xuan, as an alchemist, could simply pack up and leave, then continue to be a guest of honor in another city. If he parted ways amicably, he wouldn't say anything, but the fact that Qin Xuan poisoned the pills was absolutely intolerable. Are we going to attack the Sima family? Some stewards were worried. The Qin family had been making moves recently, attracting too much attention. Hearing this, Qin Xuan smiled and shook his head. I'm not the kind of reckless person who kills entire families. This matter can be handled by using someone else's knife, Qin Xuan said, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the past few days, he had obtained quite a few pill formulas from the Qin family's workshop. The materials were ready. It all depended on whether the old fellow would take the bait. Qin Xuan said, then left the pill workshop and headed toward the Sima family. What did you say? Qin Xuan wants to see me and Master Qi? In the Sima family's council hall, Sima Rue looked surprised at the door while holding an invitation. In his opinion, since he had poached Qin Xuan, the Qin family should hate him to the bone. How could they suddenly come to pay a visit? Could it be a trick? After thinking for a moment, Sima Rue was still uncertain. Is it just the young clan leader of the Qin family? The elders of their family aren't accompanying him, are they? Since the Qin elder led the charge to disturb the Lu family's ancestral grave and killed Li Yan, many families in Huofeng City held this young clan leader in considerable awe. In their eyes, this young clan leader's methods were truly ruthless. Now that he appeared here, one could never tell what he might do next. Only the young clan leader of the Qin family is here. The Qin elders are not present. After receiving a definite reply from the servants, Sima Rue nodded. All right, then invite him in and also bring Master Qi. But call a few more experts. We absolutely cannot let this kid lay a hand on Master Qi. After giving his orders, several servants immediately began to take action and summon others. After a while, Qin Xuan entered the Sima family's main hall. At this moment, Qin Xuan and Sima Rue were already seated. Upon seeing Qin Xuan enter, Sima Rue stood up and smiled, cupping his hands toward Qin Xuan. Young clan leader Qin is too polite. If you have any matters, just send someone over. There's no need to come in person. Although Sima Rue spoke politely, after Qin Xuan entered, Qin Xuan did not even move in his chair. Moreover, he wore a look of disdain, clearly not regarding Qin Xuan as worthy of his attention. Qin Xuan could understand this. Ever since he had killed that apprentice in front of Qin Xuan, the latter had long been dissatisfied with him and the Qin family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have poisoned the pills before betraying them. The two locked eyes, and Qin Xuan wore a smug and sinister expression. He was clearly quite pleased with his act of poisoning. In his view, the Qin family would likely suffer significant losses due to the poison. Therefore, he was looking at Qin Xuan with a smirk, wanting to see him explode in anger. After all, the Sima family was there to bear the brunt of it. I wonder what brings my esteemed nephew to our Sima family? Sima Rue said leisurely. Hearing this, Qin Xuan smiled and respectfully bowed to Qin Xuan. I came this time specifically to express my gratitude. Thank you, Master Qi. If it weren't for your improvement of the previous pill formulas, our pill workshop wouldn't be doing so well. Saying this, Qin Xuan bowed again with respect. At this point, both Sima Rue and Qin Xuan were taken aback. What's going on? Wasn't I supposed to be poisoned? Qin Xuan thought. How did it turn into this? What's going on? Sima Rue stared blankly at Qin Xuan. He had prepared for Qin Xuan to come and seek vengeance. But he never expected that Qin Xuan would come specifically to thank him. This left him somewhat bewildered. Esteemed nephew, is there a mistake? No, absolutely not. Qin Xuan shook his head and took out a brocade box. Opening the brocade box revealed hundreds of spirit stones and a pill. These gifts are to specifically thank Master Qi. Thanks to Master Qi's pill formula, we were able to refine such popular pills so smoothly. Hearing this, Sima Rue's expression slightly changed, his sharp gaze fixating on the pill. Indeed, this pill was the blood-melting pill. The Qin family had suppressed the Sima family with this type of pill during this period. Could it be that Qin Xuan had deliberately left a hand when he defected to the Sima family? No, this is merely a scheme to sow discord. Sima Rue sneered. Dare to play tricks with me? You're still too inexperienced. Well, esteemed nephew has this intention. Master Qi, please accept it. Waving his hand, Sima Rue signaled the maid to present the brocade box to Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan had long been interested in the blood-melting pill. He picked up the blood-melting pill and examined it closely, trying to deduce the pill formula. However, after a long while, he couldn't figure it out. I will accept the spirit stones, but I'm not clear about this so-called pill formula. After putting away the spirit stones and the pill, Qin Xuan cleared his throat and distanced himself from this matter in front of Sima Rue. Regardless of whether Sima Rue would suspect him, it was best to keep clear of such things. Master is truly humble. This is a pill we refined before. If it weren't for your guidance, how could we have refined a new pill in such a short time? Qin Xuan took out a previously refined transformation pill. Looking at the transformation pill, Qin Xuan felt much clearer. This pill was refined by him, and he knew it best. At that time, he had poisoned all the transformation pills in the workshop. But how could the one in Qin Xuan's hand be fine? Could it be that the Qin family really found a new alchemist? Not only him, but even Sima Rue was quite curious. Qin Xuan had told him that all the transformation pills from the Qin family had been poisoned by him. So what was this pill about? Esteemed nephew, may I take a look at this pill? Sima Rue said, and although he was not an alchemist, he naturally had some knowledge of alchemy due to the family tradition. Of course, receiving the pill handed over by Qin Xuan, Sima Rue looked around, a hint of coldness appearing on his face. This pill definitely had not been poisoned. Even if the Qin family could find a new alchemist, the pills crafted by each alchemist would differ due to their techniques. And this pill was undoubtedly Master Qi's work. He is lying. Let me see it. By this time, Master Qi could no longer sit still. He walked over, took a look at the pill, and cold sweat dripped down. Master Qi was truly loyal to the Qin family. Not only did he meticulously refine pills, but he also wanted to pass on new recipes to his old master, which was truly touching. Sima Rue spoke each word clearly, the coldness on his face deepening. Absolutely not, Qi Yuanshan said, quickly picking up the brocade box, holding the blood-melting pill and spirit-transforming pill in his hands. Qin Xuan, don't slander me without evidence. These pills have nothing to do with me. Seeing Qi Yuanshan clutch the pills, Qin Xuan's heart stirred, and he smiled slightly. I initially wanted to express my gratitude, but I didn't expect Master Qi to deny it. It's truly disappointing. Please return my spirit stones. Qin Xuan shook his head regretfully and left with the spirit stones. Head of the family, this person is definitely trying to sow discord. Once Qin Xuan left, Qi Yuanshan quickly spoke up to prove his innocence. I know, Sima Rue said lightly, but at this moment, he looked anything but convinced. Head of the family, give me some more time. I will replicate this blood-melting pill immediately. At this point, Qi Yuanshan hurriedly expressed his loyalty in various ways. Fine, you better be able to pull it off, Sima Rue said, and then Qi Yuanshan awkwardly left the main hall, heading toward the backyard, leaving the Sima family. Qin Xuan sneered. Since Qi Yuanshan had tampered with the pills here, he naturally had to return the favor. If they dared to undermine our Qin family, I will make them understand what price they must pay for such actions. Qin Xuan said coldly, a killing intent flashing in his eyes. At this moment, in the Sima family, Qi Yuanshan, arriving at the backyard, was wiping cold sweat while preparing to pack his belongings. Replicate the blood-melting pill? What a joke. He was just a first-grade alchemist. Deducing the recipe from the pill and then using it to create a new pill was impossible for him. The only reason he mentioned replication was to buy time. Since the Sima family suspected him and deemed him unreliable, there was no need for him to stay any longer. If he wasn't careful, he could end up like that apprentice who was killed back then. Thinking of this, he hurriedly made his way back to his own courtyard. To protect Qi Yuanshan, the Sima family had placed him in the backyard. Besides this Master Qi, there were also many family members of the Sima family in the backyard. In his rush to return and pack his things, Qi Yuanshan was somewhat flustered and almost bumped into a woman. Where did this fool come from? Not watching where they're going. A maid angrily scolded Qi Yuanshan. As he looked up to explain, he froze on the spot upon seeing the person before him. This woman was a new concubine of Sima Rue, who was usually very favored. This concubine understood Qi Yuanshan's position and did not dare to scold him further. She merely frowned and walked away. However, at that moment, Qi Yuanshan felt a wave of heat surge through him, and his gaze toward the woman became restless. In his eyes, this already voluptuous and stunning woman appeared even more enchanting. An uncontrollable desire immediately sprouted in his heart. Wait, Qi Yuanshan shouted, and upon hearing this, the woman stopped and was about to speak when she saw Qi Yuanshan pounce toward her. Someone quickly, the maid screamed in terror from the side. Qi Yuanshan, with red eyes, was about to force himself on the woman. You are seeking death. The maid's cries brought Sima Rue over. And by the time Sima Rue rushed over, the scene was already extremely chaotic. Sima Rue was furious, and in his rage, he struck Qi Yuanshan with a palm. Bang! Qi Yuanshan was just an alchemist, with cultivation not even at the foundation establishment stage. A single palm pierced through his heart, and he died. Chapter 35. Crisis in the Herb Garden, you beast. After killing Qi Yuanshan with a single palm, Sima Rue was still not satisfied, continuously cursing. He had spent an immense amount of resources to bring Qi Yuanshan over from the Qin family. And this guy, not only did he fail to refine pills properly in the Sima family, but now he even had designs on his own woman. Thinking of this, Sima Rue wished he could tear Qi Yuanshan into 1,000 pieces. However, as his anger gradually subsided, a chill rose from his back. Although Qi Yuanshan was lecherous, he shouldn't have been so reckless, right? Something is amiss. Sima Hui frowned. How could Qi Yuanshan suddenly go mad right after Qin Xuan left the Sima family? Could it be Qin Xuan? With suspicion arising, Sima Rue quickly checked Qi Yuanshan and soon found the spirit-transforming pill and blood-melting pill on him. Placing the two pills together, Sima Rue quickly caught a whiff of a fragrance. Sima Rue's expression changed drastically after just one sniff. The fragrance was actually a type of spring poison. If it were a direct poisoning, with their expertise, they wouldn't have missed it. How did this poison come about? Forcing the spring poison out with spiritual energy, Sima Rui then looked at the two pills, and after a long while, he angrily smashed the two pills. Bastard! Qin Xuan actually placed spring poison in both pills. If there had only been one type of pill, there would have been no incident. But if the two pills were combined, the components in them would form this spring poison. What a cunning little brat. Using such a method. After being furious for a while, Sima Rui could only angrily stare at Qin Xuan's body, which was gradually cooling on the ground. It's over, completely over. Without Qin Xuan, the Sima family, already at a disadvantage, was now finished. It seems I can only call my son Yang back for a while. Yang has been studying alchemy in Xuanlong City for several years now. If he returns, he should be able to turn the situation around. Sima Rui's third son, Sima Yang, had some talent in alchemy and had been taken to Xuanlong City by a third-grade alchemist a few years ago to study refining. He had not returned in several years. Sima Rui originally did not want to disturb him, but now that the Sima family had been suppressed to this extent by the Qin family, he had no choice but to call for his third son. However, if that matter is handled well, perhaps it wouldn't be so troublesome. While Sima Rui was writing a letter to Sima Yang, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he let out a sinister laugh. Returning to the alchemy workshop, Qin Xuan informed the managers of his plan. Upon hearing this, the managers burst into laughter. The Sima family wanted to poach someone, but almost ended up with a green hat themselves. It's truly laughable. Indeed, after this, those families will probably think twice before trying to poach anyone. The managers discussed among themselves, and then one of them frowned. Young master, is it really necessary to go this far? With our Qin family strength, it wouldn't be a problem to wipe out the Sima family, would it? Just overpower them. In his view, the Sima family was merely an alchemy family, with average combat strength, and could be directly annihilated without wasting time. Although the Qin family's power was the greatest in Huofeng City, some things shouldn't be done this way. Qin Xuan shook his head. The reason Qin Xuan dared to dig up the Liu family's ancestral grave was that the Liu family had breached their contract first, failing to repay their debts afterward. Acting this way, the moral high ground was on their side. The same went for the Li family. The Li family couldn't afford to lose and wanted to act against Qin Xuan. It could even be considered self-defense for the Qin family, merely protecting the young master. Currently, the Sima family and the Qin family have not completely fallen out. It is merely a business competition between them. If one were to destroy an entire family just because their own people were poached, that would break the rules. Even if one is the strongest, some matters still need to follow the rules. If you break the rules first, others might unite against you. The Qin family is a dominant force in Huofeng City, but there are many strong families in the surrounding cities, many of which have connections to the Xinlong sect or certain prominent families in the capital, just like the Qin family. Therefore, actions must be justified. Even if there is no justification, one must find a reason, and that is the rule. Thus, Qin Xuan has never used force against the Sima family. It's enough to have the Sima family eliminate Qin Xuan. Upon hearing this, the managers suddenly understood. Following that, everyone worked hard to promote the Rongshu Dan. This elixir is much more powerful in healing and enhancing cultivation than the previous ones. In the following days, events indeed developed as Qin Xuan had anticipated. With the Rongshu Dan, the Qin family's alchemy workshop, which already had an advantage, became even more dominant after Qin Xuan was removed by the Sima family, leaving no resistance. This way, Qin Xuan could focus on his cultivation. In the back courtyard of the Qin family, Qin Xuan gripped the Wufeng sword and continuously slashed forward with great effort. The Wufeng sword was powerful and heavy, and each slash produced a sound of slicing through the air. The Canglong 9 slashes consists of 9 forms, but currently, Qin Xuan has only learned the first 3. Given his current physical condition, the latter 6 forms are too domineering and difficult to master, so he can only learn the first 3 for now. However, even so, Qin Xuan can feel the power of the Canglong 9 slashes. The names of the first 3 forms are the Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. The dragon appears in the field, and beware the dragon's wrath. Although the first 3 forms are not the most powerful moves of the Canglong 9 slashes, They're sufficient for dealing with these Danshan realm cultivators at his current cultivation level. Moreover, with the immense spiritual energy contained in his Golden Dan Sea, even against peak Danshan realm cultivators, Qin Xuan has the strength to fight with these three moves. Qin Xuan tightened his grip on the woofing sword and continued to slash down with force. From sunrise to sunset, he held the sword, continuously practicing the Tsanglong 9 slashes. Sweat soaked his clothes, only to be dried by his body heat. Qin Xuan, however, seemed oblivious, continuing to wield the sword. After a long while, he finally stopped and walked to the bath barrel. At this moment, the bath barrel was filled with the essence blood of spiritual beasts and various medicinal materials. Looking at the barrel, Qin Xuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. During the 300 years in the Tianmu, every time he helped the Xuanji Empress heal, she would prepare a medicinal bath for him to recover quickly. Really, if it weren't for these medicinal materials and beast blood, he would have probably collapsed long ago. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan felt a bit resistant. However, after a while, he still stepped into the bath barrel. After all, improving his strength is the key. The essence blood of spiritual beasts and medicinal materials in this bath barrel were brought to Qin Xuan by several elders of the Qin family. For the past few days, Qin Xuan has been using this method to train his body. As the medicinal properties from the bath barrel continually flowed into Qin Xuan's body, he let out a comfortable sigh. After each workout, his muscles and meridians were in a state of hunger. If he took a medicinal bath at this time, his body could absorb these precious medicinal properties in large quantities. Normally, a medicinal bath not only allows one to absorb the medicinal properties, but also helps expel impurities from the body. However, his body has already been refined by the divine refining cauldron, making it pure and flawless. Moreover, when the Xuanji Empress reshaped his physical body, she infused it with chaotic energy, making his body naturally close to the Tao, allowing him to cultivate at a speed far exceeding that of other cultivators. Qin Xuan pondered. If he could absorb more chaotic energy, he might have the chance to become a chaotic body. The chaotic body is a legendary physique, inherently possessing an incredibly fast cultivation speed, truly regarded as a child of destiny. Apart from a few other similarly extraordinary physiques, like the innate Tao body, overlord body, and sacred body, the chaotic body could be said to be invincible in the world. Only by finding chaotic source qi and reshaping the body with that source qi can one form an acquired chaotic body. Therefore, to become a chaotic body, one must first find the chaotic source qi. Chaotic source qi. If I find this chaotic source qi and refine it into my body using the divine refining cauldron, then Qin Xuan would have the chance to become a chaotic body. However, the premise is that he really has to find the chaotic source qi, as it is a rare source qi left over from the beginning of the heavens and earth, extremely hard to find. After an hour, looking at the bath barrel that had become clear again, Qin Xuan finally stood up. He changed into a new set of clothes and was about to continue his cultivation when he suddenly frowned and looked towards the courtyard entrance. A bloodied servant was being supported by someone as he walked past the courtyard door. What happened? How did he get so injured? Qin Xuan frowned and asked. Seeing Qin Xuan, several guards hurriedly saluted. Reporting to the young clan leader, this is a guard responsible for transporting herbs from our Qin family's medicinal garden. Our transport team was ambushed on the way, and only a few managed to survive and return to report. Chapter 36. Using their own methods against them ambushed? Qin Xuan stroked his chin and immediately realized. Someone must have coveted the Qin family's recent alchemy business and did this. Did you see who it was? Qin Xuan looked at the injured servant with a murderous intent. No, the attackers were all masked, so we couldn't see who they were. Masked. Qin Xuan's face turned cold. These people must have been from some families in Huofeng City, but they were afraid that the Qin family would retaliate, so they came up with this idea. They dare to act, but lack the courage to admit it. They are indeed a bunch of rats. Qin Xuan said coldly. In this matter, looking across the entire Huofeng City, the Sima family is naturally the most suspicious. However, the Sima family focuses on alchemy, and their ability to use weapons is rather ordinary. It seems most likely that it was the work of several other families. It appears that a few families have joined forces. After all, The Qin family's influence is already the largest in Huofeng City. If they completely monopolize the alchemy market, other families will only suffer even more. All the medicinal materials used by the Qin family for alchemy come from the medicinal garden in the nearby mountains. As long as they cut off the Qin family source of medicinal materials, no matter how powerful the Qin family is, they won't be able to produce elixirs. What about the medicinal garden? The medicinal garden is crucial for the Qin family. It must not have any mishaps. No problem. The family has sent an elder to oversee it, and with the formation laid down by the Du family, there will naturally be no issues for a short time. So, the most troublesome thing now is to bring the medicinal materials back. Hearing this, Qin Xuan furrowed his brows. Logically speaking, the Qin family has always kept the timing of when they send out the medicinal materials confidential. Being attacked under such circumstances is unusual. It seems either someone is watching near the medicinal garden, or there's an insider. After thinking for a moment, Qin Xuan coldly raised his head and strode towards the family council hall. At this moment, the atmosphere in the council hall was somewhat oppressive. How dare someone attack our Qin family? It's time to give them a harsh lesson. Several elders of the Qin family expressed their indignation. As members of the Qin family, they could not tolerate such actions. In my opinion, it was the Sima family who did it. They suffered a loss last time at the young clan leader's place, and that's why they thought of using such methods against us. If they can't do it openly, they come in the dark. They deserve to die. Qin Yin naturally couldn't hold back at this time. He has long been displeased with the Sima family and naturally wants to wipe them out completely now. Third brother, such a genocide war requires evidence. Otherwise, we cannot act recklessly. Qin Yuan said lightly, and then a flash of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Since so many people are eyeing our Qin family's assets, I will meet them. Qin Yuan wants to see who is so bold as to dare to act against the Qin family. Last time, he just dealt with the Lu family to intimidate everyone. Yet these people still don't know when to back down and are thinking about attacking the Qin family. If that's the case, then he will strike hard and let these people know the consequences, making them too afraid to act. Not good. At that moment, Qin Xuan strode in. Oh, what's this about? Qin Yuan slightly furrowed his brows, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Not only Qin Yuan, but the others were also puzzled. Using thunderous means to make the opponent understand our bottom line, so they won't dare to act again in the future. This is a one-time solution. The third elder, Qin Yin, said with a frown. Hearing this, Qin Xuan shook his head. If that's the case, it will be troublesome. As Qin Xuan entered, several elders immediately urged him to sit at the front. The reason is simple. This was just their strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Lure the tiger away from the mountain? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan frowned. Grandfather, you are the strongest in our Qin family. Looking at the entire Huofeng city, even the city lord Yuan Hao is not your opponent. If you stay in the Qin family, no matter how many means those people use, they won't be able to touch a bit of the Qin family's foundation. But if you leave here and go into the mountains, then the Qin family will truly be in danger. The entire Qin family only has Qin Yuan in the Tianxin realm, while the other elders are all in the Dixuan realm. If the other families in the city unite, without Qin Yuan present, the other Qin family elders would only be wiped out when facing an attack. By then, even if Qin Yuan eliminates the enemies, it will be too late. For our Qin family, the foundation lies in Huofeng City, so, as long as you, grandfather, guard here, those petty thieves won't succeed, and the Qin family will be safe. At this point, Qin Xuan looked at Qin Yuan, earnestly gazing at his grandfather. Grandfather, the guards who escaped this time were actually sent back intentionally. Since they ambushed us, they must have prepared people. How could anyone escape? This clearly indicates that the other side intentionally let someone return to report, causing us to lose our composure. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan and the many elders present were suddenly moved, nodding slightly. Shinner, you are right. We indeed cannot act rashly. Otherwise, our base will be left empty, and we will really be ambushed by these people. The other elders also nodded in agreement. But what about the medicine garden? The pill workshop is our Qin family's biggest source of income, some other elders said worriedly. This is also the cleverness of the other side's strategy. The medicine garden is crucial to the Qin family. If we ignore it, they will only take advantage of it. I will go then. With me around, Let's see who dares to act against the medicine garden. Qin Yin stood up, wanted to volunteer. The third elder and the other elders should not go. I have a strategy, Qin Xuan said, looking at the many elders present. These elders are all from the Qin family, and they have long been in the same boat. So there's no need to worry about them betraying the Qin family. What strategy? Hearing this, Qin Yuan quickly inquired. I think we should deliberately let it be known that, grandfather, you're going to take the Qin family elders into the mountains to capture those people all at once, and then leave the city in front of everyone in Huofeng City. On the surface, it will be said like this, but secretly, all the elders should return quietly. When they see our people leaving, they will definitely organize to attack our Qin family, and at that time, everyone will strike and eliminate these people completely. Hearing this, the elders nodded in agreement. Yes, we will turn the tables on them. Not only is it reasonable and justified, but it also takes the moral high ground and allows us to catch all those restless people in one net. Moreover, as long as the other side is not foolish, the medicine garden and the convoy transporting medicinal materials will certainly be safe this time, achieving multiple benefits with one plan. Hearing Qin Xuan's strategy to turn the tables, the elders present nodded in agreement. Qin Xuan also smiled. However, since such an event has already occurred, someone should follow the convoy. So how about this? I will go protect this convoy. In case anything happens, I can handle it. Upon hearing Qin Xuan say this, Qin Yuan frowned with some concern. Xuaner, is this really okay? What if? Qin Yuan was naturally worried about whether Qin Xuan could handle the situation alone. After all, while these people might not attack the convoy, if they really did, then Qin Xuan would be in danger. Grandfather, don't worry. Although my cultivation isn't very high, I can protect myself. After these few days of training, Qin Xuan's cultivation has already reached the 4th level of the Danshin realm. His golden Dan, see, not only has spiritual energy several times that of other cultivators, but is also extremely rich. Within the Danshin realm, Qin Xuan can fight and win. Even against the 1st or 2nd level of the Dixuan realm, Qin Xuan has the strength to contend. All right, since you say so, then this matter will be your responsibility. Seeing Qin Xuan start to take the initiative to shoulder these responsibilities, Qin Yuan was very pleased. The Qin Xuan from 3 years ago was not like this. 3 years ago, although Qin Xuan was known as the #1 genius of Huofeng City, he only knew how to follow Lu Yi around, being someone else's lackey. Now, this child has finally grown up. No one helped the family. Thinking of this, Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. After giving a few instructions and understanding the route and timing of the Qin family's convoy, Qin Xuan set off directly. Since it was to guard against an ambush, they needed to set off early. After leaving Huofeng City, Qin Xuan headed toward the Tianheng mountain range to the east of Huofeng City. Chapter 37. Absorbing Spirit Beasts. The Tianheng mountain range is the largest mountain range near Huofeng City, where there are numerous spirit beasts. From time to time, people encounter spirit beasts in the mountains and are chased in various ways. Therefore, for most cultivators, this place is considered dangerous. However, precisely because there are many spirit beasts here, the spiritual energy in the mountains is much richer than outside, and the quality of herbs is superior, making the value of spirit beasts even higher. As a result, every year, a large number of fearless cultivators enter the mountains, hunting spirit beasts while also gathering herbs. The Qin family had set up a medicine garden in the mountains a long time ago. Standing at the entrance of the mountains, Qin Xuan took a deep breath. The reason he actively volunteered this time was, on one hand, to help solve the family's problems, and on the other hand, for himself. First, concerning flames. Since he wanted to pursue the path of a Dan master, he would eventually need to possess his own flame. So, taking advantage of this trip into the mountains, he hoped to find a suitable flame. However, he did not plan to search for those legendary heavenly fires. After all, such things are rare, and he currently lacks the strength to capture them. He was looking for earth vein fire. If he could absorb earth vein fire, it would be sufficient for him. After all, relying on earth vein fire, he would at least be able to refine pills. As for refining higher-grade pills in the future, he would have to look for even more advanced flames. Additionally, he wanted to collect some essence blood from spirit beasts. Although the essence blood from the spirit beasts here is not of high level, the quantity is numerous. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, as long as enough is absorbed. His strength can undergo a qualitative change. If he encounters any that are unwise, he would eliminate them as well and refine them with the divine refining cauldron. Qin Xuan nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and then entered the mountains. As Qin Xuan entered the mountains, several figures emerged from the shadows. "Did you see clearly?" The leading person asked. "I saw clearly. It's Qin Xuan. It seems that the Qin family is indeed going to make a big move this time. That's good. As long as the Qin family falls into the trap, we will execute according to the previous plan." Hearing this, the others nodded repeatedly. "I will report this matter to the lords when I return. You few follow me and keep an eye on this Qin Xuan. If there's a chance, take care of this brat." "Yes." The others took their orders and left, while this person headed towards the city, and the others followed Qin Xuan. At this moment, Qin Xuan was making his way towards the center of the mountain range. As he got closer to the center, the spiritual energy around him began to grow denser. The divine refining cauldron continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy and sent it into Qin Xuan's body. Qin Xuan could feel the spiritual energy in his Dan, Si increasing. The ancient divine refining technique and the divine refining cauldron are truly formidable. Feeling the spiritual energy flooding into his body, Qin Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Along the way, he occasionally spotted spiritual beasts running past him. Perhaps sensing the dominance of the divine refining cauldron, these spiritual beasts did not charge directly at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan only selected some robust and vigorous spiritual beasts, took their vital blood, and collected it. Thus, Qin Xuan continued to make his way towards the center of the mountain range. Roar! A spiritual beast charged at him, its sharp claws reaching for Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan sneered, using the Azure Dragon 9 slashes to instantly slay the incoming spiritual beast. Although he was very skilled in using the Azure Dragon 9 slashes, he had not fought in real combat before, so using these spiritual beasts as targets was the most suitable. Roar! Several spiritual beasts were cornered by Qin Xuan. Faced with the relentless Qin Xuan, they immediately lunged at him. The woofing sword slashed down rapidly, producing sounds like dragon roars, slaying the spiritual beasts on the spot. After which Qin Xuan took their vital blood. Qin Xuan sheathed his sword and tossed the bodies of the spiritual beasts into the divine refining cauldron, then coldly turned around. Despite the caution of this group, Qin Xuan still noticed someone following him from behind. Just a bunch of useless fools. They follow me all this way, wanting to attack me earlier, but after seeing how ruthless I am, they dare not move. It's truly laughable. These few people had initially planned to ambush Qin Xuan. However, after witnessing him easily slay several second-level spiritual beasts, they suddenly felt intimidated. Although Qin Xuan's fighting power was still at the 4th level of the Danxian realm, in their eyes, his combat strength was at least equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of Danxian. Consequently, they no longer dare to act. They didn't dare to act, and Qin Xuan couldn't be bothered with them. After all, his presence in the mountains could confuse them, making them think the Qin family had deployed its main forces in the mountains. Qin Xuan took this time to rapidly enhance his strength. By slaying spiritual beasts and tossing them into the divine refining cauldron to refine their essence, he then absorbed it. The Danci of Qin Xuan could accommodate spiritual energy dozens of times more than ordinary Dancis, so to enhance his strength, he naturally needed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. If he relied on slowly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it would take him decades or even hundreds of years to reach the Earth-Xian realm. Only by hunting spiritual beasts or enemies and absorbing and devouring their spiritual energy could he enhance his strength. With that in mind, Qin Xuan continued forward, constantly hunting and absorbing these spiritual beasts. Meanwhile, the group trailing behind Qin Xuan grew increasingly wary as they watched him continuously hunt spiritual beasts, and their distance from him became greater. In the end, they only knew the general direction in which Qin Xuan was heading and did not dare to approach too closely. Should we act? This kid's combat power might even be able to contend with someone in the Earth-Xian realm. One of them said, clearly worried and wanting to leave. Useless. Wait a little longer. We have already notified the elder. Once the elder arrives, taking care of him will be easy. He may have high combat power, but he can't possibly fight against the elder. During this time, they had already been extremely wary of the Qin family, and this was a perfect opportunity to take them all down. The group didn't have to wait long before a masked elder arrived with several disciples in a hurry. "So, is that little beast still inside?" the elder said fiercely. "Elderly Meng, he is right in there." One of the tracking disciples stepped forward, but before he finished speaking, a flash of sword light appeared. "Foolish pig, I told you not to expose your identity carelessly here. No matter what happens today, we must not reveal our connection to our family. Do you all understand?" Seeing elderly Meng act so decisively, the others immediately fell silent. They were a whole group, yet they were afraid of a young man who had only recently recovered his cultivation. "Remember, once we start, we must kill this little beast." After saying that, elderly Meng waved his hand and led everyone towards the direction Qin Xuan was heading. Chapter 38. Counterattack against enemies. Along the way, Qin Xuan continuously slaughtered spiritual beasts. The spiritual energy and essence within the spiritual beasts were far more than he had anticipated. Throughout the night, the divine refining cauldron continuously refined the spiritual beasts and then infused their essence into Qin Xuan's body. Just like that, a night passed in a hurry, and Qin Xuan's cultivation level rose by one minor realm, reaching the 5th level of the Danxian realm. After slaughtering a large number of spiritual beasts, Qin Xuan stopped, leaning on his long knife, and let out a breath. Along the way, he had already slain dozens of spiritual beasts, all of which were not weak 2nd-level spiritual beasts, and even he felt a bit tired. However, he quickly moved his shoulders to relax. Why haven't those people caught up? Qin Xuan had prepared for the possibility of being pursued by these people along the way, but after killing spiritual beasts all night, he still hadn't seen them. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly looked up, his eyes flashing with cold light. "Interesting, they actually circled around to my front, tried to surround me and put me to death." He had originally thought that the group had lost track of him, but from the current situation, they had split into several directions, surrounding him from multiple angles. No wonder they kept their distance. It was to avoid alerting me, to avoid attracting Qin Xuan's attention. The few people following him maintained their distance, using the traces left by Qin Xuan's hunting of spiritual beasts to keep up. Qin Xuan sneered. "Since this group wants to put me to death, then let us give them a surprise and let them know what price they have to pay for doing so." Their plan to surround him was certainly plausible, but they had underestimated Qin Xuan's strength. Ever since the divine refining cauldron refined his body, Qin Xuan's senses had become much sharper, coupled with the increase in his mental power from absorbing the spirit of the human-faced demon spider. He detected them before they could completely surround him. "If they want to surround me, then I will take them down one by one." With that in mind, Qin Xuan drew the woofing sword and chose a direction, immediately rushing over. In no time, Qin Xuan spotted the enemies coming from that direction. Most of the enemies here were disciples in the early stages of the Danxian realm, with the strongest being at the 5th level of Danxian, on par with Qin Xuan. Seeing this, Qin Xuan snorted coldly and charged forward. As soon as the leader of the group noticed Qin Xuan's presence, he hurriedly shouted in panic, but it was already too late. Boom! The woofing sword, accompanied by a howling wind and dragon roars, descended towards the leading man. Clang! Crack! The leader hurriedly raised his sword, trying to block the strike. However, he underestimated the power of the woofing heavy sword. His raised sword was merely a momentary block before it was shattered by the woofing sword, and in his eyes, the woofing sword grew larger. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The man let out a scream before being smashed to death by the woofing sword. A single strike can bring down 10. Not to mention that Qin Xuan's combat power far exceeded his. Run! Seeing their leader being killed by Qin Xuan with a single sword strike, the others immediately felt a chill run down their spines and turned to flee. Now you want to leave? It's too late. Qin Xuan snorted coldly, wielding the unadorned sword as he charged forward, killing each of them with a single strike. Afterward, he threw their corpses into the spirit refining cauldron. Soon, several drops of primal spirit liquid were extracted. How could the spirit liquid refined from these few cultivators be more than that from so many spirit beasts? Qin Xuan was somewhat surprised. Then he realized that humans are the essence of all things. And these cultivators each seized the creation of all things and cultivated the Tao of heaven and earth. So the spiritual energy and essence within them naturally surpassed that of these second-level spirit beasts. What he absorbed was the essence accumulated by these people over more than a decade, or even decades, so the improvement was naturally rapid. Of course, if it were third or fourth-level spirit beasts, they would naturally have more spiritual energy and essence. Feeling the boost in his strength, Qin Xuan licked his lips, his eyes filled with killing intent. It seems that seizing others' creations is the fastest way to improve cultivation. Qin Xuan stretched his muscles and then looked in another direction. Let's go. Holding the unadorned sword, Qin Xuan charged in another direction. The situation there was almost the same, and Qin Xuan hardly spent much effort to eliminate that group of people. After absorbing their spiritual energy, Qin Xuan's cultivation also broke through to the 6th level of Dan Xian. Next, Qin Xuan repeated the process, but this time, he encountered some trouble. Did you kill these people, you little beast? Li Meng glared at Qin Xuan with red eyes. Naturally, he heard the screams as soon as Qin Xuan made his move. By the time he arrived, it was already too late. There were no corpses left on the ground, only bloodstains, which left Li Meng both shocked and furious. Of course, I killed them, old man. Can't you figure that out? Since you don't believe me, how about I send you down to meet them and ask them yourself? Before he finished speaking, Qin Xuan immediately made his move. Boom! Hearing this, Li Meng was furious, and the aura of the Earth Xian realm surged out instantly. Feeling the intense Earth Xian aura, a grave expression flashed across Qin Xuan's face. The Earth Xian realm is indeed much stronger than the Dan Xian realm. This was his first time fighting someone of a higher cultivation level. You little beast, I will make you pay for your words. With a roar, a white jade ruler appeared in Li Meng's hand. Li Meng snorted coldly, infused spiritual energy into the jade ruler, and then recklessly smashed it down towards Qin Xuan. The jade ruler flew down, creating spirals of spiritual energy. The spirals rushed towards Qin Xuan in an instant. At the same time, Qin Xuan took a deep breath, gripped the unadorned sword tightly, and stomped heavily on the ground, using that force to shoot toward Li Meng. Capture the leader first. Li Meng was the leader of this group, so as long as he was eliminated, everything would be resolved. In trying to shake a tree, overestimating yourself. Seeing Qin Xuan not only not retreating, but also charging towards him, Li Meng advanced instead, continuously striking down with the jade ruler. With flashes of light, the jade ruler split into dozens of phantoms, enveloping Qin Xuan. Mid-grade magical artifact. In an instant, Qin Xuan sensed the power of the magical artifact in his opponent's hand. Qin Xuan knew very well the power of a mid-grade magical artifact, and he immediately brought the unadorned sword down towards the jade ruler. Boom! The jade ruler and the unadorned sword collided, and two waves of spiritual energy surged out, sending both of them flying apart. Huh! Qin Xuan staggered back several steps before barely stopping. At this moment, his hand felt numb. He shook it vigorously and looked across. On the other side, Li Meng also stepped back a few steps, but compared to Qin Xuan, his hand was already injured, blood dripping from it. Not only that, but the sleeve holding the jade ruler had also been completely shattered and was trembling uncontrollably. A grave look flashed across Qin Xuan's face, but he immediately snorted coldly and charged directly at Li Meng. This kid's physical body is surprisingly strong. Li Meng's cultivation level was clearly higher, yet his injuries were even worse. The only explanation was that Qin Xuan's physical body was much stronger. Even more astonishing to him was that despite having a much higher cultivation level than Qin Xuan was actually able to compete with him evenly. He was a first-level Earth Xian realm cultivator. You little beast, do you really think you're my match? Seeing Qin Xuan advancing instead of retreating, Li Meng steeled himself, gathering all his spiritual energy to pounce on Qin Xuan. This time, he aimed for a decisive blow to completely kill Qin Xuan. Everyone, attack. Kill him. Seeing that Li Meng was holding Qin Xuan back, the others immediately moved to attack Qin Xuan, hoping to take him down through a joint assault. The speed between Qin Xuan and Li Meng was faster, and the two quickly clashed again. The Jade Ruler and the unadorned sword collided, and Qin Xuan roared. The unadorned sword glowing brilliantly, with dragon roars emanating from the sword. The hidden dragon in the abyss. The unadorned sword descended heavily, with dragon-shaped sword energy faintly flying from the sword body. Oh no! Li Meng immediately sensed something was off. After Qin Xuan unleashed this move, its power had actually increased compared to before. If before they were evenly matched, now it had turned into Qin Xuan's unilateral suppression. Boom! The unadorned sword buzzed and instantly knocked the Jade Ruler away, cleaving down towards Li Meng's chest. Seeing this, Li Meng quickly retreated while swiftly retracting the Jade Ruler to block the momentum of the unadorned sword. However, the situation had already tilted in Qin Xuan's favor. Looking for death, failing to land a hit, Qin Xuan's sword momentum changed again, and he struck once more. The dragon appears in the field. The heavy, unadorned sword, like a swimming dragon, immediately dodged the Jade Ruler and lunged towards Li Meng's heart. How dare you? Li Meng was alarmed, frantically swinging the Jade Ruler to try to block this strike. This kid's martial techniques are definitely not simple. The grade is absolutely not something a city like Firewind City is qualified to possess. At this thought, a notion flashed through Li Meng's mind. This kid must have obtained a significant opportunity in the Heaven Tomb. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to recover his cultivation so quickly and now even suppress him. He must have more than just these secrets. Chapter 39. The Crisis in the Medicine Garden. Thinking of this, Li Meng turned to flee. He had to report this news to the Li family. They must do everything possible to eliminate Qin Xuan and uncover the secrets he possessed. At this thought, he no longer cared about the lives of the others present. He just wanted to take this news back. Just when their battle was at a critical moment. Li Meng surprisingly wanted to run, and Qin Xuan would not let this opportunity slip by. The third strike of the Songlong 9 slashes was instantly unleashed. Roar! The sword body cut through the wind, resembling a series of dragon roars, enveloped in sharp sword intent and killing intent, instantly covering Li Meng's back. Not good. Li Meng screamed, hurriedly using the Jade Ruler to block Qin Xuan's strike. Clang! The Jade Ruler was knocked away, and the unadorned sword struck Li Meng's back. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed, and Li Meng, who was turning to flee, was directly smashed to the ground. Spare my life! Ignoring the blood spewing from his mouth, Li Meng shouted in horror, desperately pleading for mercy. But what followed was not forgiveness, but the unadorned sword that loomed larger before him. I shouldn't have acted on this greed. In the final moments, that was the only thought in his mind. Crack! Li Meng's head was smashed into pieces, red and white splattering all over Qin Xuan. Before his spiritual energy dissipated, Qin Xuan raised his hand and extracted his spiritual energy. Go! Seeing Li Meng killed, Qin Xuan, drenched in red and white, looked like a god of slaughter, and the others turned to flee. With elder Li Meng dead, the others were even less of a concern. Want to escape? Just based on you? Qin Xuan snorted coldly and immediately gave chase. The cultivation levels of these few were only on par with his. And soon Qin Xuan had killed all but the last one. No, don't kill me. Just spare my life, and I'll agree to anything. At this moment, the man directly knelt down and begged for mercy. Who sent you? Qin Xuan pressed him. If I tell you, will you let me go? The man cast a hopeful glance at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan snorted coldly. No, but I can make your death a bit quicker. Upon hearing that Qin Xuan was unwilling to spare him, the man thought about keeping quiet. Then I'll take my time to make you suffer, Qin Xuan said, and then he moved to attack. I'll talk. After just a few strikes from Qin Xuan, the man couldn't withstand the pain anymore. It was the people from the city who sent us. The city lord? Qin Xuan frowned and then sneered. Do you think I'm easy to deceive? Although Yuan Hao is powerful, he hasn't been in Huofeng City for long. He's just a figurehead. How could he mobilize so many people? Qin Xuan didn't believe him and continued to attack. It's not just the city lord. There are several other families involved. Li family, Sima family, and Du family. All are involved. Hearing this, a strong killing intent flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes. He could understand if the Li and Sima families wanted to take action against the Qin family. But why was the Du family getting involved? It was the city lord Yuan Hao who organized these families, and I've heard it's the Zhao family's idea. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan's expression turned cold. If it was the Zhao family, then everything made sense. Just Yuan Hao alone wouldn't be able to convince the other families to act against the Qin family, but with the Zhao family backing him, it was indeed possible for the other families to unite. This time, these families have joined forces to completely eliminate the Qin family. So they divided their forces into two groups. This side is just a bait to attract the main force of the Qin family, while the others are preparing to exterminate the Qin family. Exterminate. At the mention of this word, Qin Xuan couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. These damned people wanted to wipe out the entire Qin family. Suddenly, Qin Xuan realized something. On this side of the mountains, their goal was not to destroy the Qin family as convoy. Their real target was the Qin family's medicinal garden. As for the convoy, it was just a ruse. The medicinal garden relied on the formation set up by the Du family for protection, but since it was set up by the Du family, who knew if there were any secret doors behind it? He feared that the Du family wasn't so honest. All right, I'll give you a quick death. After beheading the man with a sword, Qin Xuan also threw these people into the spirit refining cauldron to turn them into source spiritual liquid. This jade ruler is not bad. Picking up Li Meng's jade ruler, Qin Xuan waved it vigorously. With one more item, he could refine them into the Wufeng sword, improving its quality as well. 3 mid-grade magical artifacts could be refined into a top-grade magical artifact in the spirit refining cauldron. He still needed to obtain another mid-grade magical artifact. Qin Xuan stroked his chin, pondering continuously. However, since so many families were taking action at the same time, although mid-grade magical artifacts were rare, the people in their hands should have quite a few. To the medicinal garden, I hope nothing has happened there. Time was of the essence, and Qin Xuan hurried towards the medicinal garden. The medicinal garden was not only crucial for the Qin family, but it was also key for him to become an alchemist. He needed a large amount of medicinal materials to practice alchemy. Therefore, nothing could go wrong in the medicinal garden. With this thought in mind, Qin Xuan rushed towards the medicinal garden. Medicinal Valley. This was the name of a place rich in spiritual energy within the Tianheng Mountains. However, before the Qin family chose this place as their medicinal garden, there were already many medicinal materials here. But at that time, it was occupied by a 4th-level spiritual beast. And except for a few mercenaries who bravely gathered some precious medicinal materials, no one else could enter. All of this changed when the Qin family decided to venture into alchemy over a decade ago. Due to the immense profits from alchemy, the Qin family invested a lot of energy into the medicinal garden. To protect the medicinal garden, Qin Yuan, who had already entered the Tianxian realm, led a team to slay the 4th-level spiritual beast. This action not only made the Qin family famous in Huafeng City, instilling fear in other families, but it also allowed the Qin family to completely occupy the medicinal valley. The medicinal garden is located within the medicinal valley. In the past, due to the Qin family's reputation, almost no one dared to cause trouble here. After all, the Qin family was not to be trifled with. And there was also an elder from the Earth profound realm stationed here. However, in recent days, the medicinal garden was filled with a tense atmosphere. The reason was that the convoy responsible for transporting medicinal herbs had been attacked. This made everyone in the medicinal garden extremely anxious, fearing they would be the next target. However, after the incident, news came from the family that the patriarch would bring people here to completely eliminate those attackers. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the medicinal garden felt much more relaxed. After all, as long as the family took this matter seriously, dealing with those attackers would be a piece of cake. But I still find this matter a bit suspicious. At this moment in the medicinal garden, looking at the gradually rising sun, Qin family elder Qin, who frowned and spoke. An old man was beside him. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. What's so suspicious? These thieves dare not touch the Qin family's tiger whiskers. They can only do such despicable things. In the end, they're just jumping clowns, nothing to worry about, the old man said. But upon hearing this, Qin, who shook his head, Old Du, you don't understand. No matter how I look at this matter, it seems suspicious. If they wanted to attack the Qin family, they could have targeted the medicinal garden directly. That way, I would be unprepared, and the medicinal garden might really be finished. But they only ambushed the convoy. This is too absurd. It's like stirring up the grass to scare the snake. I suspect their real target is the Qin family itself. Qin Hu said, shaking his head continuously. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression changed, but then he returned to normal. Haha, you are overthinking it. This matter is not so suspicious. We just need to guard this place. Listening to the old man, Qin Hu nodded gratefully. Old Du, if it weren't for your Du family's people managing the formation, the defense here would be quite difficult. The old man beside him smiled and stroked his beard. We've known each other for many years. There's no need to be so polite. Besides, your Qin family and our Du family have always had a good relationship. I just wonder which expert will come to support us this time? Old Du inquired tentatively. I don't know, but it could either be the patriarch or the third elder. Qin Yan. Just as Qin Hu was speaking, Qin Xuan had already arrived near the medicinal garden. Looking at the huge, almost transparent defensive barrier enveloping the medicinal valley, Qin Xuan nodded slightly. Although this formation had many flaws, it was indeed massive in scale. As for the intricacy of the formation, Qin Xuan shook his head. It really wasn't anything remarkable. During the 300 years in the Heavenly Tomb, every time he returned to the Taihuang space, Emperor Xuanji would make him learn various things. Since you are my man, you can't be useless. You all need to learn. Therefore, during these 300 years, although he couldn't cultivate due to the lack of spiritual energy, he learned a lot about alchemy, formations, beast taming, and other miscellaneous skills. These were excellent skills from the upper realm, far superior to what you have in the lower realm. Thus, he was quite accomplished in formations. Looking at the still relatively peaceful medicinal garden, Qin Xuan let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that it hadn't been attacked. This was the best news so far. Chapter 40. Setting up the formation upon arriving near the medicinal garden, several guards immediately came out to block Qin Xuan. Halt! This is the Qin family's medicinal garden. Idle people must stop. Several Qin family guards stared warily at Qin Xuan. It's me, the young clan leader Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan said, taking out the Qin family's token and waving it at the guards. The young clan leader? The young clan leader is here. Quickly, call the elder to come and take a look. A guard from the Qin family looked suspiciously at Qin Xuan. There was no reason for it. Over the years, Qin Xuan had never come here. The former Qin Xuan was just a sycophant who only knew how to follow women around, completely uninterested in family affairs. So it was natural that he never cared about such matters. Therefore, they didn't think Qin Xuan would come here. But the token in Qin Xuan's hand was authentic. So they hurriedly called Qin Hu over. What? You said the young clan leader has arrived? Upon hearing that Qin Xuan was coming, Qin Hu was also puzzled, while the elder Du's eyes flashed with a glimmer of suspicion. How could it be the young clan leader? Shouldn't it be the clan leader? Listening to Elder Du's words, Qin Hu was also at a loss. This matter is uncertain. The letter from the family just told me to wait, and that a family expert would come to assist. Not long after, Qin Hu rushed over there. He wanted to see if it really was the young clan leader. The letter from the family said that the young clan leader's personality had changed after being missing for 3 years and was different from before. He also wanted to see if this was true. After all, Qin Xuan was the most famous sycophant in the entire Huofeng city. And Qin Hu naturally knew about Qin Xuan's reputation for spending lavishly on Lu Yi. Now, that Qin Xuan was here, he was just in time to see him. Upon reaching the formation's edge and confirming that it was indeed Qin Xuan, Qin Hu immediately ordered to let him pass. Entering the medicinal garden, feeling the rich medicinal fragrance and abundant spiritual energy, Qin Xuan nodded slightly. It was indeed a good place. Young clan leader, what brings you here? I saw in the letter from the clan leader that the family would send some experts here. Seeing that the person was Qin Xuan, Qin Hu's face flashed a hint of disappointment. Although the young clan leader was reputed to be the #1 talent in Huofeng City, he was still just a child. At times like this, reliable people should be sent over instead. Yes, did clan leader Qin only send you? The young clan leader? Elder Du hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. Seeing the other party's somewhat anxious demeanor, Qin Xuan felt a chill in his heart. This is... Qin Hu saw Qin Xuan's confusion and hurriedly explained. Young clan leader, this is my friend Du Liming, sent by the Du family to help us guard the formation. This formation was arranged by the Du family for us back then. With him here, our medicinal garden can be said to be as solid as a fortress. You could just call him Elder Du family. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes, but his face held a gentle smile. So it was Elder Du who was responsible for the formation. It's a pleasure to meet you. I will trouble Elder Du to help our Qin family this time. Hearing this, Du Liming quickly responded politely. Young clan leader, you are too courteous. The Qin and Du families have been family friends for generations. Moreover, since this formation was set up by our Du family, we should be responsible for helping the Qin family guard it. After a pause, Du Liming tentatively looked at Qin Xuan. However, there's still not enough people here. It would be even better if the Qin family had other elders to support us. Hearing the probing tone in the other person's words, Qin Xuan remained expressionless and just sneered coldly. This person is likely problematic. He has been trying to inquire about how many people from the Qin family might come here for support. Of course, before coming, my grandfather had already arranged everything. He took people to escort the convoy of medicinal materials, and I came here to keep watch. This time, I must eliminate all those who harbor ill intentions toward the Qin family. Looking at Qin Xuan's naive demeanor, Qin who couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The young clan leader is still too inexperienced. Du Liming's face showed a hint of joy. Good, very good. As long as clan leader Qin takes action, regardless of who comes, we will definitely be able to eliminate them all. Humph, just a naive waste. It's surprising that the people in the city value him so much. Du Liming sneered inwardly, not taking Qin Xuan seriously at all. After a brief exchange, although Qin, who was somewhat worried, since the clan leader had already decided to ambush halfway, he felt much more at ease. Young clan leader, this place is not like Huofeng City. It may be a bit inconvenient for you. After arranging a room for Qin Xuan, Qin who left with his men, it seems there really is a traitor. Otherwise, how could those people ambush the Qin family's convoy of medicinal materials? After the others left, Qin Xuan cast a somewhat cold gaze outside. This Du Liming has issues. From the very beginning, he deliberately tried to probe the situation on the Qin family side, while Qin Xuan also intentionally told him that the clan leader was going to set an ambush on the way. Moreover, he pretended to be naive. After all, only by acting indifferent would he believe the information that was revealed. People are like that. They naturally don't trust information directly obtained from someone's mouth, but are certainly convinced of what they hear through methods. As long as this person passes on this information, and my grandfather and the others got to make a round, they will all believe it. Qin Xuan sneered, clenching his fists. Since you want to be a traitor, then I will fulfill you, using you as a traitor to lead them to their deaths. Since the Du family has already defected, the defenses here are likely not safe anymore. Looking around, Qin Xuan's mind stirred, and he left the room. Earlier, I felt there was something wrong with this formation. It had too many flaws. I thought it was because the person who arranged the formation lacked the ability to set up a sophisticated formation. But now it seems they might have done on purpose. Qin Xuan stroked his chin. Since you want to use this formation to make a move, then you must not let them succeed. Qin Xuan's understanding of formations was naturally far superior to that of the Du family. With this in mind, Qin Xuan stood up. He needed to check the formation and then repair it. After explaining to the other members of the Qin family, Qin Xuan began to inspect the formation set up by the Du family in the Medicinal Valley. An hour later, Qin Xuan's expression turned very gloomy. The formation arranged by the Du family not only had numerous flaws, but also could be controlled to use the formation to attack those within it. This was not a defensive formation at all. It was simply a formation deliberately set to trap enemies. The Du family has indeed had ill intentions from the start. Qin Xuan said coldly. If it weren't for his expertise in formations, discovering all these situations, once encircled, the Qin family members in the medicinal garden would have been annihilated. Hey, dare to take action against the Qin family? Then I will let you know what it's like. Qin Xuan immediately began to repair the formation. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Xuan. Since these people wanted to use the formation against him, then he would use the formation to counter them. Since the Du family deliberately set the formation this way, why not take advantage of it and modify the formation? They think the formation can't do anything to them. Once they enter the formation, he can use the formation to attack them. Qin Xuan chuckled coldly. Since the Du family dares to set a trap for the Qin family, then they cannot be spared. They think they can trap the Qin family with someone inside and outside working together. They have miscalculated. I will let them know what self-deprecation means. As for the Du family, after this matter, he would widely publicize that the Du family and the Qin family had united. Qin Xuan's cold thoughts turned darker. By doing this, the Qin family wouldn't even need to take action. Other families would destroy the Du family, right? After all, traitors are always the most despised. Once the entire Du family is wiped out, and under the pretext of avenging the Du family, he would eliminate those few families that took action. Others would have to say, I am loyal. When dealing with such traitors, there should be no mercy. They must know the consequences of their actions. Qin Xuan quickly completed the arrangement of the formation. All right, the new formation has been set up. From the outside, it looks just like before, and as long as the new formation is not activated, people from the outside can come in freely. Once they enter the area of the formation where they can be attacked, we can take action and capture them all, using their own tactics against them, luring the enemy in and then capturing them all. At this time, the sun was setting and night was gradually descending. The sounds of insects and beasts began to echo from around. The atmosphere in the entire medicinal valley gradually became tense. Everyone seems to sense a looming atmosphere of danger. Chapter 41. The Siege of Spirit Beasts. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Old Du and I have known each other for many years. How could he possibly do such a thing? In the Medicine Valley, Qin, whose eyes widened as he stared discontentedly at Qin Xuan in front of him. After finishing the arrangements, Qin Xuan took the opportunity to inform Qin Hu about Du Liming's situation when Qin Hu was alone. Listening to Qin Xuan's words, Qin Hu's first reaction was disbelief. He simply could not believe that his friend would do such a thing. Du Liming and Qin Hu were longtime friends, so of course, he couldn't believe the other was a traitor. Moreover, the Du family and the Qin family had always maintained a good relationship, often helping each other. Therefore, at this moment, Qin Hu did not believe what Qin Xuan said at all. A young clan leader, there must be some treacherous person stirring things up. How could old Du possibly be a traitor? Qin Hu said earnestly to Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan knew that Qin Hu was stubborn, and he smiled faintly. Since Elder Wu, you don't believe me, I actually have a way to prove whether this person is a traitor or not. Would you like to bet with me? Upon hearing this, Qin Hu nodded. After a brief moment, Du Liming was summoned to the Medicine Valley's conference hall. What's going on? It's almost evening. Is there something urgent? Hearing this, Qin Xuan smiled, while Qin Hu explained, it's like this. We just received news from the family that the clan leader won't be coming here today, and we have to handle it ourselves. What? Clan leader Qin Yuan isn't coming back? Why is that? Upon hearing this, Du Liming's face changed dramatically, almost losing his balance. The key to this operation was to draw the tiger away from its mountain. If Qin Yuan remained in the Qin family, wouldn't they be sending themselves to their doom? However, Du Liming, being older and somewhat composed, quickly regained his calm. In that case, relying solely on us might be a bit dangerous. How about this? I'll go out and check the formation again to ensure everything is foolproof. Qin Xuan nodded. Then thank you for your hard work, old Du. After Du Liming left, Qin Xuan exchanged glances with Qin Hu. Elder Qin Hu, let us secretly follow him and see if this old Du is really a traitor. Qin Xuan said, and the two stealthily followed Du Liming from behind. Du Liming circled a few times, found a deserted corner, hurriedly wrote a note, took out a porcelain bottle, and released an iron beetle, instructing it to take the note away. Just as the beetle flew out, the Qin family's guards, who had been hiding in the shadows, immediately sprang into action and killed the beetle. Seeing this, Du Liming was horrified and looked around, wanting to escape. But at that moment, Qin Xuan and Qin Hu stepped out. Old Du, I didn't expect you to really be a traitor. Qin Hu looked at Du Liming with heartache. He never thought that the old Du he had trusted for so long had already betrayed the Qin family. Traitor? I'm a member of the Du family. I've always been loyal to the Du family. How can you call me a traitor? Du Liming spat at Qin Hu and then glared fiercely at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan, don't be too pleased with yourself. This time I may have fallen, but don't think you'll have it easy. If the Qin family can't be destroyed, killing you, this little beast, will still be worth it. Soon you will know what is going on. Du Liming said, and hearing this, Qin Xuan sneered and knocked Du Liming unconscious with a punch. Everyone, stay alert tonight and be careful of surprise attacks. After giving the orders, Qin Xuan took Du Liming away from there. Back in his room, Qin Xuan used the transformation of spirit technique to absorb Du Liming's mental energy. Although this person's cultivation level was not high, as a formation master, his mental energy was quite good. Absorbing his mental energy should allow Qin Xuan to elevate his own mental energy to level 2. Mental energy is divided into 9 levels. Ordinary people don't even have a level. To refine pills, at least level 1 mental energy is required. Qin Xuan was originally able to refine first-grade pills, which was already level 1 mental energy. A few days ago, he had just absorbed the mental energy of a human face spider and was already on the verge of a breakthrough. If he could now absorb this formation master's mental energy, he would surely step into level 2. The stronger the mental energy, the greater the assistance in alchemy. Qin Xuan wanted to continue down the path of alchemy. With this in mind, he wasted no time and completely devoured Du Liming's mental energy. After swallowing Du Liming's mental energy, Qin Xuan felt a sharp pain surge through him. Hiss! He gasped in surprise, holding his head, nearly losing his balance. The mental energy was too strong. Qin Xuan quickly operated the transformation of spirit technique to continuously absorb this mental energy. After a while, Qin Xuan let out a breath and raised his head. All of Du Liming's mental energy had been completely absorbed by him, and he had successfully broken through to level 2 mental energy. After the breakthrough, Qin Xuan felt as if his vision suddenly cleared. His 5 senses were all enhanced. Not only did everything in front of him become incredibly clear, but he could even hear the rustling of the wind and grass hundreds of feet away. This was the benefit brought by the enhancement of mental energy. Qin Xuan clenched his fists excitedly, but at that moment, his expression suddenly turned cold. Someone was approaching the medicine valley. Oomph, these people really dare to come. With a cold snort, Qin Xuan found Qin Hu and conveyed the situation. That formation was indeed tampered with by Du Liming. Things are bound to go wrong when the fight breaks out, Qin Xuan said. Upon hearing this, Qin Hu immediately clenched his fists in anger. This beast! What should we do now? Young clan leader, should you leave first? Qin Xuan smiled and shook his head. Everyone is here. If I leave, the morale will collapse. Elder, rest assured, I have already made improvements to this formation in advance. It will not affect our Qin family. Also, tell the others not to act until that group of fools enters the formation. Qin Xuan instructed. Hearing that Qin Xuan already had a plan, Qin Hu immediately relaxed. This time we owe it all to the young master. If it weren't for you, we would have faced a big problem, Qin Hu said sincerely. In fact, when Qin Xuan first arrived, he was somewhat dismissive. After all, in his view, Qin Xuan was just a third-generation descendant relying on his grandfather. Previously, he acted like a sycophant. Such a person was not worth following. However, it seemed that the young clan leader was no longer the same as before. The current young clan leader could be said to be both courageous and wise, fully capable of being entrusted with great matters. After a short while, as the ground trembled, all the guards of the Qin family sensed that something was wrong. Everyone tightened defenses and retreat into the formation. No orders, do not act, Qin Hu ordered loudly, and the guards immediately complied. After a while, all the Qin family guards looked pale as they stared outside. Outside the medicine valley, over 100 second-grade spirit beasts surrounded the valley, and there were quite a few third-grade spirit beasts among them. 100 beasts attacking. How can there be so many spirit beasts? Shortly after, all the spirit beasts came to a halt and parted to make way. And a pure white third-grade spirit wolf walked out. On the wolf's back, a black-clad figure with a masked face stared intently at the Qin family's medicine valley. All Qin family members, listen up. Surrender now, and I will spare your lives. If you dare to resist, you will be killed without mercy. Chapter 42. The might of the formation. The black-clad man's words echoed around the medicine valley. Watching the black-clad man leading such a large number of spirit beasts, many people on the scene swallowed hard, sweating profusely. With so many spirit beasts, and all of them being second grade, if they all attacked together, they wouldn't be able to hold their ground. However, fortunately, there was still the formation. With the formation in place, at least they could hold out for a while. They just didn't know how long the formation could withstand. Behind the leading white wolf, there were several black-clad figures riding on several spirit beasts. From their movements, it is clear that they are very inexperienced. It seems that the Li family has invested heavily this time to deal with us. Inside the formation, Qin Hu looked at the white wolf outside with a serious expression. If 1 or 2 level spirit beasts can be summoned in the mountains, Taming a level 3 spirit beast requires far more effort, not to mention riding on the back of the white wolf. It would be impossible without several months of training. This white wolf is not among the level 3 spirit beasts we found that the Leaf family had tamed. So it seems they have secretly tamed this spirit beast in the mountains specifically to deal with our Qin family. Qin, whose expression was grim. The Leaf family came prepared, clearly having planned to take action against the Qin family long ago. But they had no idea before. There are likely more than just Leaf family members here. Elder, look at those few people behind us. Although some of them are cloaked in black, you can vaguely see the tools for arranging formations. They should be from the Du family. They must be preparing to reverse control of the formation if we refuse to surrender. The formation was set up by the Du family, and they naturally know best what the key points are. Qin Xuan said calmly. Since several major families have joined forces against the Qin family, they would not be lacking in resources. Qin who? Will you surrender or not? The leading figure shouted again. If you don't come to surrender now, once we break through here, we will definitely leave no chickens or dogs alive. Hearing the threat from the other side, Qin, whose face turned extremely ugly, he wanted to rush out and fight them. Don't be impulsive. Let me handle them. Qin Xuan shook his head, signaling Qin who not to act rashly. Since the formation has been prepared, it must be used. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's the old turtle from the Leaf family. A few days ago, Li Miao kneeled under me begging for mercy. And you all want to come here to seek death? Qin Xuan mocked loudly. The little beast of the Qin family. So you're also here, huh? Truly heaven is helping me. Hearing Qin Xuan's voice, the masked man was initially furious, but then he was overjoyed. Once I eliminate you, I will take your head and attack Qin Yuan. I don't believe that old man Qin Yuan won't be thrown into chaos upon seeing your head. I can't let him off easily. This little beast has caused great harm. I must torture him to death to vent my hatred. Behind the white wolf, another black-clad man became extremely excited upon hearing Qin Xuan's words. Oh, so there is also the matter of your Lu family. Qin Xuan immediately recognized that this person was Lu Tao, an elder of the Lu family. Nonsense, what Lu family? I don't know what you were talking about. Hearing Qin Xuan expose his identity, the man became flustered. The Sima family, Lu family, and Li family, so you all have come, with your grandpa Qin Xuan here. A few worthless bastards, come over and spar with your grandpa if you have the ability. Inside the formation, Qin Xuan sneered, listening to Qin Xuan's cold sarcasm. These people could no longer hold back. Damn it, a little brat dares to challenge us. I'll kill you right now. The leading man shouted and immediately ordered. Kill all the Qin family members here. Leave not a single one alive. As for Qin Xuan, he must be tortured to death. As his voice fell, the surrounding spirit beasts immediately stirred and charged toward the Medicine Valley. What to do? What to do? Many of the Qin family's guards looked panicked as they saw the charging spirit beasts. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get ready. Don't worry. With the formation in place, they won't be able to break in for a while. Qin, who shouted loudly. Hearing this, the crowd around them calmed down slightly. Formation? Old Qin who? Do you still think your formation works? The leading man shouted wildly, then laughed as he called out to those behind him. This formation is up to you. As his voice fell, a black-clad man behind him spoke coldly. Good. This formation was set up by us from the Du family. So, of course, I can dismantle it. Saying this, the black-clad man rode his spirit beast to the front of the formation, waving several formation flags. A few beams of light shot into the formation, and moments later, the formation enveloping the Medicine Valley suddenly opened up gaps, and in just a few breaths, the formation disappeared without a trace. You Du family members are truly despicable. Qin, who shouted angrily, clearly furious. Qin Xuan's face also showed shock and anger. What is going on? Why did the formation fail? Hearing the loud shout and Qin Xuan's panicked voice, the leading member of the Leaf family looked extremely pleased. Soon you will know the power of the beast mastery. Hundreds of spirit beasts and several black-clad men instantly charged into the formation. Keep them all contained. We must not let them succeed. Qin, who shouted. Hearing this, the surrounding Qin family members, though tense, had all prepared themselves. As they watched these people and spirit beasts charge into the formation, Qin Xuan's expression of shock and anger gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, Qin, who looked at Qin Xuan anxiously. Young master, is there really no problem? Hearing Qin Hu's words, Qin Xuan smiled, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, elder. The next part will be the time to watch a good show. Qin Xuan said, then threw all the thousands of spirit stones into the formation. Boom! Inside the formation, light instantly brightened. On the basis of the original formation, a new formation lit up. What is going on with the Du family? Looking at this newly lit formation that seemed to envelop their group, the leading member of the Li family instinctively sensed that something was wrong. This is... The Du family member also felt uneasy. The Qin family's defensive formation was set up by them, so they naturally knew it well. And at the beginning, the formation indeed opened as he had thought. But now, the situation had changed completely. After looking around, the formation in front of him was completely unfamiliar to him. This formation, I don't recognize it. Slap. Hearing this, the Li family member slapped him. Damn it, what a useless fool. You can't even handle this. Brothers, charge. It's just a formation. Rush through and eliminate the Qin family members. Then he led the charge. But just a few steps in, the formation above began to change. The formation continuously drew energy from the spirit stones, and in just a few breaths, all the spirit stones' energy was drained. Then, boom, in the area covered by the formation, beams of light fell like rain. Get down. In an instant, curses and screams echoed. We need more spirit stones. Qin Xuan sneered, throwing in more spirit stones. The light inside the formation became denser, falling down like a torrential rain. Meanwhile, the Qin family members inside were dumbfounded, watching all of this unfold. This is a double-layered formation. Both the outer and inner layers are safe, and only the middle layer between the two layers is extremely dangerous, which is also to better utilize the old formation. Qin Xuan spoke calmly, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Boom! Countless beams fell, and in just a dozen breaths, over 100 spirit beasts were killed, leaving only a few behind. The group of black-clad men was also reduced to just a few. These few had cultivation levels at the peak of the Dan Xian or Earth Xian realms, allowing them to barely withstand this attack. But even so, they were already heavily injured and could not be the Qin family's opponents. Let us go. Whoever can escape, escape. I'll hold off the formation's attack for you. The leading man shouted, signaling the others to rush out. What about you? The others shouted. What should I do? I caused everyone to be wiped out. How can I show my face when I go back? The Li family member shouted, nearly going mad. Tear. Seeing a man in black, wanting to leave. The level 3 white wolf immediately rushed up and tore one of his legs off. Li Wen, are you crazy? We're in this together. Together? Bah. You Du family members are eating from both sides. This time, I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Li Wen, the elder of the Li family, was furious. He charged forward, focusing on the surrounding light attacks, and ruthlessly tore the Du family member apart. You all hurry and leave. After returning, make sure they severely punish the Du family. They are nothing but the Qin family's lackeys. This time, they colluded with the Qin family to turn against us. Chapter 43. Annihilate the enemies. After killing this man, Li Wen, along with the white wolf, recklessly charged inside. The remaining 3 or 4 people, upon seeing this, rushed outside without hesitation. Elder, leave this person to me. Seeing Li Wen and the white wolf charging over, Qin Xuan sneered. This is a level 3 spirit beast. Are you sure you can handle it? Qin Hu said nervously. Qin Xuan nodded. By the way, elder, remember to let 1 or 2 of them escape. That way, the Du family will naturally have someone to deal with them. Qin Xuan smiled, his expression appearing harmless. Good. Looking at Qin Xuan's smile, Qin Hu inexplicably felt a chill run down his back, hurriedly nodding and leaving to chase after those few people. You little beast. Do you think you're my opponent? My spirit beast is a level 3 spirit wolf. Seeing Qin Xuan being so arrogant, Li Wen immediately mocked. This is already a sure loss, but if I can kill Qin Xuan, it won't be too much of a loss after all. He is the young master of the Qin family. Is that so? Then we'll see if you have that ability. Qin Xuan also sneered and strode towards the opponent. Treasure. Kill this little beast for me. Li Wen leaped into the air, commanding the spirit wolf to attack Qin Xuan. The others wanted to help, but were rejected by Qin Xuan. By the way, I previously killed a Li family elder at the Earth Profound realm here. Of course, he was different from you. He fought on his own, unlike you, who needs to rely on a beast to fight. Saying this, Qin Xuan raised Li Meng's Jade Ruler. You killed elderly Meng. Seeing the Jade Ruler in Qin Xuan's hand, Li Wen was filled with dread, his legs becoming weak. He never expected that this Qin Xuan, who had been a waste not long ago, would suddenly possess such powerful combat strength. Hey, I'll send you to reunite below, Qin Xuan said with a cold laugh as he swung his heavy sword towards the spirit wolf. Roar! The spirit wolf howled, but it had consumed too much spiritual energy and stamina to withstand the earlier attacks from the formation. Facing Qin Xuan's thunderous strike, it immediately fell to a disadvantage. Again, Qin Xuan's attacks came like a torrential rain, one sword after another. Boom! The spirit wolf took a heavy sword strike and was sent flying. Not bad resilience. Qin Xuan laughed heartily, instantly accelerating and rushing to the side of the spirit wolf. Roar! At this critical moment, the white spirit wolf let out a furious roar. Its originally snow white fur suddenly turning blood red. Oh, it even knows how to go berserk. Qin Xuan couldn't help but praise. This spirit wolf was indeed a good thing. No wonder the Li family usually didn't let it appear. Bang! The unarmed sword struck down, and the berserk spirit wolf surprisingly blocked this blow, then began to counterattack Qin Xuan. However, Qin Xuan didn't hold back, and several sword strikes quickly fell. Die for me. Just then, Li Wen, who had been standing aside, secretly attacked Qin Xuan. Finding death, Qin Xuan's spiritual sense was now many times sharper than before. Facing Li Wen's attack, he showed no fear and countered with a sword swing towards Li Wen. Puff! Li Wen, who had long been accustomed to controlling beasts, was not familiar with personal combat. After taking this hit, he was directly sent flying. Waste! Qin Xuan scolded. Just as he was about to finish off Li Wen, the white wolf suddenly charged up, blocking in front of Li Wen and taking a hit for him. Crack! After going berserk, the spirit wolf's body had indeed become much stronger, but the unarmed heavy sword still struck it heavily, injuring it severely. The spirit wolf fell to the ground, gasping for breath, clearly not going to last long. Little by. Seeing this, Li Wen let out a mournful cry, holding the spirit wolf and weeping. Watching this scene, Qin Xuan momentarily found it hard to strike. This spirit wolf is indeed loyal, Qin Xuan said with some emotion. He never expected that this spirit wolf would actively jump out to take a hit for its master, which made him quite moved. This beast is much more loyal than many people. Qin Xuan inexplicably thought of Lu Yi. For the sake of this spirit wolf, I will give you both a quick end. Without any hesitation, Qin Xuan dealt with Li Wen and the spirit wolf. After resolving these, Qin Xuan threw the two corpses into the spirit refining cauldron. Since they are brothers who have risked their lives for each other, they should enter the same cauldron. Soon, the spirit wolf and Li Wen were refined into primordial spiritual liquid, and Qin Xuan's cultivation level rose to the 7th level of the pill profound realm. Feeling the increase in his cultivation, Qin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. At the 5th level of the pill profound realm, he could already contend with those at the 1st level of the earth profound realm, now that his cultivation had risen by 2 minor levels. His combat strength would naturally see a significant improvement. However, this is a level 3 spirit beast, and this man's cultivation is also at the 1st level of the earth profound realm. Yet after refining them, I only increased by 2 minor levels? Qin Xuan frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. After all, it seemed that his level should increase by more. After a moment, Qin Xuan had an epiphany. His body did not have a dantian, but a danci, with a capacity over 10 times that of an ordinary dantian. Moreover, as one's cultivation continuously increased, the danci would continue to expand. In this way, every time he increased a minor level, the spiritual energy required would naturally far exceed that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the danci was a golden danci, which meant the spiritual energy was much denser. Since the danci was originally larger than the dantian, combined with the denser spiritual energy, the amount of spiritual energy he needed to increase each minor level was simply terrifying. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan suddenly understood, feeling both surprised and delighted. The good news was that he naturally understood that needing so much spiritual energy to increase his level meant his combat strength would be even more terrifying. The surprising part was that in the future, the amount of spiritual energy required to increase levels could only be described as vast. Since Li Wan and these spirit beasts had been eliminated, the subsequent pursuit would naturally be a one-sided massacre. By dawn, those Qin family disciples who participated in the pursuit all returned, looking at the numerous corpses of spirit beasts and these assassins. Everyone couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Then they all cast admiring glances at Qin Xuan. Throughout the process, when those spirit beasts charged, it was Qin Xuan who single-handedly turned the tide. It could be said that this time, the attack on the medicinal garden was completely resolved by Qin Xuan alone. Thinking of this, the Qin family members present truly felt admiration for Qin Xuan. Following such a young master would certainly not be a loss. How is it? Listening to Qin Xuan's words, Qin who waved his hand, and soon the Qin family guards brought a few people forward. Kneel down, kicking them to the ground. Qin who coldly interrogated, "Tell me, who sent you here?" Although Qin Xuan already had an idea in his heart, he wanted these people to say it themselves. "And no one sent us." Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan waved his hand, and someone immediately removed their masks. "All of you recognize each other, and see if you know any of them." Numerous guards of the Qin family immediately stepped forward to identify them. As their masks were torn off, Qin Xuan was also taken aback. The faces of these people were actually scarred and could not be recognized at all. It seemed that these family members had made preparations before acting, deliberately disfiguring themselves in advance, so that even if the Qin family wanted to seek justice later, they couldn't. "Good, very good." Qin Xuan gritted his teeth, his expression turning somewhat ugly. "Young clan leader, these people are truly despicable. After we go back, we must kill them." Qin was also extremely angry. "Haha, those with the surname Qin want to use us as evidence? Dream on." Hearing this, a coldness flashed across Qin Xuan's face. He shook his head. "Fool, when the face hasn't been torn apart, of course, we must follow the rules, but once everyone is ready to tear it apart. What rules are there to speak of?" As Qin Xuan said this, he raised his hand and gave the person a fierce slap, sending his head flying. "Stupid pig. The most fundamental thing in this world is power. All rules and order are built upon power. When one has power, if the rules are in my favor, I will naturally follow them. But when the rules are against me, fists are everything." Chapter 44. Qin Xuan spoke each word clearly, ignoring the blood splattered all over him. "Deal with these people." After giving the order, Qin Xuan strode into the medicine garden's conference hall. Qin who waved his hand and then followed Qin Xuan into the hall. "Young clan leader, here are the items we seized this time. Please take a look." After searching all the corpses on the ground, Qin who handed the items to Qin Xuan. Glancing at the things in the Qinquan rings, Qin Xuan waved his hand and returned the items to Qin Hu. "Distribute them to everyone and say that the family appreciates their contributions in guarding. These items are a reward." This time, the Li family came with great momentum, and although most of the Qin family's guards were indeed fearful, they didn't falter at the critical moment, which made Qin Xuan quite gratified. Since that's the case, Qin Xuan wouldn't let them be at a disadvantage. Rewards and punishments are essential means to win people's hearts. Have everyone clean up the bodies and prepare the medicinal materials. The convoy should be arriving today. As Qin Xuan spoke, he felt a bit worried, not knowing how things were on the family side. After all, normally, someone should have acted in Huofeng City last night. "Young clan leader, are you worried about the family?" "As long as the clan leader is present, those rats won't dare to set their sights on our Qin family." Qin who said confidently, as he was well aware of Qin Yuan's strength. Qin Yuan was a peak 9th layer expert in the Tianxin realm, and with the presence of the ancestral decree, the Qin family would be as stable as Mount Tai. Hopefully, that's the case. Qin Xuan nodded. Looking at the already bright sky outside, he thought for a moment. "Elder, where's our medicine garden? I need some medicinal materials. Let's just try to go pick some." Although Qin who didn't know what Qin Xuan needed the medicinal materials for, since the young clan leader brought it up, he certainly wouldn't refuse. "Young clan leader, this way please." Following Qin Hu to the Qin family's medicine garden, Qin Xuan looked around, and nearly 80% of the valley was filled with medicinal materials. A strong fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted out. "A good place," Qin Xuan praised, then walked in the medicine garden. Young clan leader, should I call a family pharmacist over? They understand various medicinal materials and can help the young clan leader identify their age and properties. Qin Xuan waved his hand. Elder, don't worry. I'm not here to cause trouble. I recognize these medicinal materials. As an alchemist, Qin Xuan was already familiar with most medicinal materials, so he wasn't worried about not recognizing them. Entering the medicine garden, Qin Xuan's gaze swept over the various medicinal materials. Most of the medicinal materials were still too young. They might not be enough to refine third-grade pills, but there was no problem in refining second-grade pills. The difficulty of refining second-grade pills was indeed much higher than that of first-grade pills, requiring not only strong mental power, but also more demanding techniques. These days, Qin Xuan had been contemplating refining second-grade pills, but due to the lack of suitable medicinal materials and being busy guarding against enemies, he had not been able to refine them. Now that he finally had time, Qin Xuan came here to select suitable medicinal materials. After picking around, Qin Xuan selected the medicinal materials and was about to leave. Suddenly, Qin Xuan exclaimed in surprise. There seemed to be an unusual spiritual herb over there. There was a fire-red herb with 7 leaves and 7 petals, each petal and leaf as bright red as blood, as if flames were burning. This is the 7-leaf, 7-flower herb. What's unusual about it? Why has the spirit refining cauldron been reminding me? Qin Xuan looked at it, but couldn't see anything unusual. He reached out and turned up the leaf. The herb had a slight warmth to it. This is a mutated herb. Looking at the patterns on the back of the leaf, Qin Xuan was suddenly shocked. The ordinary 7-leaf, 7-flower herb was just a common herb. But if it became a mutated herb, its value would increase significantly. The 7-leaf, 7-flower herb was originally plain, often used to provide fire attributes in pill refining. But the fire attribute of this herb was extraordinarily strong. So strong, it was almost abnormal. Qin Xuan thought seriously. This herb must have absorbed the fire attributes from somewhere. Otherwise, it wouldn't have so much fire attribute. So, there might be a fire vein nearby. Since I want to become an alchemist, I need to refine a flame that belongs to me. It seems that following this 7-leaf, 7-flower herb will lead me to this fire vein. Qin Xuan then began to search for this fire vein. Digging up the 7-leaf, 7-flower herb, he didn't have to dig too deep before he saw a stone door. This stone door was sealed when the Qin family established the medicine garden. The reason was that the fire attributes inside were too strong. Crack! Opening the stone door, a wave of scorching heat rushed towards Qin Xuan. Behind the stone door was a sloping passageway going down. That's right, it must be this way, Qin Xuan said excitedly. He took a deep breath and then followed the passageway down. As he continued to advance, the heat waves grew stronger. After 2 hours, the surrounding passage began to narrow, and the rock walls started to turn slightly red. Looking at the already reddened rock walls, Qin Xuan couldn't help but gasp. How strong must the flames below be to heat the rock walls red from such a distance? After a while, he stopped. In front of him was a bronze door, but at this moment, the door was completely red. The bronze door was covered with a formation. Looking at this ancient-looking bronze door, Qin Xuan was also taken aback. This thing looks rather strange. This door doesn't seem like it was set up by the Huofeng city side. The bronze door doesn't look like something made recently. It seems to be left behind by someone from a long time ago. It seems that someone knew long ago that there was a fire vein below and used this formation and bronze door to seal it. The things inside are not simple. I should go in and take a look. This bronze door is sealed with a formation, but with Qin Xuan's understanding of formations, this formation was certainly nothing. Without much effort, Qin Xuan unlocked the formation, pushed open the bronze door, and walked in. Boom! A wave of heat rushed towards Qin Xuan. Light enveloped the surroundings, making it impossible to see clearly. After adapting for a moment, Qin Xuan looked ahead and was immediately dumbfounded. In front of him was a gigantic lava lake that seemed endless. Within the lake, flames and magma were constantly churning. This is the fire vein? Even after experiencing the scorching of the spirit refining cauldron, Qin Xuan was now drenched in sweat, feeling as if with one more step, he would be melted by the lava. To have 3 types of ground fire appearing in one place at the same time is truly rare. Qin Xuan murmured. At this moment, within the lava, he could see a red lotus, a small purple grass, and a small green tree constantly floating and sinking in the magma. How could such things exist in lava? Qin Xuan looked down in astonishment. With such high temperatures here, how could the red lotus, small grass, and small tree survive inside? These things like the red lotus are actually manifestations of the Earth's fire, and these three represent three types of Earth fire. The nearby magma was formed after these three Earth fires melted. Normally, even Earth fires disperse around, so how could there be so much fire gathered here? This is too abnormal. There must be something attracting them. Qin Xuan looked at the lava, and suddenly his gaze was drawn to a white object. Then, Qin Xuan noticed that it was a white seed. What is that? Qin Xuan didn't recognize it, but soon, the information left by Empress Xuanji popped up in his mind. This is a fire seed. What luck! Chapter 45, Bringing the Fire Seed into the Body. If a fire seed is planted in the body, from then on, you can continuously devour various flames to increase the fire seed's level. In this way, even if the initial flame level in the body is weak, as long as it can continuously devour and absorb flames, the flames within will become stronger and stronger. Now, these three earth fires all want to devour this fire seed, but they are wary of each other, which has led to a stalemate here. This is a great opportunity. Normally, cultivators can only refine one type of flame in their lifetime, so these alchemists choose higher-level flames as much as possible. If they can't refine one, they can only borrow external flames. For instance, that Master Qi from earlier did not have his own flame, and thus borrowed the Qin family's earth fire. However, external flames are ultimately not as controllable as the flames one has refined oneself. Therefore, alchemists hope to refine a flame that belongs to them. Now, as long as Qin Xuan plants the fire seed in his body, he can use it to devour other flames and increase the flame level. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. The information left by the Empress naturally included methods to refine the fire seed. But there are still three earth fires nearby, which is a bit of an obstacle. Qin Xuan hesitated and asked if this thing could be so easily subdued. The three earth fires would have long since eaten the fire seed and wouldn't he be waiting for him. Although these three earth fires are fierce, they only have spirituality but no intelligence. So it seems he would need to use the spirit refining cauldron. Moreover, my physical body and meridians have been refined by the spirit refining cauldron. So while these earth fires are fierce, they can still withstand some of it. However, will bringing the fire into my body be painful? After pondering for a while, Qin Xuan slightly grimaced. He didn't want to experience the pain of refining himself again. But since the fire seed was right in front of him, he would never let it go. After hesitating for a while, Qin Xuan made up his mind. He must refine this fire seed, or he wouldn't feel at ease. First, he would use the spirit refining cauldron to get close. Otherwise, with these three earth fires guarding, it would be difficult to even approach the fire seed. The three earth fires have been guarding this fire seed for who knows how many years. Although they lack intelligence, relying solely on their instinctual spirituality, once Qin Xuan gets close, they would definitely launch an attack. Buzz. After a buzzing sound, the spirit refining cauldron flew out from the jade pendant, and at the same time, a primal aura immediately spread throughout the mountain. Qin Xuan leaped in and quickly approached the fire seed under the guidance of the spirit refining cauldron. The three spiritual fires naturally sensed that something was approaching, but under the suppression of the cauldron's overwhelming aura, they didn't dare to come close. Now's the time. The spirit refining cauldron flew above the fire seed, and the five elements fire enveloped Qin Xuan. Then, Qin Xuan controlled the spirit refining cauldron to move toward the fire seed. Swoosh! Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan leaped toward the lava. Because the five elements fire surrounded him, the surrounding lava couldn't harm him, but he could still feel the heat waves constantly attacking him. The five elements fire and the spirit refining cauldron were fused together, and once he left the cauldron, its power would gradually diminish, making it feel hotter. He needed to hurry. Qin Xuan quickly swam through the lava, heading toward the fire seed. The white fire seed seemed to sense the crisis and prepare to flee. Don't escape. Qin Xuan shouted coldly and hurriedly accelerated toward the fire seed, reaching out with both hands to grab it. Qin Xuan quickly operated the ancient spirit refining art, and commanded the spirit refining cauldron to fly over. Capture! Qin Xuan shouted lowly, and the spirit refining cauldron descended, bringing both Qin Xuan and the fire seed into the cauldron. Looking at the white seed in the spirit refining cauldron, Qin Xuan felt a bit excited. Next, he took a deep breath. The method left by the Empress clearly stated that to plant the fire seed in his body. This way his body could accommodate various flames and absorb and devour them. This involved wrapping the fire seed with spiritual energy and slowly bringing it into his danci. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan suddenly hesitated. The danci is the foundation of cultivation. How could he let the flame in? Moreover, this thing is so scorching hot that if it destroys his danci again. The danci is the foundation of cultivation, the starting point of everything. If he plants it in the danci, it could destroy it. Qin Xuan was truly hesitant this time. He had just managed to recover his cultivation, and if he ended up shattering his danci, it would be a huge problem. This is too dangerous. No, he couldn't give up this opportunity. The fire seed, which allows cultivators to continuously improve their flame level by devouring flames, could indeed destroy the danci if planted there. This thing is too dangerous. Should he absorb this fire seed or not? Qin Xuan pondered, a look of conflict flashing across his face. After hesitating for a long time, Qin Xuan let out a helpless sigh. It had come to this. How could he give up halfway? Qin Xuan took a deep breath and fixed his gaze firmly on the fire seed ahead. The fire seed is crucial for his future cultivation limits. Only by having the fire seed can his future cultivation limits be infinitely raised. At worst, he would just go into the heavenly tomb again. No, better not go in again. Just thinking about that woman made Qin Xuan shiver, and he quickly shook his head. If he went in again, wouldn't that be delivering himself right to her? No way, but he must devour this fire seed. After pondering for a while, he swung his fist hard, focusing all his attention on the fire seed in front of him, and then he controlled the spiritual energy to completely wrap around the fire seed. The moment the spiritual energy contacted the fire seed, the heat wave spread through the spiritual energy into his danci. Hiss! Qin Xuan inhaled sharply. At this moment, countless spiritual energies in his danci seemed to be boiling. A burning pain spread throughout the danci, then radiated through the surrounding meridians. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan wanted to cut off the contact between the spiritual energy and the fire seed. However, the fire seed had already been attracted by his spiritual energy, and now he needed to use the spiritual energy to move the fire seed into his danci. Qin Xuan endured the excruciating pain, letting the spiritual energy form chains of spiritual energy. Then, the chains of spiritual energy slowly moved the fire seed toward his danci. The closer the fire seed got to the danci, the stronger the burning pain became. Qin Xuan gritted his teeth and persisted. After a stick of incense's time, the fire seed finally fell into the danci. The moment the fire seed touched the danci, Qin Xuan felt an unbearable heat and pain began to spread within the danci. At this time, the spiritual energy in Qin Xuan's danci was already completely agitated. Countless spiritual energies rolled and boiled like boiling water, unable to stop. The meridians connected to the danci were also in excruciating pain. Waves of boiling spiritual energy surged into the meridians, causing him unbearable pain throughout his body. There was no choice. This was the fire seed, one of the most precious things in the world. Naturally, it would cause immense pain to his danci, but he understood that he must persevere at this moment. After all the effort, he could not fail at the last hurdle. If he doesn't persist at this moment, everything will truly be over. Next, he must let the fire seed take root and sprout in his danci, using his own essence blood to nourish this fire seed, ensuring that it merges completely with the danci. Chapter 46, Refining the Fire Seed. The key now is to completely merge the fire seed with the danci. It must be done this way. Only then can the fire seed firmly establish itself and combine with the danci. This is the most dangerous moment. If he is not careful, the danci could indeed be destroyed. However, Qin Xuan was not overly fearful. His body had been refined in the spirit refining cauldron, with stars as bones, chaos as flesh, and a trace of the primordial yellow dragon's essence blood, making his body much stronger than ordinary people. Even if the fire seed was wild, it wouldn't easily destroy his Danci. Similarly, it would also be quite difficult for the fire seed to merge with Qin Xuan's Danci. Qin Xuan steeled his heart and controlled the fire seed to slowly descend to the bottom of the Danci, completely coming into contact. The moment the fire seed touched the Danci, Qin Xuan let out a scream. It was too painful, without caring about anything else. Qin Xuan hurriedly mobilized the essence blood within his body to nourish the fire seed. The burning pain slightly subsided. Effective. Qin Xuan was overjoyed and quickly used more essence blood to nourish the fire seed. Although the burning pain disappeared, there were still no signs of the fire seed merging with the Danci. His Danci was sturdier than others, so the difficulty for the fire seed to take root was naturally higher. Qin Xuan gritted his teeth and gathered the essence blood of the primordial yellow dragon that he had refined and absorbed not long ago, pouring it into the fire seed. Boom! The fire seed suddenly brightened, finally merging with the Danci. However, moments later, countless fiery threads resembling tree roots firmly took root in Qin Xuan's Danci. The tiny seed of the fire seed began to rapidly take root and sprout. The fire seed had already started to merge with his Danci, and now he could wait for the fire seed to grow. Qin Xuan stared intently at the movements in the Danci. The fire seed quickly grew taller, and in just a few breaths, it had already grown into a flame seedling. However, this flame was almost transparent and had no color. At this time, because the fire seed had taken root, the restless spirit in the Danci gradually returned to normal, and the burning pain disappeared. Since the fire seed had just been born and had not yet devoured any flames, it naturally had no color. Qin Xuan looked towards the 3 veins of earth fire, and his heart stirred. These 3 veins of earth fire were indeed powerful, but Qin Xuan was confident he could consume them. Qin Xuan rushed towards the 3 veins of earth fire, with the spirit refining cauldron closely following. With the pressure from the spirit refining cauldron, the 3 veins of earth fire did not dare to resist at all. Qin Xuan easily captured the red lotus-shaped earth fire with the spiritual energy chains. He guided the earth fire into the Danci, and immediately the fire seedling swayed and completely absorbed this earth fire. After absorbing this vein of earth fire, the fire seed grew slightly taller, but it still had the same transparent appearance. The effect seemed not very significant. Qin Xuan stroked his chin. He had originally thought the fire seed would grow considerably taller because of this. However, this was understandable. Earth fire was inferior to heavenly fire and spiritual fire, so it couldn't be considered anything remarkable. Next, Qin Xuan proceeded to refine the other 2 earth fires in the same manner. After completely devouring the 3 veins of earth fire, the fire seed finally took on a faint red color, and the flames were much more vigorous than before. To make this fire seedling grow faster, more flames were needed, not just any ordinary fire, but earth fire, spiritual fire, and even heavenly fire. Qin Xuan pondered the words left by the Empress. Since the 3 veins of earth fire had been absorbed, the heat around them gradually began to dissipate. Next, he shifted his gaze to the magma below. There were 3 veins of earth fire here, and the fire attribute was indeed strong. There should be fire crystal stones below. Fire crystal stones are crystals purely composed of fire attributes, which contain abundant fire energy. Therefore, they are essential for many alchemists and can be said to be worth their weight in gold. A piece of fire crystal stone can sell for hundreds of top-grade spirit stones in larger shops or auction houses. The Qin family had previously given the Liu family a betrothal gift of 100,000 spirit stones, but those were all low-grade spirit stones. 1 piece of top-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 middle-grade spirit stones, and 1 piece of middle-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. In other words, the Qin family's betrothal gift to the Liu family was only 1/10 the value of a fire crystal stone. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan couldn't help but become even more excited. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones would be considered astronomical in Huofeng City. However, outside, he couldn't even buy a single fire crystal stone. With this thought, Qin Xuan fixed his gaze on the magma below, preparing to take further action. However, Although the earth fire had disappeared, the magma was still extremely hot. Indeed, although the fire seed was just a flame, it had absorbed 3 veins of earth fire and could protect itself now. Thinking of this, he tried to use the fire seed to protect himself so that the magma wouldn't harm him. Qin Xuan controlled the flame, allowing it to shield him, and then dove into the magma. With the protection of the flame, the surrounding magma had almost no effect on him. In this way, Qin Xuan was hardly affected as he continued downward. After a little over half an hour, Qin Xuan still had not reached the bottom of the magma. At this point, Qin Xuan couldn't help but feel astonished. These 3 veins of earth fire were indeed too domineering. He had dived down so deep, yet he still hadn't reached the bottom. After diving for a stick of incense's time, Qin Xuan finally saw the bottom of the magma. Sure enough, there were fire crystal stones. Qin Xuan was overjoyed. At the very bottom of the magma, it was actually covered with fiery red crystals. This was going to be a windfall. Looking at the fire crystal stones covering the bottom of the magma, Qin Xuan couldn't help but smile broadly. 1 fire crystal stone was worth 100 top-grade spirit stones, and there were at least thousands of them here. In other words, the fire crystal stones here alone were worth 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was truly a huge fortune. Qin Xuan hurriedly rushed over to start collecting the fire crystal stones. Before long, Qin Xuan had gathered all these fire crystal stones, a total of 1,400 fire crystal stones. He had really struck it rich. Qin Xuan couldn't help but feel a bit smug. This time he entered the mountains. Not only did he enhance his strength by hunting spirits, but he also obtained the fire seed and fire crystal stones. It was a tremendous profit. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Xuan caught a glimpse of something at the bottom of the magma and couldn't help but exclaim softly. It seemed that there were strange patterns etched at the bottom of the magma. What is this? Looking at these things, Qin Xuan instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. These things looked suspicious. For some reason, Qin Xuan felt that he seemed to be inadvertently involved in something significant. Chapter 47, Crisis. After staring at these patterns for a while, Qin Xuan suddenly realized these were formation patterns. Formation patterns are actually another type of formation, but unlike formations, which require formation flags and spirit stones to activate, the technique Qin Xuan used last night to kill those spirit beasts was a formation. However, formation patterns are different. They are laws inscribed by formation masters, which can mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, even without spirit stones, they can operate on their own for hundreds or even thousands of years. Some ancient formation patterns have even existed since ancient or prehistoric times. To inscribe formation patterns requires powerful strength. Although Qin Xuan was not proficient in formation patterns, he had learned some over the past 300 years. If he judged correctly, these formation patterns should have been set up by a certain master hundreds of years ago. The purpose was to gather the surrounding fire attributes and capture the 3 veins of earth fire, intending to use the extreme fire attributes to nurture the fire seed. In other words, Qin Xuan's expression became extremely serious. He picked the peaches that others had prepared for hundreds of years. If that big shot finds out, he will surely not let him off the hook. The other party probably chose a small town specifically to avoid attracting attention, but even so, he was still intercepted by Qin Xuan. If this person finds out, he will surely be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan took a deep breath. But now that the fire seed has been refined by him, he can't just return it. If he were to self-destruct his Dan C and forcibly dig out the fire seed to return it, he might avoid the other party's attack. But in doing so, he would not only become a waste again, but could also be burned to death by the fire seed. What a joke. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Qin Xuan felt a bit of a headache. His originally joyful mood had become slightly heavy. No, he must start cultivating immediately after returning. Qin Xuan was determined. Although he was unsure of the other party's strength, he could tell that he was not a match for such a character right now. With a bitter smile, Qin Xuan quickened his pace to leave. The key was to quickly improve his strength. After coming out of the magma, Qin Xuan left the underground and returned to the medicinal garden. At this time, the red sun was high in the sky. It was noon. Young clan leader, you have finally returned. The 3rd elder has been waiting for a long time. The 3rd elder has come? Hearing this, Qin Xuan was delighted. Since the 3rd elder was here, It meant nothing major had happened to the Qin family last night. Qin Xuan hurriedly walked into the discussion hall. Seeing Qin Xuan enter, Qin Yin quickly bowed to him. Third elder, was everything all right last night? Listening to Qin Xuan's words, Qin Yin smiled and nodded. The young clan leader indeed has foresight. Last night, there were indeed a few rats trying to attack our Qin family. But since we were prepared, all those rats were killed. Qin Xuan was completely relieved, but then he frowned, a glint flashing in his eyes. Any movements from the city lord's mansion? The only entity that could slightly restrain the Qin family in the entire Huofeng city was the city lord's mansion. If the city lord Yuan Hao was also eliminated this time, that would be the best. No, that turtle has good plans, organizing people to act. But when it came to the critical moment, he didn't show up and let others test the waters. Qin Yin said angrily. From a few captured survivors, it was learned that the attack last night was initiated by the city lord, but when it was time to act, Yuan Hao hid in the dark. When other families led the attack on the Qin family, he just watched from the sidelines. As a result, after Qin Yuan made his move, Yuan Hao came late under the pretense of protecting the Qin family. After all, he is a royal member and the city lord, as long as he didn't act personally. We couldn't say much. Qin Xuan nodded. So-called catching a thief requires catching the stolen goods. Catching adultery requires catching a pair. Since Yuan Hao was not caught on the spot, the Qin family couldn't openly act. Those people were captured and not long after died, clearly having been poisoned beforehand. Qin Yin also said regretfully that if they could eliminate the city lord, it would naturally be the best. However, after last night's incident, other families have become much more obedient and should not make any moves in the short term. Qin Yin and Qin Xuan continue to talk. It's just a matter of being low-key for a while, but the Du family must be eliminated this time. Soon, Qin Xuan revealed all the actions of the Du family. Hearing this, Qin Yin was instantly furious. What a Du family! For these years, they have been close to our Qin family, relying on us in Huofeng City. But these guys dare to bite the hand that feeds them. This time, we must destroy the Du family and make an example out of them. Traitors are always more hateful than enemies. However, perhaps we won't need to act ourselves. Other families won't let the Du family go this time either. At this moment, Qin Hu informed Qin Yin about how Qin Xuan used a strategy to counter the attack last night. Hearing that Qin Xuan used formations to kill those who came to ambush, Qin Yin immediately applauded. These families that were enemies with the Qin family suffered heavy losses at Qin Xuan's hands, which was truly satisfying. After understanding everything about last night, Qin Yin looked at Qin Xuan with excitement. He was now completely convinced of Qin Xuan. This young clan leader not only anticipated the enemy's moves, but also understood formations. If it weren't for Qin Xuan discovering the problem with the formation here, the medicinal garden would likely have been completely destroyed by now. Even if the Qin family won a great victory in Huofeng City, the losses here would be enough to cause them pain. I didn't expect the young clan leader also understood formations, Qin Yin said with admiration, his gaze towards Qin Xuan filled with deep respect. It's nothing, just a game. By the way, how do we plan to deal with the situation in the city? Although those people committed suicide by poisoning, the lack of witnesses is also a piece of physical evidence. Qin Xuan said coldly. These people are so arrogant that even if they are dead without evidence now, the Qin family cannot just ignore it. Hearing this, a cold light flashed across Qin Yan's face. Young clan leader, rest assured, before coming here, the clan leader already sent people to handle it. This time, we will not let these people easily deny it. They must pay the price. Qin Yin said coldly. If these people think the Qin family is easy to bully, they are mistaken. Even if the major families want to cut ties with these people, the Qin family will not agree. Well, with Grandpa here and those corpses, they can't deny, even if they want to. Qin Xuan nodded. Since Grandpa has said so, the Qin family must have big moves this time. The next few people exchanged some situations. With this incident, the defenses of the medicinal garden must be strengthened even more, and more preparations made. Naturally, the other few agreed entirely. It was thanks to Qin Xuan that they were able to withstand the attack from these people. It would not be so easy next time. Now that Qin Xuan wanted to strengthen the defenses, these elders naturally had no objections. After all, strengthening defenses is a good thing for them too. After finishing the explanations for these people, Qin Xuan then began to instruct how to arrange a new formation. The Qin family members did not understand formations very well. So Qin Xuan selected several disciples with some basic knowledge of formations while setting up the formation and teaching them the foundational knowledge of formations. Once the new formation was completed, the team responsible for transporting herbs also arrived here. Along the way, the people in the convoy were tense, unable to eat or sleep well, often stopping. Any rustling noise seemed to them like an ambush. After all, it was the convoy that had encountered problems before. But this time, there were no issues at all. Just as they were excitedly arriving at the medicinal garden, they found that there were corpses of spirit beasts lying everywhere. If it weren't for the guards still on duty, they would have thought the Qin family had been annihilated. Did the young clan leader orchestrate the entire process? The captains of the convoy were incredulous to hear this news. Initially, the clan leader had asked the young clan leader to accompany them into the mountains. But Qin Xuan only gave them a few instructions before leaving alone. Many of them still held grievances, thinking this young clan leader was afraid of trouble. Now it seemed that this young clan leader had already made plans in advance, and everything was under his control. At this moment, these convoy captains averted their eyes, not daring to make eye contact with Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan, however, was indifferent to this, seeing that things were safe in the medicinal garden. Qin Yuan immediately followed the convoy back. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan chose a secret room. Next, he was going to refine second-grade pills. Chapter 48. The City Lord's Conspiracy. Qin Xuan prepared the medicinal materials and began to continuously refine pills. Bang! After some time, Qin Xuan excitedly walked out holding the pills. It worked. He held the pills in his hands. After 2 days, he had finally refined this pill. It's not that the second-grade elixirs are particularly difficult, but Qin Xuan is still not very familiar with this flame and has wasted several attempts. After all, the Qin family currently has no alchemist and can only rely on him to refine the elixirs. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan is also slightly grateful to the Sioux, New Jersey Empress. If it weren't for her guidance over nearly 300 years, his knowledge of alchemy wouldn't be so deep. Although at that time in the Heavenly Tomb, it was mainly the Empress who was refining elixirs, his skills in alchemy were not weak due to the influence. After putting away the elixirs, Qin Xuan lightly pointed his finger, and a cluster of flames appeared in the palm of his hand. After several days of continuous experimentation, he has already mastered these flames skillfully. Next, it's time to go back. Qin Xuan clenched his fists. Surely, a lot has happened in the city, and he doesn't want to miss out on it. After giving some instructions in the medicinal garden, Qin Xuan hurried towards the city. What a bunch of useless fools. In the Firewind City Lord's mansion, Yuan Hao was angrily slamming the table. He never expected things would turn out this way. That day was originally well planned. As long as they lured Qin Yuan out, they would destroy the Qin family. Once the Qin family was destroyed, they could then besiege Qin Yuan. But the result was like this. Not only was Qin Yuan not lured out, but this incident also occurred. If it weren't for his vigilance at that time, instinctively sensing something was wrong, he would have already become a pile of rotten flesh by now. Thinking of this, Yuan Hao was extremely furious. In these past few days, the Qin family had brought these corpses to demand an explanation from various families. Although all the families insisted that these matters were the actions of a few individuals. Without any evidence, they were still pressured by the Qin family. He was already in the wrong, and with the Qin family's strong pressure, these families had no choice but to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. But merely admitting mistakes was not enough. Under the Qin family's coercion, each family had to part with a large sum of spirit stones to avoid disaster. Some families naturally approached Yuan Hao, hoping he could mediate this matter. But how could Yuan Hao agree to this? If the Qin family wasn't causing him trouble, it would be a blessing. Why would he take the initiative to seek trouble? If he didn't intervene, his own prestige would suffer. After all, no one would think a city lord who couldn't even protect his own people was worth following. Thinking of this, Yuan Hao felt a wave of anger. City Lord Yuan, you are really losing your composure. At that moment, a low voice came from behind the screen in the mansion's main hall. Hearing this voice, Yuan Hao hurriedly turned around. Lord Zhao, the situation has come to this point. Is your Zhao family just going to watch? Everything I've done is at your command. Hearing Yuan Hao's words, a middle-aged man walked out from behind the screen. His clothes were embroidered with the character Zhao. The Xinlong Dao has 4 major families, and our Zhao family is just one of them. There are some matters we cannot openly intervene in. Moreover, this Qin family seems to have some connection with the Qin family in the capital, which makes it even more inconvenient for us to act openly. The middle-aged man said, then looked at Yuan Hao. Hearing this, Yuan Hao snorted coldly. So, your Zhao family want me to take the lead and contact other families to deal with Qin Xuan, intending to use me as a knife? Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled and did not deny it. Although the young master of Longting is the weakest among the 9 branches of the Zhao family, as long as he carries the Zhao bloodline, no one from other families is allowed to insult him easily. The Qin family dared to act against the young master of Longting. They must face death and destruction of their clan. That's why I want your Zhao family to take action, but you are afraid of getting into trouble and have been letting the various families in Firewind City act. Only you can handle Qin Yuan, who is in the Tianxin realm. Hearing this, the Zhao family middle-aged man slightly shook his head, clearly rejecting the proposal. As I said, we Zhao family cannot make our presence known in this matter. You must resolve it yourselves. Of course, after this matter, our Zhao family will not treat you unfairly. After giving these instructions, the middle-aged man was about to head towards the back courtyard of the mansion. If your Zhao family is afraid of getting involved in trouble, then don't think about eliminating the Qin family. Hearing this, the middle-aged man stopped and turned to look at Yuan Hao. Don't be hasty. Let this Qin family bounce around for a few more days. In a few days, some big shots will pass through Firewind City. At that time, I will find a way, and you just need to follow my lead. Big shots? Hearing this, Yuan Hao frowned. What big shots would pass through Firewind City? You will know when the time comes. In any case, this time, the Qin family will be completely exterminated. Chapter 49. Divine Dao Sect when Qin Xuan returned home. Everyone in the Qin family rushed out to welcome him. The Qin family was well aware of what had happened in the medicinal garden. Moreover, since Qin Xuan had seen through the other family scheme to lure away the tiger before he left, many elders of the Qin family were naturally in high spirits and genuinely admired Qin Xuan. Shinner, we've all heard from Elder San about what happened in the medicinal garden. You have really accomplished a great feat. Qin Yuan happily patted Qin Xuan's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Previously, he was most worried about Qin Xuan, but now that Qin Xuan can stand on his own, he is naturally extremely excited. By the way, when did you learn formations? We had no idea, Qin Yuan said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Xuan scratched his head a bit awkwardly. It was during those 3 years in the Heavenly Tomb that I happened to have a book on formations with me, so I learned a bit of the basics. Basics? You learn a bit of the basics and manage to crack the Du family's formations. Just wait until you fully master formations. How powerful will you become? Several elders laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan's heart stirred. Speaking of the Du family, what is their current situation? Hearing this, Qin Yuan snorted coldly, then seemed to realize something was wrong and shook his head. You don't know, but a traitor has actually wiped out the entire Du family in the past few days, leaving not a single survivor among the hundreds of them. Even the eggs were scrambled. Hearing this, Qin Xuan was taken aback, then nodded in understanding. The Du family must have seriously offended someone this time. First, they betrayed the Qin family. Then they were schemed against by Qin Xuan, making it hard not to be wiped out. Qin Xuan naturally felt no pity for such traitors. It's a pity that Brother Du passed away at a young age. Qin Yuan must avenge him, Qin Yuan said with a smile. At the first moment, the Du family was exterminated. The Qin family made a stance that they must seek revenge for the Du family. Look, it's those few families that did it. The ones who acted against the Du family are just those few major families. What about the others? Qin Xuan said while making a slicing motion across his throat. Hearing this, Qin Yuan shook his head slightly. No rush. In order to prevent them from becoming desperate, I have temporarily stabilized them this time. But since they dared to act against our Qin family, they must pay the price. Qin Yuan already had a plan. He intended to slowly eliminate them one by one, removing all the families in Firewind City that could threaten the Qin family. Qin Xuan nodded, and after saying a few more words, seeing Qin Xuan's weary appearance, Qin Yuan felt a bit of heartache. Shinner, you've worked hard these past few days. Go back and rest for now. With me around, those demons and monsters won't stir up any trouble. Hearing this, Qin Xuan nodded and returned to his own courtyard. After a simple wash-up, Qin Xuan stayed in his room. refining elixirs while practicing. Just like that, after a night's work, Qin Xuan refined more than a dozen second-grade elixirs and prepared hundreds of first-grade elixirs. With these elixirs, the Qin family would not lack for elixirs in the coming time. However, Qin Xuan was also preparing to find an apprentice from the Qin family as soon as possible, so that when he left Huofeng City, the apprentice could refine pills. After all, he wouldn't stay in Huofeng City forever. The selection of the Zhangqing sect was approaching, and once he passed the preliminary selection in Huofeng City, he would have to go to Songlong City to participate in the initial selection of the Zhangqing sect. The next day, after handing the pills to the pharmacy, Qin Xuan began a life of training while continuously improving his cultivation. However, this lasted only a few days before explosive news spread throughout Huofeng City. The Daozi and Saintess of the Shindao sect would be visiting Huofeng City, and at that time, people from various families would have to attend a banquet to welcome them. The Shindao sect was even more terrifying than the Zhangqing sect. If the Zhangqing sect was the #1 sect of the Qianlong Dao, then the Shindao sect was one of the top 3 sects in the entire Daqian. Now, such a fearsome sect Daozi and Saintess were actually coming to Huofeng City. This could be said to be the first grand event in Huofeng City since the founding of Daqian thousands of years ago. This time, it was the city lord who was responsible for the welcoming. Qin Yuan frowned slightly as he opened the invitation from the city lord's mansion. Naturally, although the city lord was a distant royal relative, he was still part of the royal family and was responsible for the reception. However, this was not necessarily beneficial for our family, Qin Yin said from the side. Qin Xuan nodded in agreement. The Shindao sect was a major sect of Daqian, and if they could establish a relationship with such a sect, the benefits to these people would be immense. It was clear that the city lord, Yuan Hao, thought the same way, and the widespread invitations were also meant to establish authority over the Qin family. It's a bit strange, under normal circumstances. Why would the Daozi and Saintess come here? Shouldn't they be heading to Qianlong City? Qianlong City is the largest city of the Qianlong Dao, and all talents from a Qianlong Dao eventually go there. Now, the Daozi and Saintess of the Shindao sect are coming to Huofeng City. It seems rather odd. We don't know the specifics, but it said that it might have something to do with the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan's brows furrowed. Related to the Zhao family? His expression became serious. This matter seemed to have some underlying strangeness to it. You think there's something wrong with this too, right? Qin Yuan handed the invitation to Qin Xuan. Besides Qin Yuan, Qin Xuan's name was also on the invitation. Could it be that Yuan Hao wants to take this opportunity to call us over and eliminate us? That shouldn't be the case, right? Qin Yuan frowned. It shouldn't be. The Daozi and Saintess of the Shindao sect are significant figures, and Yuan Hao is just a side royal, as long as he hasn't gone mad. He wouldn't dare to take action. Forget it. We'll see on the day of the banquet. We should be prepared in advance. One should not harbor malicious intentions, but one should always be on guard. In any case, Qin Xuan believed it was necessary to prepare in advance. Otherwise, they wouldn't know when they would be sold out. Since it's unclear, it's better to prepare some things ahead of time. Back in his room, Qin Xuan started cultivating while also preparing some pills. Since this banquet would have distinguished guests, the possibility of violence was low, but the chance of poisoning was there. Since they were going to someone else's territory, it was better to be cautious. With this in mind, Qin Xuan prepared some antidote pills in advance. 5 days later, Qin Xuan slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath. During these days, Qin Xuan had finally raised his cultivation to the 8th level of Danxian. Although he wanted to continue cultivating, the Daozi and Saintess of the Shindao sect, whom everyone wanted to see, had already arrived at Huofeng City. After changing into a new set of clothes, Qin Xuan went to the front hall. Let's go. If we arrive late, Yuan Hao might take the opportunity to make trouble. Qin Yuan said, and Qin Xuan nodded. Clan leader, after you go, I will have family members stationed nearby. If there's any movement at the city lord's mansion, we will rush over immediately, Qin Yin said nervously. In his view, this matter seemed to have some underlying strangeness. Don't be nervous. Today is just a banquet. They wouldn't dare to act against us in front of so many people. Besides, this time we're not going to the city lord's mansion, but to the Li family. Qin Xuan smiled and shook his head. After the Daozi and Saintess of the Shindao sect arrived here, The Li family proactively proposed to Yuan how to host a banquet at their place. At the banquet, there would also be a beast-fighting performance for the two distinguished guests from the Shindao sect. For this, they even brought out their best treasures, claiming it was to give everyone a treat. The Li family's actions were clearly meant to curry favor. Don't worry, there won't be any problems this time. At least, there won't be any issues on the surface. Hearing this, Qin Yuan finally felt relieved. Chapter 50, Saintess of the Shindao sect, when Qin Yuan and Qin Xuan arrived. The outside of the Li family was already decorated with lanterns and looked extremely lively. To properly host the distinguished guests from the Shindao sect, the Li family had brought out their best offerings to win the favor of the Daozi and Saintess. For this, the Li family had opened up the area around the beast fighting arena and specially built a very exquisite viewing platform nearby, allowing these distinguished guests to enjoy the banquet while watching the beast fights. After getting off the carriage, several maidservants immediately came to welcome them. Ladies, please this way. Then, under the guidance of the maidservants, the grandfather and grandson entered the beast fighting arena along the corridor and then walked to the banquet next to the viewing platform. This platform was made of blue stone and looked extremely sturdy. The two main seats were high up, clearly prepared for the two distinguished guests who had come. The people accompanying them on both sides should be from the Li family and Yuan Hao. Below them were the positions of other major families in Tailu City. These positions were divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. Qin Xuan's side was the highest ranking position, not far from the main seats. The Li family and Yuan Hao did not play any tricks. Qin Xuan had thought that Yuan Hao and the Li family would pull some small stunts, but unexpectedly, they didn't tea. When the two entered, the originally lively crowd suddenly fell silent. Most of the major families present had suffered losses at the hands of the Qin family, so they naturally looked displeased at the Qin family. However, the Qin family's power was strong, and they did not dare to provoke them. They could only glare at Qin Xuan and the others with resentment. As for those small families, they clearly understood that today's banquet was not a good sign, and they all dared not make a sound. Only Lu Yi from the Lu family glared angrily at Qin Xuan, wishing she could tear him to pieces. Don't act rashly. Lu Sheng signaled Lu Yi not to get angry. Rest assured, someone will deal with them today. Just as Qin Xuan and the others were about to take their seats, several figures approached. It is our honor that the clan leader and young clan leader of the Qin family have graced us with their presence. Li Shan, the head of the Li family, came forward with his eldest son, Li Tai, and Li Miao. You're being too polite. The way the Li family handles its affairs with such composure is what we should learn from. Qin Xuan said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Hearing this, Li Shan's face slightly changed. He could certainly hear the sarcasm in Qin Xuan's words. This was clearly mocking the Li family for attempting to ambush the Qin family with spirit beasts and ending up being counterkilled. Li Tai, being young and hot-headed, was about to confront Qin Xuan, but was stopped by Li Shan. The young clan leader's admonition is noted. I will remember this incident and will not make such a mistake in the future, Li Shan said coldly. Hearing this, Qin Xuan's brows furrowed slightly. This Li Shan was indeed not simple. He could endure such humiliation. Please take a seat, both of you. However, since the two sides were not on good terms, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Shan hurriedly left with his people. Shinner, why provoke him? Qin Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Normally, Qin Xuan shouldn't have provoked Li Shan. It's just a test after all. If he had gotten angry on the spot, I would have felt at ease today, but he actually swallowed his anger. It seems this group is truly going to deal with us today, Qin Xuan said, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. After being humiliated, a person either gets angry on the spot or seeks revenge later. The only explanation for Li Shan enduring without anger is that he already has a plan to deal with the Qin family, and it is related to this banquet. Why don't we just leave? Who cares about their schemes? Qin Yuan frowned and said, if the Li family really wants to use tricks against the Qin family, it's better to just leave. No, if we do that, we will truly offend the Divine Path sect. The Divine Path sect is powerful. There is no need to create enemies. There are thieves for 1,000 days, but there are no defenses against thieves for 1,000 days. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it with earth. I want to see what they can do, Qin Xuan said, then slowly raised his head to look at the people from the Li family. After a while, the various families from Firewind City had nearly all arrived, and the stands were lively. Everyone was waiting for the Daozi and Saintess of the Divine Path sect to appear. At that moment, a crisp voice like a yellow oriole came from the side. Thank you all for your patience. I am Xiao Ruyan, the Saintess of the Divine Path sect, and I greet you all. Hearing this melodious voice, everyone's gaze immediately turned toward that direction. They saw a red-clothed woman with a veiled face floating in, her skin as white as jade, her wrists as frosty as snow. Although her face was not visible, just hearing her voice made it clear she was a great beauty. As she walked, it seemed as if she was stepping on lotus flowers, untainted by dust. Beside her was a handsome young man, carrying a long sword, coldly looking ahead, showing no intention of speaking at all. This was the Daozi of the Divine Path sect. It was clear that he did not care about the people of Firewind City. The crowd was oblivious, only enchanted by this Xiao Ruyan. Qin Xuan took a glance and felt a wave of heat rush through him, unable to resist wanting to look a few more times. What a beautiful woman. If I could just have a taste of her fragrance, I would die content. An inexplicable thought arose in Qin Xuan's mind, and he almost walked over. Just then, the spirit refining cauldron shook, instantly waking him up. Qin Xuan hurriedly turned his head, no longer looking that way. It's an enchanting technique. A cold sweat broke out on Qin Xuan's back as he looked around, and only then did he realize that the others around him were almost as infatuated as he was, staring at that direction. What a powerful, enchanting technique. Just a frown and a smile, every gesture attracting those without enough composure. Ahem. Qin Xuan lightly coughed, and only then did Qin Yuan react, quickly looking away from Xiao Ruyan in fear. No wonder she is the Saintess of the Divine Path sect. Even I was almost affected. Qin Yuan said in awe. This woman's strength is probably nearing the heaven profound realm, right? At that moment, Qin Yuan whispered to Qin Xuan. Hearing this, Qin Xuan nodded slightly. After being awakened by the spirit refining cauldron, he had a basic estimation of this woman's strength. Her strength was at least above the 7th level of the earth profound realm, and perhaps she even had the potential to break through to the heaven profound realm. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan couldn't help but feel a prickling sensation on his scalp. This Saintess of the Divine Path sect was only a few years apart from him in age, yet her cultivation was already a major realm ahead. However, Qin Xuan quickly adjusted his mindset. He had lost all his cultivation in the heavenly tomb, and now it had only been a short time. Yet his cultivation had risen so much. Given some time, surpassing her would be a matter of course. He then turned his gaze to the Daozi of the Divine Path sect beside her and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Compared to Xiao Ruyan, this Daozi's strength was obviously lacking. However, being the Daozi of the Divine Path sect, he naturally had some strength. Behind these two were the city lord Yuan Hao. At this moment, Yuan Hao was enthusiastically following behind them, flattering them in various ways. This way, please. Li Shan hurriedly stepped forward to greet them, leading them to the main seat. Everyone, let me introduce you to these two esteemed guests from the Divine Path sect. This is His Highness Daozi, Shi Junxian, and this is Her Highness Saintess, Xiao Ruyan. Both of them were originally heading to Xianlong City, but since they happened to pass through Firewind City, I shamelessly requested them to stay for a day and see the talents of our Firewind City. Saying this, Yuan Hao shifted his gaze to the crowd below. Let me tell you, this time the Daozi and Saintess came to Xianlong Dao to select attendants. If you perform well and catch the attention of the two, you may have the opportunity to follow them to the Divine Path sect. To the Divine Path sect, the crowd immediately erupted in an uproar, with many young disciples eagerly rubbing their fists, their faces full of excitement. The Divine Path sect is a sect even more powerful than the Sanqing sect. If they could go to the Divine Path sect, even if it meant doing menial work, they would be more than willing. Yuan Hao had said a lot, but at this moment, the many disciples present had long lost interest in his words. Their attention was entirely focused on the prospect of going to the Divine Path sect. They all desperately wished to become part of the Divine Path sect. The banquet quickly began, and as the cups clinked at that moment, a disciple from an unknown family stood up with a wine cup in hand. Qin Xuan, I challenge you. Chapter 51. Turning the tide, the banquet suddenly came to an abrupt halt, and Qin Xuan slightly raised his head to look at the other party. The young man before him was clearly a member of some small family, and he was staring excitedly at Qin Xuan, evidently wanting to use him as a stepping stone. Is this the scheme from the city lord's side? Qin Xuan frowned slightly, continually sneering in his heart. Yuan Hao shouldn't be that foolish. After all, relying on just a few people to deal with him would only be self-humiliation. Just as Qin Xuan was about to refuse the challenge, Li Tai, the eldest son of the Li family, stepped forward. Wan Xing, you might as well not embarrass yourself. Your mediocre skills aren't enough to make the Saintess and Daozi laugh. Hearing this, the disciple named Wan Xing turned bright red, holding his wine cup and shrinking back. However, Li Tai did not retreat. He looked at Qin Xuan. Young Master Qin, last time you bet against my younger brother in the beast fighting arena, won our Li family spirit beast, and made him suffer the humiliation of being beneath you. Hearing the words humiliation of being beneath, Shi Junxian and Xiao Ruyan, seated at the main table, immediately paused and looked over with interest. A bet? What are we betting on? Qin Xuan frowned slightly. Of course, it's a beast fight. To welcome our two esteemed guests, several beast fighting performances have been specially prepared this time. Why don't we each bet on one? Hearing this, Qin Xuan raised his eyebrows. Last time, Li Miao and Qin Xuan had a beast battle. The result was that Qin Xuan won. Now, Li Tai wants to challenge him to another beast battle. Oh, how we bet? Hearing Qin Xuan say this, Li Tai grinned with satisfaction. His biggest worry was that Qin Xuan wouldn't agree to a bet. Now that Qin Xuan was willing, he felt confident. It's very simple. We each place a bet and see whose chosen spirit beast will win. How about that? As for the stakes, spirit stones, weapons, techniques, and so on are all acceptable. Of course, other things can also be included. As he spoke, a ruthless glint flashed in Li Tai's eyes. Since young Master Qin made my brother suffer the humiliation of being beneath, that can naturally be included as well. Hearing the confrontation between these two, the others immediately became agitated. Many of them were eager to watch the excitement, and now since it involved the humiliation of being beneath, they certainly wanted to see it again. Not only them, but even the Saintess and Daozi of the Divine Path sect were very interested in this, clearly wanting to see how this confrontation would unfold. Oomph. Qin Xuan let out a cold snort and looked at Li Tai with a frosty gaze. This Li Tai really seemed to want to step on him. Fine, since you said so, let's have a proper bet. Qin Xuan smiled in anger. This Li Tai truly did not know how to court death, thinking he could compete with him in beast taming? Ridiculous. The beast taming methods of the upper realm were far superior to those of the Leaf family. Soon, 2 spirit beasts were brought up. 2 level 3 spirit beasts. Leaf family must have put in a lot of effort for this. Many people at the scene were astonished. They did not expect the Leaf family to go to such lengths to please the Daozi and Saintess of the Divine Path sect. These spirit beasts were their trump cards. The Tornado Beast and the Gold Devouring Wolf. What side did young Master Qin want to bet on? And what did he want to wager? Li Tai smiled insincerely as he stared at Qin Xuan. Glancing at the spirit beast below, Qin Xuan casually pointed to one of the wolf-shaped spirit beasts. Let us go with this Gold Devouring Wolf. As for the stakes, Qin Xuan thought for a moment, pulled out a spirit stone, and tossed it onto the table. 1 spirit stone? Li Tai looked at Qin Xuan and sneered. What is there to bet on with just 1 spirit stone? Does young Master Qin have only this little on him? Hearing this, Qin Xuan let out a cold laugh. Too little? You didn't say what the minimum stake should be. So since you find it insufficient, let us raise it a bit. Qin Xuan rubbed his chin, chuckled coldly, and then tossed a Qinquan ring onto the table. How about this? 10 high-grade spirit stones. 10 high-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even for a big family like the Leaf family, it would not be easy to come up with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Now Qin Xuan had the audacity to bet 100,000 low-grade spirit stones right off the bat. Hearing this number, Li Tai's face suddenly changed between green and white. What? Can't afford it? If you can't afford it, don't shout. Hearing Qin Xuan's sarcasm, Li Tai could no longer hold back, clenched his fists, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. However, in the end, he still took out 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to bet against Qin Xuan. Dare to bet 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? I want to see just how many spirit stones your Qin family has left. Begin. In the beast fighting arena, The gold devouring wolf and the tornado beast began their battle. Both were level 3 spirit beasts, and it seemed the gold devouring wolf was stronger than the tornado beast. Surely Qin Xuan really win, right? Perhaps the Li family had their own preparations for allowing Qin Xuan to choose the spirit beast first. The people around kept discussing. Hearing this, Qin Xuan only let out a cold laugh. Is there any need to say this? Since the Li family dared to bet with him, they must have done some tricks to increase their chances of winning. However, Qin Xuan did not take their trick seriously at all. He naturally had ways to deal with what they had done. Sure enough, the gold-devouring wolf initially gained the upper hand, but not long after, the tornado beast suddenly increased its combat power and directly suppressed the gold-devouring wolf. As the battles continued, the injuries on the gold-devouring wolf became more severe. At this point, Li Tai clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Xuan, it seems your 10 high-grade spirit stones are mine to take. Of course, if you're willing to kneel and bow to me, I might even consider letting your spirit stones go. Hearing Li Tai's triumphant voice, Qin Xuan merely sneered in disdain. Isn't it not over yet? Why are you so eager to jump out? Or do you have absolute confidence in winning from the start? Hearing this, Li Tai coldly snorted. Fine. I want to see how long you can keep bragging. After saying this, Li Tai signaled to a nearby Li family member. The member understood and immediately went down. Then, the gold-devouring wolf, which was still barely holding on, suddenly stumbled and was torn apart by the tornado beast from behind. Rip! Blood spurted out. It looks like the young master of the Li family is about to win. I wonder how your Qin family will respond now. What can they do? What else can they do, of course? Hand over the spirit stones. They can't have the dignified young lord of the Qin family kneeling down, right? Hey, that is not impossible. If they could properly crush the might of the Qin family, that would be good. Recently, the Qin family has been too arrogant and must be taught a lesson. Many people whispered, and everyone present thought Qin Xuan was undoubtedly going to lose. How could it be otherwise? The gold-devouring wolf had sustained such serious injuries. It was clear it was going to lose. It had only been at a disadvantage before, but now it was genuinely injured. Defeat was just a matter of time. Hey, let's see if you can still brag. Looking at the injured gold-devouring wolf, Li Tai smiled triumphantly. He wanted to see Qin Xuan lose. Really? Are you that anxious? Just then, Qin Xuan let out a cold snort and then looked at the gold-devouring wolf and the tornado beast indifferently. At this moment, the tornado beast was continuously tearing at the body of the gold-devouring wolf, which was quickly falling into an absolute disadvantage, seemingly on the verge of dying under the claws of the tornado beast. At this moment, Qin Xuan casually transmitted a message to the tornado beast. Just as the tornado beast raised its sharp claws, it stopped, looking incredulously in this direction. The tornado beast had not expected someone could use mental power to interfere with it, and it immediately paused. Fool, keep attacking. Seeing this, Li Tai impatiently let out a low growl. Even though victory was in sight, as long as the gold-devouring wolf was not dead, it was not over yet. But just as he finished speaking, the gold-devouring wolf suddenly moved, lunging violently at the tornado beast to bite it. The tornado beast's reaction became incredibly sluggish, and it was bitten by the gold-devouring wolf by the neck. Rip! The gold-devouring wolf bit through the tornado beast's throat, and before the tornado beast could make any other move, blood instantly gushed out, splattering everywhere. Chapter 52. A second bet this was happening? The crowd was instantly in an uproar. They had not expected such a reversal to occur in such a short time. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Li Tai stood up in disbelief, staring blankly ahead. He could not believe that things had turned out this way. It was clearly in the upper hand. How could it end up like this? Li Tai was confused. His anger turned into a glare at the front, and his fists trembled slightly with rage. To control the outcome, before coming onto the stage, the Li family had placed poison insects at the heart of these two spirit beasts. The mother and child insects. Once the mother was restricted, the child would experience the same change, and the spirit beast would be affected similarly. Over the years, the Li family had relied on this method to manipulate the situation. However, he did not expect to have miscalculated this time. Even though the Li family secretly killed the mother insect, controlling the gold-devouring wolf, the gold-devouring wolf still recklessly charged forward and solved the tornado beast in an instant. It had turned the tables. the saintess of a divine path sect, Xiao Ruyan, in the stands, was also quite surprised. You lost. Qin Xuan calmly looked at Li Tai. At this moment, Li Tai trembled all over. He could never have imagined that things would develop in such an uncontrollable direction, and after a while, he dejectedly sat back down. How did you do it? Hearing this, Qin Xuan pretended not to know and frowned. What? Don't play dumb. The gold devouring wolf was about to lose. If it weren't for your tricks, could have gone back up? Hearing this, Qin Xuan smiled and shook his head. The spirit beasts were provided by your Leaf family. The arena is yours. And even this bet was organized by you. Now you say such things, don't you find it a bit ridiculous? Or do you already know which of these two spirit beasts would lose, and now it has turned out contrary to your expectations? Looking at Qin Xuan's half-smiling expression, Li Tai's face changed, and he quickly shook his head. Nonsense. How could I possibly know about such things? Beast fighting is the main source of income for the Leaf family, and in this matter, we absolutely cannot let others know that the Leaf family has meddled. Since there is nothing, then this time I win. Qin Xuan said to Li Tai. Then he stared at Li Tai and spoke mockingly. How about this? These spirit stones are quite a lot. I'll give you a chance if you kneel and bow to me now. I might consider not taking these 100,000 spirit stones. Not taking these 100,000 spirit stones, but you have to kneel to Qin Xuan. How could Li Tai endure this? He is the eldest son of the Leaf family, the future head of the family. How could he kneel to someone? Not willing? Good. Then these spirit stones belong to me. Qin Xuan smiled as he took Li Tai's spirit stones. 100,000 lower grade spirit stones is also a terrifying number for the Leaf family. Watching Qin Xuan take the spirit stones away, Li Tai felt a sharp pain in his heart, almost unable to stand up straight. Coldly glancing at Qin Xuan, Li Tai took a deep breath. Let us have another round. Another round? Do you still have spirit stones? Playing with the Qin Xuan ring in his hand, Qin Xuan smiled mockingly. Nephew, losing people is not losing the battle. You can keep these spirit stones for now. At that moment, Sima Rue from the Sima family walked over and handed Li Tai a Qin Xuan ring. Inside are 200,000 lower grade spirit stones, enough to be used as a wager. I have some here too. At that moment, the heads and elders of several other families also gathered around. There is no other reason. These families had long been displeased with the Qin family, and now they were eager to help Li Tai. Good, very good. Looking at these people, Qin Xuan sneered and took out a pile of spirit stones, adding to what I had before, a total of 1 million spirit stones. A single round to determine the winner. Do you dare or not? Since Li Tai wants to bet with him, he might as well bet big. 1 million spirit stones. Hearing this terrifying number, Li Tai suddenly felt a bit breathless. This is too much to play. But looking at Qin Xuan's provocative gaze and the two people in the stands, Li Tai hesitated for a moment. Nephew, isn't it just for fun? It's fine. How much more do you need? I'll make it up for you. Just then, Yuan Hao walked over and patted Li Tai on the shoulder. Hearing this, Li Tai looked at Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao nodded at him, a killing intent flashing in his eyes. All right, I'll bet with you. Seeing the light in Yuan Hao's eyes, Li Tai naturally understood what he meant and decisively nodded. The gazes of the two crossed instantly, and Li Tai certainly noticed the killing intent in the other's eyes. Good, then let us bet again, Li Tai said decisively. Then he glared fiercely at Qin Xuan. All right, let us begin. Soon, 2 third-level spirit beasts were brought up. A human-faced magic spider. Qin Xuan was taken aback. It seems that the Leaf family has caught a whole nest of human-faced magic spiders. Otherwise, how could there be so many? On the other side was a mutated sky-horned bull, which seemed to be covered in iron armor. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that this so-called armor was actually formed by bones. Looking at this creature, Qin Xuan couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Let us start. I think everyone is getting impatient. Li Tai stared at Qin Xuan and said eagerly. After all, he was very confident this time, no matter which one Qin Xuan chose. He was sure of victory. Your brother also used a human-faced magic spider in battle before. It seems your family has been mastering the human-faced magic spider for a long time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confident in controlling it. Hearing Qin Xuan say this, Elite sneered coldly. What, you don't dare? If you don't dare, just say it. As long as you kneel and beg for mercy. I can terminate this gambling match. Hearing this, Qin Xuan shook his head with a smile. You're really laughable. Do you really think you have me under your thumb? Qin Xuan said with a smile, but at this moment, a trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Today, he would make the Li family pay a price, making them understand what the consequences would be for offending the Qin family. For offending him, Qin Xuan. Then let us begin. You're the guest. So I'll let you choose first. The human-faced magic spider is raised by the Li family with their blood, so their control over it is naturally far superior to other spirit beasts. This is the spirit beast the Li family is most confident in. All right, since you've brought out the human-faced magic spider, it would be rude not to choose it. Qin Xuan directly chose the human-faced magic spider, and Li Tai seemed to have anticipated this. Hey, how coincidental. I just happen to have my eye on this mutated skyhorn bull. Chapter 53. Snake Venom. Li Tai said proudly. Clearly, he was very confident in the skyhorn bull. Qin Xuan smiled and nodded as well. Perfect. Since we've both chosen the spirit beast we want, let us begin. Qin Xuan said, placing the spirit stones in front of him. Looking at so many spirit stones, everyone present gasped in surprise. A full 1 million spirit stones. Losing so many spirit stones would be a significant loss for many prominent families in the city. Then let us begin, Li Tai said proudly, and the battle in the arena began. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the arena. Even the holy maiden of the Divine Path sect was watching the match with great interest. 1 million lower-grade spirit stones were certainly not a big deal for them. But this kind of gambling fight is still quite interesting. Roar. The skyhorn bull let out a roar and charged at the human-faced magic spider. The human-faced magic spider was equally unyielding and lunged forward, engaging in a fierce battle. Soon, everyone noticed that although the human-faced magic spider attacked fiercely, none of its attacks could penetrate the skyhorn bull's defenses. All of its assaults were blocked. The repeated failures began to make the human-faced magic spider become agitated, and it crazily continued to attack the skyhorn bull. Meanwhile, the skyhorn bull just curled up, remaining still. As the human-faced magic spider rampaged, the skyhorn bull simply defended without moving. Unexpectedly, the defense of this skyhorn bull was so terrifying that even the human-faced magic spider couldn't tear through it. Indeed, this was utterly unexpected. Even I didn't think the combat power of this skyhorn bull was so terrifying. Several people nearby said. Initially, they had favored the human-faced magic spider, but now, given the situation, the skyhorn bull, with its thick defense, clearly held the upper hand. This guy is really interesting, trying to win just by relying on defense. In the stands, Yuan Hao looked down with great interest, seeing that the human-faced magic spider couldn't break through the skyhorn bull's defense. He smirked with satisfaction. What are the Qin family people so proud of? This is just the beginning. Soon you'll know what's in store for you. Yuan Hao thought. Then his fingertips brushed over the Qin Xuan ring. A small blue porcelain vial appeared in his hand. While everyone was focused on the battle in the arena, he gently poured a drop of liquid from the vial into the wine jug in front of him. He waved slightly, and a maid walked over from the side. After a while, take this wine jug to Qin Gongzi. After giving the order, Yuan Hao turned his head coldly to look at Qin Xuan's side. Now, let us see how you survive. At this moment, everyone was focused on the beast-fighting arena, and no one noticed what was happening here. Qin Xuan was also watching the battle in the arena. Although he didn't put 100 upper-grade spirit stones in his eyes, he didn't want to simply give the spirit stones to these people. These people are already reckless. If they gained spirit stones, what would happen then? Qin Xuan must suppress them from beginning to end. Crack! After the human-faced demon spider's continuous attacks failed, it became increasingly angry and irritable, and soon its speed in attacking the heavenly horn bull began to accelerate. As it continued to speed up its attacks, its legs were actually broken. Watching this scene, everyone present shook their heads in disbelief. Hiss! The crowd gasped in shock. They never expected the human-faced demon spider to fall to such a level. Roar! After the human-faced demon spider's defeat, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Li Tai's mouth. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Go! With a slight movement of his lips, under Li Tai's control, the heavenly horned bull instantly raised its head. and its sharp horns pierced directly into the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider. At this moment, it seemed the situation was settled. However, strangely enough, although the crowd around was discussing various opinions and felt that the heavenly horn bull had the upper hand, not a single person dared to say that the heavenly horn bull was guaranteed to win. After all, at this point, everyone understood that if there was no absolute certainty, there was still a chance for a reversal before the situation was completely settled. This time, let us see how you can turn the tables. Li Tai whispered to himself. The reason for choosing this heavenly horn bull was precisely here. The defense of the heavenly horn bull was truly astonishing. Even the frenzied attacks of the human-faced demon spider in its rage could not harm it. For the heavenly horn bull, although the attacks of the human-faced demon spider were fierce, they were not enough to break through its defenses. Since it couldn't break through its defenses, the outcome had naturally been determined from the very beginning. There was no other reason. Relying on its solid defense, the heavenly horn bull was already in an invincible position. Looking at Li Tai's proud face, Qin Xuan smiled, a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, you are so confident?" After a moment, he slightly raised his eyebrows, looking towards the heavenly horned bull ahead. Roar! Under everyone's gaze, the heavenly horned bull suddenly let out a loud roar, then looked around and suddenly accelerated, charging towards the arena's wall. "Fool, come back to me!" At this point, Li Tai hurriedly shouted, wanting his heavenly horned bull to return and continue killing the human-faced demon spider. But this heavenly horned bull disregarded everything and charged straight at the arena's metal wall. To ensure the absolute safety of the spectators, the arena's walls were made of mysterious iron, with a defense that was terrifyingly high. The heavenly horned bull crashed directly into the wall. Boom! With a loud sound. Moments later, the heavenly horned bull's horns broke, and its entire head slammed against the wall, splattering red and white brain matter everywhere. Despite its limbs still twitching, it was clear to anyone with eyes that this heavenly horned bull was doomed. Damn it! Li Tai stood up in anger. He never expected things to turn out this way. The heavenly horned bull, which he had high hopes for, actually committed suicide by crashing into the wall. Who could he argue with about this? You. Li Tai angrily turned to look at the calm Qin Xuan, pointing at him in fury, wishing he could rush up and punch Qin Xuan hard. In his view, this incident was clearly the result of Qin Xuan's behind-the-scenes manipulation. Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow and sneered. "It seems that the spirit beast you chose isn't that great, huh? It actually committed suicide. What a pity." Hearing Qin Xuan's words, Li Tai clenched his fists tightly, but in the end he managed to hold back. This time doesn't count. The heavenly horned bull committed suicide. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Xuan sneered coldly. "Nonsense, it doesn't count because it committed suicide? Our bet was clearly stated. Whoever's spirit beast wins counts as that person winning. It was clearly your spirit beast that couldn't withstand the threat of a human-faced demon spider. To survive, it thought of rushing out of here. How does that not count?" Listening to this, Li Tai nearly raised his hand to slap Qin Xuan to the ground. This was a full 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Given the financial power of the Li family, this loss was too great. "No way, we must have another match. This one doesn't count," Li Tai desperately argued, not wanting to give Qin Xuan this money. "Nephew, you must accept defeat in a bet. What else there to discuss?" At this moment, Yuan Hao spoke lightly from the other side. Qin Xuan was taken aback. He thought Yuan Hao would jump in and nag him about something. Unexpectedly, Yuan Hao actually supported Qin Xuan's actions, which surprised him a bit. Seeing Yuan Hao say this, Li Tai, even if he was dissatisfied, could only begrudgingly step back. He never expected that not only was young Master Qin powerful in combat, but his judgment was also impressive, as he could always select these spirit beasts that would turn the tide. Yuan Hao secretly said, waving his hand, and a few maidservants came forward, holding wine cups. "Cheers to young Master Qin." Yuan Hao raised his cup towards Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan slowly picked up his cup, his eyes narrowing slightly. At this moment, the spirit refining cauldron was constantly reminding him, this one might have some issues. Qin Xuan's brows immediately furrowed. This old man is truly insidious. Glancing at Yuan Hao in the distance, a flash of killing intent crossed Qin Xuan's eyes. They actually poisoned the wine. Weren't they afraid of being killed by the people of the Divine Path sect? He then began to carefully discern the contents of the wine. Moments latte. Qin Xuan snorted coldly. The wine contained spring poison. This poison was colorless and tasteless, secreted by the coxcomb snake. This type of snake has a month-long mating season each year, during which both the female and male snakes secrete a type of liquid. This liquid has a very faint smell that is nearly undetectable unless one is paying close attention. If someone ingests the liquid secreted by the male snake, they will lose their rationality and crazily pursue the female snake upon detecting her scent. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan looked up at Xiao Ruyan above. If he was not mistaken, at this moment, the divine path sect saintess's wine cup was also poisoned, but with the female snake's poison. This saintess was currently drinking fruit wine, which perfectly masked the scent. Once Qin Xuan drank this wine, he would likely lose his rationality towards this divine path sect saintess. Chapter 54. The water of disaster leads east. The wolf's ambition. Hearing this, Qin Xuan clenched his fists. This Yuan Hao is truly despicable and shameless. He never expected the other party to do something like this. If Qin Xuan really lost control of his beastly instincts, both he and the Qin family would truly be finished. Given the divine path sect's status into Qin, unless the Qin family and the capital intervened, Qin Xuan would undoubtedly die. Not only Qin Xuan, but even the Qin family would be implicated. If he wasn't mistaken, there should be protectors beside the Daozi and Saintess of the Divine Path sect at this time. For a major sect like the Divine Path sect, the Daozi and Saintess would definitely have protectors by their side. Since they were protectors, their strength must be extraordinary. If Qin Xuan attempted anything out of line, the Qin family would suffer a catastrophic disaster. Truly detestable. However, if they want to deal with him, they are overthinking it. With the spirit-refining cauldron present, he was not worried at all. In the distance, Yuan Hao was currently staring at Qin Xuan. He eagerly wanted to see Qin Xuan drink the wine. Watching Yuan Hao's anxious expression, Qin Xuan sneered inwardly and then drank the wine. As the wine went down his throat, the spirit-refining cauldron quickly refined the snake poison. He didn't rush to eliminate the poison, but instead found a way to force it out. Since these people wanted to use the snake poison to harm him, Qin Xuan would absolutely not let them go. Seeing Qin Xuan drink the wine, Yuan Hao finally felt a weight lift off his heart, and he proudly raised his cup. The other members of the Li family naturally understood. Originally upset about losing 1,000,000 spirit stones, Li Tai immediately came over with his cup. Young Master Qin is truly lucky today. He has actually chosen 2 spirit beasts in a row. Even I, who usually prides myself on being a beast master, must bow down. At this moment, Li Tai had already relaxed. Since Qin Xuan had already ingested the snake poison, soon, Qin Xuan would reveal his true form. At that time, as long as the people from the Divine Path sect acted, Qin Xuan would not be a match for these two. In this way, the threat from a Qin family would be eliminated, and they could take down the Qin family. If they could swallow the Qin family, it would undoubtedly help their family's power significantly. With this thought, Li Tai's gaze towards Qin Xuan suddenly turned extremely cold. Just a stroke of luck, Qin Xuan said lightly. Relying on the spirit-refining cauldron, he concentrated the snake venom at his fingertips and, while chatting with Li Tai, subtly sent the venom into Li Tai's wine cup with his spiritual energy. "Drink this cup," Li Tai said grandly. Hearing this, Qin Xuan smiled faintly and downed the fine wine in his cup. "Qin Xuan, oh Qin Xuan, I wonder how long you can be so proud." Li Tai looked coldly at Qin Xuan, wanting to see him embarrass himself in public. However, standing opposite each other, Qin Xuan appeared completely unaffected. "It seems the snake venom hasn't started yet," Li Tai pondered. At that moment, he felt a wave of heat surge through his body and couldn't help but vigorously wipe his already flushed cheeks. "Young Master Li, you don't seem to be in good condition," Qin Xuan said with a smile. Hearing this, Li Tai wiped his sweat while sneering. "Not in good condition? I think it's you, young Master Qin, who isn't in good condition," Li Tai said, continuously wiping the sweat from his body. At that moment, he felt as if flames were burning all over him. He then couldn't help but glance back at the beautiful goddess of the Divine Tao sect, Xiao Ruyan. "So beautiful." Li Tai swallowed hard and then shook his head vigorously. No, this woman is not someone he can covet. He should keep his distance from her. With that thought, Li Tai averted his gaze. However, Soon his thoughts became active again. It was as if Xiao Ruyan possessed some kind of magic, drawing all his attention and making it impossible for him to look away. Tyre, what's wrong with you? On the other side, Li Shan, the head of the Li family, immediately noticed Li Tai's abnormal behavior and hurriedly approached to inquire. But after taking a few steps, he saw a scene that filled him with despair. Li Tai was actually charging straight towards Xiao Ruyan. Taya, no. Li Shan's heart sank. What level of existence is the divine Dao sect? How dare his son provoke them? This is simply courting death. They had come to deal with the Qin family today, so why was his foolish son the one who went up? At this moment, Li Shan still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. Courting death. As Li Tai rushed over, Xiao Ruyan's expression turned icy. She was the holy maiden of the divine Dao sect. Although she practiced charm techniques, she was not someone that these small places could provoke. Now that Li Tai was so recklessly approaching, her demeanor naturally turned cold. What is happening here? At this moment, Yuan Hao looked at the infatuated Li Tai and understood that something must have gone wrong. Damn it! The Li family was a crucial pawn for him to deal with the Qin family. Now that such an incident had occurred with the Li family, the ensuing problems would surely be significant. Nephew, stop. Yuan Hao rushed over, trying to block Li Tai, but just then, Qin Yuan suddenly appeared, standing in front of him. What is the city lord doing? At this moment, he understood that this was a critical time to bring down the Li family, and he wouldn't let Yuan Hao succeed. Get out of the way, Yuan Hao shouted, trying to drive Qin Yuan back. But Qin Yuan didn't give way at all, firmly blocking him. Kill! Just as Li Tai was only a few steps away from Xiao Ruyan, she coldly uttered a word. Kill. As soon as her word fell, a black hole suddenly opened above her. A figure stepped out from it. Before Xiao Ruyan's voice had even fully faded, a sword light instantly descended, striking towards Li Tai in an instant. No! Li Shan screamed in madness. But his words had no effect at all. The sword light fell, and a head flew up. Li Tai's fine head shot up, and, after a moment, fell directly to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop, still bearing a look of desire towards Xiao Ruyan. Seeing this scene, Qin Yuan gasped in shock. A powerful figure of the upper clear realm. The protectors of the divine Dao sect were actually a powerful figure of the upper clear realm. Such power could wipe out everyone in Firewind City. At this moment, Qin Yuan understood how terrifying these people's strength was. This was not a power that the Qin family could contend with, at least not the current Qin family. Chapter 55, Kneel Before Me No. Li Shan, in a frenzy, charged forward, almost ready to fight to the death. He had never expected that his most cherished eldest son would die just like that. Dead. The protector only spoke lightly. Then, before anyone else could say anything, this protector's long sword kept falling, slaughtering all the members of the Li family who charged forward. Watching this person continue to attack, Yuan Hao was completely stunned, not even daring to stand up. After all, he was only at the heavenly profound realm, while the other party was a powerful figure of the upper clear realm. This absolute suppression of strength rendered him speechless. The two from the divine Dao sect did not speak, merely watching this scene coldly. This protector clearly had no intention of letting things go. He charged madly towards these few people, his long sword continuously striking down. It was evident that he hadn't even used his full strength. As his sword life fell, it didn't take long for the entire Li family to be slaughtered. This was a massacre of an entire family. Even though Qin Xuan had long anticipated this, watching this scene still made his heart tremble slightly. At this moment, the phrase survival of the fittest constantly flashed in his mind. The Li family was too weak. Thus, after offending the divine Dao sect, this protector would not give the Li family any chance to explain. In their eyes, the Li family was an ant-like family that could be wiped out without a second thought. And Yuan Hao, who came from royal lineage, was now even less qualified to speak. A bunch of ants actually thought they had the right to stand on equal footing with us. The Dao son of the divine Dao sect, Shi Junxian, spoke, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over the corpses of the Li family. He did not regard such a small family as worthy of his attention. Dead is dead. Let them all die. Not a single one should be left, in my opinion. There is no need to leave any of these families in Firewind City. Hearing this, the people present were immediately shocked. They never expected that this person would be so ruthless wanting to kill everyone present. Dao San, please spare our lives. A few timid family leaders had already knelt down. In their view, as long as they knelt fast enough, Shi Junqian would spare their lives. Is that so? Shi Junqian sneered, waving his hand, and the heads of these few people fell directly to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Xuan felt a chill in his heart. He had never expected that the means of this Dao San would be so formidable. He could condense spiritual energy into a physical form with just a raise of his hand. It seemed his cultivation was at least at the 6th level of the earth profound realm. What was even more chilling was that this person had directly killed those who begged for mercy. Even if one were to be ruthless, it shouldn't extend to those who were pleading for their lives. All of you die. Hearing this, Qin Yuan's expression turned cold, and he was about to stand up. Before Qin Yuan could act, Yuan Hao rushed over. Please, Dao San, for the sake of our Yuan family, spare these people. Saying this, Yuan Hao knelt down before Shi Junqian. For the sake of the Yuan family? I cannot refuse this favor of the royal bloodline. Although the divine Dao sect was powerful, it still wouldn't disregard the royal family. Since that's the case, all of you kneel down and apologize. If you do, I can spare your lives. Kneel down and apologize? Upon hearing this, everyone present hurriedly knelt down as if granted a reprieve. Only Qin families Qin Yuan and Qin Xian remained seated, their faces ashen. Not kneeling? What boldness! Daring to refuse to kneel. Shi Junqian's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. He originally intended to kill everyone here to establish his authority. But now these two not only refused to kneel, but even wanted to challenge him, which he absolutely could not tolerate. Thinking of this, he coldly snorted and waved his hand. Those who kneel can live. Those who don't die. Hearing this, those who were kneeling all breathed a sigh of relief. Although kneeling was humiliating, preserving their lives was more important than anything else. Shi Junqian's protector stepped forward, seemingly ready to act. Really? Qin Yuan coldly snorted, and the Taizu decree flew out, enveloping the two of them. The Taizu decree belonged to the Qin family. Seeing this decree, Shi Junqian's expression slightly changed, but he soon sneered. So what if it's the Taizu decree? Shi Junqian disdainfully waved his hand. It's just a declining, small family. This Taizu decree can pressure small minions. But it won't fool me. If the head of the Qin family were here today, I might take it seriously, but you two are simply not qualified. Saying this, Shi Junqian coldly looked at the two Qin Yuan. Just kill them. As for the Taizu decree, I can just go to the capital to plead for mercy later. And I believe the Qin family in the capital will thank me. Saying this, Shi Junqian raised his hand coldly, intending to suppress Qin Yuan and Qin Xian. The protector was also about to act. Watching the scene, Qin Yuan felt despair. The Taizu decree indeed had immense power, but the premise was that he could activate the decree's power. But now he was merely at the Tianxian realm, while Shi Junqian was at the Shanqing realm. In this case, how could he possibly be a match? Just when he was almost hopeless, Qin Xian took a deep breath and strode forward. I thought the Daozi of the Shindao sect was strong. Turns out you're just a useless person hiding behind your elders. A waste like you could become a Daozi? Qin Xian mocked disdainfully. Hearing this, Shi Junqian's hand, which was about to strike down, immediately stopped, and his expression became extremely ugly. What did you say? Hearing this, Qin Xian simply took a step forward, coldly looking at him. I said, you're just a waste who can only hide behind others. Hearing this, Shi Junqian's face turned extremely ugly. Not only him, but the people from various families kneeling on the ground also looked at Qin Xian in astonishment. Qin family, if you want to exterminate your clan, just do it quietly. Don't drag us down with you. Several people said coldly. Not only him, but Yuan Hao also glared at Qin Xian with hatred. Originally, only the Qin family members were supposed to die here today, but first the Li family died. And now this Qin Xian, who is unaware of his own mortality, is truly infuriating. Thinking of this, Yuan Hao shouted at Qin Xian, kneel down quickly. Don't drag us down. Hearing this, Qin Xian just looked up and laughed coldly. Such people are truly incompetent. You say I'm a waste, but you, a young clan leader of an insignificant family, have the right to say such things? Today, I will let you know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Saying this, Shi Junqian tucked one hand behind his back and then coldly waved his hand. A tremendous pressure immediately descended. Not kneeling, huh? Today I will make you kneel, Qin Xuan said coldly, and a massive force surged from his hand, instantly enveloping Qin Xuan. Huh. Qin Xuan's cultivation should be at the 7th level of the Dihuan realm. This level of power is normally enough to completely suppress a cultivator at the 8th level of the Danshin realm like Qin Xuan. However, he clearly underestimated Qin Xuan's combat power. Facing the enormous force pressing down with one hand, Qin Xuan coldly snorted and similarly raised a hand to slap upwards. Boom! Qin Xuan's spiritual energy seemed stronger, but even so, the energy he pressed down was still blocked by Qin Xuan's equally powerful slap. Is this your strength? Qin Xuan merely coldly snorted. You! Qin Xuan could no longer hold back. He let out a low roar, and a trace of blood surged from his body. He was using a secret technique. Since he had already said he would use one hand, if he used both hands, that would be too embarrassing. So he would rather use a secret technique than expose the fact that he had exhausted his trump cards by using both hands. A small trick. Qin Xuan was not afraid at all. The yellow dragon essence blood in his body surged instantly, countering the energy that was pressed down. Not only that, but Qin Xuan's energy even began to attempt to suppress Qin Xuan in return. How is this possible? Qin Xuan was shocked. He never expected things to turn out this way. A young clan leader from a small local family, who was clearly at a lower realm than him, was now actually suppressing him in return. Qin Xuan's body contained a Danhai. Since it was a Danhai, the energy reserves inside were naturally much greater than that of a Dantian. Moreover, he had a golden Danhai, which naturally provided him with the power to fight across realms. If Qin Xuan's cultivation were 2 small realms higher, he might be able to suppress Qin Xuan, but with his current strength, he simply could not suppress Qin Xuan. At this point, he began to feel a bit panicked. What a joke! If I really lose to such a kid, that would be truly embarrassing. I can't afford to lose that face. Die for me, Qin Xuan roared, and both hands pressed down instantly. Chapter 56. Secret Realm Token. Qin Xuan could no longer hold back. At this point, no matter how you looked at it, he had to suppress Qin Xuan and firmly keep him under control. He is the Daozi of the Shundao sect. Even if he is the weakest among the 9 Daozi of the Shundao sect, he is still a Daozi. The face of the Shundao sect cannot be lost. Today, he must completely suppress Qin Xuan and kill him. Only then can he establish his authority. This was his well-considered plan. Therefore, he was willing to do whatever it took to use both hands. Waste. Just then, Qin Xuan coldly snorted, although Qin Xuan had used both hands to suppress him. At this point, Qin Xuan was not worried at all. Even if Qin Xuan resorted to tricks, he did not take them seriously. After all, his spiritual energy was exceedingly abundant. Looking at Qin Xuan's flushed face, Qin Xuan sneered. Boom! Flames ignited at his fingertips. And then the flames spread along the spiritual energy towards Qin Xuan. What is this? Everyone present was suddenly dumbfounded. After all, they had never seen spiritual fire before. The 3 types of earth vein fire absorbed by Qin Xuan had already transformed into spiritual fire. Seeing this flame, Qin Xuan was momentarily stunned. Boom! When the flames touched Qin Xuan's spiritual energy, they instantly ignited it. When Qin Xuan absorbed the fire seed, he had poured his own essence blood and the yellow dragon essence blood into it, merging it with him. Therefore, the fire seed posed no threat to him now. However, Qin Xuan had no spiritual fire in his body, and his spiritual energy could not withstand the spiritual fire at all. So when the spiritual fire ignited the spiritual energy inside him, Qin Xuan suddenly found himself with no way out. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. To suppress Qin Xuan, he had used most of his spiritual energy. But when the spiritual energy was ignited, the more energy there was, the larger the flames grew. By the time he regretted wanting to withdraw his spiritual energy, it was already too late. Not only that, but trying to withdraw his spiritual energy only caused the spiritual fire to burn towards his body. If he wasn't careful, this spiritual fire would enter his body. At this moment, Qin Xuan finally began to feel fear. No, kill him for me, Qin Xuan shouted, and his protector immediately vanished in place with a sword. Not good. Qin Xuan felt a chill in his heart. It was as if he was locked onto by a ferocious beast, unable to move at all. This was the suppressive force from the upper clear realm. Xiner, be careful. Just as Qin Xuan was trying to locate the protector, Qin Yuan shouted. Behind Qin Xuan, the protector was already pointing his sword directly at Qin Xuan's heart. Qin Yuan was already in despair. The strength from the upper clear realm was simply too overwhelming. Wait. At that moment, Xiao Ruyan, who had been silent, spoke. The murderous intent instantly vanished, and the next moment, the protector returned to Xiao Ruyan's side. Why wait? Kill him now. Seeing the spirit fire madly approaching him, Shi Junqian roared, wishing he could kill Qin Xuan immediately to relieve his own crisis. However, the protector just stood still, not moving at all. Clearly, he obeyed the saintess more than this Daozi. Enough. Xiao Ruyan frowned, glancing at the spirit fire sweeping towards Shi Junqian. A cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. You're really getting more capable, being forced to this extent by a cultivator of a much lower realm. Truly useless. Hearing Xiao Ruyan's reprimand, Shi Junqian's face turned red, but he dared not retort. He plotted, Kid, if you have the ability, extinguish this flame, and let's have a good fight. Shi Junqian shouted. Hearing this, Xiao Ruyan looked even more disdainful. Losing is losing. Why continue to talk nonsense? Aren't you ashamed? After saying this, Xiao Ruyan waved her hands. A wave of cold air instantly surged out, extinguishing the flames in Shi Junqian's hands. Shi Junqian wanted to charge forward, but was frightened back by Xiao Ruyan's glare. Not bad. Your flames are quite impressive. Xiao Ruyan said appreciatively, then smiled and nodded. You also know that we came to the Xianyuan Dao to select talents, so, as long as you have enough strength, you are our recruitment target. Young Master Qin Xuan, I wonder if you're interested in joining our Xindao sect and becoming my vassal? Vassal? Hearing this, Qin Xuan was taken aback, then quickly reacted. Although this saintess was out recruiting talents under the banner of the Xindao sect, what she was actually recruiting were her own vassals. This saintess is not enough. I want to waste him. If you take him as a vassal, how can I waste him? Before Shi Junqian could finish speaking, Xiao Ruyan shot him a cold glance. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Hearing this, Shi Junqian felt a chill in his heart, and hurriedly shook his head and closed his mouth. Yuan Hao, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh. It seems that it will be even harder to deal with the Qin family now. However, Qin Xuan shook his head. Thank you, Saintess, for your regard, but I have already prepared to seek the Sangqing sect and have no intention of joining any other sect for the time being. Vassal. Qin Xuan sneered in his heart. The term vassal sounds nice, but to put it bluntly, it's just a slightly higher status than a slave. How could he possibly become a vassal? You don't want to? If you become a vassal, the resources you receive from me will be more than those of the core disciples of ordinary sections. Xiao Ruyan did not expect Qin Xuan to refuse and hurriedly spoke up. However, Qin Xuan resolutely shook his head. Since you are unwilling, I want to force you. Saying this, Xiao Ruyan threw a token to Qin Xuan. This is a token for exploring the Xuanwu secret realm a year later. You can come to the Xindao sect to find me with the token then. Accepting the token, Qin Xuan wanted to refuse, but seeing the coldness hidden in her gaze, he still cupped his hands in response. Life and death in the hands of others. At least he had to buy himself a year. Kid, I want to fight you again. Chapter 57. Beating a drowning dog at that moment. Feeling humiliated, Shi Junqian fixed his gaze on Qin Xuan. The fact that he had been suppressed by Qin Xuan was a tremendous shame to him. Come and die. Shi Junqian glared at Qin Xuan, his eyes filled with coldness. Qin Xuan took a deep breath. Although he was reluctant to fight, since the other side dared to provoke him, he certainly did not want to let it slide. Just as Qin Xuan was about to step forward, Xiao Ruyan's expression suddenly turned cold. Step back. But at this moment, Shi Junqian was eager to fight Qin Xuan. However, Xiao Ruyan actually ordered him to step back, which he naturally found unacceptable. Xiao Ruyan's gaze turned icy as she looked at Shi Junqian. Pressured by Xiao Ruyan's gaze, Shi Junqian could only retreat awkwardly. Although he was known as the Daozi of the Xindao sect, he was merely the lowest-ranked Daozi in the sect, and his status could not be compared to Xiao Ruyan's. Taking a deep breath, Shi Junqian fixed his murderous gaze on Qin Xuan, wishing he could tear Qin Xuan to pieces. Looking at Qin Xuan, Xiao Ruyan smiled slightly. A year from now, I will explore the Xuanwu secret realm. I hope you will come with a token then. Although Xiao Ruyan spoke very politely, Qin Xuan naturally understood the meaning behind her words. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands toward her. Seeing that Qin Xuan agreed, Xiao Ruyan waved her hand. Very pleased with Qin Xuan's insight. Since we have already selected our talent, we won't disturb you any further. City Lord Yuan Hao, farewell. Xiao Ruyan gave Yuan Hao a warning glance before gracefully leaving. Watching this scene, Yuan Hao did not dare to breathe. Shi Junxian glared at Qin Xuan with resentment. He wanted nothing more than to charge at Qin Xuan recklessly. But seeing the protector who had already followed Xiao Ruyan leave, he could only leave in frustration. There was no way. His 6th level of the Earth profound realm might bully those with lower cultivation. But here, not to mention Qin Yuan, even the strange flames in Qin Xuan's hands could suppress him. In this situation, no matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. Kid, a year from now, I will wait for you at the Shindao sect. If you don't come, I will turn your Qin family upside down. Before Shi Junxian's words fell, Qin Xuan shot forward like an arrow. Slap! Before Shi Junxian could react, Qin Xuan's palm had already struck his face. Not only that, but a heavy sword came crashing down toward his face. Caught off guard, Shi Junxian was sent flying. Wow! Shi Junxian spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking extremely embarrassed. He was used to being arrogant and overbearing. Normally, only he would suppress others at will, and no one dared to strike back at him. But this time, Qin Xuan actually dared to strike him in front of so many people. Truly audacious. But even more surprising to him was that before he could make his next move, Qin Xuan had already rushed to his side. A heavy sword instantly slashed down at him. No! Shi Junxian was horrified and hurriedly tried to dodge. However, the speed of Qin Xuan's sword was simply too fast. Even though he wanted to evade, it was too late. The sword in Qin Xuan's hand sliced down rapidly. Buzz! At the moment the heavy sword was about to strike, a light shone from Shi Junxian's body. Protective armor. Qin Xuan's heart moved. Since the other party was a Daozi of the Shindao sect, they naturally had many protective measures and would not let Qin Xuan kill him so easily. Therefore, after the heavy sword was blocked, Qin Xuan immediately raised his hand to slap his face. Shi Junxian screamed, being sent flying again. It seemed that as long as it did not endanger Shi Junxian's life, this protective armor would not activate. Qin Xuan took a deep breath and immediately slapped Shi Junxian several times. Slap! After a few slaps, Shi Junxian was already dizzy and had no strength to fight back. His so-called practice opponents usually had to take into account his identity as a disciple of the Tao, so almost no one dared to fight him seriously. But Qin Xuan was different. From the very beginning, he wanted his life. If it weren't for the protective armor, Shi Junxian would have been dead by now. Yet even so, the slaps Qin Xuan landed on his face, while unable to kill him, still brought him immense humiliation. To be forced into such a situation as a dignified disciple of the divine Tao sect was truly a great shame. What made him feel even more humiliated was that at this moment, Xiao Ruyan was merely standing at a distance, watching coldly, with no intention of intervening. Saintess, should we? The protector beside her frowned slightly as he watched Shi Junxian being continuously beaten. Don't do anything, just let it be, Xiao Ruyan said coldly. He has protective treasures on him. As long as he doesn't want to die, they won't activate. As for now, he deserves this. A perfect opportunity for him to learn what it means to know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. As she spoke, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Usually, he relied on his sex backing and looked down on others. Today, let him learn a lesson and understand the true nature of reality. Saying this, Xiao Ruyan glanced at Qin Xuan and nodded slightly. This person's combat power was quite impressive, although his cultivation realm was lower than Shi Junxian's. In terms of decisiveness and action, 10 Shi Junxians couldn't compare. Not only that, his close combat skills were also extremely powerful, indicating that he must have received guidance from a master. Xiao Ruyan commented from the side. Qin Xuan's close combat ability was indeed formidable. During the 300 years in the heavenly tomb, without any cultivation, he had to think of every possible way to escape the entanglement of the Su Nj Empress. His only method was close combat. For being easily suppressed by the Empress at the beginning, he eventually managed to suppress her in close combat. There was no other way. This was the only means of counterattack he could think of. However, every time he was at a disadvantage in close combat, the Empress would use her overwhelming power to forcibly suppress him. Over these 300 years, Qin Xuan's close combat strength could be said to be extremely powerful. Even if Xiao Ruyan came, she wouldn't be his match. Bang! After beating Shi Junxian until he was bleeding and bruised, Qin Xuan kicked him away. He really wanted to kill this person. But he understood that as long as this protector and the saintess Xiao Ruyan were present today, he could forget about killing him. Therefore, he just gave Shi Junxian a thorough beating. I won't let you off. I will come back. Shi Junxian fled in embarrassment, not daring to fight Qin Xuan again. He ran to the protector's side, feeling a bit of safety. Avenge me. Shi Junxian still wanted to maintain his status as a disciple. But the protector didn't even look at him. You've been too arrogant lately. Today, remember this lesson well, Xiao Ruyan said coldly. Hearing this, although Shi Junxian wanted to explode with anger, he also knew that this protector wouldn't listen to him, so he could only retreat in frustration. Thank you, young Master Qin, for your guidance. Xiao Ruyan smiled and cupped her hands to Qin Xuan, then turned to leave. Seeing this, Shi Junxian could only follow behind in dissatisfaction. After leaving Huafeng City, Shi Junxian finally couldn't hold back. Your Highness, although I am the least conspicuous among the 9 disciples, even when beating a dog, one should look at the owner. I have pledged my loyalty to you, and you don't care at all? Hearing this, Xiao Ruyan shot him a cold glance. You, a useless person, still have the nerve to say that? As a disciple of the Divine Tao sect, you can't even defeat a young clan leader from a small place, and you want the protector to act for you? Aren't you ashamed? Then, she let out a cold laugh. If I really let the protector intervene, that would be embarrassing. Hearing this, Shi Junxian's face turned bright red. He is just a young clan leader from small family. This isn't just slapping my face, it's slapping yours and our Divine Tao sect's face. Your Highness, even if you don't want to care about me, at least you should consider the sect's reputation. Or do you have your eyes on that pretty boy? Before Shi Junxian could finish, Xiao Ruyan slapped him backhanded. You insolent thing. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Know your place. After saying this, Xiao Ruyan snorted coldly. Before entering the Xuanwu secret realm, you are not allowed to touch the Qin family, especially him. After we leave the Xuanwu secret realm, you can deal with him however you want. I want to interfere. Hearing this, Shi Junxian nodded with a dark expression. He was just a disciple from a small family. Although he had some talent, there were many others of the same age with higher cultivation than him. Was it really necessary to be so accommodating? Xiao Ruyan disdainfully shook her head. You truly are a fool. Didn't you notice the difference in the flames he used when he fought you just now compared to ordinary flames? Difference? Shi Junxian furrowed his brows. He really hadn't realized this point. In his view, Qin Xuan's move just caught him off guard. Once they were on guard, they wouldn't have any way to deal with it. Fool, that flame is spiritual fire, Xiao Ruyan said coldly. The thing in a Xuanwu secret realm requires spiritual fire to obtain. Over the past few years, I've searched all over Dakian, but still haven't found a suitable flame. While a few alchemists have refined some extraordinary flames, their combat power is low, and they're just ordinary flames. But the flame in his hand is genuine spiritual fire. If I'm not mistaken, this spiritual fire has already been refined by him, making it difficult to seize. That's why I gave him the token and told him to come find me in a year. Chapter 58. The calm before the storm at this moment. Shi Junxian finally realized that Xiao Ruyan had this intention. He nodded slightly and then slowly retreated to the side. Looking back at the now small Huafeng city, Shi Junxian fixed his swollen eyes on it. Despite Xiao Ruyan's words, he still clenched his fists tightly. At the Li family's place, all the families present stood up, sorrowfully watching this scene. They originally intended to come here to please the disciple and saintess from the Divine Tao sect. But now, they were being bullied by this disciple and saintess, which made them extremely angry. However, looking at the Li family, which had been completely slaughtered, their anger was swallowed down. City Lord Yuan Hao, is this the surprise you prepared for us? Qin Yuan said coldly, his gaze fiercely directed at Yuan Hao. He was extremely dissatisfied with Yuan Hao at this moment. Hearing Qin Yuan's words, Yuan Hao wanted to say something, but the words reached his lips and turned into a silent sigh. This matter, I cannot escape blame. But does your Qin family have no fault? Yuan Hao said defiantly, his hand gripping the wine glass, trembling continuously. He had never expected things to turn out like this. In his initial plan, Qin Xuan was supposed to storm towards Xiao Ruyan and then be killed by Xiao Ruyan's protector. After that, the entire Qin family would then die. At that time, the Qin family in the capital would be enraged, but it would have nothing to do with him, Yuan Hao. After all, this was the doing of the divine Dao sect. But he didn't expect that the poison ended up in Li Tai's wine, causing the entire Li family to perish. Not only that, but Qin Xuan also received a token from the saintess of the divine Dao sect. This was something he absolutely could not accept. What he wanted was for the entire Qin family to die. The Qin family is at fault? The Qin family simply came here to attend a banquet. This banquet was planned by you and the Li family. What does it have to do with our Qin family? Qin Yuan said coldly. Then his gaze turned icy as he looked at Yuan Hao. You, as the city lord, must give me an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, it won't be over. Hearing this, although Yuan Hao was furious, he still dared not do anything. All right, how about we use the remaining family assets of the Li family to compensate your Qin family? Yuan Hao said, waving his sleeve and leaving. Watching Yuan Hao's departing figure, Qin Xuan's gaze turned icy. This old man must not be let go. This time I discovered his scheme. But there are thieves for 1,000 days, yet no one can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Such a person must be eliminated. Qin Xuan pondered in his heart, his fists slightly clenched. After a moment, he relaxed his fists and casually walked over to Qin Yuan's side. Grandfather, let's head back first. We can discuss this matter after we return. Qin Yuan was about to say something, but seeing Qin Xuan's expression, he nodded. As the city lord and the Qin family left together, other families, although eager to profit from the Li family, could only shake their heads and leave upon seeing the tragic scene at the Li family. Yuan Hao must be eliminated. Back home, Qin Xuan said sternly to Qin Yuan. Hearing this, Qin Yuan nodded as well. He had also sensed something was off. After all, this matter seemed to have something to do with Yuan Hao. If Yuan Hao was not eliminated, he would surely haunt us later. The time for the Changqing sect to come to our Huafeng city for selection is approaching. If we don't eliminate him, he might have some tricks up his sleeve, so he must be dealt with. Qin Yuan said, and both he and Qin Xuan nodded. There was no time to waste. Let's act tonight. Qin Yuan said, and Qin Xuan nodded in agreement. Gathering a few elders with higher cultivation levels from the family, they quickly formulated a plan. That night, as darkness fell, Qin Yuan and Qin Xuan, along with the family elders, left the Qin family and headed towards the city lord's mansion. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion, Yuan Hao was furiously staring at a middle-aged man in front of him. Is this your Zhao family's plan? To stab someone in the back, and, in the end, you didn't hurt anyone, but ended up killing yourselves. Chapter 59. Surrounding the city lord's mansion, the middle-aged man from the Zhao family was equally furious. How dare you say that? The snake venom was given to you by me, and you ended up making such a mess? It's not my plan that has issues. It's your execution that has problems. Hearing this, Yuan Hao's anger flared, and he glared at the middle-aged man. He never expected someone could be this shameless. If it weren't for your Zhao family being afraid to offend the Qin family in the capital, we would have dealt with them long ago. How could things have come to this? Hearing this, the middle-aged man sneered. Since this is a branch of the Qin family, we naturally have to consider the Qin family in the capital. Aren't you more useless? A dignified city lord. Yet you are being manipulated by a small family in a minor city. At least there was the Li family to balance things out before. Now that the Li family is gone, let's see how you deal with the Qin family and how you can wrestle with them. However, you don't need to worry. I have already looked into it. At this moment, the middle-aged man spoke coldly. Look into what? Yuan Hao asked, confused. Of course, the relationship between this Qin family and the Qin family in the capital. This Qin family was expelled from the main family in the capital back in the day and was forced out of the capital, and it is precisely their Qin family. This way, I don't have to worry about many things. The current main family of the Qin family naturally hates this former main family to the bone, wishing they could eliminate them. If it weren't for fear that other branches would drift away, they would have acted long ago. But even so, over the years, the main family of the Qin family has often suppressed this branch. In other words, as long as our Zhao family does not openly stick our heads out and uses some strategy to eliminate this Qin family, the Qin family in the capital will only thank us Zhao family. As he said this, the middle-aged man became increasingly pleased with himself. Oh, you have a plan again? Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao's heart stirred, and he hurriedly leaned in. If the Qin family was not eliminated, he would have a hard time sleeping and eating in Huofeng City, so he had to eliminate the Qin family to feel at ease. Of course, very soon, you will see the Qin family's demise. Oh, you probably won't see it. Just as the two finished speaking, a cold voice came from the doorway. Who is it? The two quickly turned to look at the doorway. They had not even noticed someone had entered. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Qin Xuan walked in with the elders of the Qin family. It's someone from the Qin family. Hurry and leave. Yuan Hao wasn't a fool and immediately realized something was wrong, wanting to leave with the person. Leave? Do you think you can leave today? Qin Xuan snorted coldly. And at the same time, several powerful auras emerged around them, completely surrounding them. More figures of Qin family elders appeared from other directions, enclosing the area and preventing their escape. Seeing this scene, Yuan Hao and the other man turned pale. We're surrounded. Since the Qin family dared to send people to surround them, the meaning was self-evident. City Lord, who is this person beside you? Care to introduce us? Qin Yuan stepped forward, speaking coldly. This is merely a friend of mine. I want to ask, this is the City Lord's mansion, and I am the City Lord appointed by the court. As a family of Huofeng City, how dare you Qin family come uninvited and encircle my City Lord's mansion? Now, leave quickly, and I can spare your lives. Hearing Yuan Hao's fierce words, Qin Yuan sneered and shook his head at Yuan Hao. The City Lord is joking. Tonight is not our Qin family's doing. We are here to save you. Save me? Yuan Hao was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Nonsense. This City Lord does not need saving from anyone. You must leave immediately without any mistakes. But the Qin family members merely laughed coldly. Then everyone cleared a path, and more than a dozen second-level spirit beasts slowly walked in from outside. What is this? Upon seeing this scene, Yuan Hao was dumbfounded. He never expected spirit beasts to come here. City Lord, let me explain what is happening here. Qin Xuan stepped forward, speaking calmly. Tonight, the remnants of the Li family, out of resentment for their family being exterminated, attacked the City Lord's mansion with spirit beasts. After we Qin family received the news, we immediately came to rescue. But we were still a step too late, allowing the City Lord to be devoured by the spirit beasts. Unfortunately, we Qin family had to slay these spirit beasts to avenge you, Qin Xuan said with a smile. Hearing this, Yuan Hao immediately reacted. The Qin family wanted to eliminate him and frame it on the Li family. After all, the Li family had already been exterminated. It would be easy to shift the blame. This made him extremely angry. These people not only wanted to kill him, but even openly discussed how to arrange his aftermath in front of him. Who would believe your nonsense? If I die, there will naturally be an investigation team to look into this matter. I will not let you go, Yuan Hao said coldly. Believe it, of course you will. When these dozen spirit beasts entered, I intentionally let the people outside see it. Besides, who can control beasts other than the Li family? What does it have to do with our Qin family? We Qin family just arrived a step too late, allowing you to be devoured by the spirit beasts. As he spoke, Qin Xuan stepped forward. So, City Lord, are you planning to dive into the mouths of these spirit beasts yourself? Or shall we invite you in? Qin Xuan said with a smile, clearly having Yuan Hao completely under his thumb. If you Qin family think you have me under your control, you are gravely mistaken. Let me tell you, if I survive, I will definitely eliminate your Qin family in the future. Before he could finish his words, Qin Yuan stepped forward and coldly shook his head. That has something to discuss after you survive. For now, please go to your death. As he spoke, the Qin family elders began to attack the two. Watching this scene, the two men present changed color. Qin family leader, I am in charge of the Zhao family. I am doing this according to the Zhao family's orders. If you dare to kill me, it would be an open confrontation with our Zhao family. Are you sure you want to take action? Are you really ready for a full-scale war with the Zhao family? Chapter 60 Investigation Team, Full-Scale War with the Zhao family? Who do you think you are? Qin Yuan sneered. not taking this Zhao family manager seriously at all. How could a mere Zhao family manager have a right to speak of war? You, humiliated by Qin Yuan in this way. The middle-aged man was furious. Kill. With a single command from Qin Yuan, everyone immediately began to take action. Go. Yuan Hao, seeing he was outmatched, turned to flee. The Zhao family manager also attempted to run. His cultivation was at the earth-profound realm, and he couldn't possibly fight against so many elders of the Qin family. Kid, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Let us see who can win. At this point, the man still wanted to struggle, hoping to drag Qin Xuan down with him. He had already realized that since the Qin family dared to act, they would certainly not let them go. Since the Qin family was not giving him a way out, he would try his best to drag Qin Xuan down with him. Oomph, you think you're worthy? An elder of the Qin family mocked from the side. Qin Xuan is the young patriarch of the Qin family. How could he risk himself? Are you afraid? The middle-aged man glared at Qin Xuan, wishing he could tear him to shreds. But Qin Xuan merely chuckled lightly and shook his head dismissively. He was not afraid of battle, but he also wouldn't seek trouble unnecessarily. Since this person was already in a state of waiting for death, there was no need for him to stick his neck out. If he were to accept a challenge from a mere Zhao family manager, wouldn't that mean anyone could challenge him in the future? Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan waved his hand coldly. Kill them, leave no survivors. Hearing Qin Xuan's order, the manager's face instantly fell into despair. He never expected that Qin Xuan wouldn't even give him the slightest chance. The royal family will not let you go. Under the siege, Yuan Hao is already injured and on the brink of death. Is that so? Qin Xuan immediately moved forward and raised his hand to quickly absorb Yuan Hao's spiritual energy. Since mastering the ancient refining spirit technique, he could directly draw the spiritual energy from these people using the refining spirit cauldron. After devouring Yuan Hao's mental and spiritual energy, Qin Xuan directly killed him with a single sword strike. Young patriarch, what should we do next? An elder inquired. Qin Xuan snorted coldly and pointed to the nearby spirit beasts. Let the spirit beasts eat them. Our people should stay clear, and we'll lure the other families here. This way, no one will be able to pin it on the Qin family. From the very beginning, Qin Xuan had been prepared to let the Li family take the blame. That's why he had controlled these spirit beasts to come. Under Qin Xuan's control, these spirit beasts quickly devoured Yuan Hao and the others. Let us go. Next, we need to lure the other families here. Qin Xuan discarded Li Miao's corpse and then led the Qin family members away from the scene. After leaving, Qin Xuan deliberately created some noise before departing. After a while, several families nearby, hearing the commotion, hurried over, only to be met with this bloody scene. The Li family actually killed the city lord. The news spread quickly, shaking the entire Huofeng city. Subsequently, all the families in Huofeng city rushed to the city lord's mansion. Acting innocent, Qin Xuan also brought the elders of the Qin family along. Then he indignantly declared that he wanted to avenge the city lord. Young patriarch, there are still loopholes in this matter. After leaving the city lord's mansion, an elder of the Qin family spoke to Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan understood. You mean that these spirit beasts wouldn't be able to defeat Yuan Hao, right? Level 2 spirit beasts might have decent fighting power, but they would be able to injure Yuan Hao. This is indeed a flaw. Yes, but if the investigation team from the capital comes to investigate us because of this, how should we respond? Qin Xuan slightly shook his head. No need to respond. As the saying goes, catch a thief, catch the stolen goods, catch a couple in the act. As long as there is no direct evidence, they can only suspect us. The Qin family is the largest family in Huofeng City. Even if they come from the capital, they cannot casually accuse the Qin family. Moreover, there are so many people ready to testify for us. We did not expose our identities when we acted. Hearing this, several elders of the Qin family nodded. At this moment, the various families were also thrown into a panic in the face of the situation. Among the 4 great families of Huofeng City, only the Qin family and the Sima family remained. The other smaller families dared not say much in front of these two. Detain these spirit beasts. When the investigation team from the capital arrives, we will handle it then. Sima Rue said. It was clear that they understood that if these spirit beasts escaped, the Sima family would also have a hard time explaining themselves. In this situation, they certainly had to detain these spirit beasts as much as possible. Subsequently, Sima Rue turned his gaze toward the Qin family to prevent some people from taking advantage of the situation. Clearly, the Sima family also suspected the Qin family. However, with so many spirit beasts present, it was difficult for them to pin all the blame on the Qin family. After all, only the Li family was skilled in beast taming. Indeed, we should be careful not to let some people take advantage of the chaos. Qin Xuan said in a calm manner, appearing harmless. After handling matters at the city lord's mansion, Qin Xuan returned home. Although Yuan Hao was just a distant branch of the royal family, they were still members of the royal family, and since he was the city lord, the capital would likely pay close attention. Therefore, some preparations had to be made in advance, just in case. Qin Xuan said, and then instructed his family to prepare some spirit stones. He needed these spirit stones to set up formations. In case the investigation team really discovered something, he must protect the Qin family. After all, if things turned hostile, he had to safeguard the Qin family. Qin Xuan originally thought that the investigation team would take some time to arrive in Huofeng City. However, he did not expect that just 3 days later, the Yuan royal family and the investigation teams from the major families of the capital had already appeared in Huofeng City. Do you think there are people from the Qin family in this investigation team? Qin Yuan furrowed his brow, his expression somewhat grim. Yes. This time the Yuan royal family and the Jiang, Qin, Zhou, and Shi families are here. It can be said that this matter has indeed blown up. Hearing this, Qin Xuan clenched his fist slightly. The people from the Qin family actually dared to come here. Back in the day, they had forced the main family to this point, and now they actually had the audacity to come. This made Qin Xuan very angry. However, he quickly took a deep breath and calmly looked at the manager of the Qin family. It's fine. Since they are here, so be it. It's not a big deal. When the soldiers come, the generals will block them. When the water comes, the soil will cover it. After the investigation team arrived in Huofeng City, they went straight to the city lord's mansion. The Qin family had acted very cleanly that day. Everyone in the city lord's mansion had been eliminated. How is it? Brother Yuanzhen, can you sense anything? At the city lord's mansion, a member of the Yuanzhen royal family was standing next to the spirit beasts, sensing something. Beside him, a middle-aged man asked. After a moment, Yuanzhen nodded slightly. These people did not lie. It was indeed these spirit beasts that killed Yuan Hao. These beasts should be exterminated. Yuanzhen looked coldly at the spirit beasts ahead. Hearing this, the man beside him nodded slightly. I have checked. Among the families in Huofeng City, the Li family is indeed the best at taming beasts. If so many spirit beasts attacked simultaneously, it is indeed possible they could succeed in one strike. Before the man's words had finished, another elder beside him immediately sneered. Attacking by surprise? What a joke. I have also checked the Li family. The patriarch's cultivation is only at the 9th level of the earth profound realm, with no one at the heaven profound realm. How could such a cultivation succeed with a surprise attack? In my opinion, it must have been the work of other families in the city, and the Qin family is the most likely. The elder's gaze was fierce. Hearing this, the other people present immediately laughed. Qin Yin, although I know you find the Qin family division annoying, they were once the main family of the Qin family. You have already taken the main position of the Qin family. Why not give the branch family a way out? Chapter 61. Win over one of the people mocked. Hearing this, the elder named Qin Yin immediately frowned. I'm not trying to suppress the division of the family. It's just that this matter seems very strange. The dignified lord of a city was actually attacked and killed by a spirit beast. You have to know that during the day, the Li family was nearly exterminated by the protectors of the Divine Path sect. Even if a few managed to escape, it shouldn't have led to the death of the city lord. As Qin Yin spoke, the others around him fell silent. If that's the case, then it must have been the work of the Daozi and Saintess of the Divine Path sect. At that moment, another person spoke up. After arriving, I sent several subordinates to investigate various families and understand what happened that day. They all said that members of the Li family suddenly went mad and disrespected the Saintess of the Divine Path sect, which led the protectors to eliminate the Li family. That banquet was hosted by Yuan Hao together with the Li family of Huofeng City, so he probably can't escape responsibility either. Given the nature of the Divine Path sect, they wouldn't let this matter go. They must have used underhanded means behind the scenes, just to avoid direct conflict with the royal family, which is why they are covering it up. This person speculated and the others nodded in agreement. That makes sense, especially since there was also an attack on the saintess of the Divine Path sect that day, and all of this was orchestrated by Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao brought this upon himself, but we can't just let this slide, can we? Yuan Zhen, who was in charge of the investigation and leading everyone, glanced at the others and nodded. After arriving here, according to his initial speculation, it was either the Qin family or the Divine Path sect using this method for a hidden assassination. After all, the Divine Path sect wouldn't want to conflict with the royal family over this. Of course, the proper procedures still need to be followed, and investigations must be conducted. Let's each take action to properly investigate the major families here and see if they know anything. Qin Yin said, already eager to get started. You want to pin the blame on the Qin family, don't you? Your main family is indeed quite vengeful. The other major families from the capital shook their heads. They were all from the major families in the capital and were well aware that the main family of the Qin family had once taken the position of the main family by splitting off, which is why they were so resistant. After all, if they set a precedent, wouldn't the main families of their respective families be in danger in the future? They had held the position of the main family since the founding of the Daqian dynasty. Now, not only has the Qin family taken the lead, but they also want to use this method to eliminate the original main family. Be careful. Targeting the branch family like this might cause the other branch families of the Qin family to become disloyal. What a petty mindset. Qin Yin indeed wanted to pin the blame on the Qin family, but seeing so many people oppose him, he realized he was being too obvious. All right, let us split up and investigate. The branch family of the Qin family here will be checked by others, and old Qin, you go investigate other families. Yuan Zhen didn't want to see any framing and scheming take place. Once it was settled, these people immediately began to take action. Not long after, an elder from the investigation team arrived at the Qin family. I am Jiang Qingzi. Just call me Elder Jiang. Upon arriving at the Qin family, the elder greeted Qin Yuan and Qin Xuan amiably. Seeing that he was not from the main family of the Qin family, the two felt relieved. Since he wasn't from the main family, it indicated that the Qin family was not under suspicion in this investigation. Elder Jiang, please take a seat. Is there anything our Qin family can do for you? Qin Yuan quickly stepped forward and asked. After a few pleasantries, Elder Jiang began the formal investigation. When the city lord Yuan Hao was attacked and killed, what was your Qin family doing? Hearing this, Qin Yuan and Qin Xuan exchanged glances and then answered according to the prepared statements. Elder Jiang nodded in response. That seems reasonable, but while I believe you, some may not. You should be cautious. Elder Jiang said with ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. He certainly caught the underlying message. Elder Jiang, please speak plainly. Elder Jiang nodded, extending his bony finger to point at Qin Xuan and Qin Yuan. If I'm not mistaken, you were once the main family of the Qin family, right? Hearing this, Qin Yuan's heart tightened, and he nodded. Yes, several generations ago, we were indeed the main family of the Qin family. But before Qin Yuan could finish his sentence, the elder nodded. Have you considered returning to the capital to reclaim what rightfully belongs to you? Qin Yuan's heart stirred slightly, but he quickly realized he was trying to win me over. Indeed, soon Elder Jiang tapped the table. This investigation was supposed to be conducted by others, but after checking certain information, I gained some understanding of your situation, which is why I actively requested to join this investigation team. On one hand, it is naturally to investigate the cause of the city lord's death. On the other hand, I want to ensure justice and prevent scoundrels from framing others. Elder Jiang's words were pointed, and Qin Yuan and Qin Xuan naturally understood who he was referring to. After all, this investigation involved the so-called main family of the Qin family. With these people around, the branch family of the Qin family certainly wouldn't have it easy. However, with Elder Jiang's presence, there were many possibilities for a turnaround. Yet, with the other party being so proactive and diligent, he likely had other intentions behind this. Next, Elder Jiang changed the subject and looked at Qin Yuan and Qin Xuan. If you wish to return, our Jiang family can lend you a helping hand. Hearing this, Qin Yuan and Qin Xuan suddenly realized. So this Elder Jiang wants to use this opportunity to incite conflict between the Qin family and its branch family. After all, as one of the 4 major families in the capital, these families are bound to be mutually hostile and competitive. If he can instigate internal strife in the opposing family, it would certainly be a good opportunity for his own family. Thinking of this, a heavy stone was lifted from Qin Xuan's heart. He was previously worried that the main family of the Qin family in the capital would firmly assert that it was Qin Yuan and the others who killed the city lord. But since these families are at odds, the Qin family is actually safer. After all, with these major families checking and balancing each other, the Qin family is much safer. For these major families, the death of a small city lord is nothing more than that. The key is how to use this decease to gain benefits for themselves. And now, since the main family of the Qin family wants to suppress the branch family, they certainly won't let the Qin family succeed. However, it seems that this old guy's intentions are not just to incite internal strife within the Qin family, but also to bring the Qin family of Huofeng City under his command. What do you think? If the clan leader is willing, our Jiang family can lend you a helping hand. Hearing this, Qin Yuan slightly nodded, clearly tempted. But after a moment, he shook his head. Elder Zhang's good intentions are appreciated, but we have grown accustomed to our leisurely lives. It's quite good here in this small place. Hearing Qin Yuan's words, Elder Zhang's expression became somewhat unpleasant. After all, Qin Yuan's response was not only a rejection of competition with the main family, but also an indirect refusal of his offer. However, being a member of a major family, he reacted quickly enough. No worries. If you ever need assistance in the future, just speak up, and we will certainly help. After that, Elder Jiang asked about the situation regarding the city lord before leaving. A bunch of bumpkins. I give you an opportunity, and you don't seize it. Elder Jiang naturally felt some dissatisfaction with the Qin family's rejection of his offer. However, he wouldn't connect the situation of the city lord's estate with the Qin family of Huofeng City. As long as he could create difficulties for the Qin family in the capital, he would support it. Clan leader, why didn't you agree to him? If we had the Zhang family's help, it would be much easier for us to act, an elder said with some regret. Hearing this, Qin Xuan shook his head. It's soft to take a person's hand, and it's short to eat from someone's mouth. If we really follow the Zhang family, wouldn't that make us their lackeys? Even if we regain the position of the main family, wouldn't we still be their subordinates? Chapter 62, Qin Yin visits. Qin Xuan said this, and Qin Yuan beside him nodded repeatedly. Indeed, they have always wanted to reclaim the position that originally belonged to them. But that doesn't mean they will bow down for it. Moreover, this matter is, after all, an internal struggle of the Qin family. How can outsiders intervene? Qin Yuan said coldly, his gaze fierce. Only then did the elders of the Qin family realize, and they nodded in agreement. After all, the Qin family would never submit to others. Not long after, another family from the four major clans arrived at the Qin family. If the Qin family is willing to become a vassal of our Shi family, we can help you regain your position as the main family. The elder of the Shi family was very arrogant. In his view, this opportunity was a gift to the Qin family. After all, the Qin family of Huofeng City was just a branch family, and their willingness to help was already a great favor to the Qin family. As expected, Qin Yuan directly rejected this person's proposal. After sending off the furious elder of the Shi family, another family came to visit. However, compared to the previous two families, the elder of the Zhou family had a much better attitude. Not only that, but as soon as the Zhou elder saw that the Qin family was unwilling to become a vassal, he immediately changed his tone to merely wanting to make friends. It seems that the main family in the capital really does not have a good reputation. After sending these people away, Qin Xuan's heart stirred. Although they didn't want to become vassals of these families, the more people who disliked the Qin family in the capital, the more opportunities they would have to deal with the Qin family there. The others nodded in agreement. Although they hadn't become vassals of these families, there were still many conflicts among them that could be utilized. It seems that reclaiming the position of the main family is very likely. The members of the Qin family felt a surge of excitement. Just then, a guard rushed in at the door. Clan leader, young clan leader, someone has come. With so many people coming today, what is there to panic about? Qin Xuan frowned, somewhat confused as to why the guard seemed a bit nervous. Yes, it's a member of the Qin family. A member of the Qin family? What is there to be nervous about? Before Qin Xuan finished speaking, he instantly realized. It's the Qin family from the capital. Don't let them in. An elder said in a low voice, clenching his fists. They dare to come here after driving the Qin family out of the main family back then? No, let them in. Qin Xuan shook his head and then signaled the guard to let them in. Young clan leader, the several family elders looked very angry. After all, they hated the Qin family from the capital to the bone. If they didn't even have the courage to face them, how could they reclaim the position of the main family? Waving his hand, Qin Xuan and Qin Yuan stepped forward, coldly staring ahead, waiting for Qin Yin and the others to enter. Moments later, Qin Yin walked into the courtyard. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's you, old fool. Looking at Qin Yin, who entered, a cold glint flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. Hearing this, Qin Yin raised his head and sneered. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's a defeated opponent. Your family can't even match the main family, and you're still not at ease submitting? Hearing this, Qin Yuan immediately clenched his fists. By the way, where is Qin Tianyang? Didn't he boast about wanting to defeat Ziyu back then? Qin Yin said while mockingly staring at Qin Yuan. You still dare to mention Tianyang? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was furious, wishing he could rush up and kill Qin Yin right now. Back then, Qin Tianyang went to the Qin family clan meeting and was defeated and had his Dantian destroyed by Qin Ziyu. Because of this, Qin Tianyang left the Qin family and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the aggressive Qin Yin, Qin Xuan stepped forward, coldly looking at him. Qin Ziyu, right? One day, I will defeat him and let him taste that feeling. Hearing Qin Xuan's words, Qin Yin was taken aback, then burst into laughter, almost bringing tears to his eyes. You really make me laugh. You want to defeat Ziyu? Do you think you're worthy? Let me tell you, Ziyu is the #1 genius of my clan. His cultivation has already reached the 9th level of the Jade Clear Realm. Give him some more time, and he can step into the Upper Clear Realm. You're just at the lowly Dan Xian realm. How dare you compete with him? The 9th level of the Jade Clear Realm. Hearing Qin Yan's words, Qin Xian's face immediately turned cold. Although he had long thought that the strength of the #1 genius of the Qin family from the capital must be very powerful, he didn't expect Qin Ziyu's strength to have reached this level. The 9th level of the Jade Clear Realm meant he could step into the Upper Clear Realm at any time. Not to mention anything else. Even the strongest in the entire Qin family of Huafeng City, Qin Yuan, was only at the 9th level of the Tianxian realm. A full major realm difference. Not only Qin Xuan, but even Qin Yuan's face turned pale. Forget it. There's no point in showing off to you. I can ask you a few questions. Qin Yin waved his sleeve. Tell me, did the city lord's murder have anything to do with you? Hearing this, Qin Yuan sneered. Everyone saw the spirit beast enter the city the day the city lord died. What does this have to do with us? Qin Yin looked at Qin Yuan, sneered, and turned to leave. Since you've cleaned your tracks well, I want to say more. But I have to make it clear to you that if you do this too many times, you will eventually be caught. When that time comes, don't expect us to help you. Qin Yin took a few steps and then turned back to look at Qin Xuan. This kid is your grandson, right? His cultivation is not bad. Will he be the one you send to the clan meeting in 2 years? Before Qin Yuan could speak, Qin Yin coldly shook his head. If you truly think that way, then I advise you not to come. Sending another one will only be self-humiliation. The main family is the main family. You branch families will never have a chance to turn things around in your lifetime. Chapter 63. Sanqing's Sect Selection. Qin Yin spoke without courtesy, his gaze extremely cold. If it weren't for considering the branch families distributed in other places of the Dacian, they would have long since eradicated this branch of Qin Yuan completely. A bunch of ingrates. If it weren't for our ancestors, do you think your branch family could have turned around? Qin Yuan said in a low voice, his tone full of resentment. The reason they lost their position as the main family back then was that a genius emerged from Qin Yin's line 100 years ago. To cultivate this genius, they, who were still the main family at that time, provided various resources. They aimed to cultivate him into a top-tier talent. But who would have thought that once this person grew up, he would turn against them, leading the Zhuge Dao branch family to try and defeat the main family. To avoid the Qin family from splitting, the then head of the main family relinquished the position and resources of the main family, taking people to settle in the Xianlong Dao. But this person still wasn't at ease. It was until they pushed this branch of Qin Yuan to Huafeng City, a small city with no resources. But they finally felt secure. To the victor belong the spoils. Do you not accept this? Qin Yin sneered disdainfully. Such a focus on the family's overall situation and cultivating talent from branch families is something that Qin Yin's line would never consider. Hearing this, Qin Xuan clenched his fists and stepped forward. Just a bunch of ungrateful people. I will definitely attend the Qin family clan meeting in 2 years. I'll see what abilities you have. Hearing this, Qin Yin laughed loudly, clapping his hands repeatedly. Good, very good. But you'd better be careful. Don't end up like your father and have your Dantian destroyed. Hearing Qin Yan's sarcastic remarks, both Qin Xuan and Qin Yuan clenched their fists. Saying anything is useless. In this world, it's fists that matter, Qin Yin said, while leaving the Qin family with a cold smile. This bastard. Several elders of the Qin family could hardly hold back their anger, but they also understood that this was not the time to act. Qin Yin was a member of the investigation team. If they acted against him, it would mean provoking the investigation team, which was simply asking for trouble. At the clan meeting, the face that was lost must be regained at the clan meeting. Being brave and fierce privately is truly useless. Qin Yuan said faintly, looking at the unwilling Qin Xuan, feeling both gratified and somewhat worried. Back then, Qin Tianyang was considered a genius when the family was divided. But such a genius was defeated in 3 moves after arriving at the main family and was rendered unable to cultivate. This made him somewhat concerned about Qin Xuan as well. Xin'er, if the situation changes in the clan, meeting 2 years later, you don't have to go. Although he very much wanted Qin Xuan to reclaim their former glory, the premise of all this was that Qin Xuan must be safe and sound. He would rather not risk his grandson's future for that. Grandpa, don't worry. I will definitely reclaim what we lost back then. Qin Xuan clenched his fists. 100 years ago, they were forced to give up their position in the main family. His father was also rendered unable to cultivate and subsequently fell into despair, wandering to the wilds, his life or death unknown. As a son, how could he not seek justice for his father? What the main family did to them, he would definitely repay it double in the future. So, have you all investigated any results? Outside the ruins of the city lord's mansion, Yuan Zhen looked at the other 4. In my opinion, it was indeed the Leaf family's doing. As for how Yuan Hao, a strong heavenly mystic, could be attacked and killed by a group of 2nd and 3rd level spirit beasts, that remains unknown, Jiang Chengzi said. Indeed, I agree with Lao Jiang. This incident should have been caused by the remnants of the Leaf family. They lured the people of the Divine Path sect here, harboring resentment and intent on revenge. The Shi family echoed similarly, while another family chimed in. Although Qin Yuan and the others were unwilling to ally, they all understood that to restrain the Qin family, they must leave this branch family intact. They then turned their gaze to Qin Yin. Old Qin, this is your Qin family's branch. What do you think? Yuan Zhen coughed and spoke. Hearing this, Qin Yin took a deep breath. It shouldn't be the Li family's doing. They don't have that kind of strength. However, after my investigation, it seems that the other families in the city also lack the ability to do this. As for the Qin family, while they do have some strength, there is no evidence pointing to them, so it shouldn't be them either. Upon hearing this, the other few were somewhat surprised. Qin Yin actually did not take the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. It was rare. Since there is no evidence, then there is none. Right now, Fire Wind City is in chaos, and during this period while the city lord is absent, the Qin family, as a large family, is still needed to maintain order. So do not move against the Qin family. After saying this, Yuan Zhen stroked his chin. Then let's attribute this case to the Li family. As for the Divine Path sect, we can mention them slightly. After all, they are somewhat involved in this. If the Divine Path sect hadn't intervened, the Li family wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Unfortunately, all the various letters from the city lord's mansion were burned in the fire, and many things cannot be investigated at all. Yuan Zhen shook his head in disappointment. After killing Yuan Hao, the Qin family set a fire here, essentially erasing all traces of the Qin family. Thus, it would be impossible for them to find out anything even if they wanted to investigate. Now it seems that it indeed served its purpose. Let us hurry back to report. As for the affairs in the city, until the new city lord arrives, let the Qin family manage it. Since the matter had already been settled, the 5 quickly began to arrange various tasks and then left in haste. Once the investigation team departed, the Qin family finally felt completely at ease. After all, if they were to investigate thoroughly, many matters of the Qin family could not withstand scrutiny. However, it was evident that among these five, Yuan Zhen did not care about Yuan Hao's death. He was more concerned about the stability of Firewind City. The other few had their own ulterior motives. To put it bluntly for them, investigating the case was not about uncovering the truth, but finding a truth that was more beneficial to themselves. That was what they wanted. And now, a powerful branch family of the Qin family was naturally advantageous to them. Seeing so many people opposing action against the Qin family and lacking clear evidence, Qin Yin naturally saw no need to continue targeting the Qin family. After everyone left, the Qin family also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the aftermath of their risky move to kill Yuan Hao was not over. Yuan Hao was, after all, the city lord, and his sudden death made many families in the city restless. Under the Qin family's reassurance, these families gradually settled down. Although the atmosphere in the city was somewhat low due to the city lord's death, soon Firewind City became lively again. The reason was that the selection of the Songqing sect was about to begin. As one of the largest sects in the Xianlong Dao, the status of the Songqing sect in the Xianlong Dao was self-evident, and their selection was incredibly important for Firewind City. You want me to target this Qin Xian this time? Inside the Songqing sect, a young man frowned as he looked at the black-clad figure before him. Absurd. I am an inner disciple of the Songqing sect. How could I do such a thing? Hearing this, the black-clad man smiled faintly and handed him a brocade box. This is a little token of goodwill from our Zhao family. I hope young Master Qianfeng will accept it. Upon opening the brocade box, Qianfeng's eyes lit up, but soon his expression turned serious. No, this Qin family is a prominent family in Firewind City, well known and respected. I am also an inner disciple. Don't think you can bribe me with this little thing. Seeing Qianfeng actually refuse, the black-clad man from the Zhao family was somewhat surprised. The other party's reputation and current performance were quite different. If you wanted to deal with this brat, it's not impossible, but you'll have to pay more. Chapter 64. Songqing sect sends people. Hearing this, the black-clad man's heart finally settled. As a member of the Zhao family, he wanted to deal with Qin Xian very much. However, since the city lord was killed and the Qin family remained unharmed, Zhao Tenglong's faction had raided the Qin family even higher. Yet their young clan leader had died at Qin Xian's hands. If they did nothing, they certainly wouldn't agree. In such a situation, they certainly wanted to use such means to deal with the Qin family. Since they couldn't directly confront you, they would resort to other methods. With hundreds of cities in the Xianlong Dao, Firewind City was within the Songqing sect's sphere of influence. And this period just happened to be when the Songqing sect was coming to Firewind City for pre-selection. Thus, the Zhao family set their sights on the Songqing sect. As long as the Songqing sect was willing to lend a helping hand and not select Qin Xian, that would be enough. As long as Qin Xian continued to stay in Firewind City, they would find it much easier to deal with him. A little token of goodwill, please accept it. Saying this, the black-clad man handed him a porcelain vial. Upon opening the porcelain vial, a rich fragrance of pills wafted out, and smelling this rich aroma, Qianfeng's eyes lit up. A peak third-grade pill just right. Although he was an inner disciple, his ranking was not very high, and he was not favored by the mentors. His cultivation was only at the second level of the Earth Profound realm, and he needed third-grade pills to enhance his strength. Then I will politely accept it. Qianfeng grinned as he accepted the items. Seeing Qianfeng accept the items, a smile flashed across the black-clad man's face. Then I will trouble young Master Qianfeng with the matters in Firewind City. Hearing this, Qianfeng nodded repeatedly. Leave it to me. This time I came here with 2 outer sect elders for the selection, so I naturally have ways to ensure he cannot pass the assessment. Although it was just a pre-selection, he had plenty of methods. Hearing this, the black-clad man hurriedly cupped his hands. After the black-clad man left, Qianfeng looked at the pills in his hand, a cold smile appearing on his face. It's just a small family in Firewind City. I have plenty of ways to deal with them. Thinking of this, Qianfeng sneered, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. 2 days later, outside Firewind City, the Qin family and various families waited outside the city. They were all waiting for the examiners from the Songqing sect. In Xianlong Dao, there are 4 prominent families in Xianlong City, which have been entrenched for thousands of years. However, above these 4 families, The true rulers of Qianlong Dao are the five major sections. The entire Qianlong Dao, with its hundreds of cities, is controlled by these five powers. Although they publicly maintain harmony among themselves, they secretly vie for dominance. Therefore, while each of the hundreds of cities seems to have a city lord appointed by the court, in reality, these cities are all under the control of the five major sections. Among them, Huofeng City is managed by the Sanqing sect. Thus, for the young talents of Huofeng City, being able to join the Sanqing sect is the greatest honor for their families. When the examiners from the Sanqing sect arrived outside Huofeng City, members of these families were waiting outside the city. After all, being chosen by the examiners would be a tremendous honor. However, compared to previous years, this year's Huofeng City seemed much quieter. Many disciples from various families appeared somewhat lackluster. This was mainly due to the Qin family. The young talents from the Li family, Du family, and several other families were annihilated for various reasons. At this moment, only the Qin family and the Sima family remained among the four great families of Huofeng City. The Sima family was only skilled in alchemy, and their most accomplished alchemist, Sima Yang, had followed a master alchemist to Qianlong City, so he was not present. Therefore, in comparison, the young talent from the Qin family were the most numerous. Qin Xian's gaze swept across everyone, and after a while his eyes stopped. At the end of his sight, a veiled woman stood there all alone. It was Lu Yi. Ever since the Qin family called off the engagement, Lu Yi seemed to have changed into a different person. She was not only silent, but also wore a veil, as if she was ashamed to meet others. This was partly because Qin Xian had killed Zhao Longting, which dealt a heavy blow to the Lu family. On the other hand, with the severance of ties between the Qin and Lu families, the connections that the Lu family had previously prided themselves on had all become ineffective. Lu Sheng had originally thought that his family's ability to establish so many connections was due to his capable leadership, with people from various families taking the initiative to communicate with the Lu family. However, after the Qin family called off the engagement, their business with nearby cities had completely collapsed. The Lu family's status also plummeted. At this moment, they realized that they had been relying on the Qin family all along. Without the Qin family, they were nothing. Without the Qin family as a backing, they were barely even third-rate. Lu Yi felt proud in her heart. But faced with such a blow, she had no way to cope and could only turn this sense of loss into hatred directed at Qin Xian. It's all because you refused to be a sycophant that I became like this. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and everyone turned their attention to the distance. A quite large spirit bird flew in from the horizon. On the back of the spirit bird, there were several small houses. Although the houses were not large, their presence on the back of the spirit bird left everyone from the various families present in awe. Truly, the Sanqing sect is extravagant. Such a large spirit bird with houses on its back is quite impressive. This is just for our Huofeng City. If it were to go to other cities, it would be even more impressive. However, Qin Yuan merely curled his lips slightly. What's so great about this? The truly extravagant ones use cloud boats. This spirit bird flies too slowly, just meant to impress those who have never seen the world. From what he understood, the Sanqing sect has various sects within, including alchemy, formations, swordsmanship, talismans, and beast taming. This spirit bird was merely raised by the Sanqing sect itself, so it really isn't anything special. Soon, the spirit bird landed near Huofeng City, and as it slowly descended, 3 figures stepped out from the crowd. Greetings, esteemed elders. Before the Qin family could speak, Sima Rue rushed forward, humbly bowing to the 3 individuals on the spirit bird. Chapter 65. Conflict. Watching the obsequious Sima Rue, everyone around displayed a look of disdain. The 3 from the Sanqing sect stepped down from the spirit bird, glancing indifferently at the people of Huofeng City, their eyes flashing with contempt. After all, it was a remote and impoverished place, just a bunch of country bumpkins. Which family are you from? Looking at the fawning Sima Rue, Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Naturally, he was pleased to be flattered like this. I am Sima Rue, the head of the Sima family in Huofeng City. Greetings, esteemed elders. At this point, Sima Rue was still so respectful. The Sima family? I'll remember you. Qin Feng nodded with a smile towards Sima Rue. Hearing this, people from other families also gathered around, all showing their subservience. Seeing this scene, Qin Yuan and the members of the Qin family were extremely disdainful. Although these people were examiners from the Sanqing sect, there was no need to be so sycophantic to the point of forgetting their own roles. Good. Qian Feng was just an ordinary inner sect disciple of the Sanqing sect and had never been flattered like this by so many people before. Now that so many were praising him, he was certainly feeling a bit euphoric. Just as he was feeling pleased, his gaze suddenly landed on the Qin family. If the various families had not fawned over him at first, it would have been fine, but now that so many families were bowing to him, the Qin family standing aside was naturally very conspicuous. Qian Feng frowned slightly. This group actually dared not to curry favor with him. The Qin family of Huafeng City, greetings to the esteemed examiners. Qin Yuan cupped his hands, neither servile nor overbearing. Hearing this, Qian Feng was immediately displeased, while the two elders behind him stepped forward to bow to Qin Yuan. The Qin family. Upon hearing this, Qian Feng suddenly reacted. Wasn't this the Qin family that the Zhao family mentioned earlier? Thinking of this, Qian Feng's gaze swept over the Qin family, finally settling on Qin Xuan. 8th level of Dan Xian. Sensing Qin Xuan's cultivation, Qian Feng was taken aback. There was actually a disciple with such cultivation in a place like Huafeng City. However, he soon breathed a sigh of relief. Although this kid's cultivation exceeded his expectations, compared to his own 2nd level of Earth Realm, he could still easily suppress the opponent. With this thought, Qian Feng relaxed and withdrew his gaze indifferently. The preliminary selection of the Sanqing sect will officially begin tomorrow. At that time, young talents from several nearby cities will also come here. There are only 5 spots in total, so you must cherish this opportunity. After saying this, Qian Feng walked straight towards the Sima family. The city lord of Huafeng City is not present. Shouldn't we go to the Qin family? The 2 outer sect elders behind Qian Feng frowned. Qian Feng was clearly walking towards the Sima family, and this bias was too obvious. This way, it will appear that our selection is fair. As Qian Feng spoke, the other 2 raised their eyebrows but said nothing more. After all, since Qian Feng had said this, they were not in a position to argue. Although they were elders, they were merely outer sect elders, while the other party was an inner sect disciple. Very well. The other 2 then followed Qian Feng towards the Sima family. It is an honor for our Sima family to have several examiners come, an elder from the Sima family said excitedly. After that, the other families surrounded the 3 examiners from the Sanqing sect, respectfully leading them towards the Sima family. Patriarch, should we? Several elders from the Qin family asked, as they felt they should try to win over this examiner. There's no need to put our warm faces against someone's cold backside. Qin Yuan's face turned somewhat ugly as he directly rejected the proposal. This Qian Feng was clearly targeting the Qin family. After all, the preliminary selection was starting tomorrow, and, at such a time, this examiner had directly avoided the most powerful Qin family in favor of the other families. The implications were self-evident. It's really hateful. How dare that examiner from the Sanqing sect be so arrogant during the talent selection? However, why are these families being so flattering? This is an assessment. Even if they're fawning, there are only 5 spots available. How can their people compete with our young clan leader? There is no need to mention Qin Xuan's strength. Apart from him, there are several others in the Qin family who are also outstanding. You don't know this, an elder nearby immediately explained. Although there are only 5 spots, each examiner has a recommendation qualification. This recommendation is simple. Aside from those disciples with outstanding combat abilities, those with special skills can also be recommended. After all, not everyone excels in combat. There are formations, alchemy, talismans, etc. As long as one has a specialty, they can receive a recommendation. Hearing this, the others suddenly understood. So that's what they were after. It's fine. I don't need their recommendation. With my strength, they're not my opponents. Qin Xuan said calmly, and upon hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement. They were well aware of the young clan leader's combat strength. Let us go. With a command from Qin Yuan, the Qin family members immediately left the place. Inside the Sima family hall, members of various families respectfully surrounded the 3 examiners. They all understood the kind of power these 3 examiners held. Therefore, they were extremely enthusiastic at this moment. To this end, Sima Rue had even invited the most famous singer in the city to entertain the three examiners. After a few cups of wine, Qin Feng became increasingly elated. This feeling was simply too wonderful. In the Songqing sect, he was always reprimanded by the elders and senior brothers and sisters. But now here, he felt like he was among the elite. This feeling was great. Qin Feng gazed dreamily at everything in front of him. The Wang family presented 2 East Sea pearls, hoping for the young master to make great progress in his cultivation. At that moment, the head of a small family immediately called for someone to bring gifts forward. Good. Qin Feng directly accepted the items. Seeing this, other families hurriedly stepped forward to present various treasures. The Lu family offered Mingmu Qingcha, wishing for the young master to make great progress in his cultivation. Just then, Lu Sheng hurriedly flattered. Mingmu Qingcha? What kind of rubbish is that? Qin Feng frowned in dissatisfaction. The other families were giving good things, but this family sent cheap items. Thinking of this, Qin Feng looked displeased toward the front. Then he saw a woman with a graceful figure and skin as delicate as snow, and his eyes lit up. This is Miss Lu Yi. I've met young Master Qin. This tea has been treasured by my father for many years. Drinking it can clear the mind and improve vision, allowing for internal and external clarity. Lu Yi wore a thin veil, and her features could be vaguely seen. This feeling of seeing through a mist added a lot of imagination to Qin Feng's mind. Many times, the haziness actually increases the space for imagination. Good tea. Qin Feng was completely enchanted at this moment. Seeing that Qin Feng was already hooked, Lu Yi immediately retreated after serving the tea. This kind of tantalizing distance was key. It made him see but not reach. Sure enough, when he saw Lu Yi retreating, Qin Feng anxiously wanted to call her back. But he didn't want to be rude, so he could only watch Lu Yi back away. Watching Qin Feng, who had already been baited, Lu Sheng felt at ease. Qin Feng's recommendation spot was almost guaranteed. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng clenched his fists. He remembered the humiliation the Qin family had caused him clearly. This time, he wanted Lu Yi to enter the Songqing sect. As for Qin Xuan, since this was the Songqing sect selection, Qin Feng would naturally have a way to push Qin Xuan out. Thinking of this, excitement flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes. He wanted to use this opportunity to turn the Lu family around. With this thought, Lu Sheng signaled to Lu Yi, and Lu Yi understood, waiting until she felt it was time to approach again. After several rounds of this, Qin Feng had been completely manipulated by Lu Yi. It was normal for a sheltered young man to be played by the other party. You said that Qin Xuan was rude to your Lu family? Hearing Lu Yi's complaint, Qin Feng instantly became furious. It's this Qin Xuan again. The Zhao family had said something similar to him before, and now he learned that Qin Xuan had even offended the Lu family. How could this be tolerated? Since the beauty was troubled by this, he naturally would help her resolve the matter. Moreover, this time he came to Huofeng City, he originally intended to prevent Qin Xuan from entering the Songqing sect. So this was perfect. Thinking of this, he nodded lightly. Rest assured, I will help you with this matter. I will make the Qin family and Qin Xuan pay the price. In his view, a small family from Huofeng City was simply too easy to deal with. Chapter 66. Lu Yi's plan. Watching the confident Qin Feng, Lu Yi felt inexplicably anxious. She suddenly remembered that Zhao Longting had said something even harsher before. But the result was that Zhao Longting ended up dead. Thinking of this, an ominous thought suddenly arose in Lu Yi's mind. Just as she was about to say something, someone from the Sima family rushed over. Sir, the venue is ready. Please take a look. Since the 3 examiners had arrived at the Sima family, the arrangement of the examination venue was naturally handled by the Sima family. Good. Qin Feng nodded and then smiled and nodded at Lu Yi. You can rest assured. I will give you justice tomorrow. After saying that, he hurriedly left to inspect the examination venue. Hearing this, Lu Yi's anxiety not only did not dissipate, but grew even more intense. Qin Feng's words sounded like an ominous omen, making her uneasy. It's fine, after all. He's just a stepping stone. Once I enter the Songqing sect, I'll talk then. Qin Feng is not my ultimate goal. He is just a springboard. To her, Qin Feng's strength was too weak. With her beauty, she could easily win over those big shots. By then, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Qin Xuan? Lu Yi clenched her fists. She understood that relying on her own strength, she would never be able to defeat Qin Xuan in this lifetime. But for her, defeating an opponent doesn't necessarily require strength. Beauty is often a weapon. Many times, as long as she waved her hand, a whole bunch of admirers would rush to help her with her troubles. Just like Qin Xuan, the #1 genius of Huafeng City was once also her admirer. Beauty is her most powerful weapon. On the other side, the Qin family, Qin Xuan slowly opened his eyes and then excitedly clenched his fists. Ninefold Dan Xian. After refining the essence of many spirit beasts and cultivators with the spirit refining cauldron, his cultivation was on the verge of breaking through. Once he refines the spirit stones in hand, he would finally break through to the 9th level of the Dan Xian realm. However, after the joy, Qin Xuan frowned slightly in distress. Even breaking through to the 9th level of the Dan Xian realm requires such a huge amount of spiritual energy. To break through to the Earth Xian realm, the required spiritual energy would be even more terrifying. Looking down at the spirit stones in the Qin Xuan ring, Qin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. His resources were still too limited, simply not enough. If only he had more spirit stones. At least he hadn't encountered a bottleneck in cultivation yet. Spirit stones, elixirs, formations, and beast taming, all of these could be worked on. Qin Xuan stroked his chin, pondering how to make money. Then he looked down at the fire crystal stones in the Qin Xuan ring. It seems that once he passes the preliminary selection, he will have to find a way to deal with these fire crystal stones. So many fire crystal stones are enough to exchange for a large number of spirit stones. However, the immediate priority is still to pass the preliminary selection. Remembering Qian Feng's attitude before, Qin Xuan's gaze turned cold. This guy has too many issues, and he might make things difficult for him later. The preliminary selection is all about strength. I want to see just how capable you are. Qin Xuan snorted coldly. He didn't care at all about the recommendation quota from the examiner. With his strength, he didn't need that recommendation quota at all. With that thought, Qin Xuan continued his intense training. Early the next morning, the entire Firewind City was bustling with activity. Almost everyone had left their homes, heading toward the square in the city. This time, the Sima family had set up the examination venue in the city square. This was done both to facilitate candidates coming from other small cities and to demonstrate that this matter had nothing to do with the Qin family. Ever since the city lord was killed and the Li and Du families disappeared, the Qin family had become the apparent rulers of Firewind City. How could the Sima family tolerate this situation? Therefore, they wanted to take this opportunity to make it clear to others that the Qin family was not omnipotent. As more and more people gathered around the square, it became increasingly lively. The young members of various families arrived early, eager to seize this unique opportunity to change their fates. For them, such an opportunity was incredibly rare. If they could enter the Sanqing sect and become disciples, their families would immediately rise to prominence. Meanwhile, inside the Qin family hall, the Qin family disciples followed closely behind Qin Xuan, their faces filled with excitement. Let us go meet those people and see just how capable they are, Qin Xuan said, glancing at the other Qin family members behind him. Relying on their powerful family background, these disciples were all quite strong. However, their cultivation was only at the initial stage of the Danxian realm, which was considered strong in Firewind City, but paled in comparison to others. Let us go. Qin Xuan waved his hand, and a few of them immediately followed, heading towards the square. As they left their home, the morning sun cast a golden glow on them, making them appear as if coated in gold. Along the way, many bystanders turned their eyes towards Qin Xuan. It seemed that Firewind City was still the world of the Qin family. Chapter 67. The preliminary selection begins, young master. I heard that people from other cities are coming to our Firewind City for this election. A Qin family disciple said nervously. It's nothing. They're just a few small cities under Firewind City. You are all the most outstanding talents of our Qin family. You will definitely pass the examination. Qin Xuan said calmly. There are 5 preliminary selection quotas in Firewind City. If the number of candidates passing the exam exceeds 5, those candidates will have to fight each other for the 5 quotas. If there are not enough candidates, or exactly 5, all of them will qualify to go to Xianlong City for the final examination of the Sanqing sect. When the 4 great families were still around, They competed fiercely for these 5 preliminary quotas, making it quite competitive among the Qin family disciples. However, after the Qin family eliminated 2 of the 4 great families, it would be difficult for the Sima family to compete with the Qin family. In this situation, it was highly likely that the Qin family members would pass the preliminary selection. However, passing the preliminary selection was just the first step. Going to Qianlong City for the formal selection was the key. In previous years, many from the Qin family had passed the preliminary selection, but they were all eliminated in the formal selection. Qin Xuan's father, Qin Tianyang, was noticed by the Sangqing sect back then. However, he always wanted to reclaim the main family position for the family, which is why he rejected the Sangqing sect's invitation to attend the Qin family meeting in the capital. After Qin Tianyang was crippled by Qin Ziyu, he left in anger and never returned. Looking at it this way, Qin Xuan was the most likely to join the Sangqing sect. However, Qin Xuan frowned slightly. He recalled the actions of Qian Feng. The trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. This matter might not end so easily. Qin Xuan took a deep breath, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Want to make things difficult for him? What a joke. Would he be afraid of these people? Let us go meet those 3 examiners. Hearing Qin Xuan's words, the Qin family disciples present were all invigorated, following Qin Xuan towards the square. By the time the Qin family arrived at the square, members of other families were already there. Seeing Qin Xuan and the others approaching, Qian Feng snorted coldly, his eyes full of discontent towards the Qin family members. Last night, Lu Yi continued to use her strategy of feigned indifference. Qian Feng, who had been hooked, was already floating with arrogance. Even though he hadn't even held her hand, he was clearly acting as Lu Yi's protector. Through Lu Yi and the Lu family's unintentional actions, he had learned about Qin Xuan's deeds. Of course, these words naturally omitted the things the Lu family had done back then. According to Lu Yi, it was Qin Xuan who relentlessly pursued her, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Unable to get Lu Yi, Qin Xuan had resorted to digging up the Lu family's ancestral grave to force her to submit. I used to think all men were like this, but after meeting you, I realized that not all men are despicable and shameless. Compared to you, Qin Xuan is simply the epitome of shamelessness, truly disgusting. As for the matter of not returning the betrothal gifts, the Lu family had never felt they had done anything wrong. Men should bow to women and pamper them. As for Lu Yi's devoted admirer, how dare he resist? It's truly nauseating. If you remain obscure from now on, Lu Yi would only feel her decision was incredibly correct. But why did you not only restore your cultivation, but also become stronger than before? Yi, don't worry, I will definitely deal with this kid severely. At this moment, Qian Feng patted his chest, assuring Lu Yi. Qin Xuan's gaze swept over the two, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This Lu Yi was truly following the old playbook, never thinking of improving her own strength, only looking to rely on the strong. Qin Xuan shook his head indifferently and then turned his gaze to the other disciples participating in the examination. In front of the square, these dozens of disciples were all from Firewind City, and Qin Xuan recognized them all. After a quick glance, Qin Xuan felt relieved. He was very clear about their cultivation levels. However, when his gaze shifted to the other side, Qin Xuan's expression became serious. He had never seen these few people before, and they were likely the disciples from the smaller families belonging to Firewind City. There were several small cities under Firewind City, and although these cities were small, they had quite a few family disciples. The cultivation levels of these people were average, but among them, one particularly tall and muscular man made Qin Xuan feel a bit wary. There was no other reason. This strong man looked like he had explosive muscles, indicating that his physical fitness should be excellent. Young master, I heard this selection is for young talents. Can this uncle participate too? A Qin family disciple spoke up. However, his voice was a bit loud, catching the attention of the muscular man. Uncle? You're the uncle. Your whole family is uncles. Hearing this gruff voice, the Qin family disciple was left dumbfounded. Enough, everyone quiet down. At this moment, an elder responsible for the examination from the Sangqing sect stood up, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Today is the great day of our Sangqing sect's preliminary selection in Firewind City. First, I will inform you of the rules of this preliminary selection. However, before that, all those over 18 years of age, please leave the venue on your own, otherwise. Be careful when measuring your bone age later and waste your time. Hearing this, most people present turned their gazes towards the muscular man. What are you looking at me for? I'm not even 18. The muscular man glared angrily at them. The elder responsible for the examination above cleared his throat. This young friend Lu Peng is actually only 16 years old. He just has the bloodline of the barbarian tribe, which makes him look very robust. Hearing this, the people present suddenly nodded in realization. This clears things up. After all, only barbarians would have such a strong physique. Barbarian tribe? Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan's eyes lit up. Since he is a barbarian, does it mean that he carries the bloodline of the ancient barbarian tribe? Perhaps he could extract a portion of the barbarian bloodline within him for refinement? After thinking for a moment, Qin Xuan shook his head. Forget it. Although the ancient barbarian bloodline is powerful, it is only average compared to those spirit beast bloodlines, so there is no need to specifically extract it. As for his bone age, Qin Xuan personally measured it after returning. His bone age has only increased by 3 years. Despite having learned for 300 years in the Taiwan space, in the end, his bone age only increased by 3 years. It seems that in this world, bone age is calculated based on the years spent in this realm. The Taiwan space seems to block the rules of this world, allowing him to ignore the temporal rules here. All right, since everyone is under 18, let's officially start the assessment. I will first inform everyone of the general requirements for the assessment. At this point, the elder lightly coughed. This preliminary assessment has a total of 5 spots, and everyone needs to pass 3 assessments, which will be determined by the 3 of us. Only by passing all 3 assessment questions can one be considered to have passed the preliminary selection. After the elder finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on all the disciples present for the assessment. My first question is very simple. Those who have reached the Dan Xian realm can stay. Everyone else can leave. Once the elder finished speaking, there was silence around, followed by an uproar. What a joke! I'm only at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Why can't I participate in the assessment? Yes, in previous years, even those at the 9th level of foundation establishment could participate. 10 years ago, there was even a 9th level foundation establishment who became the first in that year as a preliminary selection, stronger than several Dan Xian practitioners. Many disciples present who had not yet reached Dan Xian immediately exploded in outrage. Enough! Just then, the outer sect elder shouted sternly, and a pressure from a Tian Xian realm cultivation instantly silenced everyone. I tell you that Dan Xian realm is not a threshold, but the topic of this first assessment. As he spoke, the elder's cold gaze swept over the disciples who had not reached the Dan Xian realm. You are all in your teens and not too young. If you can't even reach the Dan Xian realm, it shows that your comprehension and opportunities are lacking. If you had good luck or opportunities, you would at least be at the Dan Xian realm by now. Without talent, without luck, why should we keep you? Are we wasting rice? Hearing this, the previously restless crowd immediately quieted down. Those disciples who hadn't reached the 9th level of Dan Xian looked as if they had lost their mothers. In fact, they had realized long ago that people like them had no chance of becoming experts. They just hadn't given up hope before, and now their dreams had been shattered. All right, you can all leave. With a wave of his sleeve, those below the Dan Xian realm immediately left in dejection. Many were still murmuring to each other. However, Qin Xuan was not surprised at all. There is no other reason. This world has always been about the survival of the fittest. To survive, one must either be extraordinarily powerful or have incredible luck. What kind of luck? Like being noticed by some powerful person when young, or finding miraculous pills after falling down. Only extraordinary luck can achieve that. At least one must have either luck or strength. As these disciples exited, at that moment, a disciple from a small family suddenly stopped, staring intently at the elder above. I originally thought that Songqing sect was a prestigious sect, but it turns out to be nothing special. 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West. Don't underestimate the youth. One day, I will take down that Songqing sect's sign and make you regret today's actions. Before the disciple could finish, a white light shot out from the elder's sleeve. Moments later, this white light swiftly decapitated the young man. The white light then returned to the elder's sleeve. Qin Xuan could see clearly now. It was a flying sword. 30 years of River East? Dare to threaten the Songqing sect? Do you think I will give you 30 years to come knocking? The elder scoffed. Although you this waste probably have no ability to cause trouble, I think it's better to eliminate this potential threat early. After saying this, the elder looked towards the pale-faced Sima Rue, who had been frightened. How strong is that family? Sima Rui hurriedly replied. It's a third-rate family. The strongest in the family is only at the 8th level of Dan Xian, and this kid is considered their strongest genius in nearly 30 years. Hearing this, the elder sneered. Wipe them all out. Break the eggs and scatter the yolks. Leave no future troubles. After finishing, the elder spat on the young man's corpse. If you have no ability and no background, don't talk nonsense. You don't even have a background and dare to challenge me? Hearing this, Qin Xuan was also speechless. This kid really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, and he dares to say such things? The strongest in the entire family is only at the Dan Xian realm. Meanwhile, even an outer sect elder of the Songqing sect has the cultivation of Tian Xian realm. What does this mean? The strength of the inner sect elders would be even more terrifying. This kid still dares to challenge the Songqing sect. He is asking for trouble. After what just happened, Sima Rue didn't dare to go against the elder's wishes and quickly began arranging for people to deal with that family. Seeing how ruthless the elder was, those whose cultivation did not exceed the Dan Xian realm quietly left, not daring to say a word. Once those people left, only a little over half of the crowd remained. Lao Sun's question was well posed. I will pose one now. After the elder sat down, another elder stood up. This elder smiled at those below, then raised his hand, channeling his energy, and controlled the spiritual energy to continuously strike 5 palms in the air. Boom! These 5 palm prints all overlapped, and moments later, they combined and directly shattered a distant stone wall. Just now, I used the strength of the first level of Dan Xian realm to consecutively strike 5 palms, causing these 5 palms to overlap and shoot out instantly. What you need to do next is to complete these 5 palms within the time of a stick of incense. Within the time of a stick of incense? Hearing this, the remaining people immediately stirred. This is an assessment of comprehension. Everyone present must figure out how to execute the moves after watching them once. Qin Xuan stroked his chin, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. These 5 palms are indeed exquisite. It's not that the power of these 5 palms is particularly strong. The elder used only the power of the first level of Dan Xian to strike them out. The key is the control of spiritual energy in these 5 palms. The speed of the first palm struck out slowly, and the speed of each subsequent palm increased the speed of the spiritual energy. This way, when the 5th palm is struck out, the spiritual energy from each strike, due to its increasing speed, would accumulate together, and then the 5 palms would merge, unleashing a force equivalent to 5 times that of a single palm. Throughout the process, one must control the speed and intervals of each palm struck afterward, so that after being struck out, the 5 palms can merge. Moreover, because spiritual energy will continuously dissipate, the speed cannot be too slow. Otherwise, after the 5th palm is struck out, the first palm would have already disappeared. This is impossible. Everyone cried out in despair, and the elder smiled. He set a stick of incense as the time limit specifically to select truly outstanding talents. Chapter 69. The assessment begins thinking of this. The old man confidently stroked his beard. This move requires a very high level of control over spiritual energy. It is nearly impossible to master it in the time of a single incense stick. He would also appropriately grant some leeway, allowing those disciples who learned the fastest to pass the assessment. The Sima family members lit an incense stick, and then each disciple participating in the assessment began to immerse themselves in studying how to manipulate the spiritual energy. The old man then scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on one person in the arena. Unlike the others who were diligently practicing, Qin Xuan had his eyes tightly closed. How arrogant! Does he really think he can learn this move so easily? The old man scoffed, already convinced that this person was just putting on show. Just as he was about to look away, this person suddenly opened his eyes and confidently stepped forward. Then he slowly raised his hand. What? Could it be that this kid really learned my move so quickly? The old man was surprised. Soon, he shook his head. No, absolutely not. This move is definitely not something he can learn so easily. Even a genius disciple from the godly Tao sect wouldn't be able to master it in such a short time. It must be just posturing. Qin Feng beside him frowned as well. People like this should be kicked out. What can he learn in such a short time? He is just trying to attract attention by putting on a show. Just as they were speaking, the young man before them had already assumed the stance. Hurry and get lost if you can't do it. Don't waste time here, Qin Feng said coldly, but before he could finish a sentence, Qin Xuan instantly made his move. Whoosh! 5 palms were swiftly struck out, and then these 5 palm prints instantly overlapped in order. Boom! After the 5 palms stacked together, they directly created a large pit in the square ahead. Qin Feng's words were instantly swallowed back. He never expected that this kid would learn this move at such a fast pace. Not only him, but the examiner in charge of this round of assessment was also dumbfounded. He never thought that this person would actually accomplish it, and with no less skill than himself. The old man shifted his gaze to the side. At this point, the incense stick had only burned about 10%. Genius, truly a genius. This person must be brought into the sect, the old man said excitedly. He never imagined that this kid would pass the assessment so easily. Moreover, with this person's comprehension speed, even those core disciples might not be able to compete with him. You've passed, the old man said to Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan bowed to him and then walked to the side. Looking at the incense stick that still had half left to burn, a smile appeared on Qin Xuan's lips. Although his talent was good, it wasn't to the point of having a heavenly comprehension. The reason he could comprehend how to manipulate the spiritual energy in such a short time was merely because his mental strength had entered that vast wasteland space. In this external world, although the incense stick had only burned 10%, he had already deduced it multiple times in that vast wasteland space. Using these repetitions, he quickly mastered the method of controlling spiritual energy with these 5 palms. If it weren't for fearing that he would attract too much attention by finishing too quickly, he could have completed it long ago. However, even so, this result was already quite sensational. Qin Feng, on the side, was speechless. He had tried to speak several times, but looking at the large pit in the square, he couldn't say anything. After all, Qin Xuan had displayed this move right in front of everyone. He couldn't possibly say that this outer sect elder had deliberately leaked the question in advance. Could he? Although he was an inner sect disciple, he didn't dare to offend the inner sect elders casually. In this situation, he could only awkwardly remain silent. Damn it! On the other side, Lui clenched her fists. She had smoothly obtained Qian Feng's recommendation spot, so she naturally didn't need to participate in this assessment, directly gaining the opportunity to participate in the formal selection. This was the outcome she hated the most. Just seeing Qin Xuan do well made her uncomfortable. Qin Xuan walked to the side, and the surrounding crowd cast envious and astonished glances at him. Qin Xuan's performance was simply too outstanding, making their own performances seem lacking. But in reality, it wasn't that they were too weak, but that Qin Xuan was too strong. As more than half of the incense stick burned down, the second person to pass the assessment appeared. Boom! Qin Xuan turned his gaze to the other side of the square, where Lu Peng, who had barbarian blood, was grinning and had also completed this move. This astonished everyone present. If the ancient barbarians were known for their excellent physical qualities, then normally, their intelligence appeared to be much lower. Similarly, most people thought that Lu Peng wouldn't be good at such delicate manipulation of spiritual energy. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Peng's comprehension was so strong that he could reach this level of control over spiritual energy. He completed his learning in just over half the time of the incense stick. This Lu Peng is not simple, Qin Xuan thought to himself. Strong in body, and crucially, his comprehension is so excellent. Qin Xuan took a deep breath. He could complete his comprehension so quickly thanks to the vast wasteland space. Yet, this Lu Peng was able to accomplish comprehension in such a short time. His comprehension can be said to be extremely outstanding. This changed his previous stereotype of barbarians as muscular but simple-minded. After all, cultivators with barbarian bloodlines are often those who only know how to use brute force. But this barbarian before him was different from those. After a moment of astonishment, the others began to immerse themselves in intense study. "Hey, I saw you were the first to complete it earlier. You're really impressive," Lu Peng said, reaching out to pat his own head, looking a bit silly. However, Qin Xuan didn't think this person was a fool. Such comprehension is not something a fool would have. Those who treat others as fools are the real fools. With your strength, you will definitely pass the final assessment. Since we are both disciples participating in the assessment from Huofeng City, we should form an alliance, right? Lu Peng said enthusiastically to Qin Xuan. The Sanqing sect is a large sect of the Xianlong path, and there will definitely be many participants in the selection. It will be nice to have an ally. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan was a bit tempted and was about to agree. Just as their gazes met, a strange light flashed in Lu Peng's eyes. Qin Xuan suddenly felt a moment of daze, as if he was about to lose control. Buzz! At that moment, the refining spirit cauldron in his chest suddenly shook, instantly bringing Qin Xuan back to his senses. He immediately became alert, taking a few steps back to distance himself from Lu Peng. "No need. Let us just rely on our own abilities," Qin Xuan said, then turned and walked to the other side. Watching Qin Xuan leave, the smile on Lu Peng's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a hint of coldness. Ignoring the wine and drinking the punishment wine, ungrateful thing. Chapter 70. Survival of the fittest, Lu Peng said harshly in a low voice. However, moments later, his face turned back to that simple-minded expression. After distancing himself from Lu Peng, Qin Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This Lu Peng had just attempted to use mental strength to control him. If it hadn't been for the refining spirit cauldron pulling his consciousness out at that moment, he wouldn't have easily escaped from it. This Lu Peng is very unusual. However, Qin Xuan had no intention of informing the examiners about this matter. "I am currently just a disciple participating in the assessment. Even if I inform these 3 people about it, they wouldn't believe me." With this thought, Qin Xuan simply sat cross-legged to the side, quietly waiting for the assessment to end. There wasn't much time left for this incense stick. Soon, the time for an entire incense stick passed. Apart from Qin Xuan and this Lu Peng, the others did not fully master the 5 palm techniques within the stipulated time. Nevertheless, the old man still selected a few disciples with decent talent from among them. Young clan leader, several disciples who passed the assessment excitedly walked to Qin Xuan's side. After these 2 rounds of assessment, although some of the Qin family disciples who came with Qin Xuan were eliminated, several still passed the assessment. All right. The next and final round of assessment will be conducted by Qian Feng, an inner sect disciple of our Sanqing sect. He is an inner sect disciple, and you will start as outer sect disciples when you enter Sanqing sect. Only after passing the outer sect examination in a year can you qualify to become inner sect disciples. Of course, if your talent is truly astonishing during the selection, you may enter the inner sect early and even have the chance to become a direct disciple, the other 2 old men said, stroking their beards. Listening to this, Qian Feng looked down with a sense of pride. Although he faced various ridicule in the sect, here, he could still flaunt his power. Ahem, lightly clearing his throat, Qian Feng complimented the 2 people beside him. Then he glanced down at the many disciples participating in the assessment, and a wave of disdain arose in his heart. This group of country bumpkins, a bunch of ignorant fools who have never seen the outside world. In front of these people, he is simply a god. With this thought, Qian Feng's sense of pride grew stronger. He then shifted his gaze to Qin Xuan below. Looking at Qin Xuan, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This shameless guy insisted on clinging onto Yi. Today, he would make him realize the price of offending Yi. Thinking of the hints Yi had dropped last night, it seemed that as long as he dealt with Qin Xuan, he would have a chance to be close to her. With this thought, Qian Feng clenched his fists. Just a local tyrant from a small town, not worth anything at all. As long as I can win the lady's favor, I'm willing to do anything. However, what he didn't know was that from the very beginning, Yi never even allowed him to hold her hand. In front of Yi, he was simply a clown. From the start, Yi easily realized that she had him wrapped around her finger. At this point, Yi naturally used her superb skills of feigned capture to play with Qian Feng. Today, he would have to deal with Qin Xuan well, just to make the ladies smile. Although this is just the preliminary selection, our Sanqing sect selection of disciples is extremely strict. If you don't have some strength, our Sanqing sect won't accept you. After a slight pause, Qianfeng's gaze swept over all the remaining people in the square, finally stopping on Qin Xuan again. The first two elders tested everyone's cultivation and comprehension, and the final test is combat power. Some disciples had good cultivation and comprehension, but when it came to combat power, they were mediocre, and of course, we wouldn't want such disciples. Therefore, the final assessment will focus on everyone's combat power. Combat power. Hearing this, the remaining disciples began to discuss among themselves. After all, combat power is something that is hard to define. Many times, combat power cannot be directly measured and can only be reflected through the strength of opponents. This made many things completely unclear. Of course, I know the concerns you all have. Qianfeng proudly looked at everyone, a glint flashing in his eyes. To ensure fairness, all of you will have the same opponent this time. Saying this, Qianfeng pointed to himself. I will be the examiner for this final test. Only by battling with me can your combat power be accurately assessed. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Qianfeng was an inner sect disciple, a top disciple of the Sanqing sect. How could they possibly be his opponents? Not only these disciples, but the two elders also frowned. You're an inner sect disciple. They are likely not your opponents. Listening to this, Qianfeng smiled and explained, it's fine, I will only use 60 to 70% of my strength, and I won't require them to defeat me. As long as they can last 10 moves under my hands, they will pass. Qianfeng's voice was loud, and the remaining dozen or so people below finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, defeating Qianfeng was simply impossible. Suppressing his strength and lasting 10 moves was something they could attempt. As for fairness, Qianfeng was from the Sanqing sect, so, from a profit perspective, it was naturally fair. However, this also meant that if Qianfeng wanted someone to pass, he could secretly let them win, while for those he didn't want to pass, he could slightly increase his strength to make it impossible. Qin Xuan sneered in his heart, thinking that this significantly increased the likelihood of manipulation behind scenes. All right, let's get started. Qianfeng waved his hand, signaling the few people from the side to step forward. A disciple hesitated for a moment, but eventually gritted his teeth and walked in front of Qianfeng. Please give me guidance. This person bowed to Qianfeng, then immediately rushed at him with fierce moves. Bang! Qianfeng merely waved his hand slightly, and this person was easily defeated. Your foundation is too shallow. It's better to go home and practice well. If you haven't turned 18 by next year, come back to participate in our Sanqing sect selection. Without hesitation, he pushed this person aside and continued to signal for the next person to step forward. The next few people fought with Qianfeng, and the strongest among them only lasted 5 or 6 moves before being defeated. This made the people present feel somewhat disheartened, and even Qianfeng felt a bit disappointed. However, soon, the next disciple from the Sima family managed to last 10 moves against Qianfeng. Qin Xuan secretly sneered. This Qianfeng's leniency was too obvious. Several more people stepped forward, but only one passed. Young clan leader, we made it. A few Qin family disciples cupped their hands towards Qin Xuan and walked towards Qianfeng. Watching these few people bow to Qin Xuan, Qianfeng sneered. Bang! One Qin family disciple had just stepped up, and before he could make a move, he was kicked out by Qianfeng. Too weak. How dare you come here? Helping this disciple up, he was already spitting blood. Qin Xuan did not expect Qianfeng to be so ruthless. Thud. Next. Several more from the Qin family were kicked down, and they were all injured. You. Qin Xuan looked coldly at Qianfeng, a killing intent evident in his eyes. You're supposed to be the examiner. How can you be so ruthless? Ruthless? Qianfeng snorted coldly, disdainfully waving his sleeve. Survival of the fittest. Being weak is the original sin. They are weak, so they deserve to be kicked by me. Saying this, he coldly stared at Qin Xuan. What? Are you unconvinced? If you dare to come up, I will let you know how powerful I am. After feeding these disciples each a healing pill, Qin Xuan coldly walked towards Qianfeng. Survival of the fittest. Is it? Good. Today I want to see how much ability you have to dare to say such a thing. Let me teach you what survival of the fittest really means. Chapter 71. Beating up Qianfeng, all right? I want to see how much weight this so-called #1 genius of Huafeng City really has. Qian Feng sneered, not taking Qin Xuan seriously at all. His cultivation level was 3 small realms higher than Qin Xuan's. With such a gap, he could easily suppress Qin Xuan under normal circumstances. A few steps away from Qian Feng, he disdainfully beckoned Qin Xuan with his finger, showing that he didn't take Qin Xuan seriously at all. Qin Xuan, too lazy to waste words, lightly tapped his foot and instantly pounced towards Qian Feng. Crack! The sound of the ground cracking slightly echoed. Qin Xuan's speed was extremely fast, and in just a few breaths, he reached Qian Feng's face, his right fist smashing down towards Qian Feng's face. Just a little trick, Qian Feng sneered contemptuously. But almost instantly, he sensed something was off. This force was far stronger than what he had faced earlier, with a fierce punch descending. A somewhat flustered Qian Feng could only brace himself to meet it. Boom! With a punch that struck down, Qian Feng barely managed to block it with both hands. Crack! A sound of bones breaking came through, and Qian Feng's face changed dramatically, retreating frantically for more than 10 steps before stabilizing himself. At this moment, his left arm bone was already fractured, and blood was continuously dripping from his tiger's mouth, looking extremely horrifying. Qian Feng gasped for breath, looking down at his arm. He didn't expect the combat power of the person in front of him to be terrifying to this extent, almost incapacitating his arm with just the first exchange. Just then, a gust of wind came, and Qian Feng was horrified, quickly looking up. A fist suddenly loomed large before his eyes. You don't follow the rules, and sneak attack. Before Qian Feng's shout could finish, Qin Xuan's fist landed on his face. Puffed. Qian Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, and a punch slammed hard onto the ground. Sneak attack? We've already exchanged blows. How can you still call a sneak attack? Fighting without letting your opponent launch a new attack, but instead focusing on existing injuries. Isn't that just asking for death? You. Qian Feng struggled to lift his head, intending to angrily reprimand Qin Xuan. But before he could speak, the expression on his face changed to one of terror. Boom! A punch came down, smashing Qian Feng, who was trying to get up, back to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Taking advantage of your illness to kill you. This is Qin Xuan's principle of action. As for waiting for the opponent to react, that was absolutely impossible. What a joke. If you have no ability and get knocked down, should others wait for you to stand up and regain your strength before continuing to attack? Enough. Just then, a cold shout came from the side. After Qin Xuan had thrown several punches at Qian Feng, the 2 elders finally called for Qin Xuan to stop. Since these 2 wanted to intervene, Qin Xuan naturally wouldn't just beat Qian Feng to death here. After all, this was the selection site of the Sanqing sect. If he really killed a disciple of the Sanqing sect, it would be troublesome. Don't run. I want to duel with you. A battle of 300 rounds. With the help of a maid from the Sima family, Qian Feng wobbled to his feet, then looked at Qin Xuan with cold eyes. Dare to look at me with that kind of gaze. Qin Xuan snorted coldly. Hearing this, Qian Feng hurriedly turned his head, too frightened to look at Qin Xuan. After their earlier exchange, he finally had a clear understanding of Qin Xuan's combat power. This person's combat power was indeed above his. Even though his cultivation was below Qian Feng's, in terms of combat power, he was simply not a match for Qin Xuan. I've held on for more than 10 moves. That should count as passing, right? After all, it's the examiner who set the criteria for combat power. Qin Xuan said with a smile. Hearing this, although Qian Feng was furious, he could only nod in agreement. He couldn't slap his own face, could he? The others were also in a stir. This was not Qin Xuan enduring 10 moves. This was clearly Qin Xuan beating Qian Feng for 10 punches. Moreover, every punch hit him hard, leaving Qian Feng dizzy. Qin Xuan, you passed the assessment. Congratulations, you have passed this preliminary selection. The 2 elders looked at Qin Xuan with satisfaction. There was no other reason. This young master of the Qin family was top-notch in both cultivation and comprehension. Plus, he had just defeated an inner disciple of the Sanqing sect, Qian Feng, while fighting beyond his level. Such combat power was indeed formidable. Thinking of this, the 2 men turned their attention to Qian Feng. This person wanted to show off, but ended up humiliating himself. How ridiculous. When Qian Feng insisted on giving the recommendation slot to Lu Yi yesterday, the 2 had already realized that Qian Feng was being foolish. However, Since Qin Feng was an inner disciple, they as outer sect elders naturally did not want to interfere in such matters. Now that Qin Xuan had taught Qin Feng a lesson, they felt a sense of relief in their hearts. Qin Xuan nodded and left leisurely. Thank you, young master. Seeing Qin Feng being beaten up, the Qin family members all gathered around, excitedly speaking to Qin Xuan. It's fine, since this guy dared to attack our Qin family. I will definitely not let them go. Qin Xuan said coldly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Since they dared to bully the Qin family, he would not let it go easily. All right, next. Looking at the battered Qin Feng, an elder said loudly on purpose. Hearing this, Qin Feng hurriedly covered his wound and looked toward the newcomer. When he saw the last person, his face suddenly changed dramatically. It was actually Lu Peng, who had the bloodline of the ancient barbarian tribe. You. Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, Lu Peng on the side grinned and cupped his hands towards Qin Feng. Please enlighten me. As soon as the words fell, he stretched out his arms and swiftly threw a punch at Qin Feng. You brute. Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, the punch landed squarely on his face, sending him flying and causing him to faint. Wow. The surrounding spectators immediately erupted in an uproar. Although Qin Feng had been beaten by Qin Xuan to the point where he could barely take care of himself, he was still an inner disciple of the Sanqing sect, and normally speaking, he shouldn't have any problems with his strength. But now, this inner disciple of the Sanqing sect had been beaten to such a state by someone. What a useless waste. The two elders exchanged glances and snorted disdainfully. If you provoke trouble, you must have the ability to settle it. If you can only provoke trouble without the ability to settle it, that is simply asking for death. Qin Feng opened his mouth to compete in combat power, but was first beaten by Qin Xuan. Now he was even beaten to this extent by Lu Peng. It was simply laughable. How did he fall asleep? Lu Peng scratched his head, looking puzzled. The two elders almost laughed out loud. Did I pass? Lu Peng asked, looking around. Yes, you passed. An elder nodded, looking at the somewhat silly Lu Peng with a hint of helplessness. However, at this moment, Qin Xuan's vigilance towards Lu Peng was increasing. There was no other reason. This Lu Peng was just too good at pretending. From the very beginning, Qin Xuan had noticed that Lu Peng always gave off a silly impression. This was obviously a deliberate act to serve as a disguise, and the people around, due to his ancient barbarian bloodline, also believed in Lu Peng. But clearly, this Lu Peng was no fool. When he had previously tried to win over Qin Xuan, he had used certain methods. This made Qin Xuan increasingly certain that Lu Peng must have secrets. Did such a person still need to join the Sanqing sect? Qin Xuan stroked his chin, pondering slightly. It seemed that there might be an even greater secret behind Lu Peng. Chapter 72. Heading to Xianlong City with Qin Feng fainting on the ground, the selection of the Sanqing sect came to an end. Except for Qin Xuan. Everyone else from the Qin family was eliminated due to Qin Feng's underhanded tactics. Young master, it is our incompetence. The Qin family disciples all expressed their regret. But Qin Xuan shook his head. This matter was aimed at me from the start. You all just suffered an unwarranted disaster. It has nothing to do with you. Qin Xuan comforted them. Ultimately, this incident was not significantly related to them. It was purely because Qin Feng was displeased with Qin Xuan that he vented his anger on them. Young master, I heard that after passing the preliminary selection, we will head to Xianlong City for the formal selection? A disciple asked, and Qin Xuan nodded. The Sanqing sect has just completed the preliminary selection in Huofeng City, and the next phase in Huofeng City will be the crucial moment for the selection. So, I will be leaving here today, and from now on, it will be up to you all back home. Before leaving yesterday, Qin Yuan had already specifically reminded him of the points to pay attention to. So today, he is just giving instructions to these people. As Qin Xuan spoke, he shifted his gaze to the side. Exactly 5 people passed this assessment, including one from the Sima family and 2 disciples from other small families. However, Qin Xuan did not take these 3 too seriously. What he truly cared about was Lu Peng. This Lu Peng exceeded his expectations. He could even be sure that Lu Peng did not reveal his true combat power. Although Qin Xuan did not show his maximum strength either, Lu Peng still remained a significant concern for him. Then, his gaze turned towards the 3 recommended candidates. Among these 3, The other two either had accomplishments in formations or excelled in talismans. In short, each had their own specialty. However, compared to these two, the veiled Lu Yi appeared too weak at this moment. With only the foundation-building realm cultivation, she was the only one present who did not reach the Danshin realm. Others were either powerful or had some skill. What does Lu Yi have? In the crowd of onlookers, many eliminated participants expressed their dissatisfaction. It was obvious that they were quite unhappy with Lu Yi. Their strength was clearly above hers. Yet Lu Yi managed to soar to success simply by flattering Qin Xuan, relying on a recommendation to pass the preliminary selection. I wonder how she will get through the subsequent selections. These people grumbled. Joining the Cangqing sect was their long-desired opportunity to change their fate. Naturally, they did not dare to speak much about Qin Xuan and Lu Peng. These two were not someone they could provoke. But Lu Yi was different. Without strength and without a family backing her, they could certainly vent their anger on her. Hearing the mockery around her, Lu Yi's face turned a shade of iron blue. She clenched her fists tightly, refusing to bow her head in anger. She understood the implications behind those words. Resolutely, she lifted her head to look ahead. There stood Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan also looked at Lu Yi. Seeing her standing there all alone, a cold smile flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes. Deserved it. Did she really think that hugging a thigh would let her do as she pleased? All right, all disciples who passed the preliminary selection, come over. After bringing Qin Feng onto the spirit beast's back, the two elders waved their hands to signal those who passed the assessment to come over. The 5 who passed the assessment and the 3 recommended candidates all stepped forward. You have all passed this preliminary selection, and the next step is to go to Qianlong City to participate in the official selection. Only those who pass the official selection will be considered disciples of our Cangqing sect. If you perform outstandingly, you may even qualify to become a direct disciple, gaining your own cave dwelling and cultivation area after entering the sect. Having your own cave dwelling. Hearing this, Qin Xuan was also quite surprised. Cave dwellings are places of paradise, and the resources within are certainly much more abundant than those of ordinary disciples. Qin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. All right, everyone come up. I will take you to Qianlong City, the elder said, waving his hand, indicating everyone present to immediately board the spirit beast's back. Qin Xuan turned back to look at the Qin family members and nodded to them. After returning, tell my grandfather I left first. He then leaped onto the spirit beast's back. Everyone exchanged glances and followed suit, jumping onto the spirit beast's back. Lu Yi floated up like a butterfly. Several disciples with lower self-control in the crowd clearly flushed with embarrassment. All right, besides the 3 of us, there are 8 rooms. You can each choose a room. In 2 days, we will arrive at Qianlong City. The distance between Qianlong City and Huafeng City is several thousand miles. If these disciples were to travel on their own, many would likely miss the time for the assessment. Therefore, to ensure timely arrival at Qianlong City for the final official selection, everyone would board the back of this spirit beast. Looking at the few not-so-large rooms before him, Qin Xuan frowned slightly. The wooden houses on the spirit beast's back were not tall and did not seem capable of accommodating 8 people. Shaking his head slightly, Qin Xuan still walked over. When Qin Xuan and the others approached the wooden house, a layer of barrier rose from all around. This is a formation set up by our Cangqing sect's formation masters, which not only keeps the inside warm as spring, but also shields most mental explorations. So you can all rest assured inside, the 2 elders said. The crowd hesitated for a moment, but then stepped into the barrier together. The moment Qin Xuan stepped into the barrier, the surrounding scene suddenly transformed. The original surroundings turned into a place filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. Qin Xuan scanned the surroundings and finally looked towards the center. There stood a beautifully decorated room. The space was indeed extraordinary. Qin Xuan silently praised in his heart. The Cangqing sect truly had great means, sealing this space with a barrier. From the outside, it looked like just a few simple rooms, but in reality, these rooms contained hidden wonders. He then strode towards the most central room within the barrier. Pushing open the door, Qin Xuan's eyes brightened instantly. Although the room was not large and the decorations were not overly extravagant, there was a formation in the center of the room. On this formation, He could feel waves of spiritual energy surging in from the surroundings. This was a formation for gathering spiritual energy. Although its effect was far inferior to the spirit-gathering cauldron, it was still quite beneficial for ordinary disciples. Qin Xuan took a deep breath and then walked towards the spiritual energy gathering formation, sitting cross-legged. According to the two elders, the journey from Huofeng City to Qianlong City would take 2 days, and he certainly would not waste this time. As Qin Xuan began to cultivate cross-legged in another room, an elder looked at a jade disc in his hand and nodded slightly. Indeed, this Qin Xuan and Lu Peng have started to cultivate, and the others are preparing. But this Lu Yi has shown no signs of movement. Hearing this, another elder shook his head. It doesn't matter. We are just giving face to the inner sect. This girl has no chance of passing the official selection. Chapter 73. Spiritual energy whirlpool. The jade discs in their hands could show that the people in those rooms were cultivating. This way, they could determine who was actively cultivating inside the rooms. After the 8 entered their rooms, most of them began to seize the time to cultivate. However, soon, one elder frowned. Why has this Qin Xuan suddenly stopped using the spirit-gathering formation? Does he have other means of gathering spiritual energy? What he did not know was that at this moment, Qin Xuan had already entered the Taijiang space. Taking out a storage ring, Qin Xuan felt a bit emotional. Before leaving, Qin Yuan had stuffed a storage ring into his hand. This storage ring was filled with spirit stones. Although the vast majority were low-grade spirit stones, he understood that for the Qin family, a small family in Huofeng City, low-grade spirit stones were also extremely precious. Taking out the spirit stones, Qin Xuan then began to refine pills. The 2 days in the Taijiang space equated to 200 days outside, and he intended to use this time to break through to the Earth Profound Realm. However, breaking through to the Earth Profound Realm required an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Just these spirit stones would definitely not be enough for Qin Xuan. He needed to use the spirit-gathering cauldron to draw in the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy to push for his breakthrough to the Earth Profound Realm. However, before that, he still needed to push his realm to the peak of the 9th level of the Danxian realm. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan poured all the spirit stones into the spirit refining cauldron. Inside the cauldron, the spirit stones were quickly refined into spirit liquid. Once all the spirit stones had transformed into spirit liquid, Qin Xuan immediately absorbed the liquid into his body. With the supplement of spirit liquid, Qin Xuan felt the spiritual energy within him surge tremendously, and his cultivation at the 9th level of the Danxian realm began to rise rapidly. After several hours, Qin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. He had finally reached the peak of the 9th level of the Danxian realm. Next, he needed to refine the pill for advancing to the Earth Xian realm. To advance to the Earth Xian realm, not only was abundant spiritual energy required, but also a breakthrough of the bottleneck. Fortunately, Qin Xuan's body had been tempered by the spirit refining cauldron, so he had almost no bottleneck before reaching the Tian Xian realm. However, having no bottleneck did not guarantee a successful advancement. There was always a risk of failure when increasing one's realm. If he failed, it was possible to regress, losing his original realm, which would be a significant loss. However, before leaving, the Xuanji Empress had naturally transmitted information to him on how to solve such problems. After all, the Xuanji Empress had demanded that his cultivation reach the Yuqing realm within a year. She had certainly considered the bottleneck situation. This was a pill called the Earth Xian pill, which was immensely helpful for cultivators to break through from the Danxian realm to the Earth Xian realm. This pill was a 3rd-grade pill, and it was considered to be relatively high in rank among 3rd-grade pills. Before leaving the herb garden, Qin Xuan carefully selected a number of suitable herbs from his own herb garden, so refining the Earth Xian pill was not a problem. Qin Xuan carefully manipulated the flame seed. This was his first time using the freshly refined flame seed to refine pills. After several hours, Qin Xuan nodded in satisfaction at the pill in his hand. The refining of the Earth Xian pill went very smoothly. Although his mental energy was somewhat insufficient during the process, Qin Xuan successfulully refined the pill thanks to his familiarity with the alchemy techniques. Although he had suffered greatly during those 300 years, the Xuanji Empress's mastery of alchemy was indeed remarkable, despite still having psychological shadows regarding the Xuanji Empress. At this moment, Qin Xuan praised her alchemy abilities immensely. However, he still lacked a bit of mental energy. To refine higher-grade pills, more mental energy was needed. Qin Xuan clenches fists. The information transmitted to him by the Xuanji Empress included not only formations, alchemy, and various pill formulas and cultivation methods needed for practice, but also insights from his own cultivation process. It was precisely because of these that he could refine pills so skillfully. For him, the current limitation in refining higher-grade pills was mental energy. It seemed he needed to find a way to absorb more mental energy. After pondering for a moment, Qin Xuan took a deep breath and swallowed the Earth Xian pill. The pill melted in his mouth, and an extremely strong medicinal power instantly spread from his throat throughout his body. Now is the time. Qin Xuan activated the ancient spirit refining technique and began to crazily absorb the nearby heaven and earth spiritual energy using the spirit refining cauldron. The cauldron's ability to absorb spiritual energy was naturally far superior to that of the gathering spirit formation. Soon, as the spirit refining cauldron continued to absorb, the surrounding spiritual energy immediately surged into the cauldron. With the operation of the cauldron, countless spiritual energies were continuously purified and transformed into spirit liquid within it. Soon, dozens of drops of spirit liquid appeared in the spirit refining cauldron. After refining all these spirit liquids, Qin Xuan's Dan Si became even more abundant. Still not enough. To enter the Earth Xian realm, more spiritual energy was needed. Qin Xuan took a deep breath, and the spirit refining cauldron began to accelerate its absorption of the nearby spiritual energy. As more and more spiritual energy surged in, a huge vortex of spiritual energy formed above the cauldron. This is... At this moment, on the back of the spirit bird, the two old men stare at the grand scene in the sky, dumbfounded. At this moment, countless spiritual energies surged in from all directions. The enormous vortex of spiritual energy seemed to funnel down into the room below. The gathering spirit formation couldn't possibly have such a grand momentum, right? Watching such a massive vortex of spiritual energy, one of the old men couldn't help but speak out. Hearing this, the other old man immediately shook his head. The gathering spirit formation is just a low-level formation. It cannot mobilize this much spiritual energy. Moreover, such a scale of spiritual energy, even the gathering spirit formation wouldn't be able to support it. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze toward the room beneath the vortex. If you remember correctly, this was that Qin Xuan, right? He didn't expect him to create such a grand scene. Hearing this, the other person also nodded. Indeed, it was Qin Xuan. During today's assessment, I found out that this person's strength was extraordinary. Not to mention in this small Huafeng city, even in Xianlong City, his cultivation could be considered top-notch. He should have no problem entering the sect, and there might even be a chance to enter the inner door. However, after hesitating for a moment, the old man shook his head. But he just beat Qian Feng, so it might be difficult to explain that to the inner door. Although Qian Feng is not an important figure in the inner door, since he is an inner disciple, those protective figures might make things difficult for him. As he spoke, the old man shook his head slightly. Let us see how his fortune plays out. The two were speaking while focusing on Qin Xuan's room below. Just as Qin Xuan was frantically absorbing the nearby spiritual energy, in another room, Lu Peng, who was sitting cross-legged on the gathering spirit formation, suddenly furrowed his brows and opened his eyes. Just now, he suddenly sensed that the spiritual energy around him had begun to decline. At first, he thought it was a random occurrence, but when he opened his eyes, he realized that the spiritual energy on his side had been completely drained. What's going on? Lu Peng stood up in surprise, looking around in confusion. This shouldn't be the case. There's a gathering spirit formation here, and with my cultivation technique assisting, the spiritual energy should be getting denser, not sparser. Lu Peng looked around in confusion. After a while, his gaze turned forward, and he was utterly shocked. What was going on? At the end of his line of sight, a massive vortex of spiritual energy appeared on the back of the spirit bird. At this moment, all the surrounding spiritual energy was being sucked into that vortex. Damn! Lu Peng couldn't help but curse. He had initially wanted to use these few days to further his cultivation and completely surpass this Qin Xuan. However, from the current situation, this Qin Xuan's foundation was even deeper than he had imagined. No, this person must be eliminated. Otherwise, during this Sanqing sect selection, he might take first place. This person must be dealt with. Otherwise, I won't be able to advance further and complete my task. Chapter 74. Current situation of Sanqing sect. Just as Lu Peng clenched his fists in anger at this moment, Qin Xuan was continuously absorbing the spirit liquid in the spirit refining cauldron. Countless spiritual energies surged into the cauldron, which then refined them into spirit liquid. These spirit liquids were the purest remnants left after the spirit refining cauldron refined the impurities from the heaven and earth spiritual energy, and after refining, they could be directly absorbed by Qin Xuan. As the spirit liquid continued to be absorbed, Qin Xuan's Dan became increasingly full. Boom! After a moment, upon reaching the critical point, Qin Xuan's cultivation officially stepped into the Earth Xian realm. As Qin Xuan entered the Earth Xian realm, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy began to accelerate and crazily surge into Qin Xuan's body. After a while, the surrounding spiritual energy gradually stopped flowing in. If this child can grow, his future achievements will definitely be limitless, the two old men remarked. They naturally felt the process of Qin Xuan's breakthrough. They were incredibly surprised that he could break through to the Earth Xian realm in such a short time. After all, normally, breakthroughs take a considerable amount of time. However, Qin Xuan managed to break through to the Earth Xian realm in an extremely short time. Looking at it this way, this Qian Feng is indeed useless. At this moment, Qian Feng was still unconscious. If it weren't for the two people being able to sense his aura, they would have thought he was already dead. This person is just a bottom feeder in the inner sect. The sect sent someone like him here merely as a sharpening stone to test the disciples in the selection. From the beginning, the sect had little hope for him. Allowing him to come here was just an opportunity given by the sect. But he himself was unaware of his situation, using the sect's banner to pursue his private affairs. Truly a case of self-inflicted punishment, the two old men discussed, then shifted their gaze towards Qin Xuan. Do you think this person has the potential to become a direct disciple? After all, our Sanqing sect hasn't accepted a direct disciple for a full decade. The current group of direct disciples is far too comfortable and has lost their ambition. If he could become a new direct disciple, perhaps it can put some pressure on those guys. One old man said, his eyes filled with expectation as he looked at Qin Xuan. However, the other old man slightly shook his head. It might be a bit difficult. This kid's strength is extraordinary, but you understand how strong those direct disciples are. Moreover, as far as I know, the disciples participating in this formal selection are not just from the Shenlong path. Whether they are descendants from ancient families or disciples from true spirit families, this kid is probably not a match for them. Not to mention, there are also those few existences that have been sleeping for who knows how many years. The old man said, shaking his head, clearly not believing that Qin Xuan could become one of the direct disciples this time. Hearing this, the other old man frowned. It's really strange. Although our Sanqing sect has been established for over 10,000 years, which is even longer than the Qin dynasty, our sect can at most be considered one of the strongest among the few sects in the Shenlong path. Above us, there are several truly large sects like the Qin and the Shindao sect. Not to mention that our Qin is just a drop in the ocean in the eastern region. But why are there so many powerful figures wanting to join our sect this time? Why are those from ancient families and true spirit families choosing to join our sect? The old man said in confusion, unable to make sense of it. Normally, the descendants of these big figures wouldn't choose to join our Sanqing sect. However, before coming to Huofeng City, I heard a rumor. The other elder said, quietly leaning closer. I heard that a powerful being has predicted that there is a treasure beneath our sect. It is said that this treasure has immense power, and if one can obtain it, there might even be a chance to roam the entire continent in the future. Upon hearing this, the old man finally realized. However, this treasure is indeed valuable, but the number of people wanting it is far too many. Everyone wants it, and furthermore, that powerful being has predicted that in order to subdue this treasure, one must gain its recognition. Therefore, those from the ancient families and true spirit families have sent their families' disciples to the Tsangqing sect, hoping to let them rely on their own abilities to subdue this treasure here. That's why so many powerful figures have sent so many people this year. They're all thinking about competing for this treasure. As he spoke, the old man shook his head, feeling a bit emotional. Back in the day, our founder established the sect here because he saw the possibility of good things existing underground, hoping that one day, future generations could obtain this treasure. If this treasure is obtained by the ancient families, that would be fine, as they are still our human race. But if it falls into the hands of those true spirit families mixed with demon bloodlines, then we would be in big trouble. The old man sighed, clearly dissatisfied with the current situation. It's no wonder, upon hearing that these people were coming, the sect leader's hair nearly turned white from worry. But he could only grit his teeth and accept them, as the forces behind them are far too powerful. Compared to them, the Qin dynasty is just an insignificant pawn. They wouldn't take our sect seriously at all. The two old men sighed together. At this moment, Qin Xuan, of course, had no idea about their sentiments. After successfully advancing to the first level of the Earth Profound Realm, Qin Xuan began to learn martial skills. He could finally learn the last 6 strikes of the Canglong 9 slashes. For others, this journey took a total of 2 days, but for Qin Xuan, it took a full 200 days. 200 days was enough for him to completely master the last 6 strikes of the Canglong 9 slashes. Before participating in the formal selection of the Tsangqing sect, he had to learn more powerful martial skills. Only then would he have a chance to compete with those prodigies from various places. Chapter 75. Qianlong City, 2 days later, with the high-pitched call of the spirit bird. Everyone woke up from their cultivation and began to exit their rooms. All right, everyone, we have arrived at the Tsangqing sect. A few brave ones cautiously approached the spirit bird. Peering down, there were still thousands of feet in the air. However, even so, from here, they could still see a massive city coiled on the ground like a giant dragon. From thousands of miles above, the enormous city was still visible. Qin Xuan couldn't help but praise in his heart. This city was indeed quite vast, not to mention anything else. Just the scale of this city was over 1,000 times that of Huofeng City. The scale of Huofeng City was already not small, but compared to this city, it was just too small. Everyone, this is the capital of the entire Qianlong Path, Qianlong City. The scale of Qianlong City is not small. It can rank among the top 10 cities in the entire Deqian. Only the top 10? Qin Xuan became even more astonished. This city stretches for hundreds of miles, yet it can only make the top 10. How enormous must the capital of Deqian be? Is our Tsangqing sect located in this city? The disciple from the Sima family quickly inquired. No, our Tsangqing sect has over 1,000 inner disciples and tens of thousands of outer disciples. Not to mention the large number of miscellaneous workers. All these people cannot stay in Qianlong City. Just then, a sullen Qian Feng walked out of the room. At this moment, Qian Feng's face was still swollen. Although he had consumed a lot of medicinal pills, his foundation and cultivation had not been affected much. The swelling on his face, however, could not be resolved just by taking pills. At this moment, he glared resentfully at Qin Xuan and Lu Peng, wishing he could kick the two off the back of the spirit bird. However, when Qin Xuan looked over, he hurriedly turned his head, not daring to meet Qin Xuan's gaze. Qian Feng was all too clear about Qin Xuan's battle prowess. He was simply no match for him. Now, challenging Qin Xuan would only be a humiliation for himself. Then why are we landing here? Lu Yi asked curiously. Throughout this journey, she hadn't cultivated at all, but had been pondering how to prepare for the upcoming assessment. Miss Yi, you may not know this, but the first round of the assessment is set in Qianlong City. Only those who pass the first round can proceed to the Tsangqing sect to undergo the subsequent assessments. If one cannot even pass the first round, they could take a flying boat or spirit bird back from Qianlong City. Seeing Lu Yi appear, Qian Feng hurriedly walked over to explain. Lu Yi took a small step back, clearly not wanting to be too close to Qian Feng. All right, everyone, get ready. We are about to land. The old man extended his hand, pressing it on the spirit bird's back, closing his eyes. This is a spirit communication technique. With this technique, one can communicate with the spirit bird and make it act according to one's wishes. Once you become an official disciple of the sect, you can go to the beast taming area and choose a spirit beast you like. Qian Feng said eagerly, and upon hearing this, the other old man smiled slightly. So now it's time for the sect's formal selection. Qian Feng, how do you plan to help Miss E pass the assessment? I'm quite curious. The old man's words were unyielding, clearly questioning Lu Yi's strength. Lu Yi's expression darkened, but she dared not show any reaction. At this moment, she couldn't even interact with others from its Songqing sect. She could be abandoned at any time. She could only swallow her anger. However, at this time, Qian Feng's expression turned quite ugly. The old man's words clearly questioned his favoritism towards Lu Yi. You don't need to worry about that. Elder, I will take responsibility. As soon as Qian Feng's words fell, the spirit bird suddenly began to descend rapidly. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the Qianlong city below. As the bird continued to descend, the surrounding birds and various flying boats became increasingly dense. Qianlong city is the capital of the entire Qianlong Dao, so the trade from several nearby Daos flows through Qianlong city. These flying boats come from countless nearby cities. With so many spirit birds and flying boats entering Qianlong city, no matter how large it is, it wouldn't be able to accommodate them all. Therefore, our birds will land in a designated area outside Qianlong city, which happens to be the place of our Songqing sect. An elder explained, and soon the spirit bird landed. Moments later, the bird touched down on an open space outside the city, where dozens of other spirit birds were already parked. Having seen the elder, the spirit bird will be under my management. Just then, a servant rushed over and saluted the elder. Are the others here yet? The elder asked with a frown. The servant hurriedly shook his head. No, a few elders from other cities are still missing, but considering the time, they should be here soon. Elder, you should hurry and take the people to the examination site. It will be too late otherwise. Hearing this, the two elders nodded and signaled for the others to follow. Let's go, set off with me. A group of people hurriedly followed behind the elder, rushing towards the city gate of Qianlong City. At this moment, the city gate of Qianlong City was crowded with people. Everyone was queuing to enter the city. Qianlong City was truly vast, and the number of people coming here was staggering. A few people were astonished, as it was their first time visiting Qianlong City. Looking from below the city wall, the entire wall towered into the clouds, standing hundreds of feet high. On top of the wall, one could vaguely see many cultivators patrolling. In addition to these cultivators, there were also enormous cloud boats flying past the city wall. Cloud boats, unlike spirit birds and flying boats, could only be owned by large powers, so they didn't have to stop outside the city to enter like the rest of us. Our sect also has a few cloud boats, but they're only used to receive distinguished guests and are not normally utilized. An elder explained. Boom! Just then, a loud thudding sound came from behind, and everyone hurriedly turned to look. A gigantic elephant was walking towards the gate, and on its back was a golden palanquin. The palanquin was adorned with jade wind chimes, and the clear sounds of the chimes echoed continuously. Through the light gauze surrounding the palanquin, one could vaguely see a young man sitting inside. Near the elephant, guards in luxurious attire followed closely, looking extremely arrogant. What kind of person has such a grand entrance? Qin Xuan and the others looked on in shock. They were all entering the city, but this young man was attempting to ride the elephant straight in. Doesn't he fear being thrown out? The guards at the city gate quickly moved to intercept the elephant. Qianlong City really doesn't understand the rules. How dare they block my young master's mount? The guards following the elephant arrogantly stepped forward and coldly reprimanded. Hearing this, the captain of the guards stepped forward. By the order of the city lord, all entrants must walk in and are not allowed to enter on mounts. Saying this, the captain drew his sword and prepared to act. Tianxian realm. Qin Xuan raised his eyebrows. Even a guard captain responsible for the city gate possesses the strength of the Tianxian realm. It seems that with this captain stepping in, this young man is going to face trouble, Qian Feng commented, clearly feeling that this young man would suffer a great loss. Perhaps not. Just then, the elder beside him shook his head. This is impossible. This young man is merely at the Earth Xian realm. How can a Tianxian realm expert not easily suppress him? The others chimed in, clearly believing that this young man would be severely punished. You are thinking too simply. In this world, strength alone is not enough. The martial world is not just about fighting and killing, but also about interpersonal relationships. If I'm not mistaken, this young man should be a distant descendant of an ancient clan, right? The ancient clan, this small guard captain probably cannot provoke. Sure enough, as soon as the elder's words fell, the young man on the elephant snorted coldly, raised his hands, and a blue bell appeared in his hand, followed by a ringing sound. Not good. It's a spiritual artifact. The elder's expression changed, and he quickly shielded Qin Xuan and the others behind him, then used his spiritual energy to create a defensive barrier. Ding! With the ringing of the bell, the captain of the guard standing in front suddenly changed his expression, and his whole being fell into a daze. What is this thing that can disrupt his consciousness? At the same time, the guards following the young man moved instantly. They quickly drew their swords and rushed to the captain's side, raising their hands to cut his throat. They actually killed someone in broad daylight. Chapter 76, White Tiger Family. The crowd immediately screamed and fled in all directions. Enemy attack. The guard team shouted loudly and immediately rang the large bell hanging at the city gate. Dong dong dong. As the bell rang, people from all directions quickly surrounded them. Who dares to cause trouble in Qianlong City? Capture him and execute him by 1,000 cuts. Shouts of killing came from all around, and it was clear that this young man's act of killing in public had already angered everyone. However, the young man merely sneered, and his guards moved in unison to protect him in the center. Tianxian realm. All of this young man's guards were actually masters of the Tianxian realm. In most cities within the Qianlong Dao, having Tianxian realm strength could make one the lord of a city. Yet beside this young man, they were merely guards. The city lord of Qianlong City. Come to see me. The young man stepped out from the palanquin and shouted loudly. His voice even faintly carried the sound of a tiger's roar. What is this person's connection to the White Tiger ancient family? The elder of the Tsangqing sect's expression turned pale. Clearly, this roar gave him a bad premonition. As the young man's roar fell, those who had come from all directions to attack him hesitated. Only a few reckless ones still rushed forward without understanding the situation. As soon as the young man's shout fell, a roar echoed from within the city as well. This voice was clear and instantly suppressed the agitated crowd. I am Yuan Qing, the city lord of Qianlong City. I do not know which descendant of the White Tiger family has come to our Qianlong City. Yuan Qing has not welcomed you from afar. Please bear with me. As his voice fell, a tall middle-aged man flew out from the city and rushed over. A master of the Shangqing realm. Qin Xuan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Indeed, it was someone from the White Tiger family, so they quickly made way. The two elders hurriedly cleared a path for the examinees. The White Tiger family? This was the first time Qin Xuan had heard of this family. But from the way these people acted, it was clear that the White Tiger family held significant power. Yuan Qing? A member of the Yuan royal family? Oomph. Even if the emperor of the Yuan family were here, he wouldn't dare to turn against me. You, a mere city lord of Qianlong City, actually dare to act against me? Hearing this, Yuan Qing's expression changed slightly, but he quickly smiled calmly at the young man before him. This young master, it is my fault for not managing them properly. They have offended your carriage, and this is my issue. I ask you to bear with me. Saying this, Yuan Qing turned his head coldly to glance at the corpse on the ground and shook his head slightly. Get rid of this filthy thing to avoid ruining the ancient master's elegant mood. Hearing the city lord's words, although the guards showed signs of unease on their faces, the situation was stronger than them, and they could only bow their heads and obey. May I know your esteemed title, so I can prepare some turbid wine for you to wash away the dust. At this moment, Yuan Qing was being extremely cautious. The identity of the other party was not simple. Even if they were just a branch of the Baihu family, they were not someone he could provoke. I, young master, will not change my name or surname. I am Gu Xiantong, the young man said arrogantly, then controlled the elephant to walk into the city. This time, no one dared to stop him. It seems that another one is coming for our Tsangqing sect. It is truly a time of troubles. With so many powerful figures coming to our Tsangqing sect, it is likely to be a big trouble. The two elders exchanged glances, clearly feeling helpless. Coming for the Tsangqing sect? Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems that there must be a big secret beneath the Tsangqing sect. Come, follow me. I will take you to the gathering place, which is the location for this assessment. After the earlier encounter, The group of candidates had become much more subdued. In Huofeng City, they might have been the most outstanding, but here they were nothing. The lord of Qianlong City was being treated with such disdain, and they, being only at the Danshan realm, were not even considered thugs. Therefore, on the way to the assessment location, they were all extremely quiet. Soon, everyone arrived at the square, which was already bustling with a crowd. So many people. Looking at the crowd, everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. There were indeed too many people here. In the Qianlong Dao, as hundreds of cities, the Sanqing sect governs over more than 100 cities. Among so many cities, Huofeng City was just a small one, hence only had 5 slots, while the larger cities had even more slots. Adding those with other talents, it was naturally no problem for there to be thousands of people. All right, you 5 go to the center of the square and prepare for the formal assessment. You 3 come with me. You are our specially recommended talents. So there will be a separate assessment method. Qian Feng said, then cast a burning gaze at Lu Yi. Yi, come with me. I will take you to meet some senior brothers. Saying this, Qian Feng called Lu Yi over. Lu Yi frowned but still followed him. Openly using connections. How shameless. After Qian Feng left with Lu Yi, the others couldn't help but whisper. Qin Xuan directly ignored it. This woman only knows how to rely on others for support. He didn't take her seriously at all. You all go over. Once everyone has arrived, the formal selection will begin. Chapter 77. The selection begins. Qin Xuan and the others were taken to the side. Looking at the crowd packed here, everyone started to feel worried. The competition was just too fierce. According to past conventions, only about 20 inner disciples would pass the assessment each year, and over 100 outer disciples. With such a terrifying elimination rate, I'm afraid I won't make it. A disciple from the Sima family said bitterly. Unlike those from the 2 small families, he was sent by the Sima family at great expense. If he left empty-handed, it would be a waste of the Sima family's investment. Qin Xuan's gaze swept over, silently assessing these people's strengths. Most of the disciples present were at least at the Danshan 7th level, with very few below that, and at least 40% were at the Earth Xian realm. With so many at the Earth Xian realm, it seemed that many experts had come to participate in the Sanqing sect this time. Brother Qin, do you know why so many experts are here for the Sanqing sect selection? At that moment, Lu Peng walked up to Qin Xuan and spoke in a low voice. Qin Xuan had always kept a wary eye on Lu Peng. He shook his head lightly. Of course, I don't know about such things. Everyone must have their own considerations. Hearing Qin Xuan's dismissive reply, Lu Peng's expression turned somewhat ugly. However, he took a deep breath and continued to explain with a smile. This is information I spent a fortune to uncover. I heard that after this election, the Sanqing sect will close its doors and will not recruit disciples for 10 years. So after this, the Sanqing sect will not recruit disciples anymore, and everyone knows this. So they are eager to showcase their strength and rushed here to participate in the selection. Closing the doors. Qin Xuan's eyelids twitched. Closing the doors was a big deal. How could the Sanqing sect casually close its doors? Moreover, with over 100 cities under the jurisdiction of the Sanqing sect in the Qianlong Dao, if they close their doors, wouldn't the talented disciples that emerge in the next 10 years be handed over to others? Was something big going to happen in the Qianlong Dao, or was there a problem with the Sanqing sect? Qin Xuan quickly pondered in his heart, but his face showed no signs. Who knows about such things? In any case, before the Sanqing sect officially announces it, other matters are just hearsay. Hearing Qin Xuan's non-committal words, Lu Peng's expression became even worse. However, he still tried to suppress his anger. Brother Qin is right, but I have one more thing I want to discuss with you. It is crucial for our upcoming assessment. Brother Qin, if you're interested, why don't we join forces? I believe that with our combined strength, we can defeat the other competitors, and winning first place is not impossible. Lu Peng said eagerly, his eyes sharpening as he looked at Qin Xuan. Here we go again. This Lu Peng has tried several times to win me over. What is he really after? Although this person speaks grandly on the surface, Qin Xuan would not believe his words. For him, this person in front of him had too many secrets, and teaming up with him would only bring trouble. With this in mind, Qin Xuan naturally refused outright. We are strangers before participating in the selection. Why are we suddenly calling each other brothers? Moreover, I want to see if I can become first in this election. Teaming up with you means we will compete against each other later. I think it's better to forget it. Qin Xuan said, directly walking to the other side. Seeing Qin Xuan resolutely reject him, Lu Peng tightened his fists. If you refuse a toast, you will be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't want the opportunity one give you, then I will send you to your demise. As more and more people rushed here from outside the city. 2 hours later, a melodious bell rang. The originally noisy square suddenly fell silent, and everyone turned to look ahead. There, at the end of the square, several figures hurriedly approached. In just a few breaths, these people reached the center of the square. Among these people, the leader was an old man with a pale face and white hair, holding a wine gourd, looking drunkenly over here. Behind the old man stood several handsome and elegant male and female disciples. The old man burped and walked directly to the center of the square. In the center of the square lay a huge stone table, and on the table was a massive bagua plate. Is everyone here? The old man looked hazily at the front, yawning, then looked around below and shook his head. It truly seems that each generation is worse than the last. The disciples who came this year are really useless. If they were in our cohort, most of you wouldn't even qualify to pass the preliminary selection. Upon hearing this, the crowd around stirred restlessly, but no one dared to speak up. The reason was simple. This elder's cultivation had reached the Jade Clear Realm, and he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Jade Clear Realm, ready to step into the Supreme Clear Realm at any moment. Such cultivation was enough to render all the alchemy and Earth Realm disciples present silent. However, the elder's gaze briefly lingered on a few individuals, and he looked at them with some surprise. I almost misjudged. There are still a few decent little fellows among you. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work, and maybe one day you'll surpass me. After saying this with a smile, the elder lightly cleared his throat and raised his head. I am Floating Cloudsy, the chief examiner for the first round of the Tsangqing sect entrance examination. Next, I will host the first round of the assessment. Floating Cloudsy said this while scanning the surroundings again. This time, Qin Xuan could clearly feel that the elder's gaze paused on him for a moment. Next, it was time for the first round of assessment. This year's first round of assessment is different from previous years. Some of you may already know that after this year, the sect will be closed for 10 years, so there are quite a few people coming this year. Raising his eyebrows, the elder looked at the crowd below. There are at least 4,000 to 5,000 people here. There's simply too many, so the rules for this round will be elimination. As the elder spoke, he raised his hand and lightly slapped the stone table in front of him. Buzz! The stone table trembled, and the hexagram plate above it immediately began to spin faster. Moments later, several beams of light surged from the hexagram plate. The beams of light converged in the air and then collided together, forming a massive light shield that enveloped all the people below. Next, I will announce the rules for this assessment. The elder said, pointing into the distance. Dozens of miles away, a beam of light shot into the sky. That was a huge teleportation array. It is now evening, and everyone listen to me. Any cultivator who reaches the teleportation array before sunset can use it to leave here and head to the next assessment point. However, to filter out those who are merely pretending, this teleportation array has a limit of 2,000 people. Once it exceeds 2,000, the array will self-destruct. Now, the assessment begins. The elder's voice fell, and he soared into the sky. You few are responsible for maintaining order here and taking care of those who do not pass the assessment. Naturally, there will be someone responsible for receiving those who pass the first round at the next assessment point. After the elder finished speaking, he immediately flew off into the distance. Charge! Someone shouted inside the light array and rushed toward the teleportation array dozens of miles away. Chapter 78. Endurance competition. Since someone took the lead, the others followed suit. This teleportation array can only accommodate 2,000 people, which means that those who arrive first will pass the assessment. Those who fall behind will be eliminated. As for the elder's mention of reaching the teleportation array before sunset, they didn't take it seriously. What a joke. The distance from this square to the teleportation array is only a few dozen miles. They thought they could get there in no time. Therefore, in their eyes, this first round of assessment was simply too easy. However, shortly after they set off, they ran into trouble. Why is it so heavy? Why has my speed become so slow? Almost everyone was shouting in anger. They never expected that every step they took would cost them considerable effort. Soon, they were drenched in sweat. That's it. It's this array. At this point, someone finally realized. It must be this array causing the trouble. While these people were in a panic, Qin Xuan took a slight glance at the array above him and then calmly moved forward. His pace was very steady. He neither sped up nor lagged behind, just steadily making his way ahead. The focus of this round selection is on elimination. As long as he can enter the top half, he can smoothly advance. Therefore, there was no need to waste too much time in this round. Steady progress was sufficient. As for the array, as soon as it lit up, he immediately saw its effects. It's quite simple. Within the coverage of this array, everyone is subjected to a force equivalent to 10 times their usual weight. This means that these individuals can only move at 1/10 of their normal speed. For these people, although their cultivation is quite good in various cities, with 10 times the pressure, even if they're powerful, their speed won't be fast. Once suppressed, their speed will naturally slow down significantly. As a result, the differences between individuals became apparent. Ha ha ha! Lu Peng laughed wildly and charged forward. Although he faced greater pressure, his physical qualities were far superior to others, allowing him to disregard this pressure. After rushing past Qin Xuan, Lu Peng shot a provocative glance at him, clearly trying to provoke him. Idiot! Qin Xuan completely ignored him and continued striding forward. What a joke! There was no need to waste time and energy on him. He just needed to make it into the top half in this round. After all, the goal of this round was to eliminate half of the participants due to the large number of people. Seeing that Qin Xuan was unperturbed, Lu Peng merely snorted coldly and accelerated away, charging towards the focal point. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan maintained his speed. For him, as long as he kept this pace, he didn't need to worry about anything else. As Qin Xuan advanced, he glanced to the side. At this moment, many of the cultivators who had initially rushed forward were already so exhausted that they could hardly move. They thought they could push through in one go, but underestimated their physical strength and exhausted themselves too early, leaving them unable to move at this point. Qin Xuan merely took a look around and continued moving forward. During the 300 years in the heavenly tomb, his body had been greatly enhanced, and with the refining of the spirit refining cauldron, his physical qualities were naturally far superior to others. Moreover, at this moment, there was also the essence blood of the yellow dragon within him. Although it was just a trace, the trace of bloodline was already astonishing enough. Even Lu Peng, who was currently among the top 10, did not match him in physical quality. Thus, even without deliberately pursuing speed, Qin Xuan still reached the top 100. Although the overall quality of this cohort was quite poor, there were still a few outstanding individuals. At this moment, several inner disciples responsible for supervising within the array were continuously commenting on the many disciples below. After all, although this was only the first round, many clues could be gleaned from it. Those excellent disciples would almost always stand out in the first round, especially those ranked in the top 10. It could be said that as long as they did not encounter significant problems in the subsequent rounds of testing, they would be extremely outstanding. However, apart from the top 10, there were occasionally exceptional individuals among the other 100 participants, but they were rare. It seems these 10 are the ones. Let me see their information. Since they are in charge of the assessment, they naturally have access to much information about the participants. The one ranked first is Zhou Kelly from Xianyu City, with a cultivation level of the 4th level of the Earth Realm. He is the strongest among all the disciples participating in this assessment, and it can be said that he has the highest probability of winning this assessment. Among the crowd, a leading disciple looked down and spoke. At this moment, among the thousands of disciples participating in the selection, only one person stood out, leading everyone by a significant distance, leaving a few behind him far behind. Hearing this, the other few nodded in agreement. It was clear that Zhou Kelly's performance was indeed the most eye-catching. Indeed, this person is worth focusing on. Bringing him to our side would definitely catch the interest of the Dragon King. However, the third person behind him also seems to be worth recruiting. This kid's physical fitness is just too strong. Just at the 9th level of Dan Xian, he can overpower many Earth Realm cultivators. Not to mention, his physical body is incredibly robust. If we could bring him to the Dragon King's side, we could completely overshadow the Zhu Ke faction. Naturally, someone noticed Lu Peng's strong physique. That makes sense. this person can also be approached. But he has the bloodline of a barbarian, so the Dragon King may not like him. The leading inner disciple said this, then flipped through Lu Peng's information. Other than these two, there was no need to recruit anyone else. Although they were decent, they were not qualified to associate with the Dragon King. As he said this, the leading disciple was about to leave. Hey, look at that one. Doesn't he seem to have some potential? At that moment, an inner disciple who had been silent suddenly pointed to someone below. Following the direction he pointed, everyone looked at Qin Xuan. What is special about this kid? First level of Earth Realm. His rank is mediocre, barely making it into the top 100. What kind of eyes do you have? This person is useless. The leading inner disciple shook his head after a glance, clearly looking down on Qin Xuan. Among these disciples, only a small portion could enter the inner sect, and only the top 100 could become outer disciples. However, I observed from beginning to end. Others had varying speeds, but this person maintained a consistent speed throughout. This means he was conserving his strength from start to finish, not going all out. The inner disciple hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, the leading disciple frowned, looking at Qin Xuan with a hint of amusement. After staring for a while, the leading disciple was somewhat surprised. This kid does have some potential. Let me see which city's disciple he is. Saying this, he opened the information but lost interest after just one glance. No need to pay attention to him. He has offended the Zhao family, and someone wants him dead. He won't survive this entry examination. Chapter 79. Targeted what? He's being targeted by the Zhao family? We haven't heard anything about this. The other inner disciples gathered around, clearly curious. Hey, this kind of thing can't be casually spread around. I was originally in charge of supervising the second round, and someone told me to turn a blind eye when the time comes. This person has a powerful backing, and since he was arranged by the Zhao family, I naturally didn't say much. Then yesterday, an elder came to me and told me I was responsible for supervising the first round, while someone else took over the second round. The leading inner disciple said, lowering his voice. The inner disciple in charge of the second round of the inner sect examination is Zhao Zheng, known as Blood Clothes. What? It's him? He's famous for his fierce combat strength and ruthless methods. This kid is likely to meet a tragic end here. Upon hearing Zhao Zheng's name, the others shook their heads, looking at Qin Xuan with pity, clearly believing he was doomed. So I say, there's no need to waste time on a dead man. Let's look for other talented disciples. Hearing this, the others nodded and began to focus their attention on the other participants. Qin Xuan, of course, was unaware of this matter at this moment. He was simply advancing at his own pace. Soon, Zhou Kelly arrived at the formation, glancing at the few people still some distance away, a hint of disdain appearing in his eyes. He originally wanted to wait a year or two, hoping to become a direct disciple of the Songqing sect after raising his cultivation. However, upon hearing that Songqing sect would soon close its doors, along with a large number of people he couldn't afford to compete with entering the sect, he could only choose to participate in this election. For him, the disciples participating in the examination alongside him were not worth his attention. They were just a bunch of useless individuals. His real opponents were never those inner disciples, but rather the direct disciples. Those direct disciples who hadn't been recruited for the past decade. He aimed to challenge those. Looking at the sun setting on the horizon, Zhou Kelly smiled, then stepped into the formation. The surrounding light flickered, and Zhou Kelly vanished from his spot, while a barely noticeable crack appeared on the formation. Oof. Seeing Zhou Kelly enter the formation, Lu Peng and another person's expressions immediately turned extremely ugly. They were certainly trying hard to keep up with Zhou Kelly, but they hadn't expected that this Zhou Kelly, relying on his cultivation, would always stay ahead and suppress them. Thus, even though they were annoyed with Zhou Kelly, they could only watch helplessly. After a stick of incense's time, Lu Peng finally arrived at the teleportation array as well. He also turned back to look behind him. Watching Qin Xuan, who was still steadily walking in the distance, a cold smile appeared on his lips. It seems I was overthinking. This person's strength is merely average and not worth mentioning. However, since he dared to defy me, he must be eliminated. With this thought, Lu Peng also stepped into the teleportation array, vanishing from sight. As he left, another crack appeared on the teleportation array. Time passed little by little, and more people began to enter the teleportation array. By this time, the cracks on the array began to become increasingly clear. Everyone understood that this was set up specifically by Sangqing sect. Once the number reached 2,000, the formation would self-destruct. When Qin Xuan reached the front of the formation, the crack on the formation had already become very obvious. Looking at this crack, Qin Xuan took a deep breath and stepped inside. The surrounding white light flashed by, and then Qin Xuan disappeared from a spot. As the surrounding white light gradually dissipated, Qin Xuan could see that he had arrived in a huge square. Scanning his surroundings, he did not see any sign of Sangqing sect, only a few inner disciples dressed in Sangqing sect attire guarding there. Seeing Qin Xuan step out from the formation, these inner disciples nodded at him, then handed him a wooden token with a number written on it. You should have passed the first round of the examination. It's getting late. Go over there and find a place to rest. The second round of selection will begin here tomorrow. Hearing this, Qin Xuan nodded slightly, holding the wooden token as he looked in the direction indicated. In that direction, outside the square, there was a row of wooden houses. It was clear that these wooden houses were temporarily built, specifically prepared for this examination. Looking down at the wooden token, he saw the number 98. This was the order of passing through the teleportation array. Evidently, the number on this wooden token indicated the order of passage. After Qin Xuan left, one of the disciples rolled his eyes and casually found an excuse to leave the others. He opened his Qin Xuan ring and took out a scroll with an image. It was indeed an image of Qin Xuan, confirming it was Qin Xuan without a doubt. He excitedly stowed the image away and walked straight to the other side of the square. There a young man in white stood with his hands behind his back, staring intently ahead. Young Master Zhao Zheng, he has passed the examination. He is number 98. Upon hearing this, the young man in white turned around, his eyes filled with a fierce killing intent. All right, you've worked hard. These spirit stones are your reward. However, what happened here today? Zhao Zheng didn't finish a sentence, but the inner sect disciple naturally understood the meaning. Of course I understand. Young master, don't worry. I know nothing about today's events. Shaking the spirit stones in his hand, the group laughed joyfully and turned to leave. Qin Xuan, dare to kill a disciple of the Zhao family. Then I will make you pay the price. With that, Zhao Zheng clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could eliminate Qin Xuan right then and there. Holding the wooden token, Qin Xuan approached the row of wooden houses, and soon someone stopped him. Hand over your token. After showing the wooden token briefly, the person pointed to the wooden houses behind him. There are a total of 100 rooms here. Only the first 100 have the right to choose a room here. The next 500 will have tents, and after 500, you'll have to sleep outside. You can choose your favorite room here. If it is unoccupied, just hang your wooden token on it. If someone is inside, it depends on your ability. If you can defeat that person, you can choose whether to swap wooden tokens. Just a reminder, while the first 2,000 are considered to have passed this stage, the higher the ranking, the more advantageous it will be in the next round. After speaking, the inner sect disciple indicated that Qin Xuan could choose a room. Does Sangqing sect allow disciples to fight each other? Qin Xuan was somewhat surprised, as some sects strictly prohibit fighting among disciples. Typically, internal conflicts are forbidden, but in such situations, sects encourage disciples to fight each other to better maintain the sect's combat power. Since Qin Xuan ranked within the top 100, he still had a chance to enter the inner sect, so this inner sect disciple was quite polite. Hearing this, Qin Xuan nodded slightly and began to select a room with the wooden token in hand. At this time, there were only 2 wooden houses unoccupied, and Qin Xuan was not picky, randomly choosing one and walking in. After selecting the room, he hung the wooden token outside and then sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. Time is precious. Although he was confident in his combat power, he still felt somewhat lacking in realm. Not to mention, Zhou Kelly's cultivation had already reached the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm, which would qualify him to be an inner sect disciple in a sect like the Divine Path sect. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan felt immense pressure. He needed to quickly elevate his cultivation level. As more and more people entered the camp, the last wooden house was soon chosen, and others could only opt for the tents. By this time, the sky had begun to darken. When the sun finally set and the formation self-destructed, the last few people who passed through the formation seemed to be reborn, filled with excitement. Brother Fu, Brother Zhao wants you to come over. At this moment, a few intersect disciples hurried over to the camp and spoke to the intersect disciple guarding the camp. Brother Zhao is looking for me. All right, I'll go over right away. Zhao Zheng was the one assigned by the intersect to oversee this round of assessment, and he needed to follow Zhao Zheng's arrangements. Don't worry, we will be on guard tonight. There won't be any problems. Saying this, the few intersect disciples urged Brother Fu to leave. Once he left, they blocked the entrance to the camp, preventing the last two people from entering. What are you doing? Why can't we go in? The two were immediately furious when blocked at the entrance. They had worked hard to finally roll and crawl into the formation, and now they were being denied entry. How could they tolerate that? Hearing this, the few intersect disciples immediately sneered, snatching the tokens from their hands. Why? You bunch of stragglers, the dregs of waste. Are you even qualified to participate in the next round of assessment? You worthless trash shouldn't even have the qualification for the next round. Having their tokens taken away, although the few wanted to enter, they had no way to do so. You guys, take them back to Qianlong City and have them return the way they came. The intersect disciples called over others to send these few back to Qianlong City. After this talent selection, Sanqing sect would close the sect for 10 years. So they were not worried at all. Besides, offending such trash didn't matter at all. After driving the two away, the few remained at the camp entrance, anxiously waiting for something. At this point, the sun had set and the sky was completely dark. Before long, a person dressed in a black robe approached. This person had their face covered by a mask. Is everything ready? Hearing this, the intersect disciple quickly nodded and then handed the token to the person. Once inside, act quickly. Otherwise, it would be easy to alert the elders and senior brothers responsible for patrolling. Hearing this, the person in black let out a strange laugh. Don't worry, dealing with a junior is as easy as crushing an ant. I can guarantee that this Qin Xuan won't live for more than an hour. Chapter 80. Midnight Attack. The people were quite confident in the strength of the person in black, nodding as they handed over the token and allowed the black-clad figure to enter the camp. Room 98, that's the one. After informing the person of Qin Xuan's room number, the intersect disciples began preparing to set up the formation. This was also their means of self-protection. After all, it was a sect assessment, and if someone died, there would inevitably be investigations. However, they could later claim that someone entered with the token. Since the last few people were not being watched, no one would remember who had obtained the last few qualifications. The sect wouldn't be able to trace it back to them. Hey, a small family from Huofeng City actually dares to offend the 4 great families of Qianlong City. They really don't know what's good for them. The Zhao family has disciples in several other major sects, with such immense power that we cannot afford to offend them. How dare he offend them? Someone said coldly from the side, clearly mocking Qin Xuan. Hearing this, the others chimed in as well. However, will we really be fine doing this? Brother Zhao is only ranked a little over 200 in the inner list. He might not be able to protect us. At this moment, someone said apprehensively, the inner list is the ranking of all intersect disciples, showing the combat power rankings of all disciples. Hearing this, another person shook his head. What are you afraid of? Brother Zhao is a direct descendant of the Zhao family. And besides, isn't there an elder in our main sect who also has the surname Zhao? Have you all forgotten Elder Zhao Song? Brother Zhao is his nephew. How could he not protect him? Moreover, I heard that this year there are too many powerful figures coming, and the sect leader is already overwhelmed. Unsure how to arrange these people, so the sect won't have time to pay attention to this side. Hearing this, the others suddenly realized, except for one person who is still confused. Although Zhou Kelly and Lu Peng are powerful this year, they shouldn't be enough to make the sect leader overwhelmed, right? Hearing this, the others immediately mocked. Old Li, your news is too out of touch. The real powerful figures this time aren't these people. Selection? The truly influential figures don't even need to be selected. Those powerful figures have already entered our Sanqing sect's main valley days ago and wouldn't appear here at all. Those who can participate in this selection are all without significant backgrounds. The truly influential ones have long entered our main valley. So how could they come here? After mocking this person, the few then left the camp and activated the protective formation. Next, they just needed to wait for the black-clad figure to finish the task and let him out. As for whether they could kill Qin Xuan, that goes without saying. The person sent by the Zhao family naturally has sufficient strength. Qin Xuan was meditating in his room when suddenly he became alert. Someone is approaching. Their cultivation at the 7th level of the Earth profound realm, and their strength is quite impressive. It seems they're coming for me. With this in mind, Qin Xuan showed no hesitation and drew out the woofing sword, waiting for the other party to come in. Moments later, the person appeared outside Qin Xuan's room. However, instead of entering directly, they blew a type of enchanting incense inside. This specially made incense is colorless and tasteless, but its effects are outstanding. Even they have to take an antidote before daring to release it. After blowing the incense into the room and hearing no movement inside, they gently opened the door. The moment the door opened, a black heavy sword instantly descended, slashing down at them. Not good. This person is highly skilled and very alert, quickly realizing something was wrong and hurriedly turning to defend themselves. Clang! A bright dagger blocked the strike of the woofing sword. Hey, not only do you not run for your life, but you dare to resist? You're asking for death. Before the person could finish speaking, their expression changed dramatically. Their dagger barely blocked the woofing sword, which quickly continued its downward slash. Damn it! The man in black immediately took a step back, wanting to evade Qin Xuan's attack, and then use his cultivation to suppress him. If he didn't retreat, relying on his cultivation to hard resist Qin Xuan might give him a chance of survival. But as he stepped back, Qin Xuan immediately seized the opportunity and followed suit relentlessly. The Songlong 9 slashes enveloped the opponent like mercury spilling. The sword light fell like rain in an instant. Under the onslaught of this sword light, the black-clad man suddenly became flustered. Damn, this kid just entered the Earth profound realm, and yet he can actually compete with me? The man in black said in disbelief, unable to fathom how fierce Qin Xuan's offensive was. Not only that, but all his attacks were being suppressed by Qin Xuan. Desperate, knowing that if this continued, he would definitely be in grave danger, the black-clad man fought back desperately. He retracted his dagger and took out a small bell, smashing it down towards Qin Xuan with force. The moment the small bell came crashing down, it began to grow rapidly, aiming to envelop Qin Xuan. Clang! A melodious sound rang from the small bell, and then a wave of sound enveloped Qin Xuan, causing him to feel dizzy. However, Qin Xuan's mental strength far exceeded that of others, and he quickly regained his composure. Good stuff. This is a mid-grade magic weapon. Qin Xuan did not retreat, but advanced, swiftly dodging the strike of the small bell, and once again slashed down with the seamless sword. Bastard! The black-clad man raised his hand and immediately retracted the small bell, crashing it down heavily above Qin Xuan, trying to force him back. Oof! Qin Xuan sneered and once again charged forward, accelerating towards him. Seeing Qin Xuan rushing over recklessly, the black-clad man's heart sank in fear, and he hurriedly tried to retreat. No other choice. Qin Xuan's desperate tactics were too ruthless. He didn't dare to gamble. Damn it! The black-clad man cursed. He originally thought it would be an easy task, but now this person was so formidable, clearly 6 minor realms higher than him. Yet he couldn't subdue the opponent and was instead being suppressed to this extent. With this thought, fear surged in his heart. If he failed to complete the mission, what would happen next? With this in mind, he quickly retreated to distance himself from Qin Xuan while swiftly cutting his fingertip with the dagger, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the small bell. Clang! A crisp sound immediately emanated from the small bell, which then turned blood-red. The black-clad man tightened his grip on the blood-red small bell and forcefully swung it towards Qin Xuan. In just a few breaths, the originally small bell grew to the height of 2 people, then crashed down, directly trapping Qin Xuan inside. Spit! Kid, let's see how you deal with this now. This small bell was his life treasure. Upon realizing he couldn't suppress Qin Xuan, he immediately used his blood essence to enhance the small bell to trap Qin Xuan. Next, it's my turn. He threw out several array flags, isolating the movements inside the room, then began to frantically strike the bell. Dong dong dong. Each time he struck the bell, a sound wave would surge towards Qin Xuan. This attack was not aimed at the body, but at the mental force. Each sound wave would echo back after reaching the other side of the bell, layering upon each other to attack repeatedly. Moreover, when Qin Xuan's woofing sword struck the bell wall heavily, the echo inside would immediately rush towards Qin Xuan. Not good. Feeling his mental strength under constant assault, Qin Xuan realized something was wrong and immediately entered the Taiwan space. In this space, no matter how the surroundings attacked, it was completely safe here. Moreover, with a refining god cauldron present, he had the confidence to confront the opponent. However, what to do next? Qin Xuan felt troubled. This bell was the other party's treasure, completely under their control. What should he do? Just as Qin Xuan was pondering, a sudden light flashed in front of him. Got it. With a thought, a jade ruler flew out from the Qin Xuan ring. This was a mid-grade magic weapon he had seized from Li Meng earlier. It was clear that Li Meng could not fully utilize its power yet. The woofing sword was a mid-grade magic weapon, and this jade ruler was also mid-grade. Combined with the bell, that made 3 magic weapons. A bold idea flickered in Qin Xuan's mind. Since 3 items of the same level could be combined into a higher grade item, couldn't he refine these 3 items into one? Although he couldn't penetrate the bell, he could definitely refine it using the refining god cauldron. With this thought, Qin Xuan summoned the refining god cauldron, immediately tossing the woofing sword and the jade ruler into it. Then, with a thought, the 5-element flames erupted from the cauldron, starting to madly absorb the spiritual energy from a bell. The black-clad man outside frowned, unsure of what was happening. But soon, his expression changed drastically. This is not good. The life bell has lost control. Although this small bell was his life magic weapon, the refining god cauldron in Qin Xuan's hands was an incredibly precious Taiwan artifact, and he naturally could not compete with it. Buzz. With a mournful wail, the blood bell shrank rapidly. Whoosh! At the same time, a sword light suddenly flashed, slashing down at the black-clad man. No! The black-clad man screamed, unable to defend himself, as he was pierced through the chest. To maintain the form of the blood bell, he had expended too much blood essence, and when he was suddenly attacked, he didn't even have time to react before being ambushed. Swish! Qin Xuan had no intention of taking his life immediately. Seizing the opportunity while the black-clad man was weak, he quickly slashed several times, severing the man's dantian and destroying his meridians. Speak! Who sent you? Qin Xuan held the sword, coldly pressing it against his throat, exuding murderous intent. Chapter 81. Series of Surprise Attacks. It's over. All over. The black-clad man silently repeated in his heart. With his dantian destroyed, he was now essentially a useless person. As such, he was even less able to confront Qin Xuan. Clang! The black-clad man's mask was knocked off by Qin Xuan's sword. Taking a glance, Qin Xuan frowned. Not recognizable. Should not be someone from Huofeng City. Looking at the array flags around, Qin Xuan immediately raised his hand and set up several array flags in the vicinity as well. This way, as long as the house wasn't destroyed, no one outside would be able to hear the movements inside. Still thinking of stubbornly resisting, Qin Xuan snorted coldly, pressing the sword tip against the opponent's throat and applying slight force. Hiss! The sword tip pierced through the skin of the throat, and blood began to drip down the blade. What's wrong? You don't want to speak. Qin Xuan turned the sword in a different direction, slightly dragging it downward. The tip of the sword grazed, cutting a line of blood on this person's skin. Do you know? In the world of mortals, some people have devised various tortures to force others to confess. Among them is a method specifically for skinning. Qin Xuan looked coldly at the other party, constantly threatening. There is a method of skinning that uses mercury. A small incision is made at your spine, and mercury is poured in through that opening. Because mercury is very heavy, it can separate the flesh and skin from the body, resulting in very complete human skin. Have you heard of a human stick? It involves removing a person's limbs and stuffing them into a large vat, leaving only the head exposed. I heard that some witchcraft sects seem to use this method to cultivate poisonous insects. So, tell me, would it be better for me to skin you, or to turn you into a human stick and then stuff a few rats into that vat? Rats will eat anything when they're hungry. Maybe they'll start gnawing at your stomach. Listening to Qin Xuan's words, the man in black finally began to tremble. He wasn't afraid of death, but he feared such humiliation. By the way, there's no need for you to try to bite your tongue to death. Biting your tongue won't kill you. Qin Xuan smiled at him. Now tell me who your mastermind is, and I can give you a quick end. If you still want to protect your master, then I'll go catch a few rats right now. Qin Xuan issued his final warning. He didn't want to waste more time with this person. I'll tell you everything. At this point, the man in black finally lowered his head in defeat. My name is Zhao Ping, a disciple of the Zhao family's branch that is usually not valued by the family. Zhao Zheng sent me here. As long as I eliminate you, I can record the family tree under the main family. Zhao Zheng. Qin Xuan was taken aback. He didn't remember offending this Zhao Zheng. Could it be the Zhao family from Qianlong City? Qin Xuan suddenly realized. The Zhao family is a prominent family in Qianlong City, and it is normal for disciples from that family to be in the Tsangqing sect. However, he never expected the Zhao family's retaliation to come so quickly. A group of useless people, afraid of the ancestors' edict in Huafeng City, dared not act, so they resorted to such schemes here. Qin Xuan sneered and then stared intently at the other party. What is the Zhao family's influence in the Tsangqing sect? Apart from this Zhao Zheng, who else is there in the Zhao family? At this moment, Zhao Ping dared not conceal anything. The Zhao family is one of the 4 great families of Qianlong City. So there are Zhao family members in all 5 major sects of Qianlong Dao. It can be said that the Zhao family status in the Tsangqing sect is quite high. The Zhao Zheng I mentioned earlier is a disciple in the inner sect of the Zhao family. Besides Zhao Zheng, there are quite a few branch disciples of the Zhao family in the Tsangqing sect, and I am one of them. Our strength is average, but the Zhao family has only 2 real pillars in the Tsangqing sect, one of whom is the inner sect Elder Zhao Tsang at the 8th level of the upper clarity realm. It can be said that because of his presence, other disciples of the Zhao family do not dare to offend easily. Hearing this, Qin Xuan frowned slightly. Although the upper clarity realm is powerful, it shouldn't make so many people fearful. Among the 5 great families, Zhao Zheng dares to take such a huge risk to have you assassinate me? Qin Xuan didn't believe it could be that simple. Of course, while the upper clarity realm is formidable, the threshold for inner sect elders is also the upper clarity realm. Being merely at that level is not enough to give him such confidence. Our real backing in the Tsangqing sect is the last direct disciple, Zhao Jingyan, from 10 years ago. The last direct disciple. Qin Xuan's eyes suddenly became sharp. Although it was his first time participating in the Tsangqing sect's assessment, he had also researched some information about the sect. The Tsangqing sect is located among the mountains, divided into 12 main peaks and 108 secondary peaks. The reason the Tsangqing sect was so prosperous in the past was precisely because of the inheritances on these 12 main peaks. Every year, after recruiting disciples, the Tsangqing sect assigns them based on their talents and the inheritance situation. Those with insufficient talent go to the secondary peaks and become outer sect disciples, while those with exceptional talent can enter the 12 main peaks and become inner sect disciples. As for direct disciples, it is even more different. If inner sect disciples choose the peaks they want to enter, then direct disciples are chosen by the peaks themselves. A direct disciple is a talent valued by the 12 main peaks. They receive the complete ultimate skill of that main peak, which is why they are called direct disciples. At the peak of its prosperity, each of the 12 main peaks had an elder in the supreme clarity realm, and the 108 secondary peaks were also overseen by elders in the upper clarity realm. 12 main peaks matched with 12 direct disciples meant that at the height of its power, the Tsangqing sect strength was even more terrifying than that of the Shindao sect, one of the 5 major sects of the current Great Qian. However, as time passed, the Tsangqing sect has gradually declined. In the past, there were 12 direct disciples across the 12 peaks, but many years ago, only 4 main peaks would select direct disciples, leaving only 4 direct disciples in the entire sect. Although there were inner sect disciples in the other 8 main peaks, there were no direct disciples. Originally, it was thought that these 4 direct disciples would be the last of their kind, but 10 years ago, when Zhao Jingyan joined the Tsangqing sect, a long-dormant main peak suddenly shone with dazzling light, and Zhao Jingyan became the 5th direct disciple. This Zhao Jingyan has quite a background. Qin Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems this is a troublesome matter. No wonder so many people would give you face. With such strong connections, it's no wonder they dare to act like this. Qin Xuan said calmly. What other information do you know? What else does this Zhao Zheng plan to do? Hearing this, Zhao Ping gave a bitter smile and shook his head. My cultivation is similar to Zhao Zheng's, but he is from a main family and I am just a branch disciple. I have always followed his orders. I don't know anything else. As he spoke, Zhao Ping cast a hopeful glance at Qin Xuan, clearly wanting Qin Xuan to let him off the hook. Sorry, I can't let you leave here alive, Qin Xuan said. Then with a single sword strike, he killed the other party. If this Zhao Ping were to go out alive, it would be troublesome. After dealing with Zhao Ping, Qin Xuan turned his attention to the spirit refining cauldron. At this moment, the 3 mid-grade magical weapons had disappeared from within, and inside was a blood-red long sword. This is a high-grade magical weapon. Qin Xuan took out the long sword with satisfaction and swung it forcefully. As he swung down with great force, a powerful sword light instantly cut a deep mark into the ground. Good stuff. The power of a high-grade magical weapon is more than double that of a mid-grade magical weapon. Qin Xuan nodded in satisfaction, played with the long sword for a moment, then tossed the body on the ground into the spirit refining cauldron. This person's cultivation was at the 7th level of the earth profound realm, so it's better not to waste it. After absorbing the spiritual liquid in the spirit refining cauldron, Qin Xuan was about to continue his cultivation when he suddenly stopped, looking somewhat grimly ahead. There, a figure slipped through the crack in the door. In the middle of the night, one after another, not sleeping, coming to me. Do you think I'm weak? Do you all think I'm a soft persimmon to squeeze? Qin Xuan felt somewhat helpless. He had just dealt with the assassin from the Zhao family, and now another one had come. Moreover, this one seemed even more sinister than Zhao Ping. Chapter 82. Devouring spiritual power. This figure, like smoke, slipped through the crack in the door. Then, in front of Qin Xuan, the figure quickly enlarged and lunged towards him. How infuriating. Qin Xuan shook his head helplessly. These people are really enough. One came and it was fine, now another. Qin Xuan snorted coldly. He just wanted to test the power of his new high-grade magical weapon. Clang! The blood-red long sword struck instantly, slashing toward this figure. The Azure Dragon's 9 strikes instantly landed on this figure. However, to Qin Xuan's surprise, after he struck with this sword, the figure in front of him dissipated instantly, as if it were an illusion. Qin Xuan was taken aback, completely not expecting this situation. At the same time, after the figure scattered, it reassembled and pounced towards Qin Xuan. An illusion? Qin Xuan was puzzled, not understanding. He had set up a formation here. What kind of illusion could affect him? Could it be some hallucinogenic substance that had come into his room? But that shouldn't be the case. Qin Xuan took a deep breath. Normally, if there were any illusions, as long as he had the spirit refining cauldron here, those things would be completely refined by it. Although the figure rushing over was humanoid, it had no face. Seeking death. Seeing the figure still charging over, Qin Xuan slashed again with his sword. This time, his sword passed through the figure without any effect. Not right. Qin Xuan's heart stirred. This assassin was a spiritual entity. Normally, ordinary people couldn't see the attacks of spiritual entities at all. However, Qin Xuan's spiritual power was already strong enough, allowing him to discover this spiritual entity with his spiritual senses. Very good. You people actually created something like a spiritual entity. This is interesting. To create a spiritual entity requires an immense amount of spiritual power. The Zhao family had already sent people over, so this spiritual entity must not be one of them. It had to be someone else. Thus, Qin Xuan naturally guessed who it was. It seems to be that Lu Peng's doing. Qin Xuan frowned, raising his evaluation of Lu Peng. He previously thought that Lu Peng had some issues. But judging from the current situation, the power behind Lu Peng was likely even more terrifying. Such spiritual power is not something ordinary disciples can achieve. Just as Qin Xuan was pondering, the spiritual entity pounced down towards him. Qin Xuan merely snorted coldly, raised his hands, and a strange light appeared at the corner of his mouth. Transformation secret technique. Whispering, it seemed as if whirlpools were continuously rotating on Qin Xuan's hands. No. The spiritual entity let out a scream, and it was clear that it was Lu Peng's voice. Transform for me, Qin Xuan roared, and the transformation secret technique began to wildly tear at this mass of spiritual entity. After a moment, this mass of spiritual entity was devoured by Qin Xuan. transforming into nourishment for his own spiritual power. Just as Qin Xuan refined this spiritual power, in the front few wooden houses, Lu Peng, who was holding his head in pain, was convulsing on the ground with black smoke continuously floating out of his mind. After a while, he trembled as he took out several pills and swallowed them in one go. It took a long time for him to recover. Damn it! Lu Peng covered his head, his face showing some fear. He did not expect that Qin Xuan's spiritual power was actually so powerful that he discovered his spiritual entity. Not only that, but just now, the spiritual entity he formed using 1/3 of his spiritual power had also lost contact with him. Although he didn't know what had happened to his spiritual entity, he knew it was in grave danger. It shouldn't be. Lu Peng shook his head vigorously. My spiritual power is strong for a reason. But how could a kid who has only lived a few years have such powerful spiritual power? It's abnormal, too abnormal. Could it be that he, like me, was also sent here to carry out a mission? Lu Peng scratched his head incessantly, almost at a loss. Forget it. This kid can't be touched for now. I just need to carry out my task. As long as this kid doesn't come out to interfere, I shouldn't make enemies with him. After contemplating for a while, Lu Peng clenched his fists, and black smoke once again surged from his head. At the same time, a new spiritual entity appeared in front of him. Go! See what that Joe Kelly is up to, and if necessary, swallow his spiritual power and come back. After giving the order, Lu Peng sat cross-legged. On the other side, at this moment, Qin Xuan was also holding his head. After absorbing this spiritual entity, Qin Xuan's spiritual power surged again. After this surge, Qin Xuan could clearly feel that his spiritual power seemed to have reached a critical point, about to undergo a qualitative change. The feeling of his spiritual power being so full that it almost burst his head was quite uncomfortable. He tried to use the transformation secret technique to refine this spiritual power. However, as soon as he slightly operated the transformation secret technique, the pain in his mind doubled instantly. The intense pain made it hard for Qin Xuan to breathe, and the agony in his head was unbearable. No, if this continues, I won't even need others to kill me. I'll go crazy myself. His previous spiritual power was indeed strong, but this time he rashly swallowed the spiritual entity that Lu Peng had separated, like a person who had eaten something far beyond their capacity, unable to digest it in a short time. Refine for me, Qin Xuan roared, and then began to crazily refine this spiritual power using the transformation secret technique. As he continued to refine, while the pain surged, he also tried to forcibly absorb this spiritual power completely. Boom! At this moment, Qin Xuan felt a violent tremor in his mind. Countless fragments of spiritual power surged towards the center of his mind. Then all the fragments of spiritual power formed a vortex of spiritual power. Beneath this vortex, a black lake of spiritual power was continuously forming. A pain like being cut by knives surged from his mind. Under this pain, Qin Xuan finally lost consciousness completely. Chapter 83, Second Round Assessment. After a long time, Qin Xuan crawled up from the ground. He looked outside the window. It was now a hazy scene. The sky was about to brighten. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan struggled to get up from the ground. Looking at the intact formation around him, Qin Xuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. It seems no one has come here. Fortunately, after eliminating Zhao Ping, he set up the defensive formation at the first opportunity. Otherwise, if someone had barged in, he would have been finished while unconscious. That's right, spiritual power. Qin Xuan suddenly remembered and hurriedly checked his spiritual power. But when he looked inward, he was almost frozen in place. At this moment, his spiritual power had actually gathered into a vast black ocean of spiritual power. In this black ocean, a vortex of spiritual power was continuously spinning. This is the sea of consciousness? Qin Xuan was shocked. He had only seen something like the sea of consciousness in books. It could only be produced when one's spiritual power was strong enough and reached a large enough quantity to trigger a qualitative change. In the black sea of consciousness, the vortex of spiritual power was spinning continuously. Because he had devoured too much spiritual power, a sufficient amount of it had created the sea of consciousness. And the vortex in the center was generated due to the transformation secret technique. Qin Xuan thought, his eyes sparkling. With the sea of consciousness and this vortex of spiritual power, He could rely on this to devour others' spiritual power in the future. The enhancement of spiritual power would be the most beneficial to him. With such powerful spiritual power, he would have enough for 6th-grade pills. Since the sea of consciousness has already formed, doesn't that mean he can practice those few martial techniques? Qin Xuan pondered. Spirit-piercing strike. He found the martial technique he wanted from the information left by the Celestial Empress. This martial technique, called spirit-piercing strike, is a method of attacking using spiritual power. It condenses spiritual power together and then strikes out like a needle. Because it relies on spiritual power to attack, as long as his spiritual power has an advantage, he can easily disturb the enemy. Moreover, for those with weak spiritual power, this move can even directly turn them into idiots. Looking at the description of the martial technique, Qin Xuan's heart raced. The shock piercer is a top-tier royal technique, far surpassing the ordinary 1st to 9th-grade martial skills. Without any hesitation, Qin Xuan immediately began to learn this martial technique. This technique was learned by the Sioux, New Jersey Empress during her childhood, so she left all her insights about it to Qin Xuan, relying on the Empress's insights and the time differential in the Taiwan space. Qin Xuan quickly mastered the shock piercer. This move can still play a crucial role in critical moments of combat. By the time Qin Xuan completely mastered the shock piercer, the sky outside had already brightened, and it was time to begin the 2nd round of assessments. Pushing open the door, Qin Xuan walked out of the room. He glanced at the first few wooden houses. At this moment, Lu Peng and others also came out from inside. Brother Zhou, did you sleep well last night? At that moment, a disciple participating in the assessment walked over to Zhou Ku and cupped his hands in a friendly gesture. Not bad. Just had an unseen beast trying to ambush me, but I took care of him. At the same time, Qin Xuan could clearly see Lu Peng's pale face suddenly darken. Last night, he first attacked Qin Xuan and ended up having his spiritual power devoured. Unwilling to accept this, he then sent a portion of his spiritual power to take on Zhou Ku, only to be severely beaten by Zhou Ku. Of course, Zhou Ku's inability to absorb spiritual power allowed that spiritual body to escape. However, these 2 failures left Lu Peng feeling quite weak. Now, hearing Zhou Ku's words, although Lu Peng was furious, he could only pretend to be unaware of it. After all, ambushes are meant to be done in secret. If it were made clear, it would be too embarrassing. No worries, Brother Zhou is strong, so naturally, I don't have to worry about such things. The sycophant continued to flatter him, and hearing this made Lu Peng feel quite pleased. Nodding his head, he was about to continue his praises when the bell rang. Several figures walked over from the camp. I am Zhao Zheng, the inner door supervisor for this round. I will be responsible for supervising this assessment. Zhao Zheng. Qin Xuan frowned, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he coldly looked at Zhao Zheng. At this moment, Zhao Zheng also turned his gaze to Qin Xuan, his face revealing a strange smile. The Zhao family really is hard to shake off. At this time, Zhao Zheng's killing intent towards Qin Xuan grew heavier. Although Zhao Longting was the least favored young master of the Zhao family, he was still a member of the Zhao family. How could a mere young master from Huafeng City dare to attack a Zhao family member? He certainly would not let Qin Xuan off the hook. However, after instructing Zhao Ping the night before to deal with Qin Xuan, he was surprised that Zhao Ping had not returned yet. Could it be that this kid killed him? Thinking this, Zhao Zheng shook his head. Impossible. This Qin Xuan only has a cultivation of the 1st level of Earth Profound. How could he be Zhao Ping's opponent? He must have survived for another reason. With this thought, Zhao Zheng took a deep breath and began to announce the rules for the 2nd round of selection. The 1st round of assessments tested everyone's physical fitness. Only those with strong physical fitness could pass the 1st round. The next round will test everyone's determination and willpower. Do you see the grove ahead? Next, all of you must pass through the grove. Anyone who can emerge from the grove within 2 hours will pass this round. Crossing through the grove? Hearing this, everyone present became eager to try. Be careful. Yesterday, everyone thought it was just a journey. Who would have thought that formation had such an effect? There must be secrets in that grove. Indeed, I see that the grove is fraught with danger. Many disciples were now on high alert. Clearly, the torment of the previous round had made them very uneasy. The emergence of this round naturally made them extremely cautious. After glancing at the distant grove and then at Zhao Zheng, Qin Xuan raised his eyebrows slightly. There must be something strange in that grove. All right, the assessment officially begins. After 2 hours, everyone will move on to the next checkpoint. With Zhao Zheng's command, nearly 2,000 participating disciples rushed towards the grove. Once all the participating disciples entered the grove, Zhao Zheng sneered. Young master, several men in black robes emerged from behind Zhao Zheng, kneeling on one knee before him. This is the kid who needs to be dealt with. Make sure to handle him well. Zhao Zheng said, handing them a portrait of Qin Xuan. Yes, the black-robed men carefully examined the portrait. Remember, if you encounter any inspecting elders, do not reveal your Zhao family identities. Hearing this, the black-robed men nodded in unison, each pulling out a mask to wear on their faces. Immediately, in front of Zhao Zheng, their original faces merged with the masks. Good, this way. Even if those elders catch you, they won't be able to say anything. Zhao Zheng said with satisfaction, then waved his hand, and the men rushed into the grove. Little brat, let us see how you run now. Chapter 84. Illusions of the dense forest. These men were assassins trained by the Zhao family since childhood, so there was naturally no worry of betrayal. Creak. Entering the dense forest, Qin Xuan cautiously looked around. It appeared no different from an ordinary forest. Qin Xuan murmured as he continued to speed up, and after walking out for several hundred zhong, he immediately stopped. Something is off. There were no sounds of insects or birds. It was eerily quiet. There must be a problem. 2,000 people entered this dense forest, yet there was not even a hint of sound. It felt unreasonable no matter how he thought about it. Qin Xuan furrowed his brows, and at that moment, an extremely strong sense of oppression suddenly descended from above. Qin Xuan hurriedly looked up and saw an immortal-looking old man descending from the sky. Taking a few steps back, Qin Xuan stopped, warily looking ahead. Indeed, it seems this year the sect has recruited many good talents. The old man stopped and smiled at Qin Xuan. Young man, I am the sect master of the Sanqing sect. I see your extraordinary bone structure and exceptional talent. You must be a martial arts genius. As long as you are willing to take me as your master, I can impart the unparalleled martial arts of the Sanqing sect to you. As the old man spoke, accompanied by that powerful pressure, it almost overwhelmed Qin Xuan. Not to mention anything else. Just this kind of oppressive feeling was something even the elders of the Yuqing realm could not achieve. If he could become the sect master's disciple. With this thought, Qin Xuan was almost tempted. However, just as he was about to kneel in submission, a thought crossed his mind, and he stood up with a smile. You actually created an illusion, and such a realistic one at that. Truly impressive. Qin Xuan said, becoming even more curious about Sanqing sect. If he wasn't mistaken, Sanqing sect should have set up a massive formation near this grove, which enveloped the entire forest. Once inside the formation, one would be affected. It was precisely because of this that Qin Xuan had not realized it at first. Seemingly aware that Qin Xuan had realized the formation, the old man directly vanished from his spot. Immediately, the surroundings changed, and several beautiful women approached from all directions, trying to embrace Qin Xuan. Oof. Qin Xuan snorted coldly, completely disregarding these superficial beauties. The Su Nudra the Empress was countless times more beautiful than these superficial women. How could he possibly be swayed by them? Get away from me! Qin Xuan shouted, and the shock piercer was immediately unleashed. The illusions surrounding his body seemed to shatter in an instant, breaking into hundreds of fragments. After a moment, these illusions disappeared, and the surroundings became clear. Listening to the familiar sounds of insects and birds, Qin Xuan smiled slightly and continued forward. Along the way, Qin Xuan saw many people behaving like madmen, doing all sorts of ridiculous things in the dense forest. Some were gnawing on trees, while others were loudly lamenting their grievances. There were also those shouting as if they had already attained enlightenment and ascended. These people were immersed in the illusions, clearly unwilling to wake up. The reason was simple. In the real world, they could not obtain many things they desired. But in this illusory world, all their desires could be fulfilled. It seemed that without a firm will, one could never become strong. Qin Xuan thought to himself, then strengthened his resolve and continued onward. This dense forest was too large, and only a few moments had passed. It was still early. Just then, Qin Xuan suddenly looked serious and gazed in one direction. Someone was approaching here. Could it be coming for me? Qin Xuan frowned and then sneered. It seemed to be someone from his Zhao family. They really were persistent. Qin Xuan clenched his fists coldly. Noticing that only one person was approaching, Qin Xuan hugged a nearby tree, pretending to be affected by the illusions here. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before a figure in a black robe appeared near Qin Xuan. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Xuan caught a glimpse of a tiger mask on the figure's face. The young master really overvalued this fool. This kind of idiot wasn't worth all of us taking action. I could easily deal with him myself. The black-robed man, standing high above, said disdainfully. After entering the dense forest, they had scattered to search for Qin Xuan. At that time, he thought this person was formidable enough to warrant the young master's attention. But from the looks of it now, he was just a useless person. Without anyone else, I could handle him alone, the black-robed man said coldly, then tightened his grip on the long knife and pounced down toward Qin Xuan below. Killing a waste who was lost in illusions wouldn't take much of his time. Watching Qin Xuan still hugging the tree, entranced, the black-robed man sneered and swung his knife down toward Qin Xuan's head without hesitation. As he got closer and closer to Qin Xuan, the speed of the knife increased, and it looked like it was about to strike Qin Xuan. At that moment, Qin Xuan suddenly turned his head and grinned at him. Not good, he asked, faking it. The black-robed man was shocked and hurriedly tried to distance himself. But it was already too late. A black light shot from Qin Xuan's eyes and quickly pierced into the black-robed man's head. The black-robed man felt an unbearable pain in his brain, and his entire being fell into a daze. Clang! The blood-red long sword was unsheathed in an instant and stabbed toward the black-robed man's heart. The excruciating pain brought the black-robed man back to his senses. But it was already too late. You! The black-robed man hadn't finished his words when Qin Xuan thrust out several more swords, killing him. Earth Profound, 5th level? He must be sent by the Zhao family. Qin Xuan tried to tear off the mask from the man's face, but at that moment, the mask had completely fused with his face. Forget it, this will do. Qin Xuan shook his head and then directly tossed the man into the spirit refining cauldron. While absorbing the spiritual liquid, Qin Xuan continued to move forward. However, he had only walked a short distance when he suddenly stopped with a somewhat grim expression. Truly persistent. Fine, since you all want to follow me so badly, I'll grant you that, Qin Xuan said coldly, then threw a few formation flags aside. Since there was a large formation laid down by the Zhangqing sect here, it would be even easier for him to set up a small formation within this large one. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before 4 black-robed figures followed him. The breath of his second brother must have disappeared here just now. How stupid. Not leaving when they can't win. Without him, our most powerful move will probably be unusable. A black-robed man wearing a goat mask said. The person hasn't gone far. Follow him. The disciple with the highest cultivation participating in this election is only at the Earth Profound 4th level. His cultivation won't exceed that. The second brother must have acted foolishly, otherwise he wouldn't have lost. Another black-robed man, wearing a lion mask, immediately spoke up to direct the others. Even a lion must use all its strength to catch a rabbit. This time, we must act together to definitely kill him, or we won't be able to explain it to the young master. Saying this, these few people rushed toward Qin Xuan. Chapter 85. Annihilating enemies. At this moment, Qin Xuan was studying the tiger mask in his hand. This mask was indeed a bit powerful. As long as the mask was pressed against the face, it would completely fuse with it. Unless a specific technique was used, it could not be removed at all. It seemed to be something used by certain families that operate in the shadows, meant to prevent others from discovering that it was their people who acted. Qin Xuan nodded, then slowly raised his head to look around. At that moment, 4 figures had completely surrounded him. It must be him, seeing the tiger mask in Qin Xuan's hand. The other 4 immediately fixed their eyes on him, eager to devour him alive. After all, the 5 brothers had always cooperated seamlessly. Be careful. This kid was able to kill the second brother, so he must have some reliance. You all be careful not to fall into his trap. The black-robed man wearing the lion mask commanded the other 3 to surround Qin Xuan from all 4 directions. Watching this scene, Qin Xuan sneered and quietly waited for them to act. Seeing Qin Xuan's unperturbed demeanor, The others began to feel a bit uneasy. They couldn't figure out what was so strange about this person, seeing that they were for yet he didn't seem worried at all. Go kill him. The assassin wearing the goat mask attempted to strike. Let us wait a bit longer. I still feel something is off. The leader of the group expressed his doubts. What is there to worry about? He is only at the earth profound first level. Even if he is powerful, how could he possibly be our match with 4 of us? Once we take care of him, everything will be over. Hearing this, the leader hesitated for a moment but nodded. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, no technique would be effective. Saying this, the man with the lion mask looked toward the dense forest. After we take care of him, be careful. The time for the clear spirit pills given by the young master is running out. We don't want to fall into the illusion formation of this dense forest. Upon hearing this, the others immediately charged toward Qin Xuan. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Qin Xuan snorted coldly, immediately raising both hands. And a double-layer formation appeared beside him. The inner layer of the formation protected Qin Xuan, while the outer layer confined the 4 of them inside. A formation. How does this kid understand formations? Seeing the formation emerging from around them, the few men immediately became flustered. They never anticipated that Qin Xuan could set up such a double-layer formation in such a short time. Retreat. This kid is a bit strange. Let us leave here first and then decide how to proceed. The man wearing the lion mask shouted, signaling everyone to retreat immediately. But this formation was specially prepared by Qin Xuan. How could he let them escape easily? With a cold sneer, Qin Xuan quickly acted, pouring spiritual stones into the formation. Boom! The formation immediately began to operate, and the 2 layers pressed down like millstones toward them. Hold on. As long as the spiritual stones run out, this formation will collapse. The leader shouted, glaring at Qin Xuan. Kid, once I get out of here, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Such harsh words are better saved for when you can leave here. Qin Xuan said without hesitation, pouring more and more spiritual stones into the formation. The 2-layer formation resembled a grinding mill, ruthlessly trampling on the 4 individuals. Moments later, 3 of them were on the brink of death, and even their leader was extremely weak. If you have the ability, fight us fairly instead of hiding in the back like a coward. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan let out a hearty laugh. 5 of you against 1, and you dare to mention fairness? Now that I've crippled all 5 of you, what else do you want to say? As Qin Xuan spoke, he tossed more spirit stones into the formation. With each spirit stone he added, the light of the formation grew increasingly intense. Crack! With a sound of shattering bones, the other 3 were directly killed, leaving only the last leader still gasping for breath. Glancing at the few spirit stones left in his Qin Xuan ring, Qin Xuan furrowed his brow. Though this method was powerful, it couldn't be used frequently. Otherwise, it would drain too many spirit stones. After some thought, Qin Xuan decided to put away the spirit stones. Without the support of the spirit stones, the formation began to dissipate. As the formation vanished, Qin Xuan immediately lunged at the remaining leader. Whoosh! The blood-red long sword swiftly severed the man's head. The power of a top-grade magic weapon was indeed much stronger than that of a mid-grade one. After collecting the Qin Xuan rings of the 4, Qin Xuan tossed their corpses into the spirit refining cauldron. Once the bodies had all transformed into spirit liquid, Qin Xuan absorbed them all. At the same time, his cultivation level reached the peak of the Earth Profound Realm. It wouldn't be long before he reached the 2nd level of the Earth Profound Realm. Qin Xuan stroked his chin in contemplation, and upon seeing the Qin Xuan rings in front of him, his eyes lit up. He had expended quite a few spirit stones to kill them. If these Qin Xuan rings didn't contain good items, he would suffer a great loss. With that in mind, Qin Xuan opened the Qin Xuan rings. Although the good items were average, there were quite a few spirit stones. Seeing the spirit stones in the Qin Xuan rings, Qin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. After transferring these spirit stones to his own Qin Xuan ring, he finally felt at ease. The spirit refining cauldron had erased all traces of the 4's corpses, leaving no evidence other than the signs of battle. Seeing this, Qin Xuan quickly left the area. Although he had escaped the illusion quickly, he had been delayed by these people along the way. With this in mind, he began to hurry toward the other side of the dense forest. This time, he noticed that quite a few people had already awakened along the way. However, they did not possess as powerful a mental strength as Qin Xuan, stumbling along and still affected by the aftermath. Watching Qin Xuan move swiftly, many people were left in shock. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Xuan spotted Zhou Kelly and Lu Peng advancing ahead. Lu Peng and Zhou Kelly had ranked among the top 3 in the previous round and were at the forefront again this time. It was evident that these two were eager to compete. Normally, given Lu Peng's performance, he would qualify for first place in previous years. Unfortunately, he encountered Zhou Kelly, a truly powerful individual. Zhou Kelly also had strong mental strength, which allowed him to be among the first to break free from the illusion when it enveloped the area. At this moment, he was competing with Lu Peng. Although their mental strength was strong and they had escaped the illusion first, the surrounding illusions were still affecting them, forcing them to leave slowly. Just then, Zhou Kelly suddenly turned his head, looking as if he had seen a ghost. "You, how come you're not affected by this illusion?" Qin Xuan was striding over, seemingly unfazed by the illusions around him. Chapter 86. Unyielding thief Lu Peng also turned in shock to look at Qin Xuan. He knew that Qin Xuan's mental strength was formidable, but how was he completely unaffected by the illusion? What they didn't know was that with the spirit-piercing needle, Qin Xuan could easily tear apart the illusions surrounding him with his mental strength. Therefore, no matter how the illusions changed, he could effortlessly resolve them. As a result, he could easily free himself from the illusions. Watching this scene, Lu Peng felt a pang of regret. With his mental strength, although he couldn't handle the illusions as effortlessly as Qin Xuan, he could still easily deal with the nearby illusions. However, last night he had sent out his mental body to attack others, which severely damaged his own mental strength. This had a significant impact on him. Oof. As Qin Xuan walked past Lu Peng, he let out a cold snort. The spirit-piercing needle was instantly unleashed. Lu Peng felt a sharp pain in his head and collapsed to the ground. "If you dare to make a move again, I'll kill you." Qin Xuan transmitted his voice to Lu Peng and then strode away, leaving Zhou Kelly looking completely bewildered. He had only seen Qin Xuan walk past Lu Peng, give a cold snort, and Lu Peng had collapsed without being able to resist. As for why, he had no clue. However, seeing Qin Xuan approaching, he hurriedly stepped aside to give way, allowing Qin Xuan to pass first. After Qin Xuan left the two behind, Lu Peng trembled as he got up from the ground. "Damn it!" Lu Peng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with flames of hatred. "How dare you threaten me? I will find a chance to deal with you." Qin Xuan reached the edge of the dense forest and turned back to glance at Lu Peng. Seeing the flames in his eyes, a cold smile appeared on his lips. He was deliberately provoking Lu Peng. Ever since absorbing that mental body last night, Qin Xuan had realized that Lu Peng's mental strength was quite powerful. After absorbing Lu Peng's mental strength, he had even awakened his sea of consciousness. If he could devour all of Lu Peng's mental strength, his own mental strength would surely reach new heights. That was why he was intentionally provoking Lu Peng, hoping to incite his anger. He was waiting for Lu Peng to come to him. Exiting the dense forest, Qin Xuan looked ahead. At this moment, outside the forest, Zhao Zheng was smiling as he watched with several inner disciples. However, upon seeing Qin Xuan, his smile immediately froze. "It's you," Zhao Zheng said, his face turning extremely dark. He never expected that Qin Xuan would walk out of there alive. This meant that all the assassins he had sent had been killed by Qin Xuan. What a bunch of fools. Zhao Zheng wanted to erupt in anger, but he understood that he couldn't express his fury openly. After all, he was the inner disciple responsible for supervising this round, and some matters could be handled privately but must not be made public. With this in mind, he could only coldly nod at Qin Xuan. "Congratulations, you ranked first in this round." Although he felt very displeased inside, he had to grit his teeth and speak, handing a token to Qin Xuan. After receiving the token and glancing at the number 1 on it, Qin Xuan realized that this token represented the ranking after passing each round. He had secured first place in this round of assessment. The teleportation array is over there. You can go ahead and prepare for the next round, Zhao Zheng said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Qin Xuan stroked his chin, coldly sneering at Zhao Zheng, cupping his hands to the others, and then striding toward the teleportation array. Next time, send some formidable characters. These small fry are useless against me. Qin Xuan said casually before disappearing into the teleportation array. Damn it. Hearing Qin Xuan's sarcastic words, Zhao Zhang's face turned extremely ugly. His subordinates not only failed to eliminate Qin Xuan, but were instead killed by him. Now, he was publicly humiliated. Damn it. Zhao Zhang clenched his fists and then looked back at the few people behind him. You stay here and keep watch. I'll be right back. After explaining, Zhao Zhang left the place and walked to a secluded area. Young master. At that moment, a figure approached and bowed to Zhao Zhang. Heir, give this letter and this portrait to the fourth, and tell him that this person must be eliminated at this stage. As he spoke, Zhao Zhang handed a letter and a scroll to the person. Yes, the person took the scroll and then took their leave. Humph, the next stage will test combat strength. I don't believe you can pass. Zhao Zhang sneered. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan had already arrived at the next stage. This Sanqing sect is quite interesting. They actually use the teleportation array to change locations repeatedly. It seems they want to prevent anyone from cheating in advance. Unlike the dense forest of the previous stage, this was a desert. Beside the desert was an oasis with clear springs flowing, and several disciples responsible for the assessment were watching Qin Xuan with enthusiasm. The order in which the teleportation array brought them here represented the order in which they passed the previous stage. Qin Xuan was the first to come out, meaning he was the first disciple to pass the assessment at this stage. For these inner disciples, they wanted to befriend and win over potential disciples like him. This junior brother is truly a genius. After so many years, you're the first to pass the second stage so quickly. A disciple at the front immediately approached enthusiastically. I met a few senior brothers. Seeing their warm demeanor, Qin Xuan smiled back. Don't worry, junior brother. Since you passed the second stage so easily, this stage will be no problem either. This stage is just about breaking through the formations. As long as you pay attention. A disciple began to speak warmly. But upon realizing the risk of leaking information, the leading disciple quickly coughed lightly, signaling to keep quiet. Junior brother must be tired from the challenges. Come over here to rest. The formal assessment will start once the others from the second stage have passed. With that, they led Qin Xuan to the nearby oasis and prepared a resting room for him. Then I will respectfully obey. Qin Xuan did not decline further, cupping his hands as he entered the room. Good. It seems this year another junior brother with strong mental power is joining the sect, the group said, looking at Qin Xuan's room with some envy. Hey, do you think we should pull him to our side? The Qinglong side has been gaining power recently, and our side is a bit too weak. Hearing this, the others nodded, clearly contemplating whether to win him over. Just as they were discussing, a figure hurriedly walked out of the teleportation array. Another person has arrived? The group brightened up. Although not as fast as Qin Xuan, this newcomer was still quick. Young Master Zhao, the young master has orders. The newcomer directly addressed the leading disciple. The young master's orders? The leading disciple quickly approached him, leading him aside and casually setting up a formation. What instructions does the young master have? The figure handed the letter and scroll to him. Young Master Zhao, Zhao Zhang has ordered that you must eliminate this person. After saying this, the person turned and left, leaving behind Zhao Fu, whose expression was fluctuating. Zhao Zhang's faction is currently in power. I can't offend them. Well, it's just a disciple participating in the assessment. If he has to die, then so be it. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Fu opened the letter to understand the situation and glanced at Qin Xuan's portrait, his face flashing with a hint of killing intent. A mere young clan leader from Huafeng City dares to kill someone from our Zhao family. He is truly seeking death. Zhao Fu sneered, then put away the letter and scroll. An hour later, over 500 people who passed the assessment gathered in the desert. Qin Xuan looked around and soon spotted Lu Peng and Zhou Kelly standing nearby. These two had decent strength, arriving here just after Qin Xuan. Is everyone here? Then let's start the third stage of the assessment, Zhao Fu said expressionlessly. Seeing this, Qin Xuan slightly furrowed his brows. The treatment he received here was vastly different from before. What happened? As Zhao Fu's voice fell, more than a dozen formations immediately rose from the desert. Chapter 87. Assessment upgrade. The rules for this stage are very simple. There are 15 formations here, and everyone will enter the formations in order, with their ranking determined by the time taken to pass the formation assessment. The less time, the better, Zhao Fu said, then looked at everyone. Now we will begin the assessment in order. The first 15 will enter their corresponding formations. The group exchanged glances and then stepped out of the formation. Please enter the formations. Zhao Fu gestured invitingly, and the first 15 walked toward their respective formations. The moment Qin Xuan stepped into the formation, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. The original desert almost instantly turned into a snowy plain. Countless snowflakes fell from the sky, landing around Qin Xuan. An illusion? Qin Xuan frowned slightly, confusion flashing in his eyes. The previous stage tested mental strength, which also included illusions. From the Cangqing sect selection perspective, their assessments should have different objectives. The first stage was physical strength. The previous stage was mental strength. So normally, this stage shouldn't test mental strength. However, this time it looked very much like an illusion. Something's off. Just as Qin Xuan was puzzled, the wind and snow around him suddenly stopped, and then all the wind and snow gathered together, forming 10 second-level snow wolves. Roar! The snow wolves howled angrily and charged at Qin Xuan. Hearing the howl, Qin Xuan's brows furrowed tighter. Is it an illusion? Or is it real? Qin Xuan frowned, still somewhat uncertain. The 10 snow wolves continuously howled, surrounding Qin Xuan, and then began a frenzied attack. Clang! The blood-red long sword was drawn in an instant, and Qin Xuan slashed at the snow wolves. Crack! The sword light cut down, and the snow wolf was severed in two. No blood oozed from the severed part, only a thick layer of ice shards. Not an illusion, Qin Xuan realized. This stage tests combat strength. These snow wolves were all solidified entities formed from the spiritual energy of the formation. The Cangqing sect uses this method to assess the combat strength of the participating disciples. Easily annihilating the 10 snow wolves, Qin Xuan frowned slightly. Is it really that simple? It shouldn't be, since the Cangqing sect is selecting talents. How could they use such a simple assessment method? Normally, the power should be greater. Just as Qin Xuan was puzzled, the bodies of the slain snow wolves resplit into snowflakes, and in the cold wind, these snowflakes reformed into snow wolves. Roar! Hundreds of snow wolves appeared in front of Qin Xuan. Seeing these snow wolves, Qin Xuan nodded. Now it feels like a proper assessment by the Cangqing sect. After all, if it were that simple to pass, it would be too abnormal. Watching the 100 snow wolves rushing over, Qin Xuan moved his shoulders and began to slash down at these snow wolves frantically. However, after a short moment, the hundreds of snow wolves were eliminated. Not long after all the snow wolves were eliminated, new snow wolves formed again, but this time it became 1,000. A full 1,000 snow wolves charged at Qin Xuan, and he began to feel somewhat strained. After all, 1,000 snow wolves were quite a lot. 15 minutes later, Qin Xuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and sheathed his sword. Roar! Just as Qin Xuan thought he could catch his breath, a roar of snow wolves echoed. More coming? Qin Xuan felt his scalp tingle. Over 10,000 snow wolves rushed in densely, charging madly at Qin Xuan. Damn! Qin Xuan's scalp tingled, and he immediately swung his sword down. A dense pack of snow wolves rushed towards Qin Xuan, wanting to put him to death. Seeking death, Qin Xuan roared and started to fight back. The snow wolves around him charged wildly, and the blood-red sword light in Qin Xuan's hand slashed down like a mad dragon. Crack! Countless snow wolves were continuously slain by him, turning into swirling snowflakes. As Qin Xuan kept swinging his sword, the wind and snow around him began to strengthen. After half an hour, Qin Xuan was panting, leaning on his sword. At this moment, he was already covered in blood. It was no wonder. A full 10,000 second-level snow wolves had charged at him, and even he found it somewhat difficult. After continuous attacks, he inevitably sustained injuries. My combat strength is already strong enough among the same realm, but even so, I was still hurt. If it were those ordinary earth, profound realm cultivators, they would have probably been eaten by the snow wolves long ago. This assessment is somewhat abnormal. Qin Xuan kept pondering, his eyes flashing with glimmers. After all, this intensity is too high. 10,000 second-level snow wolves is not something an ordinary earth, profound realm cultivator can withstand. At this moment, Qin Xuan couldn't help but raise his head, looking around at the formation with a suspicious gaze. Is this intensity for real? Just as Qin Xuan was in doubt, the wind and snow around him suddenly intensified, and at the same time, the snow wolves began to reassemble. There must be 100,000 of them now. Looking at the 10,000 snow wolves appearing before him, Qin Xuan almost cursed. Who can withstand this? Let alone him. Even a heavenly profound realm cultivator might not be able to hold on. This is not the intensity that an assessment should have. There is a problem with this formation. Meanwhile, outside the formation, Zhao Fu, responsible for the assessment, pretended to check the formation while secretly adding dozens of high-grade spirit stones into it. The intensity of this formation's assessment is determined by the amount of spiritual energy. I'll add some more fuel and see how long you can hold on. Normally, only a few medium-grade spirit stones are needed for the formation to operate and create snow wolves for battle. Moreover, the formation has a protection mechanism that will immediately shut down if it detects something wrong. However, to deal with Qin Xuan, Zhao Fu deliberately added better quality and a larger quantity of spirit stones to the formation. Not only that, but to ensure Qin Xuan's elimination, he also deliberately disabled the formation's protection mechanism, intending for Qin Xuan to be doomed. From the current situation, his actions indeed had some effect. As for the aftermath, he didn't personally kill anyone. No matter how it's framed, it's the formation that killed him. What does it have to do with him? If something goes wrong, just blame the formation. In any case, it has nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, Zhao Fu looked around proudly. The few useless ones from the last round couldn't even kill a person, unlike him, who could indirectly eliminate opponents using the formation. And with this formation, eliminating him is simply too easy. The great formation is crushing. How can you possibly hold on? Zhao Fu snorted coldly, thought for a moment, and threw in another dozen high-grade spirit stones. Although it hurt a bit, as long as he could crush Qin Xuan, the cost is worth it, Zhao Fu thought, glaring resentfully at the formation. Chapter 88. Earth Profound Third Layer. This formation must have a problem. Looking at the dense 100,000 snow wolves charging at him. Even though Qin Xuan considered himself strong, he felt a chill down his spine at this moment. 100,000 snow wolves are enough to kill him here, leaving him utterly dead. No, at worst, he would flip over the turtle shell here. He absolutely cannot die here. At this point, Qin Xuan had made up his mind. After getting out, he would make these people pay. Looking at the 100,000 snow wolves charging towards him, Qin Xuan roared and immediately threw out several formations, trying to block the incoming snow wolves. Although his formations were quite powerful, they still couldn't withstand the overwhelming tide of snow wolves. The endless snow wolves directly broke through his formations. Seeing the snow wolves rushing towards him, Qin Xuan felt a sense of despair rising within him. No, this is actually an opportunity. A light flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes as he suddenly realized. These snow wolves are formed from gathered spiritual energy. So every time they are killed, they will reappear. As long as the spiritual energy increases, more and more snow wolves can be formed. Then all he needs to do is absorb all the spiritual energy here to solve this problem, right? Qin Xuan immediately came up with a strategy. Looking at the incoming snow wolves, Qin Xuan raised his hand and summoned the spirit refining cauldron, placing it in front of him. Boom! The pack of snow wolves charged towards Qin Xuan, who lightly patted the spirit refining cauldron, and immediately, a massive suction force emanated from it. Roar! The snow wolves let out a furious howl, but soon, faced with the pull of the spirit refining cauldron, they transformed into pure spiritual energy. Subsequently, this spiritual energy surged into the spirit refining cauldron, turning into drops of spiritual liquid. Qin Xuan wasted no time, devouring all of this spiritual liquid. With the assistance of this spiritual energy, Qin Xuan felt his strength greatly increase and immediately began to control the spirit refining cauldron to accelerate the absorption of nearby spiritual energy. The snow wolves were continuously crushed, turning into streams of spiritual energy. As more and more spiritual energy flowed into the spirit refining cauldron, a huge spiritual energy vortex appeared above it. This vortex sucked in all the nearby snow wolves. As more snow wolves entered the spiritual energy vortex, they transformed back into spiritual energy, making the vortex even larger and pulling in more snow wolves. Just like that, not long after, these snow wolves were completely devoured by the spiritual energy vortex. A full 100,000 snow wolves were absorbed cleanly. Qin Xuan looked at the spirit refining cauldron, which now contained hundreds of drops of spiritual liquid. Qin Xuan would not waste these spiritual liquids. He took a deep breath and quickly absorbed all of them. Boom! As the spiritual liquid entered his body, Qin Xuan, already at the first layer of Earth Profound Realm, instantly advanced to the second layer. Not only that, but the spiritual energy contained in these liquids was overwhelmingly abundant. And soon, Qin Xuan's cultivation directly reached the peak of the second layer of Earth Profound Realm. Outside the formation, Zhao Fu looked at the changes with some confusion. After he threw the spirit stones into the formation, not only did it not speed up, but the formation seemed to show signs of slowing down. What is going on? So troublesome? It seems I need to add some more serious materials. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and poured all his spirit stones into the spirit stone slot of the formation. Moments latte. The spirit stones in the slot transformed into spiritual liquid and surged towards various parts of the formation. The spiritual liquid spread rapidly, and the formation began to accelerate again. Someone is definitely meddling. Qin Xuan inside the formation was originally preparing to put away the spirit refining cauldron, but at the same time, he sensed that the formation was accelerating again. Now, he could determine that someone outside was definitely interfering. Since you want to help me so much, then I'll take advantage of you. Qin Xuan's cultivation had already reached the peak of the second layer of Earth Profound Realm, and he was just one step away from the third layer. Since there is so much spiritual energy, he can take this opportunity to step directly into the third layer of Earth Profound Realm. Qin Xuan took a deep breath, continuing to mobilize the spirit refining cauldron to convert this spiritual energy into his body. Boom! Before long, Qin Xuan finally stepped into the third layer of Earth Profound Realm. At this moment, outside the formation, Zhao Fu looked in horror at all the changes. After he threw the spirit stones into the formation, not only did it not make the formation operate faster, but the speed of the formation's operation became slower and slower. According to his original plan, after a while, he would open the formation and then announce that Qin Xuan had been mistakenly killed. But from the current situation, things seem to be complicated. Right now, he has completely lost control of the formation. At this moment, the formation is like a bottomless black hole, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Yet the operation speed of the formation is slowing down. It shouldn't be like this. Why is the speed of the formation so slow? After absorbing so much spiritual energy, how could it be slowing down? A look of confusion flashed across Zhao Fu's face, and at this moment, many people had already come out from other formations. They had all passed the challenges set by the formation and had completed the assessment. Zhou Kelly and Lu Peng both believed that Qin Xuan could pass the assessment. But after watching for a while, Qin Xuan still hadn't come out. Not good, retreat quickly. At that moment, Zhao Fu shouted loudly and immediately signaled all the disciples to retreat, while he himself also retreated frantically. It was too late. Before his shout could finish, the formation used to trap Qin Xuan suddenly exploded. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion shocked everyone present. They never expected that the formation would explode. However, they were not the most unfortunate. The real misfortune fell on Zhao Fu. The immense impact hit him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. It's over. Such a strong explosion is enough to seriously injure him, making him lie in bed for a month or two. There was no way around it. Normally, he wouldn't have needed to stand so close to the formation. But in order to deal with Qin Xuan, he specifically stood next to the formation to conceal the fact that he was tampering with it. Therefore, when the formation exploded, he was simply too close. Just as Zhao Fu was thinking this and desperately trying to withstand the explosion, a hand suddenly shot out from the wreckage of the formation, piercing through Zhao Fu's heart. Ugh! Zhao Fu didn't react in time, and by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. That hand pierced through his heart and then yanked it out, crushing it directly. Zhao Fu let out a short, miserable scream, and then his cries disappeared. Looking at Zhao Fu, who was being continuously refined in the spirit refining cauldron, Qin Xuan merely snorted coldly. At this moment, his face was filled with killing intent. "This bastard, since you want to use the formation to kill me, then I will kill you." When Qin Xuan noticed the abnormality of the formation, he immediately took action. With his skills, he could easily set up a subformation within the main formation. Using the subformation, Qin Xuan directly caused the main formation to collapse and explode. Chapter 89. The elders arrived. The explosion of the formation would produce an extremely strong shockwave, but with the spirit refining cauldron present, Qin Xuan was naturally not worried at all. He immediately hid inside the spirit refining cauldron and, using it as a shield, moved directly to the edge of the formation. When Zhao Fu was heavily injured by the impact, he acted quickly and pierced through Zhao Fu's heart. Then, Qin Xuan leaped out of the spirit refining cauldron, while Zhao Fu was directly thrown into the cauldron by Qin Xuan. After doing all this, Qin Xuan let out a breath and put away the spirit refining cauldron. This was his trump card and must not be revealed easily. At this moment, the surrounding dust had begun to disperse. "Qin Xuan, you actually are unharmed?" Liu Peng and Zhou Kelly looked as if they had seen a ghost. To them, the explosion just now meant that aside from Zhao Fu, who should be unharmed, Qin Xuan would definitely have died inside. After all, that was an explosion of the formation, and they understood what that meant. But now, Qin Xuan was actually alive and well, with not even a tear in his clothes, while the Zhao Fu responsible for the assessment had completely disappeared. This was simply too strange. "Zhao, brother Zhao." The other disciples who were responsible for the assessment with Zhao Fu looked at the scene in terror. They never expected that the brother responsible for the assessment would suddenly disappear mysteriously. "Have you seen brother Zhao?" An inner disciple asked Qin Xuan. After all, Qin Xuan was the one closest to Zhao Fu at that time. He should know quite a bit. "I don't know, I was doing fine inside the trial." And suddenly the formation started to shake, then it exploded on its own. "I don't know what happened," Qin Xuan said innocently. "Impossible. Brother Zhao is an inner disciple. With such high cultivation, how could he be killed by an exploding formation without a trace? This is absolutely impossible," the disciple responsible for the assessment said excitedly. In his view, this matter was simply impossible. But Qin Xuan just shrugged innocently, indicating that he had no idea. In this situation, these few people couldn't say anything. "You're a Qin Xuan, right? Wait a moment. We will report to the other elders and brothers and inform them of your situation." These people didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly began to act. Qin Xuan raised an eyebrow, his face showing a look of fear, as if he had no idea what would happen next. Of course, he had methods to prevent the formation from exploding and to dismantle the formation. But he didn't want to use those methods. Since Zhao Fu wanted him dead, he wouldn't let the other party go. Therefore, from the beginning, he was thinking of killing this person. Using the explosion of the formation as cover, he struck instantly. Zhao Fu didn't even have time to react before he was instantly killed. This was the result Qin Xuan wanted. Now it seemed that the effect was quite remarkable. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan's face showed fear, but his heart was extremely calm. During this formation explosion, although he was closest to Zhao Fu, it was still an explosion of the formation. As long as someone came to investigate, they could find out that excessive spirit stones had been added before the explosion. The formation flags Qin Xuan had set up in the formation had long been taken away by him amidst the dust from the explosion. In this way, throughout the investigation, they would never trace it back to him. These people could only suspect that he might have some connection to this incident, but as long as they had no evidence, they couldn't assert that he was responsible. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle coldly in his heart. The Zhao family couldn't dominate everything in the Songqing sect. Since they couldn't cover everything, he didn't have to worry about anything. After all, now that Zhao Fu was dead with no evidence, and he had secretly added many spirit stones, once this was investigated, it would be clear. In that case, others would attribute this matter to the Zhao family. What happened? After these inner disciples sent the message, soon the elders and inner disciples of the Songqing sect rushed over. Zhao Zheng also hurried over. At first, he was quite pleased, thinking that Qin Xuan had died here, which had attracted so many elders. But when he arrived and found that Qin Xuan was actually safe and sound, he was puzzled. What was going on? How could he not be dead? Isn't it just killing a new disciple participating in the assessment? Why go to such great lengths? Zhao Zheng's face turned dark, but once he walked over and clarified everything, his expression became even uglier. What do you mean he can't be found? How could he not be found? Zhao Zheng clenched his fists. If it weren't for the elders being present, he would have wanted to rush over and fight Qin Xuan. Although he was just a branch family disciple, he was still a member of the Zhao family, and it was because of his orders that he died. How could he endure this? You say you don't know? An elder frowned, clearly puzzled. It was just an explosion of the formation. How could there be no remains at all? Qin Xuan pretended to be terrified and nodded repeatedly, explaining to this elder. Yes, the difficulty of this trial was really too high. I was almost unable to hold on inside, and suddenly the entire formation started shaking. By the time I reacted, the formation had already exploded. I don't know why I was not affected here, and that brother has also disappeared without a trace. Hearing this, the several elders present exchanged glances. One of the elders strode over and examined the remnants of the formation on the ground. Self-inflicted punishment can't live. After saying this, he coldly flicked his sleeves. Old Wu, what happened? Hearing this, Elder Wu shook his head, then his lips moved, clearly transmitting a message secretly. After a while, the expressions of the other elders also became extremely grim. It's truly embarrassing. How could an intersect disciple do such a thing? If this gets out, how will others view our Sanqing sect? Indeed, an intersect disciple actually took it upon themselves to add spirit stones to the formation, increasing the difficulty of the formation assessment, resulting in the formation blowing up and taking themselves along with it. If this gets out, the other major sects might think our sect is out to harm rather than recruit talents. The elders privately communicated about this. Although Zhao Fu's body mysteriously disappeared, compared to this incident, the matter of an intersect disciple secretly plotting against a candidate was far too severe. If this gets out, it would cause immeasurable damage to our Sanqing sect's future talent selection, harming others and ending up harming oneself. It's precisely because our Sanqing sect has too many useless people that the sect is getting worse by the day. The elders cursed Zhao Fu and then began discussing how to resolve the matter. So how should this be handled? The other elders exchanged glances, somewhat at a loss. They had never encountered such a situation before. Although there had been instances of candidates dying during assessments in the past, those were always accidents. This time, they had clearly found